Chapter 1, Kicked Out of the Band. Labeled as Soft Rice King, Lin Yi signed the contract. Let's part on good terms. Ha! Looking at the unfair terms in the contract, Lin Yi let out a light scoff. A peaceful breakup? Last year, Su Yao and he formed the soaring duo. Both he and Su Yao were orphans, having grown up together since childhood, knowing each other inside out with a deep bond. To fulfill the young girl's musical dream, he brought out hit songs from his past life like Above the Moon and the most dazzling ethnic style. Still willing to play a supporting role, only responsible for the rap parts that few people cared about. That year, he bore the brunt of the hard work but reaped little of the credit. Fortunately, the results were gratifying, though most people only knew the lead singer Su Yao, while he was just the oh yeah guy. But the soaring duo truly became a hit, wildly popular, unbeatable in the square dance scene, dominating KTV must-sing charts. You could say, every Xia country citizen can hum a few lines. Lin Yi once believed that the soaring duo was destined to become a legend, just like in his past life, and his relationship with Su Yao would remain as pure as it was in their childhood. Not family, yet closer than family. However, just last week, the renowned Phoenix Entertainment extended an olive branch to Su Yao. If Su Yao agrees to sign, they will immediately produce an album and organize concerts for her. The condition is that Su Yao and Lin Yi must disband their partnership. They believed only Su Yao had value, and there was no need to waste money signing Lin Yi. To this, Lin Yi said nothing, assuming Su Yao would refuse. Unexpectedly, the young girl did not. At this moment, looking at the voluntary withdrawal from soaring duo contract on the table, Lin Yi picked up the pen and signed his name with a flourish. Su Yao watched his swift movements, her heart twinging slightly as she asked, "Lin Yi, don't you feel even a little reluctant?" She had expected Lin Yi to appear more tormented, more agonized. Lin Yi glanced at her, his expression somewhat indifferent. "If I said I was reluctant, would you turn down Phoenix and not disband with me?" "Lin Yi, don't be like this." Su Yao pressed her lips together, her beautiful face appearing both innocent and aggrieved, as if the decision she was making now was forced upon her with a knife to her throat. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, no longer affected by the girl's pitiful demeanor. He turned to leave, but Su Yao suddenly grabbed his hand, her voice choked with sobs. "Brother Lin Yi, it's my fault." "What else?" Lin Yi shook off Su Yao's hand in disgust and quickly walked out of Phoenix Entertainment's office, apparently afraid he might cause trouble. Several security guards and Su Yao's new agent were standing at the door. Seeing him come out, the agent hurried into the office. Noticing Su Yao's reddened eyes, agent's sister Gu immediately frowned. "Did Lin Yi scold you? How shameless of him, a grown man contributing so little yet having the nerve to take 50% of the earnings. Now that you've signed with the company to split from him, he must be throwing a tantrum out of spite. Don't worry, sis will get justice for you. Later, we'll expose his freeloading behavior online, and netizens will definitely roast him." "Sister Gu," Su Yao shook her head, looking reluctant. "I want to part on good terms. It's just that your heart is too soft." Sister Gu disagreed and said, "Now you're my artist. Listen to me. I'll help you vent your anger." "Alright." Su Yao ultimately didn't refuse and nodded her head. Outside the office building, Lin Yi hailed a taxi, ready to go back to his rented place and get some proper sleep. The disbandment of the duo wasn't without its impact on him, but he couldn't be bothered to hold on to someone who couldn't stay. It was pointless. Bored during the ride, he took out his phone and saw Weibo frantically pushing today's breaking news. Breaking! Soaring duo disbands. Shocking. The oh yeah guy from soaring duo turns out to be a gold digger. Lin Yi, his hand trembled, missing the small X in the top right corner, and accidentally opened it. In just this short while, online comments have already surpassed thousands. Seeing the disbandment left me utterly confused. After digging into the details, I couldn't help but curse, "Good riddance. Our Yao Yao is the lead singer and the visual center. Can't believe she only got 50%. Daring to take this much money for just humming a few lines?" The Soft Rice King is something else. Heard Yao Yao and the Soft Rice King are orphans who grew up together. Probably took pity on him and gave him half. Whoa whoa, Yao Yao is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. That freeloader king really deserves to die. I can do it too. Oh yeah, Yao Yao, consider me? I'm free. Congratulations to Yao Yao for dumping the freeloader king and signing with Fire Phoenix. Wishing you great success and a bright future. Good news. Yao Yao is preparing for a concert. It's happening in 2 weeks. Damn, that fast? When do tickets go on sale? Tonight? I'm buying them all. Ring ring. Lin Yi was engrossed when his phone suddenly displayed an incoming call. The contact name read Tang Xian. She was his junior from university, also a singer, and had formed a girl group with her twin sister. Their popularity was decent, and they were recently preparing to hold a concert. They even sent him a VIP ticket. Lin Yi answered the phone. "Senior, those people online are going too far. How dare they call you a soft rice king? They have no idea how exhausted you are. You handle all the creative work and external negotiations, while Suyao just sings and takes 50%. She's the real soft rice queen. Don't worry, my sister and I will always stand by your side. Right, sis? Came Tang Zixuan's indifferent voice from the phone. Although the two sisters looked quite similar, their personalities were very different. The younger sister, Tang Zian, was lively and outgoing, like a sprite. The elder sister, Tang Zixuan, was aloof and reserved, like a celestial maiden. Lin Yi recalled the contrasting dynamic between the two of them, one cold, one warm, and smiled as he said, "Thank you, hold off on the thanks for now." Tang Zian quickly interjected, "Senior, the reason I called is actually because I need your help with something." Ha! Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He's already in such a bad state, and you still ask him for help? Well, Tang Zian's tone was somewhat embarrassed. We're supposed to have a concert in 2 weeks, but honestly, our popularity isn't great. The tickets haven't sold out yet. The company wants us to invite a special guest to hype up the crowd and try to sell another wave of tickets. We don't really know anyone. Could we trouble you, Senior, to be our guest? Lin Yi, you're being modest. Although the sisters aren't top-tier celebrities, they have good connections. It shouldn't be hard for them to invite a big name. Coming all the way here for him, could it be out of pity, just to take care of him? Don't get the wrong idea. Tang Zixuan's calm voice sounded, "We're the pitiful ones, genuinely unable to find anyone else, not taking care of you." Lin Yi, whatever you say, just abandoned by Suyao. I didn't expect someone to lend a helping hand so soon. Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart and said, "Alright, I'll be your guest." He. Tang Zian smiled happily and said, "By the way, I noticed Suyao is also going to hold a concert, and the date happens to clash with ours. Senior, would you like to perform the songs of Soaring Duo solo? Let everyone witness your singing skills." No. Lin Yi recalled the dissolution contract he had signed, which stipulated that after leaving, he was no longer allowed to perform any songs from the Soaring Duo. Lin Yi closed his eyes and said, "Besides those, I can sing other things too. Don't worry, I won't let you down." After leaving the Soaring Duo, he was no longer the "oh yeah" guy. This time, he hoped everyone would properly remember his name. Chapter 2, the new song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. Breaking, Girls Concert invites Lin Yi as opening guest. The buzz around the disbandment of Soaring Duo hasn't faded, yet Lin Yi has surged onto trending topics again. The comments section is flooded with uniform insults and mockery. No way. No way? Just got dumped by Yao Yao and already found a new sugar mommy? Lin Yi truly lives up to his title as the soft rice king. His sucking up speed is impressive. Hey, upstairs, stop spreading rumors, okay? Yao Yao disbanded. Not dumped, don't make it sound like they had a thing. Lin Yi isn't worthy. These two sisters are so clueless. Out of all people, why pick Lin Yi? Do they earn too much money and want to get scammed out of 50%? What are the twins thinking? Inviting Lin Yi, a so-called freeloader king, as the opening act? What will Lin Yi sing? The sisters perform Cantonese songs. Does he even know Cantonese? Just go oh yay. Brother oh yay is a pro, dog head emoji. Ha ha ha, going oh yay is too hilarious. Brothers, I've already bought tickets, let's go watch the comedy together. Although I'm a fan of Yao Yao, I've decided to attend Lin Yi's concert, not for anything else, but just to spit in his face. Bad news. Lin Yi is being mocked all over the internet. Good news. The twin duo's concert tickets are sold out. Tang Zian made sure to share this good news with Lin Yi. Senior, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise the tickets really wouldn't have sold out. Your influence is so strong. You have so many fans. Lin Yi, if he weren't also online, he might have believed it. Stop teasing him. Tang Zixuan's calm voice sounded, Lin Yi, don't worry. Even though there are many anti-fans at the scene, we've arranged top-notch security to ensure your safety. Lin Yi didn't know how to respond, so he simply said, thank you. You're welcome. Tang Zixuan hung up the phone. Lin Yi was just about to continue practicing singing when Tang Zian sent another text message, Senior, which song are you planning to sing later? I need to report it to the manager. Lin Yi glanced at the lyric sheet on the table and typed a reply, Boundless Skies. Boundless Skies? What kind of song is Boundless Skies? In the practice room, the manager looked at Tang Zian's phone and frowned delicately. Don't tell me this is Lin Yi's original song. Probably. Yeah. Tang Zian searched online and said, I couldn't find anything about it on the internet. The agent was nearly amused to the point of laughter. She agreed to let Lin Yi be the opening act precisely to ride the wave of publicity from the disbandment of the Soaring Duo. At that time, Lin Yi would perform Above the Moon or the most dazzling ethnic style on stage, creating a showdown with Suyao. Wouldn't that guarantee the hype? But then, you're telling me Lin Yi plans to sing an original song? What kind of hype can an original song possibly have? The agent scolded. Make him sing the most dazzling ethnic style, or his guest spot will be cancelled. Fine, Tang Zian sighed and said. Then I'll post on Weibo that Lin Yi isn't coming. so those anti-fans can get refunds. Stop it. The agent anxiously snatched Tang Xian's phone, determined not to refund the tickets that had finally sold out. Tang Xian looked at her helplessly. Then what should we do? Lin Yi refuses to sing Soaring Duo's songs, and you won't let him leave. How about letting him sing Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies? The agent? How could she feel like she was being set up? After the manager left the practice room with a grim face, Tang Xian flashed a V sign at Tang Zixuan and then sent a text message to Lin Yi. Received. Boundless Skies okay. Senior, fly with confidence, my stage is your stage. Lin Yi didn't know what Tang Xian had done, but these words moved him once again. He took a photo of the pre-prepared lyrics in sheet music, sent it over, and said, "A gift for you both, hope you like it." The sisters were willing to give him a stage at such a time, and he was also willing to lend them a helping hand. When Tang Xian saw the photo Lin Yi had sent, her eyes widened in surprise. A Cantonese duet? Did our senior write this for us? Sis, come quick and look. Though Tang Zixuan was right beside her, Tang Xian nearly screamed herself hoarse with excitement. Outsiders unaware of the truth might assume all songs by the Soaring Duo were jointly composed by Lin Yi and Su Yao. Perhaps some still believe Su Yao was the main songwriter, but she knew that the soaring hit song now popular everywhere was entirely composed by Lin Yi alone. Such a talented person actually wrote songs for her and her sister. So amazing. After reading the lyrics, Tang Zixuan silently hummed the melody in her heart, her cool, pale face slightly blushing. It was because of excitement. She tightly held her sister's hand and said, "Xian, let's practice now and perform it at the concert." Okay. Tang Xian was also thrilled. Let's go. Go, go. Compared to the happy twins, Su Yao is in a terrible mood now. She thought Lin Yi would be devastated and temporarily disappear from her sight after she kicked him out. To her surprise, Lin Yi became the opening act for the girls' concert. What made her even angrier was that her concert tickets hadn't sold out yet, while the girls' tickets were sold out in a flash. Seeing those private messages and comments saying they would go to the girls' concert to scold people and vent on her behalf, Su Yao's expression twisted slightly. She didn't care at all about how Lin Yi performed live. She only hoped her own concert tickets would sell out instantly, propelling her to stardom. Yao Yao. Outside the door, the agent knocked politely. Su Yao quickly put away her phone, put on her in-ear monitor, and turned to smile at the entering agent. Practicing your songs? Sister Go looked at her gently. Su Yao nodded lightly. It's my first concert. I want to be steady. Not bad. Sister Go showed appreciation. She didn't slack off or act like a diva despite being at the peak of her popularity. She really signed a promising talent. Ticket sales are decent, but the company wants to give them another boost. Sister Go said, "Have you written any new songs?" Performing a new song at the concert would motivate the fans even more. Su Yao's expression changed slightly. All the previous songs were written by Lin Yi, but she insisted on adding her name to them and deliberately putting it before his. Lin Yi was easygoing and never said anything about it. Thinking about her own creative abilities, Su Yao's heart tightened, and her voice lowered slightly. "I'm sorry, Sister Ge. I haven't been in good shape lately." That's true. Sister Ge didn't think much of it and looked at her gently. There's been a lot going on lately. It's normal if you don't have inspiration. The company has commissioned a few songs. Take a look and see which one is the best to perform at the concert. Sure. Su Yao agreed readily. The songs prepared by the company were passable, but they didn't give Su Yao that wow feeling. She thought of the songs Above the Moon and the most dazzling ethnic style created by Lin Yi, and couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful toward them. Unfortunately, there were no better options now, so they had to pick the best of a bad lot. Let's go with this one. Okay. Sister Go was also most satisfied with this song. She comforted Su Yao. Although it's not a divine hit, Lin Yi can't sing your songs either. In the end, you'll still be the most dazzling one. Su Yao nodded with a smile. Lin Yi cannot perform songs from the Soaring Duo, or he will face an exorbitant breach of contract penalty. Lin Yi has already walked himself into a dead end. Chapter 3, Forgive My Unrestrained Love for Freedom. On the day of the concert, Lin Yi arrived early at the venue, working with the makeup artist backstage to finalize his look. He usually didn't care much about appearances, but concerts were commercial events, and he owed it to the twins and the audience to be presentable. Wow, the senior is so handsome. Tang Xian leaned close to Lin Yi, fluttering her eyelashes as she stared at him. You look much better than when you usually wear sunglasses, Tang Zixuan remarked objectively. When Lin Yi was with Su Yao, he would wear heavy sunglasses during performances to be a proper supporting act. While it fits the stereotype of rap, it also completely turned Lin Yi into a background character. Unless walking down the street with Su Yao, no one would even recognize him as a member of the Soaring Duo. Lin Yi looked at himself in the mirror and felt that he really wasn't suited for wearing sunglasses. Outside the venue, some fans arrived early and have already started entering the venue. Professional filming equipment is not allowed at the concert, but phones are permitted. Some fans started filming from outside. complaining online while recording. This is hilarious. The security check for twins is so strict. Someone tried to bring in eggs and got stopped, being asked to eat them on the spot. Ha ha ha. Is this to prevent Lin Yi from getting hit by eggs? Here's a trick for you. Tuck some vegetable leaves into your waistband and pelt Lin Yi with them when you see him. Great idea. Security checks don't inspect waistbands. 666. Other fans hide light signs this way, but you guys are hiding weapons to throw at people. Rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables. The damage is minimal but the insult is extreme. Are there any anti-fans buying front row tickets? Looking forward to someone spitting on stage. Anti-fans buying front row tickets. That's some next level hatred. To avoid affecting their performance, Tang Zian and Tang Zishuan didn't browse Weibo, nor did they allow Lin Yi to do so. Lin Yi wasn't in the mood to browse either. This was his first time singing on a concert stage, and he was still a bit nervous. Lin Yi closed his eyes, put on his headphones, and listened to his recording of Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, gradually calming his emotions. Meanwhile, over at Su Yao's side, while doing her makeup, she browsed Weibo and saw netizens mocking Lin Yi, which lifted her spirits somewhat. On the day they decided to perform the new song, Sister Gu immediately promoted it online, and her concert tickets sold out successfully. Now, she has become much more tolerant of the fans who went to find Lin Yi. She thought it would be best if those fans could stir up some trouble, making it awkward for Lin Yi and that pair of twins. Wow wow wow. Not only are there young people at Yao Yao's side, but also many uncles and aunties came to watch. What does national popularity mean? Yao Yao is amazing. Su Yao saw fans praising her, with some even posting comparison photos of the two venues. Yao Yao's venue is so huge and magnificent, it can hold up to 60,000 people. The twins' venue only fits a little over 20,000 people. So lame. Some fans of girls were unhappy and retorted. A maximum capacity of 60,000 doesn't mean there are actually 60,000 people, okay? Just look at the seating chart, there are plenty of areas with no one sitting there. Su Yao's fans sneered. Even if only half the seats are filled, it's still more than your crowd. What kind of industry veterans are you? Is this all you've got? Su Yao really liked this comment. Although she debuted later than the twins and started from a lower position, but she rose to fame faster than any other group. Just wait, she'll become more popular than anyone else. Today is just the beginning. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the concert officially began. Senior, go for it. Tang Zian clenched her fist at Lin Yi and said, "We'll be cheering for you backstage." Tang Zishuan was forced to hold two glow sticks, which looked completely out of place with her cool and aloof style. Seeing Lin Yi glance over, Tang Zishuan's ears turned slightly warm, but her tone remained indifferent. "Good luck. Otherwise, Zian will hit you with this," she said, looking at the glow stick. "Tang Zian, don't spread rumors. Don't believe rumors." Lin Yi was almost amused. His mood completely relaxed as he took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. The noisy venue instantly fell silent, with everyone staring at him, some even lowering their heads to whisper among themselves. Who's this guy? Wasn't the opening guest supposed to be Lin Yi? This guy is kinda handsome. Some fans immediately took out their phones to snap photos, planning to search online later to find out who he was. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yi." Lin Yi smiled and greeted the audience. "This is Lin Yi? Lin Yi is this handsome? I don't believe it. Dude, aren't you a fan of the soaring duo? Tell me, is this really Lin Yi?" "No idea." The guy being questioned looked awkward. "I was always too busy watching Yao Yao. I don't even know Lin Yi." "Damn, and you said you were going to scold Lin Yi? Turns out you don't even know him. I get it now. No wonder Lin Yi dared to go on stage, it's because no one recognized him. I remember Lin Yi used to like wearing sunglasses, right? Why isn't he wearing them today? Changing his image? Boo, boo." Boos gradually rose in the venue, coming from all directions. "Gold digger, get off! Gold digger, get off!" Lin Yi wasn't angered by the nickname, as he had long anticipated this scenario. "Everyone, please calm down," Lin Yi said. "I'll only sing one song, and leave right after. Boo, get off the stage. Boo, get off the stage." The anti-fans didn't want to hear a single song, they just wanted to drive Lin Yi away to vent their anger for Yao Yao. Girls fans were originally quite laid back, neither supporting nor hating Lin Yi, but now they're starting to get annoyed. They came to the concert just to enjoy the music happily, but now the atmosphere is ruined all because of Lin Yi. After this performance, if the sisters keep associating with Lin Yi, I'm unstanding. Same here. A perfectly good girl group, why get involved with a man, and a freeloader at that? Disgusting. Amidst the wave of criticism, the accompaniment of Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies began to play. Unaffected by the outside noise, Lin Yi started singing softly to the rhythm. "Today I watch the snow drift by in the cold night, with a heart grown cold. I wander far away, vast skies and open seas. You and I, will we change? Who hasn't changed?" Lin Yi's singing was deep and gentle, quickly capturing everyone's attention. The shouts of abuse suddenly quieted down, replaced mostly by confusion and surprise. What is this? A Cantonese song? I've never heard this before. It's actually quite nice. Does Lin Yi really sing with such depth? I thought he only knew how to say oh yeah and stay. Fine. I'll give him the length of one song. I'll wait until he finishes singing before criticizing. The noise gradually faded, and Lin Yi's voice suddenly rose with intensity. Forgive me for this life of unrestrained freedom-loving recklessness. Might also fear one day I'll fall. Anyone can abandon their ideals. Why fear a day when it's just you and me? As soon as the chorus hit, the entire audience felt a shiver, goosebumps rising involuntarily on their arms. What? What is this? So good. Chapter 4, Lin Yi has new songs? That's insane. Lin Yi kept singing, while the audience fell completely silent. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the big screen, afraid to miss a single word. When Lin Yi first started singing, they were too busy mocking him to hear a single line clearly, but when the chorus kicked in, it was like an electric shock to their brains. Their instincts told them that if they didn't listen carefully now, they would surely regret it. How many times, facing cold stares and mockery, never once gave up the ideals in my heart, the love in my heart, who understands me? Forgive me for this life of unrestrained indulgence in freedom. Might also fear one day I'll fall. The second chorus was even more powerful than the first, and the audience felt their blood boiling as they read the lyrics. They were all young people with dreams and ideals, chasing their aspirations while cherishing freedom. The song struck the most important chord in their hearts, resonating deeply with the crowd. When Lin Yi sang the chorus for the third time, someone clumsily began to sing along. The singing along gradually spread from a small group, and even some anti-fans couldn't help moving their lips. Upon noticing, girls fans cast meaningful glances at the anti-fans. The anti-fans couldn't save face and immediately shut their mouths. Until Lin Yi finished singing the entire song and the music stopped, the anti-fans suddenly felt a sense of loss. Is this face really necessary to save? Should have just sung it. Enjoy the moment first. A song titled Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, dedicated to everyone. On stage, Lin Yi bowed to the audience and then turned to leave. Towards the end of the song, it seemed like some people were singing along, which probably means everyone was quite satisfied with it, right? Before Lin Yi could even feel happy, a man suddenly stood up in the intersection and shouted, "Hey, don't go!" Having heard rumors about anti-fans in the intersection, Lin Yi quickened his pace, thinking the man was about to attack him based on his aggressive posture, disappearing from the audience's sight in an instant. The big brother got anxious. "Don't go. Oh bro, one more song." The security guard about to step in to maintain order? Lin Yi returned backstage, only to be startled by a figure in a white dress rushing towards him. He reached out to steady the person before him, seeing Tang Xian's flushed face and excited expression. "Senior, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies sounds amazing. You're so talented." The junior always praised people so bluntly, making Lin Yi feel a bit shy. The stage couldn't be left unattended for long, so Lin Yi skipped the small talk and urged, "Hurry up and go on stage. Do your best." He glanced at another aloof schoolmate in a black dress and said separately, "Good luck." "Yeah," Tang Zishuan responded, holding her sister's hand. "I won't lose to you." Lin Yi smiled and watched the sisters step onto the stage. "Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, bro." As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Tang Zishuan heard the fans' chants, but they weren't calling for them, they were calling for Lin Yi. Tang Xian blinked her eyes and deliberately asked, "This is our concert, right?" "That's right," a fan in the front row shouted, "but we want to hear Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies." "No can do." Tang Xian shook her head and said, "They just came up, and you're already asking them to leave." Lin Yi is heartbroken by you all and is currently recovering backstage, so he can't perform. The audience? Really? Of course it's true. As if hearing everyone's thoughts, Tang Xian nodded and said, "Would I lie to you?" Her face is adorable, and so is her way of speaking. All the gentlemen and young ladies at the scene were instantly smitten, exclaiming, "No way, that's more like it." Tang Xian was great at controlling the atmosphere and said with a smile, "We should give him some time to heal. Next, let's listen to my sister and me sing." "Great, sing Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies." Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. The audience erupted in shouts. When it comes to favorite songs, everyone loves putting them on repeat. Just one listen earlier was nowhere near enough. Tang Xian's smile remained unchanged as she shook her head and said, "No, sorry, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies is a song written by Lin Yi. This is our first time hearing it too, so we don't know how to sing it yet." Holy crap! The live audience erupted in excitement. Was Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies written by Lin Yi himself? I thought it was written by the twins. Isn't he the soft rice king? Can a soft rice king write songs? And Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies is a Cantonese song. Does Lin Yi know Cantonese? If he didn't know Cantonese, how did he just sing it? I mean, He can write Cantonese songs? Singing and composing are two different things. Right. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all expressing doubt about Tang Xian's words. But Lin Yi's performance of that song had a distinct flavor, and the style didn't match the twins' usual work. Could it really be that Lin Yi wrote it himself? That guy who only knew how to say oh yeah in the soaring duo, can he really write songs? Tang Xian dropped a bombshell that left everyone stunned. No one was shouting anymore as the intro to Girl's signature song began playing in their ears. The sisters quickly got into the groove and started singing their well-rehearsed hit, Never Change. The main force at the scene was the twins' fans. Upon hearing the familiar music, they quickly immersed themselves in it, stopping their discussions about boundless oceans, vast skies. Only Lin Yi's anti-fans were scratching their heads, eager to find out what Lin Yi's true level was. Boundless oceans, vast skies is so outstanding. If Lin Yi wrote it himself, then kicking Lin Yi out of the group would have been an incredibly stupid decision. The haters couldn't hold back, grabbing their phones to check Weibo and see how Su Yao's concert was going. Woohoo! Yao Yao's concert is so lit. I'm hyped. Even the aunties in the front row were singing along. Can you believe it? Our Yao Yao is on fire. Lin Yi is truly a useless waste of space. Today, they replaced him with someone else, so what? Did it affect the song at all? Nope, not to brag, but I could do it too. Thinking about that loser taking 50% of the money before, my heart aches for Yao Yao. Thank goodness there's no more charity cases now. Get lost. Freeloader King. Yao Yao is performing a new song today. Those fans who went to the girls' concert are missing out big time. Why don't you take a taxi over? You can still listen outside the venue, there's time. Seeing this post, many anti-fans were tempted. Although they'd long known Su Yao would perform a new song, they weren't particularly eager. It wasn't a must-hear today. But after hearing Lin Yi's Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, their anticipation for Su Yao's new song completely changed. In their hearts, Su Yao has always been the soul of the soaring duo. If even Lin Yi can write boundless seas and skies, what about Su Yao? Surely even more impressive than Lin Yi. Missing out on hearing such a song right away is a total loss. Anyway, Lin Yi had already finished singing, and they weren't fans of girls, so leaving now wouldn't be a regret. Many anti-fans exchanged glances, stood up in unison, and quickly exited the venue. Staff members frantically reported the incident to the backstage, asking if any remedial measures were needed. Remedy what? Let them go. Agent He Wu didn't care. After all, the tickets were already sold, and no refunds would be given if people left. A glance at the online buzz made it clear that those leaving were rushing to Su Yao's concert. He Wu scoffed and said, I don't know how much they'll lose by missing Su Yao's songs, but skipping our new single, they're missing out big time. As she spoke, she stole a glance in Lin Yi's direction, still feeling a sense of awe. This guy actually managed to write two such amazing new songs in a row. Could it be that he was the true soul of the soaring duo? On stage, Tang Xian noticed the commotion in the audience but calmly finished singing the current song. The next song was originally an old one, but she's changed her mind now. Wow, I noticed a lot of people left midway. Did we sing that badly? Tang Xian asked playfully. No, front row fans loudly denied. Those are all Lin Yi's anti-fans. Don't pay attention to them. No need to comfort me. Tang Xian pretended to wipe away tears sadly. Since you think the old songs aren't good, how about we sing new ones? Ha! The fans were both shocked and delighted. A new song? He never mentioned it before. Alright, everyone hurriedly responded, afraid he wouldn't sing if they were late. Spoiler alert. Tang Xian blinked at everyone and said, this song was also written by Lin Yi. Some of the remaining anti-fans immediately put down their phones and stared wide-eyed at the stage. Lin Yi has another new song? Is he crazy? Who does he think he is? Yao Yao? Under the disbelieving gazes of the anti-fans, the stage lights dimmed. The big screen no longer showed the twins' faces but instead displayed a line of text, Next Stop, Diva. Chapter 5, Next Stop, Diva. Everyone knew that Next Stop, Diva was the name of the new song. Although they haven't started singing yet, just seeing this name gives girls fans an excited feeling. Daring to use Queen of Pop as the song title, the quality surely won't disappoint them, right? A melodious prelude fills the air as the song title fades from the big screen, revealing the twins' charming faces once again. Tang Xian begins to sing, standing in front of Daimaru, carefully looking at my path. At the next station, to Tin Hao would of course be the best. This is a song completely different from Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies is full of fighting spirit, youthful passion, and stirs people's excitement. Next Stop, Heavenly Queen is more melodious, deeper in emotion, and more romantic. Unlike Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, which thrills listeners with its fervor, the delicate emotions once again deeply move the entire audience. Even if one day I hold a solo concert, who would sing if he couldn't make it to the scene? Still it feels like living in vain. Not being in love teaches me how to sing. On stage, Tang Zixuan sang with deep affection, as if confessing her love to the fans. When she sings, She is full of passion, completely different from her usual aloof demeanor. The fans love this about her the most. The Gapmo makes their hearts scream internally, and they can't stop waving their light signs. The remaining anti-fans watch the twins on stage, their little hearts pounding wildly. How does it feel even more charming than Yao Yao? Daydreams take flight, never too far, too abstract. Finally becoming a diva. Becoming a bride is all an ideal. By the end of the song, lightsticks were waving across the entire venue. The anti-fans without lightsticks, seeing others use their phone flashlights as substitutes, secretly followed suit and began waving their phones too. Hey man, aren't you Lin Yi's anti-fan? Someone nearby deliberately asked. The hater said coldly, I stan the twins, what does Lin Yi have to do with it? But this song was written by Lin Yi, the person reminded with a smile. The hater. Damn, almost forgot about that. The hater's faces stiffened, inwardly cursing Lin Yi for being so talented while also feeling utterly confused. How could Lin Yi be so talented? Wasn't he just a freeloading soft rice king who did nothing? Could it be that Lin Yi was actually the soul of the soaring duo? This thought flashed by, startling the anti-fans so much their phone trembled. After Next Stop, Diva finished. Some anti-fans couldn't wait to check the fan group chat to see how Suya was doing. Anti-fans who left midway anxiously spammed the group. I'm on my way. Didn't miss anything, right? Hurry hurry. The anti-fans who stayed at the twins concert scene were too embarrassed to say. As soon as you left, they started singing new songs here. So amazing. You missed all of it. Someone recorded the live performance of Next Stop, Diva, but no one dared to share it in the group. This is Suyao's fan group. After all, what's the point of sharing someone else's live performance? You'd get kicked out in no time. On stage, Tang Zian asked the audience with a smile if they were satisfied with the new song. Satisfied. Satisfied. One more song. One more song. Encore. Encore. The fans shouted from below, their voices deafening. Ha! Tang Zian looked puzzled. Isn't encore supposed to be shouted after the show ends? Isn't it a bit early to shout now? Sing it again. Sing it again. Next stop. Diva. Next stop. Diva. They wouldn't let Tang Zian play dumb and precisely stated their goal. Tang Zian blinked and deliberately asked, then do you prefer Next Stop, Diva or Boundless Skies? Next stop. Diva. Next stop. Diva. The fans shouted in unison. Although some people prefer boundless oceans, vast skies, Lin Yi won't sing it again, so let's just say we like Queen instead. Maybe if the twins are happy, they'll really sing it again. Ah. Unexpectedly, Tang Zian looked very disappointed and said, how could you guys be like this? The director just told me that Lin Yi has recovered from his injury and can go on stage to sing again. But then you said you prefer the diva over boundless oceans and skies, and he got so upset that he collapsed again. The entire audience? Hearing this from the backstage rest area, Lin Yi nearly spat out his water in shock. The junior really knows how to spin a yarn. Not just Lin Yi, even Tang Zishuan twitched the corner of her mouth, barely holding it together. The fans realized it belatedly. Wait, Next Stop. Diva was also written by Lin Yi. What's wrong with liking it? What the hell is he sad about? Liar, liar. The fans protested loudly. Tang Zian clutched her chest, staggering back a few steps. You call me a liar? I'm so heartbroken. I can't sing anymore. Can't sing Next Stop. Diva. Fans? Afterward, the twins continued to perform their old songs. The fans were seething with frustration, but they listened obediently, hoping they'd perform it one more time at the end. The time approached 8:30. Haters who took a taxi from the south to the north of the city gathered outside the venue, eagerly anticipating Suyao's new song. Inside the venue, Suyao stood on the highly anticipated stage, looking at the fans holding up lightboards and glow sticks in the audience, feeling incredibly excited. These people were all here for her, and had nothing to do with Lin Yi. Next, she was going to perform the new song prepared for her by the company. Once this song becomes a hit, Lin Yi will be completely relegated to the past of the soaring duo. No, this song is bound to be a hit. Her performances of Above the Moon and The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style were hits across the country. How could her new song not be popular? Thinking of the past, Su Yao was full of confidence in herself. She gripped the microphone and announced loudly, the new song Above the Blue Sky is dedicated to all friends present here today. Whoa! The entire audience cheered, then quickly quieted down, suppressing their excitement as they gazed at the stage. As the intro played, Su Yao's heart pounded with exhilaration, and she began to sing. Above the sky, clouds drift by. The dream in my heart keeps chasing on, stumbling and falling. I won't let go, because I know the future awaits me. Su Yao, Su Yao. The staff's voice suddenly came through the in-ear monitor. Urgent and anxious, you're rushing the beat. Su Yao's face turned pale, her heart sinking abruptly. Stay calm, stay calm. She comforted herself inwardly. Missing the beat wasn't something that hadn't happened before, but she always managed to turn danger into safety, didn't she? As long as someone like Lin Yi was there to control the rhythm, she could easily catch the next beat without any issues. The staff immediately gave orders to Su Yao's partner, Ma Yu. Quickly hum a few lines to help Su Yao get back on rhythm. Ha! The new partner Ma Yu was completely bewildered. What are you humming? How to adjust the rhythm? He doesn't know how. What made the staff even more exasperated was that Ma Yu, encountering this situation for the first time, had no experience and directly let out an ah. The entire venue heard it. Chapter 6, Concert Mishap. Ha! What? What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Did you forget the lyrics? Making such a basic mistake? The crowd in the venue stirred, everyone craning their necks to look at the stage. Some audience members in the back row put on binoculars or zoomed in with their phone cameras, eager to catch the drama. Su Yao panicked completely, the lyrics stuck in her throat unsung. Ma Yu also grew nervous, glancing around with a pale face, clearly realizing what a huge mistake they had just made. The backstage crew was frantic, with Agent Guqing reacting the fastest, shouting at the control panel, "Stop the music, play a different backing track, make it look like a backstage error, quick." The staff hurriedly followed the instructions. The fans heard the music suddenly stop, and before they could even feel puzzled, the accompaniments of Above the Moon and the most dazzling ethnic wind started playing one after another in their ears. The entire audience? What's going on? Is the sound system going crazy? We sincerely apologize. The broadcast announcement sounded. There is a malfunction with the backstage equipment. Technicians are working urgently to fix it. Please remain seated and refrain from making noise or moving around. The composed voice calmed most of the crowd. The curious onlookers who had been craning their necks sat back down in their seats, though their chatter didn't stop. Is this organizer even competent? Malfunctions at the last minute, what a joke. Finally waited for Yao Yao's new song, only for it to be ruined by the organizers. Arg, so mad. I'll kill the organizers. Actually, I'm a bit suspicious. Was it really an equipment malfunction? Could it be the singer's mistake, and they're just blaming it on the malfunction to save face? I suspect the same. That ah sound was so abrupt. It was definitely this S mistake. Why is Yao Yao's new partner so terrible? Even worse than Brother Yi. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding fans silently nodded in agreement. Although Lin Yi is a bit mediocre and lacks talent, at least he's never made a mistake. In an instant, the fans who had claimed changing members wouldn't make a difference looked rather embarrassed. Su Yao changed her partner, and the impact was unexpectedly huge. This Ma Yu is so terrible. I'm so disappointed. Useless. Someone cursed, joining other fans in angrily glaring at the stage. They didn't go spit at Lin Yi's concert, but now they really want to rush on stage and drown Ma Yu in saliva. Su Yao and Ma Yu temporarily returned backstage, both looking very upset. The manager also had a grim expression, but now wasn't the time for scolding. Guqing looked at Ma Yu and said, "Later when you go back on stage, take the initiative to admit your mistake and shoulder the blame." Although the broadcast claimed it was an equipment malfunction, that was merely a delaying tactic that wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. Fans on Weibo are already criticizing Ma Yu, as his mistake was too obvious. Guqing plans to go with the flow, sacrificing Ma Yu to protect Su Yao. Between the two, Ma Yu is just an insignificant minor character, while Su Yao is the company's prized cash cow. Ma Yu knows the manager wants to sacrifice him, but he can do nothing about it, only nodding with a pale face. Seeing how sensible he was, Guqing's expression softened slightly, offering advice. You can say you're also a fan of Yao Yao and got too excited and nervous singing the new song with her, which led to the mistake. If you admit your mistake sincerely and act like a shy, innocent boy, you might even gain some fans. Yes, Ma Yu nodded repeatedly, feeling a glimmer of hope for the future. Seeing her agent firmly backing her up, Su Yao's stage fright completely vanished. Right, what was she afraid of? As long as she had value, even if she made mistakes, no one would blame her, someone would always take the fall for her. Fame truly is a wonderful thing. Su Yao felt smug inside, but wore a guilty expression as she looked at Guqing and Ma Yu, saying, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." The girl's pitiful gaze and uneasy demeanor stirred something in Ma Yu's heart, prompting him to quickly say, No, it's all my fault. The fans didn't even notice you rushing the beat." "What rushing the beat?" Guqing frowned and glared at Ma Yu. "No one missed the beat, you simply forgot the lyrics. Got it?" This was about making Ma Yu completely forget Su Yao's missed beat and be a reliable scapegoat. Seeing the girl's nervous expression, Ma Yu nodded firmly. "I understand. Enough." Guqing checked the time and said, "Let's go back and finish the last song. Dragging it out too long isn't good." The two nodded and strode toward the stage. At an unseen corner, Su Yao's fingers lightly brushed against Ma Yu's palm. Thinking it was an accident, he quickened his pace to create distance, lest he upset the big star. But then the girl's captivating voice reached his ears. "Thank you for helping me, brother Ma Yu." Ma Yu. Because of this incident, Ma Yu didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment when apologizing. His apology was so sincere that he seemed more like a brainless fan than even Guqing had described. Ha! Hearing Ma Yu say that he was also a fan of Su Yao and got so nervous that he made a mistake. The audience fans let out friendly exclamations of surprise. So Ma Yu admires Yao Yao so much. How adorable. Although it's a bit unprofessional, I think it can be forgiven? Put yourself in their shoes. If I were Ma Yu, I'd be so nervous I'd forget the lyrics too. It's a new song, it's normal to not be familiar with it yet. Shoo, quiet, Yao Yao is about to sing. Ma Yu's explanation won over quite a few people's understanding. The accompaniment of Above the Blue Sky played again, and the fans quieted down, immersing themselves in the moment. This time, Su Yao was extra cautious and didn't rush the beat. Above the sky, clouds drift by, the dreams in my heart, always chasing after, soaring above the blue sky, chasing the dream of freedom. I want the world to hear my voice. I won't stop my steps in the wind and rain, because I believe success is just around the corner. Su Yao felt this song resonated deeply with her emotions, so she sang with extra passion. By the end, she even hit a soaring high note. I want the world to hear my voice. I want the world to hear my voice. Oh whoa! After she finished singing, the moved fans all stood up, cheering and applauding excitedly for her. Yao Yao, Yao Yao. The crowd chanted her name as if hailing a legendary superstar. Su Yao, flushed with excitement, raised her hands high, reveling in the moment. Damn! What kind of garbage is this? Outside the venue, fans who had taken a taxi from Lin Yi's side turned green-faced after hearing the new song. This song is nowhere near as good as Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. It's not even as catchy as Moon Above or the most dazzling ethnic style. The anti-fans heard the cheers in the venue and couldn't understand what everyone was so excited about. This gets you hyped? If they heard Lin Yi's rendition of Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, wouldn't they be thrilled to death? Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my taxi fare, over $50, for this. Encore, encore. Hearing the encore chants inside the venue, the anti-fans panicked and rushed to flee. They want to play this terrible song again? No way. While running, the anti-fans pulled out their phones to message their friends still at Lin Yi's side. Bro, tell me if Lin Yi performed an encore of Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, this is really important to me. He didn't, the buddy quickly replied. The anti-fans outside the venue heaved a huge sigh of relief. Good thing he didn't, or he'd be furious. But the twins performed an encore with Next Stop. Superstar, absolutely amazing, my friend added. Oh, by the way, you didn't know Next Stop, Superstar was also written by Lin Yi, and it's incredibly good. I recorded a video and will send it to you later. Anti-fans outside the venue? Lin Yi has other songs? Don't post it later. Do it now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. After listening to Above the Blue Sky, he desperately needs to cleanse his ears. Chapter 7, Su Yao's Mistake. Partner takes the blame? Classic. Lin Yi was unaware of the mishap at Su Yao's concert. The twins had just returned backstage after performing Next Stop, Superstar, yet the fans' cheers showed no signs of fading. Encore, encore, girls, girls. The fans refused to leave, shouting in hopes of a miracle. Tang Xian was deeply moved, but still mercilessly began removing her makeup. Next time we'll definitely sing more, she said with a grin. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere outside took a sudden turn. Boundless skies, boundless seas, Lin Yi, oh ye brother, oh ye brother. Apparently, since the twins weren't returning for an encore, the fans decided to try calling for someone else. Tang Xian, love doesn't disappear, but it can shift? She glanced at Lin Yi, who shrugged with an innocent expression. Stay. The fans started babbling nonsense, trying to lure Lin Yi out with the classic lyrics of the most dazzling ethnic style. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire their persistence. Yet he didn't take the stage. The staff were busy clocking out, and the stage lights had long been turned off. Even if he went up, he wouldn't be able to perform effectively, it would just be awkward. The organizers turned on the broadcast, misleading everyone by saying Lin Yi had already left, urging fans to leave the venue quickly and not linger. Lin Yi soon heard the disappointed voices of the fans, which touched him deeply. Never before had anyone anticipated his appearance so eagerly. Teacher Lin Yi. Suddenly, a staff member ran up to Lin Yi, holding paper and a pen, and said excitedly, I like you, can you give me your autograph? You, like me? Lin Yi was utterly surprised. When he went out with Su Yao, it wasn't like they had never been asked for autographs by fans. But those fans were clearly here for Su Yao, his autograph was just an afterthought. Some blunt ones would even snatch the card away after Su Yao signed, leaving him no chance to add his own signature. Now, someone specifically asked for his autograph, leaving Lin Yi stunned for quite a while. Teacher Lin Yi? Seeing Lin Yi lost in thought, the other person called out softly, their excited expression tinged with nervousness. Is that okay? Of course it is. Lin Yi quickly smiled at her and signed his name on the card. Could you also write Boundless Oceans and Skies? The fan asked quietly. Lin Yi nodded and wrote 4 more words. The fans' eyes lit up as they asked, "Could you also add 'Forgive me for my wild and unrestrained love of freedom'?" Lin Yi, "How about I just copy the lyrics for you?" he said. The fan was both surprised and delighted. "Oh, that would be too much to ask. Lin Yi, you actually took it seriously?" He added the lyric the fan liked, then returned the card and pen to her. The fan didn't leave in a hurry but instead looked at him with shining eyes. "I believe you're definitely not the freeloader they claim online. I think you'll become even more popular than Su Yao. Her splitting up with you is her loss." Lin Yi smiled and said, "I appreciate your kind words." After the fan left, Tang Xian, who had just removed her makeup, leaned close to Lin Yi and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Wow, Senior has a little admirer. Just one, can't compare to you guys?" Lin Yi said. Today was after all the twins show, and he was worried the staff would ask for his autograph instead of the twins. It might make the twins feel uncomfortable. Back when he and Su Yao attended a music festival together, some fans ignored Su Yao, which upset her for quite a while. The girl's tears made his heart ache, so he brought out the hit song, The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Lin Yi scratched his head. Was he being manipulated back then? Who said there's only one? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Tang Xian quickly pulled Tang Zishuan over and said, "My sister and I are your fans too." Seeing that Tang Xian wasn't upset and instead comforted him, Lin Yi felt another wave of warmth in his heart. He had overthought things. The twins were different from Su Yao, not just us. Tang Xian still felt it wasn't enough, so she pulled her agent He Wu over and said, "Sister Wu is also your fan." Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. "I believe it." He Wu didn't refute it, giving Lin Yi a deep look before inviting the 3 of them to celebrate with a late-night snack. Wishing our concert a great success. Senior Lin Yi taking the first step to win over fans. Cheers! In the pre-booked private room, Tang Xian raised her glass to liven up the atmosphere. Just as Lin Yi raised his glass, He Wu suddenly chuckled. "You forgot to mention one more thing." "What?" Tang Xian blinked in confusion. "Is there anything else worth celebrating today?" He Wu took out her phone and showed the latest Weibo hot search to the trio, barely holding back her laughter. "Breaking! Su Yao's concert mishap." "Ha!" Tang Xian widened her eyes and quickly snatched the phone to indulge in the gossip. "What a great day today. Our concert was such a success, yet Su Yao actually made a mistake? Ha ha ha. Serves her right. Let her abandon Senior Lin Yi." Tang Xian watched on, her brows suddenly furrowing. Although the trending topic was titled Su Yao's mistake, the actual content pointed to her partner's error. The partner even claimed to be Su Yao's fan, saying he got too excited singing with her and thus made a nervous mistake. The entire trending section was filled with praises for Su Yao's charm. They even praised her new song Above the Blue Sky for being well sung, saying it's bound to dominate KTV playlists again. This trending topic must have been bought by Su Yao. Tang Xian angrily put down her phone. She thought she'd finally see Su Yao face some misfortune, but never expected the other party could spin even a mistake like this. So annoying. Tang Zishuan picked up her phone and opened the leaked live footage. Although the video quality was compressed, she still noticed that Su Yao's expression had changed before her partner's mistake. She had a hunch and opened the video of Su Yao performing the new song. "Ah, it sounds awful. Turn it off. Turn it off." Tang Xian disliked Su Yao and didn't want to hear her sing even more. "Stop the noise." Tang Zishuan glanced at her, expressionless. Tang Xian was instantly overwhelmed by her sister's domineering aura and buried herself in eating, venting her frustration on the food. Tang Zishuan watched the 2 video clips repeatedly, confirming her suspicions. Su Yao rushed the beat. Lin Yi said, "Tang Zishuan?" She was just about to say. Sister's gaze seemed to grow resentful as well. Lin Yi, not understanding why, explained, "She often has a habit of rushing the beat when singing new songs, and this time was no exception." Tang Zishuan felt a little better inside. After all, Lin Yi was Su Yao's longtime partner. It was only natural that he understood her better than she did. Su Yao missed the beat? Let me see. Let me see. Tang Xian regained her energy, snatched the phone, and carefully watched the video of Su Yao's mistake, confirming that she indeed missed the beat. Su Yao is so shameless. She made a mistake herself but pinned the blame on her partner? She couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi. If the senior hadn't left the group, wouldn't he be the one taking the blame today? Tang Xian grew angrier the more she thought about it, taking out her phone to speak up on her main account. Who actually messed up? Stop whitewashing. Okay. Chapter 8, Removing from Trending? That'll cost extra. Tang Xian's Weibo post included the trending hashtag. No need for fans to speculate blindly. The target is clearly Su Yao. Su Yao's fans are still reveling, celebrating her new song release, her charm so overwhelming even her partner couldn't resist. Suddenly, upon refreshing, Tang Xian's Weibo post appeared out of nowhere. Su Yao's fans? What exactly does "who made the mistake" mean? What does whitewashing mean? Apart from Ma Yu, did anyone else make a mistake? Why does Tang Xian always try to ride on others' coattails? Stop it already. First you invited Lin Yi as a guest, now you're coming after Yao Yao. Stop being such a clout chaser. I swear, Tang Xian must be green with envy. Ha! Held a concert on the same day as Yao Yao. Yet Yao Yao made it to trending while she didn't even get a whiff of it. Hilarious. A third-rate group that invited Lin Yi as a guest could never make it to trending. LOL. This is just pitiful to watch. Everyone, ignore her. Don't give her any attention, let her stew in jealousy. At first, I thought getting involved with Lin Yi was their misfortune, but turns out they're a perfect match. One loves to ride coattails, the other lives off others, lock them up together. Suyao's fans were all sneering and making sarcastic remarks. Only some fans who attended the twins' live performance refrained from joining the fight. They didn't know why Tang Xian said that, and there was only one question in their minds. Why didn't See the Sky and Next Station Diva Catch Fire? A song that good can't even make it to the tail end of the Hot 100? It's not scientific. Tang Xian didn't care at all about whether she was on the hot search or not right now. All she could think about was dismantling Suyao's facade. Calling her sour? Don't make her laugh, okay? Lin Yi wrote a song as good as Next Station Diva for them to sing. Why does she need to be jealous and envious of Suyao? Suyao's mistake in grabbing the camera wasn't obvious enough for the fans to notice. Tang Xian backhandedly posted her sister's edited comparison video on Weibo. The video zoomed in on Suyao. You can clearly see Suyao's face suddenly change after singing, and it took several seconds before Ma Yu's sounded. On top of that, there's the comparison between Suyao's two singing sessions, with the first one clearly having the wrong tempo. The twins' fans were being suffocated by the taunts, and when they saw the video Tang Xian posted, they were instantly opened up to the two chakras. They've found a counter angle, so that's what happened. Master, I have realized. From the video, it's obvious that Suyao fumbled first, and Ma Yu probably realized it, which is why he ought. 666. So it was Suyao who missed. It's called snaps home, people. I can't believe that a professional singer would snatch a shot. Ha ha ha. Suyao fans were caught off guard by the comparison video, but they didn't panic too much and met the battle calmly. What's wrong with grabbing a beat? Wang XX and UXX have both snatched shots, and you dare to say they're not professional singers? That's, Goddess Use Snaps even created a classic. What do you know? The twin fans laughed. It's not embarrassing to grab a shot. It's embarrassing for anyone who panics. People's Goddess You is a classic. What are you guys? Classic dumping? Suyao's fumbling partner takes the fall. Dian. Really Dian. Suyao's character is too bad. It's bad luck to partner with her. Who envied Ma Yu's success in chasing stars before? Do you want this blessing? In the entertainment industry, stars can have little strength, but their character should never be too bad. Suyao's snatch belonged to the issue of ability, and could have been a big deal, but Ma Yu's backstabbing instantly turned the matter sour. Passers-by surfing the internet couldn't resist opening their mics. This Suyao, what the hell? Squeezing newcomers on the strength of her fire, right? Thinking of myself, the leader is incapable of having to take the job and let me do it, and blaming me when the project doesn't work. Don't say it upstairs. Me too, old backstabber. I thought the person who sang the most dazzling national wind took the civilian route, but I didn't realize it was also so disgusting. I heard Suyao decided to sing a new song just to sell tickets. So fickle. It's no wonder she sings well. No wonder. I said Above the Blue Sky was so hard to listen to, so it was written blind. That's a sloppy name. Above the Blue Sky is 2 words away from Above the Moon. If it wasn't for the fact that Above the Moon is also hers, I'd be calling her out for plagiarizing. Suyao, apologize. Suyao, apologize. The passers-by were very upset with Suyao's dumping and yelled for her to apologize. Suyao is a public figure, not to say that every move is flawless, but also can't engage in workplace bullying openly, right? People who have been dumped by the leader are very angry, and went to Suyao's microblogging to furiously brush. Suyao apologized. I didn't realize that there were fans helping Suyao. People aren't even mad at Ma Yu. So what's your hurry? Ma Yu likes Yao Yao so much. It's his honor to take the blame for Yao Yao. This kind of trippy words made netizens even more angry when they looked at it. Ma Yu is Ma Yu's business, but that's no reason to let people take the blame. Look at Ma Yu's beautifully silly face. Wouldn't he be PUA'd by Suyao? Thinking of myself when I first joined the industry, I was brainwashed by the leadership to only have the company and the team in mind. As a result, once I took a back seat, there was no use for me, and I was immediately told to get out. Suyao, apologize. Don't play dead. The comments section has been swept away. Suyao, who was attending the celebration banquet, held her cell phone, her fingers trembling slightly. What's going on? Sister Gu bought the hot search obviously in her favor and fans are praising her for her charisma. How did she turn into the big bad guy in the blink of an eye? Sister Gu, what should I do? Suyao's eyes were misty, like a frightened bunny. Gu Cheng frowned, and the internet opinion was also a bit distracting to her. The Suyao failure hot search was bought by her on her own initiative, originally wanting to turn passive into active, lest fans talk nonsense and affect the goodwill of passers-by. It works really well too. Mayu's brainwashed fan persona had successfully captured fans, and Suyao's new song had been successfully publicized. If it wasn't for Tang Xian's talkative behavior, there would only be peace in the world right now. Meh. Guqing sneered, looked at Suyao and said, no need to panic, black and red is also red. Let them quarrel first. Tomorrow I'll have Mayu send out another tweet apologizing that it was his own inability to work with you in a timely manner. It's all his fault, you don't have to talk. Suyao was absolutely unable to apologize, otherwise it would be a disguised admission that she was dumping. Mayu was also at the celebratory banquet. Guqing looked at him and warned, no problem, right, Mayu? No problem. Mayu hurriedly nodded his head, and not a trace of dissatisfaction could be seen on his face. It's my fault in the first place. If it wasn't for my risky behavior, Yao Yao would have definitely been able to turn the danger into a classic like Goddess You. This matter is all my fault. Suyao sniffed. The corners of her pursed lips slightly relaxed as she tenderly looked at Mayu. Brother Mayu, even though you missed, in my heart, you're not worse than Lin Yi at all. That's for sure. Guqing also laughed and took a sip of spirits, his tone disdainful. What is Lin Yi? A piece of trash who can't even make it to the tail end of a hot search. When she bought the hot searches, she made a point of saying hello to the other party to suppress the heat from the twins and Lin Yi. Tonight, all the glory belongs to Suyao. Don't look at Tang Xian dancing so happily. Take a look at the hot search. Still check no such person. At this point, the daily overtime bib marketing department. Boss, Lin Yi and the twins are searching so frequently. I can't believe they sang a new song too. Or two. This discussion would have to explode if the blocking was lifted. Boss, what's all the noise about? The person in charge glared at his subordinate. Don't bother me with the song. Forgive me for being unruly and indulgent and loving freedom. Lin Yi's new song is too good. Right. Before putting the headset back on, the person in charge blandly said, stop restricting the flow and let them discuss freely. Originally, he had thought that Lin Yi and the twins were minor characters, and the heat must be far less than Suyao's. Guqing was a longtime customer of his and had contributed a lot of performance to him over the years. It wouldn't be impossible for him to sell his old client's face, and incidentally suppress his competitors. But now, Lin Yi has the potential to be a hot one. Withdrawing heat one, that's a different price. Chapter 9. Suyao has a pit in her brain. Lin Yi, forgive my unruly indulgence and love of freedom. Lin Yi's new song, Sea and Sky. Girls, next station divas. As soon as the flow restriction stopped, 3 phrases immediately appeared at the tail end of the hot search, and climbed upward at a terrifying rate. Those fans who heard the concert live and couldn't wait to get their Sea to Sky and Next Stop Diva fix almost got depressed. No matter how many tweets they send out, they don't get more than double-digit views. It's definitely being targeted, isn't it? Especially the Lin Yi black fans, who ran 2 venues. No, they are no longer black fans now. Anyway, seeing Suyao's crappy song on the Hot 100 while not many people know the real God song, they're more pissed off than they were about missing the next diva, and are completely on the outs with Twitter. As long as it doesn't get blocked, post it to death. All come and listen to Haiku. Super God, next diva mega sounds great. No way. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard Lin Yi's new song, right? Restricted flow has provoked their reverse psychology, and the state of crazy amenity is like a water army. Kung Fu. Just moments ago, their tweets finally broke 100, 1,000, and even 10,000 views. Those who searched for Tang Xian and Lin Yi saw no longer Suyao-related content, but videos of girls' concerts. Seeing every video with a fan's frantic words of reassurance, the netizens were not impressed and even opened it with a critical attitude. Even Suyao's new song flopped. How much better can the twins be? Not to mention Lin Yi, who was a soft-boiled king who could only paddle. Today, watched the snow drift by on a cold night, floating away with a cooled heart. Fussy, the video opened and everyone was stunned. That sound, it's got some flavor. Someone silently turned up the volume and listened intently. Forgive me for this life, unbridled love of freedom. There will also be a fear that one day I will fall. Hearing the emotionally charged chorus shook the internet. This was sung by Lin Yi? That soft-boiled king? Lin Yi? Not sure. Listen again. Countless people unanimously took out their headphones and put them on, giving his song the utmost respect. Although the cell phone shots were poor, and although the live sound was garbled, none of it detracted from the charm of Sea to Sky. After listening to it once, they still didn't feel it was enough and listened to it a second and third time. After familiarizing yourself with the melody, you can't help but sing along with it in your mouth, or even let out a hiss. Forgive me for my unruly love of freedom. What the hell? From next door came a neighbor's yell. Can't anyone sleep anymore? Sorry. The man was so embarrassed that he hastily apologized, and then suddenly realized something. Yeah, it's so late, over an hour before the concert ends. Why is the live video just now coming out? Twin fans don't work. So many people can't help but condemn it online. The main man's new song is so good. I can't believe he's only publicizing it now. There you go. I know why. Because Lin Yi has no fans, dog head. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who says Lin Yi doesn't have any fans? I'll be a fan in a minute. Over an hour. Do you know how I spent that hour? My mom is obsessed with Su Yao and has to loop above the blue sky, saying she wants to be the square dance leader tomorrow. I'm getting brain atrophy just listening to it. Now well, my dad is in love with Sea to Sky and is arguing with my mom. Ha ha ha. What a great filial son upstairs. There's one thing that's too good to be true, and the sea is too good to be true. Hanging above the blue sky. Is Su Yao any good? Why isn't she as good as Lin Yi? Who's the soft eater anyway? Many people have questioned this. Before the group disbanded, it was said that Lin Yi paddled and fished, relying on Su Yao to bring him to fly, and was a soft rice king. But why did Su Yao pull her crotch as soon as Lin Yi left? Instead, Lin Yi showed amazing talent. In addition to Hai Kao, Next Station Diva has made countless netizens clap. It's a song that has great words, a great song, and most of all a perfect match between the two twin sisters. But I'm afraid anyone else singing it wouldn't be so flavorful. It's a song that feels like it was written for the twins. The more the netizens listen to their favorites, the more they envy them in their hearts. Who said that the twins were out of their minds? Who said that the twins had bad luck with Lin Yi? It's obviously Su Yao who's the one who's in over her head. Lin Yi, look at my idol. Write her a song too? Please. Also check out my idol, at Kai XX. She's really missing good songs, at Zhang XX. Come hug Lin Yi's thigh. The fans of the other singers were envious, all wishing that their idols could also work with Lin Yi. It had only been a while, and Sea and Sky and Next Station Diva had already made it to the music app's hit list. The heat has surpassed Su Yao's Above the Blue Sky. Su Yao's fans were so upset that they were shady. Yo yo yo, if Lin Yi says he wrote the new song, he wrote it? Lin Yi is so good at eating soft food. Maybe the twins wrote it. It's specifically used to praise him. Isn't Tang Zixuan a talented girl? She wrote most of girls' songs. I think these two are too. You guys licking Lin Yi is useless. He's just a soft rice king. All he does is paddle the water and feel the fish. I've never heard of Lin Yi writing Cantonese songs before, and this time he comes up with two songs at once. And you guys don't even suspect him of cheating? Where's his brain? The netizens were listening to the song to their heads. That's why they helped Lin Yi. At this moment, when he saw Su Yao's fans' analysis, he calmed down again and felt that it made sense. Yeah, Lin Yi had never written a Cantonese song before at all, and the songwriting credits for Above the Moon and The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind were behind Su Yao. The moisture content is tremendous. These two songs, did Lin Yi really write them? On the contrary, Tang Zixuan of the girls group, since her debut, is a talented woman persona, and did write a few good songs. If these two songs were really written by Tang Zixuan but used to praise Lin Yi, the twins' fans collectively winced. Pouring doesn't have to be so licky. Lin Yi doesn't know how to drop heads, does he? Twin fans were desperate for confirmation and ran to comment under the sisters' tweets. Who the hell wrote that? Begging for a response. It's important to me. The Su Yao fan was very pleased to see the opposing fan panicking. Humph. Let you guys talk bad about Yo-Yo. Sure it. Rip it louder. Most celebrities don't pay attention to their fans and don't respond to them first even if they are screaming at the top of their lungs. But Tang Zian surfed on the first line and favored not following the routine. Girls, Tang Zian, thank you for the invitation. People in the hotel just finished eating hairy crabs. The Next Station Diva is not written by my sister. She's not that talented. Trust me. Fan? Relieved though. But you really won't be beaten to death by your sister? Tang Zixuan retweeted this tweet and commented with one word, As always, it was high and cold. Very much in line with Tang Zixuan's style. The twins' fans were completely stabilized when they saw that their sister had responded. Su Yao fans, don't kid yourself. Those two songs were written by Lin Yi. Didn't expect that, did you? Didn't think our sister would really respond, did you? Where's Su Yao? Don't play dead. Come out and apologize first, okay? Am I the only one who wants hairy crabs too? Drool. Character doesn't work. Talent doesn't work either. I suspect that it wasn't Su Yao who dumped Lin Yi, but Lin Yi who dumped Su Yao. If Su Yao started it, then she really has a pit in her head. Late at night, the words related to Lin Yi and the twins had made it into the top 3 of the hot searches, and Su Yao also has 2 hot searches in the top 10. In addition to the Su Yao mistake that I bought, there's one more. Hot. Su Yao has a pit in her brain. Chapter 10, Tang Zian, sleeping together tonight? Su Yao was so angry by the hot search that her complexion twisted. Those netizens even scolded her for having a pit in her brain. So I want to scold her back. Su Yao. An icy voice interrupted her anger. like pouring a bucket of ice water on a blazing fire. Su Yao's heart sank as she averted her gaze from the phone. Lifting his head, he saw Guqing's ugly face. Just now, Guqing listened to both Sea and Sky and Next Stop Diva. As Netflix said, both are excellent songs. It's not too much of a stretch to call it Godspell. And these two songs were actually written by Lin Yi? That paddling king Lin Yi, who was deemed worthless by the company and kicked out of the mix. Overly shocked, she didn't even have the heart to settle the score with the out-of-touch scarf marketing department. Gershon felt that he had been fooled. Her decision-making had never been so poor. If they hadn't kicked out Lin Yi in the first place and signed him along with Su Yao, what kind of view will it be now? Sea to Sky and Next Stop Diva would both be songs from their company. That's right, after signing with Fire Phoenix Entertainment, the copyrights of the works created by the singer belong to the company. Accordingly, the company will spare no effort to train the singer, and together they will rise to the pinnacle of entertainment. With qualities like Sea to Sky and The Next Diva, future accomplishments will never be low. Taking it to compete for the Golden Buzzer is a win. The thought of missing out on such an award made Guqing so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. She looked at Su Yao, who was treated like a big baby by herself, without a single good look on her face. Lin Yi is so talented. Why don't you say so? Katsumi Green questioned. But whenever Su Yao said a few words for Lin Yi, she would reconsider signing him. But Su Yao didn't. Su Yao's face turned white, not expecting things to reveal themselves so quickly. Of course she knew that Lin Yi was talented, or else he couldn't have written such divine songs as Above the Moon and The Most Dazzling National Wind. However, after writing The Most Dazzling National Wind, Lin Yi went silent for several months. Every time she urges for a new song, Lin Yi says, "There's no rush. It's enough now. You can't chew too much. You're still in the middle of a shoot." Lin Yi looked calm, but Su Yao was so anxious that she couldn't sleep at night. Could Lin Yi be lying to her? In fact, he couldn't write any new songs anymore, and deliberately dumping the pot on her? She knew that most people's talents were limited, and that it was already smoke from their ancestors to be able to write one or two popular sacred songs. The kind of artists who are at the top of their game right out of the gate abound in the entertainment industry. Could it be that her Su Yao's fate was also a flash in the pan? No, she won't take it. She was an orphan and grew up with the cold shoulder. Now that she was so hot and had countless fans going crazy for her, she would never allow that to be lost. It just so happened that Fire Phoenix Entertainment threw out an olive branch, and Su Yao knew that this was a perfect opportunity. The big company has a wide range of contacts and resources, and the backing of Fire Phoenix is definitely better than Lin Yi, so she didn't move to sell herself, taking all the credit for the soaring combination's ability to catch fire. As for Lin Yi, not a word was mentioned. She's going to maximize her value, get a lucrative signing contract, and go on to the top of the entertainment ladder. Fire Phoenix hadn't taken Lin Yi seriously, and after determining that Lin Yi really had no value in signing on, he decisively kicked Lin Yi out of the mix. She also took to the concert stage as expected. But why? The concert is over and it's not her who's on fire? Rather, it was Lin Yi? Facing Guqing's questioning, Su Yao's heart was not only flustered but also angry. When they were together, she urged Lin Yi to write a new song every day, but Lin Yi would only say no rush. No rush. Now that you're separated, you're in a hurry to get the good songs out? While Sea to Sky and Next Diva are good, neither style suits the soaring group. When did Lin Yi write these two songs? Has he wanted to go solo for a long time? So every time she pushed, Lin Yi perfunctorily dismissed himself. Thinking of this, the remaining guilt in Su Yao's heart towards Lin Yi was united into anger. She looked straight at Guqing, her face pale. I don't know. He wasn't like this before. Since Lin Yi was unkind, she should not be blamed for being unrighteous. The equally angry Guqing looked stunned and frowned after hearing Su Yao's words. Are you saying that Lin Yi hasn't shown his talent before? Well, Su Yao pursed her lips and nodded. I don't know why he's hiding it from me. Why else? I'm sure I want to go it alone. The two chatted and didn't avoid Mayu. Seeing Guqing suspecting Su Yao of hiding, Su Yao was so sad that her face turned white. Mayu couldn't wait to help Su Yao speak. Haigua Tian Tian and Next Station Diva are not soaring style. This Lin Yi definitely has second thoughts. Guqing fell silent. If it was really as Su Yao said, then not only was Lin Yi a villain, he was also very selfish and greedy. Obviously capable, but not contributing anything to the mix, just paddling and taking 50% of the paycheck. With a face like that, I'm afraid they won't be able to take much advantage of such a person even if they sign into the company. Instead, he would be pickpocketed by Lin Yi and sucked blood. Looking at Su Yao again, she was hoodwinked by Lin Yi. Not to mention that she was now caught in an online public opinion storm because of Lin Yi. Looking at Su Yao's miserable little face, Guqing's angry heart softened. I know. Seeing that she didn't get suspicious, Su Yao was relieved in her heart and asked cautiously, should I apologize now? I don't want to disappoint my fans. Apologize for what? Guqing made a stern face. Whether it's a stage mistake or kicking out Lin Yi, You're not right. There's no need for you to apologize. She looked at Mayu again and said, when you apologize tomorrow, make a good mention of Lin Yi's talent, so that the fans know what it means to have talent but no virtue. I understand. Mayu nodded. At this point, Tang Xian finished the last hairy crab, wiped her mouth and stood up, rubbing her stomach in satisfaction. That was a comfortable meal. The golden lines from Sea to Sky have made it to Hot 100. Netizens listened to the song while sharing their indulgent youth and dreams in a heated discussion. Occasionally, he would also step on Su Yao and ask, please, Su Yao's brain is in the water and has Su Yao apologized? The food was delicious and the netizens' words were pleasing to the eye, so Tang Xian couldn't even think of not being happy. Lin Yi was also in a good mood and drank a little bit of wine under Tang Xian's coaxing, entering a marvelous state of slight intoxication. Normally, he rarely stayed up late drinking to protect his voice, and today the atmosphere was just too good. When he dance was checking out, Tang Xian suddenly pulled on Lin Yi's hand. Senior, when are you going to record Sea and Sky? The live version is good too, but I'd rather listen to the recorded version. The live version had audience chants and wasn't quiet enough. It didn't have that feeling of singing to her alone. There are so many fans begging for the recorded version besides me. You don't want 10,000 bloody books from them, do you? How bloody? Tang Xian added. Lin Yi was almost amused, nodding his head and saying, some other time. I have to rent a recording studio first. Tang Xian's eyes widened. Rent? We're so familiar with each other. Why do we need to go outside to rent? Use ours directly. Aha. Tang Zixuan nodded at the right time, indicating that she didn't mind. It just so happens that you wrote us a song and we haven't thanked you yet. Tang Xian looked expectant. How about tomorrow? Strike while the iron is hot. Line. Lin Yi didn't expect his elementary school sister to be a man of action. He danced back from the check and reminded the twins to put on their masks. It was time to go. Tang Xian waved her slender hand. Let's go. Senior will sleep with us tonight. Go to the recording studio together tomorrow. Lin Yi? He danced with a broken foot and almost fell to his death. Sleeping together? What did she just miss? Chapter 11, The Great Beauty's Request. Seeing the three of them looking at themselves with different expressions, Tang Xian spat out her tongue mischievously. What for? I meant sleeping in a hotel together, not in the same bed. Don't think too much. Okay. Ho dance. Who made them think too much? It's true that Lin Yi lives farther away. It's getting late, so it's a hassle and a toss to take a taxi back and meet up again tomorrow. And the hotel the twins had booked was just a few minutes away. Lin Yi barely hesitated and agreed to Tang Xian's proposal. However, upon arriving at the hotel, there was a new problem. No more vacancies? He danced frowned. She and the twins had made reservations long ago, and were now helping Lin Yi get a room. Oh my god, Tang Xian whispered. Are we really going to sleep together? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched, not taking Tang Xian's joke seriously. He danced glared back at her. Nice try. I'll sleep with you guys. Lin Yi will sleep in my room. The company booked the twins in a suite with several beds, not much more than one more for her. Lin Yi just wanted to say that he didn't need to go through so much trouble. He'd go to another hotel to take a look. Instead, the receptionist jolted to her feet, eyes wide. Lin Yi? You're the Lin Yi who sings about the sea and the sky? Heikakuten Lin Yi? Where is it? Where is it? She was not low in volume, and many in the lobby heard her and looked up hurriedly. This hotel is near the concert venue and most of the residents are twins fans. He didn't dare to think about how troublesome it would be to be recognized, and whispered, hurry up. The three of them didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed into the elevator and went up the stairs without any danger. Entering the room, Tang Xian's little heart was still pounding. Her eyes glowed as she looked at Lin Yi. Senior, you're really on fire. Lin Yi was a bit uncomfortable. It's the first time he's encountered such a thing since he joined the profession. After leaving the group, he hopes that in the future, his name will be remembered by his fans. I didn't expect to memorize it so quickly. Well, it's getting late, so let's all get some rest. He handed his room card to Lin Yi and gave his expulsion order. While it's okay for singers to be rumored about each other, the twins are innocent by nature, and it's something that can be avoided. Lin Yi took his room card, found his standard room, went in, took a shower and went to sleep. A dreamless night. Day 2. Everyone had breakfast in their rooms and left straight for the studio. In order to prevent Lin Yi from being recognized, Tang Xian even made a fuss of making him wear a mask as well. Lin Yi felt that Tang Xian was being overly concerned. People have just heard his songs and remembered his name. It's a long way from being recognized walking down the street. However, he didn't argue with Tang Xian and silently put on the mask. When he got to the studio, he took his mask off, figuring he'd be more comfortable without it. Senior, our recording studio isn't the top of the line, so don't you mind, Tang Xian said with a smile. Lin Yi nodded and surveyed the recording studio. Then it was revealed that Tang Xian was modest. The equipment here wasn't top of the line, but it was high class enough, and a good number of notches better than what he'd rented. He couldn't wait to get into the studio, get in shape and start recording See the Sky. The studio is so soundproof that not a single sound can be heard outside. But Tang Zian could listen through headphones. The low voice passed through her eardrums, and Tang Zian's heart trembled slightly. Looking at the oblivious Lin Yi through the transparent glass, he felt that the senior was even more handsome. Lin Yi's control of sea and sky was so skillful that he reached perfection after recording it only once. When they came out of the studio, the sisters were still reminiscing about the aftermath. He dance-patted the two of them and said to Lin Yi, Ziyan and Zixian are also going to record Next Stop Diva. We'll produce it for you on our end when it's recorded and upload it together. Vocals and backing vocals need to be inlaid later. It's not like you can just post a song after recording it. Lin Yi was a bit embarrassed. Would it be too much trouble for you guys? He just realized that the twins are going to record a song too, and he had no problem recording it first. There's something to it. He smiled. You gave them such a good song. This kind of small thing is not worth mentioning. That's just it. Tang Zian nodded heavily and held her sister's hand as she entered the recording studio. Up to this point, Lin Yi was no longer polite, lest he be disliked as a mother-in-law. When the twins recorded the song, he put on the headphones and listened to it and was touched. That's beautiful. She looked at Lin Yi gratefully, but noticed that Lin Yi's mouth was moving slightly, as if he was singing along. She hadn't heard Lin Yi sing Next Station Diva and was very curious about what it was like, so she hurriedly took off her headphones to listen. There are no tears in Moscow. The snow flies. You're cold and haggard. He dance? Hearing that Lin Yi was not singing in Cantonese, but in Mandarin, a question mark flashed through He Dance's mind. While the melody is correctly by Next Diva, what's up with the lyrics? Moscow has no tears. The snow flies. He muttered a sentence afterward, thinking it was kind of catchy. When Lin Yi heard her voice, he stopped abruptly. There are no tears in Moscow was the Mandarin version of Next Stop Diva, which he had learned in his previous life when he was a student. I hummed a few lines without realizing it because it was so familiar. Seeing He Dance staring straight at him, Lin Yi was inexplicably nervous and slightly tactically leaned back. How? What's wrong? What were you just singing? Singing at random. He came closer to him, his eyes glowing. Did you fill in the Mandarin version of Next Stop Diva? Lin Yi nodded, not denying it. Give it to me. He suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's shoulder. Give it to me. Lin Yi was taken aback. There's something to be said. In order not to interfere with the singers, the transparent glass of the recording studio is one way, so you can't see out from the inside. But the twins happened to finish recording the song and opened the door to come out of it. At that glance, the two men were stunned, only to see He clutching onto Lin Yi's shoulders with a look of hunger and thirst, and Lin Yi leaned back with a nervous expression, panic written all over his face. What just happened? The dancing sister who only has work in her eyes is having a spring in her step? Tai, let go of that senior. Tang Zian anxiously ran to Lin Yi's side, breaking Mo's hand and protecting the person behind herself. Tang Zixuan frowned and walked over, advising, Sister Dance, this matter of feelings is about what you love and what I want. A strong melon is not sweet. What are you guys babbling about? He cried and laughed, explaining the situation he had just been in. You mean, the Next Diva has a Mandarin version? Tang Zian's eyes snapped open like two twinkling little stars. Tang Zixuan also looked towards Lin Yi, her expression no longer calm. They hadn't forgotten that not only could Lin Yi write Cantonese songs, he was also the creator of Above the Moon and The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind. The Mandarin version of the Next Diva is surely excellent as well. Tang Zian grabbed Lin Yi's hand tightly, her expression more urgent than He Dance's. Give it to me. I want it. Tang Zixuan also looked at him with an expectant face. I want it too. Chapter 12, Su Yao's Live Apology. Facing the request of the three great beauties, Lin Yi did not refuse. Not only did the twins have him as a guest, but they also mentioned him frequently on stage and were very supportive of him online. Don't say it's just a copy of the lyrics. What's the point of giving away another song? He wrote the lyrics on his cell phone and sent them to Tang Zian and Tang Zixuan. Show me. He snatched Tang Zian's cell phone at the first opportunity and couldn't wait to enjoy it. Tang Zian flattened her mouth. Just know how to bully her, and rob her sister if you can. Look at me. Lin Yi handed his cell phone to Tang Zian, who was instantly beaming with joy. Okay, oh, thank you senpai. She looked down, carefully. A winter's departure. Late night in Moscow. An army in columns. On the streets on strict alert. Some people couldn't help but sing as they watched. To Lin Yi's surprise, it wasn't the twins who were singing, but the manager. He She seemed pretty excited and sang from beginning to end without any jams at all. The moment she finished singing, Tang Zian even clapped. Good to hear. He blushed and squinted at her. She was just an ordinary person. How dare she say she sang well in front of professional singers? But she really liked this version. The Next Diva is good, but she can only listen to it, not sing it. Not so with No Tears in Moscow, although the lyrics are on the level of the next diva. But she can sing. She believes in fans who love the melodies of the next diva but struggle to hum along because they don't speak Cantonese. Will definitely enjoy Moscow Without Tears as much as she does. These are 2 songs, one suitable for awards and one more likely to be sung. How many fans must this have gained? He didn't dare to think about it, but only felt that the twins' path to stardom was even more open, and all of this was due to Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi once more, so grateful that she didn't know what to say. Oi oi oi. Tang Zian waved her hand in front of Himo with a surprised look. My, you're not in love with the school principal because of this song, are you? He danced and slanted her again. All you think about is love all day long. You're really a little kid. I was thinking about how much money it would be appropriate to give Lin Yi. He danced said. Next stop diva was a gift from Lin Yi, so I'm sorry to take this song for free again. No need, Lin Yi said. Last night you guys invited me to dinner and lodging. A lyric is just. That's only a few dollars. He dance interrupted Lin Yi's words with a strong attitude. I will give it to you at the market price, and then subsequently give you a share of the proceeds, lest you sit on your hands. Lin Yi froze. So enthusiastic? Almost thought why dance is his agent. Tang Zian giggled lightly. Senior, just say yes. Our sister Dance has always said yes. That. Thanks. Lin Yi no longer refused he Dance's kindness, and a warm current crossed his heart. Why don't you guys see if you can record Moscow today as well, and release it together then to give the fans a little shock? I'm fine with that. Tang Zian nodded confidently to Himo. Although she grew up in a Cantonese-speaking neighborhood, she is also fluent in Mandarin. He has sung Mandarin songs before, but unfortunately the response was mediocre. Some other time, Tang Zishuan, who had been silent, spoke. There's a bit of a difference in style between Moscow Without Tears and Next Diva, and the accompaniment will have to be changed. I'll record it again when I've adjusted it. Ha? Need it? Tang Zian was a little surprised. She had never questioned her sister before, but at this moment, she was looking at Lin Yi. Tang Zishuan pursed her lips, and when she saw Lin Yi nod, the corners of her mouth relaxed again. It's really needed. Tang Zian was so excited that she hugged Tang Zishuan. Sister is so great. She noticed all this. Tang Zishuan's eyebrows jumped. That's not what you thought just now. The studio is full of not only recording equipment, but also other equipment used for creative work. Tang Zishuan didn't dawdle and immediately put on her headphones to adjust the accompaniment. Tang Zian didn't bother and picked up her phone to brush her microblog. I'll see if Su Yao apologized. It's been over 10 hours since last night. Time to apologize? Open up Twitter and cross to Hot Topic. Explosion. Su Yao apologizes live. Live apology? Tang Zian instantly came to life, disliking her cell phone in front of He Dance and Lin Yi. Look. Su Yao is going to apologize live. Lin Yi looked at the phone with interest. He didn't expect Su Yao to respond, and it wasn't a text apology, but a live broadcast. Is Su Yao planning to cry again? Tang Zian tapped into the hot search and saw that the live apology broadcast had just started, and hurriedly opened it. To be on the hot search, the heat must be high, and the number of viewers exceeded 100,000 just after the start of the broadcast, and it's growing exponentially. Live apology. Nice and good. Su Yao is still quite sincere. You're a Su Yao fan upstairs, aren't you? You didn't apologize last night and delayed until now. You call this sincere? It was so late yesterday. Maybe Yao Yao had already gone to bed. How is apologizing now insincere? If you don't apologize and scold people for dumping, and if you apologize and say they are insincere, what do you guys want? She's right to dump. Who would have forced her to apologize if she didn't? If you had the guts, you wouldn't have dumped it in the first place. Before the person even showed up, the comment section was already in a chokehold, which was hilarious. Incoming. Tang Zian heard the footsteps and looked excited. The next second, a man with a shaved-inch head appeared on camera, pulling out a chair and sitting down, his hands resting on the table with a haggard look on his face. Hello everyone, I'm Sister Su Yao's new partner, Ma Yu. Why you? The netizens were all stunned. Where's Su Yao? Let Su Yao come out. Wasn't it Su Yao who apologized live? Teasing me? You're not going to apologize and have someone else do it for you, are you? No way. No way? How much did Su Yao give you anyway? Netizens were righteously indignant and all felt that Mayu was being squeezed, especially when Mayu said, "It's all my fault. It's my poor clinical reaction that led to this situation." Netizens are so angry they vomit blood. Please can you stop PUAing yourself? It's obviously all Su Yao's fault. There's one thing to say, and that's true about Mayu. I watched Soaring Group's previous singing videos last night and realized that Su Yao had grabbed the beat as well. But Lin Yi reacted exceptionally fast and brought the beat back on his own. What? Brother Roy has this feature? Lin Yi is so good. He can control the stage and write songs. 666. Ma Yu, ask Su Yao for me. Why did she dissolve with Lin Yi? Are you really out of your mind? Netizens were very rude to Su Yao. First he blundered and dumped. Now he apologizes and doesn't show up. It's been a long time since people have seen such a classless artist. I don't think Sister Su Yao has her head in the sand. At this point, Ma Yu, who was treated like an ingrate by everyone, blurted out. I recognize that Lin Yi is very talented and can write songs like Sea and Sky and Next Stop Diva. However, he clearly has talent and never gives it in the mix. Not only are you not involved in the creation of the movie, but you get a 50% cut. Why can't Sister Su Yao separate from him? If it were up to me, I'd split it. Ma Yu's words were like a huge stone, stirring up 1,000 waves. Netizens pounded the pop-ups incredulously. This means that although Lin Yi is talented, he didn't write Above the Moon and The Most Dazzling National Wind? Definitely. These songs are so different in style. I've been suspicious for a long time. Lin Yi didn't write songs in the group, but came up with such great songs after they disbanded. Thinly veiled. Lin Yi is too selfish. This is sucking Su Yao's blood. No wonder Su Yao wants to separate from him. I get it. I get it all. Compared to Lin Yi, Su Yao doesn't seem that bad? I'd rather take the fall for Su Yao than be a co-worker with Lin Yi. You were kind enough to take him and he hit it. Isn't that a white wolf? For a moment, Lin Yi was once again scolded on the hot search. Chapter 13, Lin Yi responds. Pissed off. Pissed off. Tang Zian swung her fist violently at the air in the studio. How dare that Mayak say that senior never gives in the group? How dare he? Not only was the senior responsible for creating the album, but he also had to think about the development of the group, and he did all of the external chores as well. On the contrary, Su Yao, what else has she done besides singing? Now, that woman not only abandons the senior, but also smears his character. Twisted uppercuts, shady underhook, screaming left hook, twisting sweeping kicks, split roundhouse kick. Tang Ziyan punches the air hard. If Su Yao and Ma Yu were there, they would have been beaten into a pig's head by her. Lin Yi had wanted to advise her not to be angry, but when he saw this he stopped and turned his head to ask He Dance, how long has she had this symptom? He Dance looked complicated. It might have been carried in her mother's womb. Lin Yi, no fans knew that Tang Ziyan, who was lively and cute on the surface, was more lively in private than they thought. Okay, calm down. Be careful of making noise to your sister, He Dance said. Hearing the word sister, Tang Ziyan's movement stiffened and she quickly stole a glance at Tang Zishuan. The cold as ice sky fairy turned her back to the crowd. Still busy with her work, Tang Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm alone to be angry on the line. Angry out of the disease sister for Ho Dance. She didn't want to pay attention to the jumpy Tang Ziyan and looked towards Lin Yi. What are you going to do next? What? Lin Yi looked at her suspiciously. Su Yao ah. He Dance reminded sharply. She's smearing you like this and you're not fighting back? Although the one who spoke was Ma Yu, a hot search phrase hanging was Su Yao's name, and it looked like it was authorized by Su Yao's team. As the core of the team, Su Yao is 80% the instigator and is by no means innocent. I have to think about it first. Lin Yi lowered his head in thought. Those words infuriated Hemo and Tang Ziyan. She's done this to you. Why are you hesitating? He danced with hatred. As an agent, she often encounters opponents pulling the stump or smearing the family. Every time, it is countered back with a thunderbolt. Never condescend to your own twins. Tang Ziyan knew that Lin Yi had always taken care of Su Yao as his younger sister and had a deep bond. So even after all this, you still can't let go? Tang Ziyan's heart was a little hard to bear, but she still smiled reluctantly and said, Senior atmosphere, it's not like I'm going to bother with this kind of villain. Lin Yi looked subtle. Actually, what I mean is that I need to think about how to fight back first. He was taking good care of Su Yao, right? But that was before. The last of his affection for Su Yao was used to sign that unequal contract. From now on, bridges go back to bridges and roads go back to roads. Now that Su Yao smeared him, why didn't he fight back? He also has a temper. Lin Yi looked at Tang Ziyan helplessly. I don't seem to be as atmospheric as you think. Great. He thought the girl would be disappointed, but he didn't expect Tang Ziyan to directly jump over and hug him. Excited. That's the way you should be. Don't commit yourself for someone who doesn't deserve it. Well, looking at the lovely face close to him, Lin Yi froze in place and didn't dare to move. Tang Ziyan's face was red with excitement. The tip of her nose flushed with a light pink color, and her eyes had been so bright and serious. Talk to her as if you were the only one in her mind. Ahem. He Dance coughed, interrupting the two men staring at each other. Tang Ziyan finally reacted to what she was doing and hurriedly let go of her hold on Lin Yi, her face turning even redder. Lin Yi's face was also inexplicably hot, and he hurriedly drank a mouthful of water to suppress his shock. Lin Yi, you said you wanted to think about how to fight back. Do you have an idea? I can help you if you don't. He Dance already knew about the twins being pressed into hot searches and was very displeased with Team Su Yao. Although Lin Yi wasn't her artist, Su Yao was their common enemy. Helping Lin Yi is helping the twins. This can be done. No need. Lin Yi shook his head. I want to solve this matter in my own way, and besides, I already have an idea. Really? He danced looked skeptical. In her opinion, Lin Yi's specialty was singing and writing songs. Playing with his heart shouldn't work. How else would you be pitched like this by Su Yao? Lin Yi said the idea will not be a pass operation fierce as a tiger. A look at the record of 0 to 5 kind of right? Lin Yi, why don't you tell me your idea first? He dance was really worried about Lin Yi going up to deliver the food. I want to hear it too. Tang Zian had an expectant look on her face. She didn't suspect Lin Yi. She was purely curious. Lin Yi nodded. I was going to tell you guys as well. This matter needs Ziyan's help. Upon hearing that she was needed, Tang Zian immediately took a stand. I'm willing. Throw my head for senior. Spill hot blood. Not so bloody. Lin Yi sweated. Just need you to sing a song with me. Singing? Yes, yes, yes. Tang Zian looked forward to it even more. What song? Sea and Sky? Next Stop Diva? Or Tears in Moscow? She'd always wanted to sing with her senior. And finally she could make it happen. Neither. Lin Yi shot a glance at the cute and foreign Tang Zian and wondered if the elementary school girl could hold it. It's one of those danceable songs. Tang Zian blinked. What kind of dance? Street dance? Lin Yi didn't say anything, but instead sent Tang Zian the lyrics and backing tracks that he had produced the day before the group disbanded. See if you can sing first. Tang Zian looked at the title of the song and was so surprised that she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Surprisingly, it's another new song. 7 o'clock that night. Inside a university town. Outside a conservatory. In an open lot. Retired grandparents were busy setting up sound equipment. Soon, the event that belongs to them will begin. Have you heard? Xiaoyi and Su Yao too had a falling out and are at each other's throats online every day. An older man in a white practice suit asked. I should have known. Next to the aunt chimed in. There's no stranglehold. It's purely a rumor that Suya Head is there, saying that Xiaoyi doesn't pay and eat soft rice. I'm just angry. Helping Xiaoyi to speak but also being scolded by Suya Head's fans. Alas, the other older woman sighed. What's wrong with being nice? In fact, they know the reason. I've lived most of my life. What haven't I seen? Now lamenting. He was just a bit unworthy for Lin Yi. Don't talk about all this unhappiness. Dance dance dance. Moncler outlet store seeing that the Amazons were all sad. They quickly turned on the stereo. Instantly, the intro to the most dazzling of them all kicked in. The Amazons instantly glared at the grandfather. I've been scolded by Sue Girl's fans, and you're asking me to listen to her songs? Moncler outlet store hands and feet hurriedly closed. Careful, then change the moon above? That little E-word's much. No listen no listen. The older woman threw a tantrum. Get someone else's. Moncler outlet online at once. He wrinkled his old face. Other people's. Don't carry a lot of energy. Master Zhang. Auntie Wang. Why the fight again? At that moment, a familiar voice entered the ears of the two. The Moncler outlet store frown stopped and they rushed back to look and their eyes lit up. Lin Yi smiled and walked over. Concerned. Haven't seen you for many days. How's your health? Good. Big Mom didn't hold her tongue. To be pissed off at Sue Girl. Alright, cut the crap. Isn't doing well either. Moncler outlet online. The older woman even laughed and changed her face with the speed of a god. Fine. We were just about to dance. Come along? Yeah. Lin Yi smiled and agreed. In the past, he would bring Su Yao here to practice whenever he wrote a new song. Su Yao couldn't let go at first, and slowly got better and better at singing. The fame of the soaring combo also spread from this small square to every square in the country. Today, he's back with a new song. Auntie Wang, however, is unaware of this and urges Grandpa Zhan to play Sea and Sky. This is Lin Yi's new song. I'm sure Yi will be happy to play this. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. The sea and the sky is not quite right, is it? Appropriate. Why not fit? Auntie Wang sounded agitated. Don't be presumptuous. All your songs can dominate the square. Lin Yi knows that this is comforting, but it really doesn't have to be. He hurriedly stopped it. Don't put it on, Master Zhang. I've brought new songs suitable for dancing. They're definitely strong enough. What? A new song? The Amazons all couldn't sit still and excitedly gathered around Lin Yi. Not far. He danced, took a look at Lin Yi, who was like a meat and potatoes man, and then took a look at Tang Zian, who was unattended, and was in a subtle mood. Ziyan, looks like you're not hot enough. It's okay. Tang Zian smiled cheekily. Tonight was supposed to be senior's stage. Sister dance. I'm going. Remember to turn on the live broadcast. Tang Zian waved her hand and ran towards Lin Yi with large strides, and he took out his cell phone to turn on the live broadcast and buy hot searches. All in one go. Hot. Lin Yi responds live. Chapter 14 Flying Free. It was after 7 in the evening, a time when most young people had just gotten off work and felt like their bodies had been emptied and their entire being was muddled. At this time of the day, they can't do a little bit of anything other than surf the web. Seeing the freshly baked hot search, So many people were not sleepy then. Lin Yi live response? I'm coming. Lin Yi is godly fast. At noon, Ma Yu went live. And now he's live too? Lin Yi, this trashy person still has the nerve to start a live broadcast? Apologize to Yao Yao first. That's right. Thanks to me like his song so much. It turned out to be a combination of one solo set of two-faced people. Disgusting. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Didn't we say we'd respond? Maybe there's something inside? I smell melons. Hot knowledge. Showbiz response equals whitewashing. This guy wouldn't want to say that he wrote Above the Moon and the most dazzling national wind. Would he? Who believes that? The netizens cursed and went into the live room. Su Yao fans even bore the brunt of it, copying a whole bunch of trash talk, ready to frantically output when they saw Lin Yi. As a result, as soon as we entered the live room, everyone was blinded by the image. I saw a group of brightly dressed older women with fans, looking directly ahead with smiles on their faces, and Lin Yi and Tang Xian just stood there with microphones in their hands, seemingly ready to sing. It's a bit of a bizarre image. Ma Yu live, people that background is regulated office. Lin Yi is live, surprisingly in the square, and not an empty square, but a square where grandparents are getting ready to square dance. What kind of operation is this? Su Yao fans froze for half a day before they slowed down and hit the keyboard. Asterisk. Lin Yi is so shameless. This is using the grandparents as a shield, isn't it? Don't say swear words. I suspect Lin Yi is trying to falsely accuse us of not having quality. Sisters don't ever say dirty words. Otherwise, the hot search might be, Su Yao's fans abusing innocent old people, later. Lin Yi is so how dare he take advantage of the grandparents. There are still people saying there's inside information. I'm laughing my ass off. Let's see what Lin Yi is doing. Not only were Su Yao's fans angry, but the melon-eating netizens were also very displeased with what Lin Yi had done. Is this guy afraid he's going to get called out? So he's looking for a response in this setting? A bit clever, I must say, but the cleverness is sickening. So wimpy, might as well not respond. Thinking of Ma Yu's candor at noon, everyone couldn't help but resent Lin Yi. It also believed more in Ma Yu's words, although Lin Yi had talent. However, he had talent but no virtue. How can this kind of lousy person write a song as good as haiku? God has no eyes. I can't believe I'm impressed by a song written by someone like that. So angry. It's a shame that Haikoku spread him out. It's like a delicious piece of cake, only to realize when you eat it that the cook didn't wash his hands after going to the bathroom. Don't say it upstairs. I want to puke. Break it up. Don't add to his heat. I'm not leaving. I want to see what this J-man will say. On the square, Lin Yi didn't say anything to the netizens. Didn't even look at the camera. His gaze was on the familiar Moncler outlet store mom from start to finish. His smile relaxed and gentle. All set? He asked. Ready. The Moncler outlet online women replied in unison. Then here we go. Oh. Tang Xian smiled playfully. She was a self-acquaintance. Although she was not familiar with the Moncler Jackets outlet women, she did not feel awkward at all. The Moncler Jacket sale women also liked the smiling, round-faced girl, and all smiled and nodded at her. He dance helped turn on the accompaniment. In an instant, the rhythmic intro resounded throughout the plaza and into the live broadcast. Amazingly, hearing this tune, the netizens in front of the screen inexplicably start nodding their heads and shaking their legs. It's like it's kind of a conditioned reflex. It's completely impossible to resist. Lin Yi also danced along, living like a shoutbox. Yo come baby go yo. It feels like all the way to the aroma and the light waves of Brahmaputra. Turn to the thoughts of right and wrong and cause and effect. The aroma of the road keeps me on my toes. Yo baby go come. He threw Tang Xian a look. Tang Xian had practiced all afternoon, and had long since memorized the lyrics, and was now confidently singing. Who sings warms the loneliness. The white clouds and blue sky are still drifting with tears. Living alone in that pall. See the distant heaven, the bright fireworks. She was relaxed, her arms dancing to the rhythm. Not at all like a first-time square dancer. The Moncler Jackets for men and women like this energy. Dancing fan and then turn around. Faces full of happy satisfied smile. Seeing this scene, the netizens were collectively silent. They had originally decided that Lin Yi was a sinister villain, thinking that Lin Yi was here to use Moncler outlet store the grandma and grandpa as a shield. But now it looks as if that's not the case. Where's the promised response? Why is this one just singing? Some people couldn't help but spit it out. And other pop-ups slowly multiplied. Say, do you guys think this song looks familiar? There. It's that soaring combination flavor. This is Soaring's song? How come I haven't heard it before? Who knows what this song is called? My mom heard it and asked me for it. She said she wanted to take it to a square dance. My mom is even more outrageous. Already dancing along in the living room, and told me to be louder. I'm afraid of disturbing the people. The live stream was buzzing with pop-ups, and the plaza was even more buzzing. This is a university town with a very large number of students, and college students are the mainstay of internet surfing. They had been watching the live broadcast, and someone with a fiery eye recognized the location of the square and immediately greeted their friends and ran to join in the fun. Before the song was finished, the outside of the square was already surrounded by students from the neighborhood. In your heart, fly free, splendid starlight, wandering eternally, all the way to the direction that shines on my heart, the vast frontier, follow me to a faraway land. Tang Xian sang the chorus part at the top of her voice and the onlookers were a little surprised. That cute sister from Girls can still pull off this style? Don't come back. This is how I feel when I travel far. I shouldn't be allowed to continue this hurt. Don't cover, I'll stick to walking down. Lin Yi's raps come at just the right time, adding some timely refreshment before getting high to the point of mushiness. Many people have never heard the soaring group live, and their impression of Above the Moon and The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind are the chorus parts sung by Su Yao. A look at the site today suddenly made everyone realize Lin Yi doesn't seem to be as touchy-feely and paddling as the internet makes him out to be. For one song, Tang Xian only had to sing the chorus part, but Lin Yi had to be responsible for a large portion of the rap, and the chorus part also had to be responsible for padding and harmonizing. Where's the water? What surprised everyone the most was that although it wasn't Su Yao but Tang Xian who was partnered with Lin Yi, but these two, however, seemed to be the soaring duo they remembered. Su Yao and Ma Yu were paired up with no internal flavors. Lin Yi and Tang Xian, however, were earthy and uptight. Su Yao and Lin Yi, as if Lin Yi was the soul of the soaring combination. Chapter 15, a word not said, yet it seems to say everything. In your heart, fly free, splendid starlight, wandering eternally. When Tang Xian sang the chorus part again, so many people couldn't help but hum along. Holy, this song is so magical. Reacting to what they were doing, someone couldn't help but exclaim, I just heard it for the first time. That's all it takes? Normal. Someone next to me said, aren't all soaring songs like this? I know half of Above the Moon and Most Dazzling National Wind by heart. But didn't say that Lin Yi doesn't take part in the creation while in the group. The man lowered his voice, afraid that there would be Su Yao fans at the scene. He was just a passerby eating his food and didn't want to get involved in a fan stranglehold. This song should have been written by Lin Yi, right? Otherwise he wouldn't have taken it out and sung it. The eaters felt something was wrong. During the day, Ma Yu said that Lin Yi hides and does not give or create in the combination. So many people believe it. It's because Lin Yi's new songs, Sea and Sky and Next Stop Diva, are not in the same style as the Soaring Group. People naturally assumed that the Soaring Group songs were all written by Su Yao. As a result, Lin Yi was not only scolded by Su Yao's fans, but the netizens passing by also had to poo-poo him. Thinks he's selfish and hypocritical. But if that's true, what's with the song now? The song, which I don't know what it's called, is in the exact same style as the Soaring Group. Did Su Yao write this too? When you think about it, you know it's not possible. Su Yao and Lin Yi didn't break up peacefully. They broke up their relationship. Internet opinion had been smearing Lin Yi since the group's disbandment. It could be said that the two were now mortal enemies. With such a relationship, if the song was written by Su Yao, there was no way Lin Yi would be allowed to sing it. In other words, there was a huge probability that Lin Yi had written the song himself. Then what Ma Yu said during the day won't hold water. Lin Yi will not only write Cantonese songs, but also songs in the soaring style. On one side, there was Su Yao, who sang a crappy song like Above the Blue Sky. On one side, there was Lin Yi, who had written a new song on the same level as Above the Moon and The Most Dazzling National Wind. You're saying Lin Yi isn't involved in the creation? You said Su Yao wrote all the songs? Who believes it? All the way to the direction that shines on my heart, the far-flung frontier. Follow me to a faraway land dash. In front of the plaza, Tang Xian sang the last verse, the afterglow lingering and unfulfilled. I really didn't realize that singing in the square was so enjoyable and more painful than singing in a KTV. The Moncler jackets for women also danced to their heart's content, and at this time they stopped to rest, but their eyes were glowing as they looked at Lin Yi. This song is so beautiful. What's its name? The onlookers also perked up their ears. Fly Free, Lin Yi said. Free Flight? That's a great name. Moncler Outlet Online laughing. Fly, fly, fly. You will surely fly to a very high place. Lin Yi smiled. Thank you, Master Zhang. The netizens on the air were discussing the name of the new song. Flying Free. Is this Lin Yi's current state of mind? It has to be. Leaving Su Yao as a drag, Lin Yi can finally fly free. What do you mean upstairs? You're the one who's a drag. Your whole family's a drag. It's obviously Lin Yi who's eating our Yao Yao soft food. That's a statement that, in the daytime, would be agreed with by many, but now, the passerby just wanted to roll his eyes. Eating Su Yao's soft rice? Don't tease. Has Su Yao ever come up with a good song since the group broke up? They all said that Above the Moon and Turboist National Wind were written by Su Yao and had nothing to do with Lin Yi. So what does Free Flight say now? Suyao's new song Above the Blue Sky and Lin Yi's new song Fly Free. Question: who is more likely to write about the most colorful people? What's the point of asking? Give away your points. Who says that just because Lin Yi can write Free Flight, he can write Most Dazzling National Wind? He's imitating our Yao Yao style. There are still Suyao fans being mouthy. Some passersby couldn't look away and sent pop-up tweets. If you're going to say parody, I'd say Suyao's Above the Blue Sky is a parody of Above the Moon. What kind of singer writes a new song as if he's plagiarizing his old one? I suspect that Above the Moon was written by Lin Yi, and Suyao couldn't write it, so she could only imitate it. I'll go. What you said upstairs makes sense. I always thought Suyao's new song was weird, so that's what happened. If it's Suyao imitating Lin Yi, then it makes complete sense. More and more netizens sided with Lin Yi, feeling that my used words were pure rumor-mongering nonsense. It's not just passerby netizens. There's even a Suyao drill fan who sent a long post announcing that he's taking off his powder. I'm an old fan of Soaring, and I only supported Suyao because she was a victim of Soaring's dissolution, and I thought that Lin Yi had failed her, and I was very disappointed in Lin Yi, and I became a Lin Yi black. But now it seems like I misunderstood Lin Yi. You may not know that this square, where Lin Yi sings, is where Soaring made his debut. Lin Yi sings here today, in the same state as he was at the very beginning, with only joy and abject sincerity, not mixed with anything else. I literally teared up. This is my favorite style of Soaring. Lin Yi is the soul of the Soaring combo, not Suyao who blundered and dumped the pot on his new partner, apologized and didn't show up, and vilified his old partner. Bye bye Suyao. I'm a hardcore Lin Yi fan from today. This long article was written with immense truth and so many internet users were touched. Although they don't fan Lin Yi, but look at what this dude is saying. Suddenly he kinda wants to fan Lin Yi. What's going on? Many people liked this tweet, and there were also Suyao's Iron fans leaving comments at the bottom. I'll follow this wave. Powder Lin Yi to go. Suyao isn't worth it. Lin Yi is. I'm ashamed to be used as a gun to call Lin Yi a soft rice king for so long. Fans who recognized the truth even ran to the bottom of Lin Yi's microblog to apologize. Lin Yi's fan base was growing while Suyao's fan base was getting smaller and smaller. Suyao's brainwashed fans got anxious and tweeted to discourage them. Don't go. Lin Yi just sang a song. It's not like he said he wrote Above the Moon and Turboist National Wind. What are you guys running for? The demotivators were very speechless. It's true that Lin Yi didn't say it outright, but don't you guys feel like he said everything? This song is his response to the slander of Mayu, the Plaza. Someone swiped through Twitter and saw that long post about the disenchantment and was touched by it. Unable to help himself, he clenched his fists and shouted at Lin Yi. One more song, the Most Dazzling National Wind. He thought that if Lin Yi sang this song, that fan would definitely be happy. The others heard someone shouting and were up in arms to follow suit. One more song, the Most Dazzling National Wind, the Most Dazzling National Style, the Most Dazzling National Style. The entire square was shouting the Most Dazzling National Wind. And the Amazon's eyes lit up as they looked at Lin Yi with an expectant face. It's been a long time since I've heard you sing the Most Dazzling National Wind. One more song? It's on the stereo, but that's still not the same as singing live. Lin Yi scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, I can't sing this one. For what? Auntie frowned. Is it true that Suya didn't allow you to sing? Lin Yi shook his head. No, it's my own problem. I forgot the words. The moment these words came out, the live broadcast pop-ups exploded once again. Forget the words? You're telling me you forgot the lyrics to the Most Dazzling National Wind? No way. My 5-year-old sister can sing this song. I believe in forgetting the lyrics to other songs, but forgetting the lyrics to the Most Dazzling National Wind? Me. I don't believe it. Did Lin Yi sign some kind of non-disclosure agreement? For example, he's not allowed to sing old songs, and he's not allowed to tell anyone about this. 6666. Lin Yi wrote both of these songs, right? When the group disbanded, Lin Yi didn't get a single song. It was all stolen by Suyao? On what grounds? Why can't Lin Yi sing and Suyao can sing? So angry. What do you know? Suyao has the backing of Fire Phoenix Entertainment. Lin Yi is just an ordinary person. How dare he go against a big company? Don't you want to die? For a while, besides Suyao, Fire Phoenix Entertainment also became the target of netizens' criticism. Chapter 16 Suyao, are you treating me like a little cutie? Evening. Fire Phoenix Entertainment office building. Pop. Guqing slammed the lyric sheets of Above the Moon and the Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind on the table and looked at Suyao with an icy expression. Say again. Who wrote these two songs, anyway? Suyao clenched her fists, although she didn't want to admit it. It seemed that she couldn't hide it now. Lin Yi, she said. Yes? Guqing smiled, a smile that sent chills throughout his body. Why do I remember? That's not what you said last time? Last time she asked Suyao why she didn't say that Lin Yi was so talented. What did Suyao say? She doesn't know either. Suyao, are you treating me like a little cutie? Gu Qing's complexion was very twisted. She had been an agent for so long. She was the only one who had toyed with artists, and now she was actually fooled by Su Yao? Sister Gu, I'm sorry. Su Yao lowered her head and apologized, her posture very humble. Alright, I'm not Lin Yi, you don't have to pretend with me. Gu Qing's words caused Su Yao's face to suddenly change and become even paler. Putting it before, looking at her in this pitiful state, Gu Chang would still be heartbroken, but now there was only dissatisfaction. If Su Yao hadn't hoodwinked her, she wouldn't have kicked Lin Yi away. If they'd signed Lin Yi, not only Sea and Sky and Next Stop Diva, but tonight's Freedom to Fly would have been their song. When he thought of Su Yao's fish eyes and his own mistake of treating waste as a treasure, Gu Chang was so angry that his heart and liver hurt. But it had come to this. There was no use getting angry. She could only find a way to play the bad hand she was holding. The company spent a lot of money to sign Su Yao back, and had to create enough value, or she wouldn't have to do her job. If Su Yao was an unsupportable apogee, she'd clean her up when the time came. The team will do the PR on the internet, so you don't have to worry about it. It wasn't you who said that Lin Yi wasn't involved in the creation. It was Mayu who was talking nonsense. It had nothing to do with you. This means continue to push Mayu to take the blame and keep Su Yao. Su Yao's heart is secretly happy, but the face does not show. A face of sadness. It is I who is sorry for brother Mayu. Gu Qing sneered and said, after this incident, the company will give you a new partner, and if you can't bear to part with it, you can also not change it. Su Yao lowered her head and said softly, I'll listen to the company's arrangement. Gu Qing's gaze became even more disdainful. They say they're sorry, but when it really comes to the stakes, they can kick someone out of the way. It's also good to know that this kind of character is suitable for the entertainment industry. Alright, you go on back. Gu Qing waved his hand, but called Su Yao back as she walked to the door. Right, give me Lin Yi's contact information and residential address. The company is going to send someone to pick up the slack. Hearing these words, Su Yao's body went cold and her mind completely collapsed. It wasn't unrelated to Fire Phoenix that she and Lin Yi had come to this point, but now, just because Lin Yi could write songs, Fire Phoenix was going to pull down her face to get Lin Yi? Did Fire Phoenix ever consider her feelings when he did that? Su Yao took a few deep breaths and said, I'll send you. Then, decidedly, he left the office. Mayu was also called over and was waiting outside. Seeing Su Yao come out, he immediately went forward and questioned, Sister Su Yao, I trusted you so much, why did you lie to me? If Su Yao hadn't said that Lin Yi was inactive, he wouldn't have said that on the internet. So many people are scolding me online now. Sister Su Yao, say something. Mayu followed Su Yao closely, but until Su Yao entered the elevator, she didn't pay a single attention to him. There was no point in wasting time when this idiot wasn't going to be her partner anytime soon. The plaza. Lin Yi didn't sing the most dazzling National Wind and sang Sea and Sky to take the edge off. I didn't sing haiku at first because the style didn't fit and I was worried that it wouldn't be high enough. Now it's too high, and we have to cool everyone down. After the song, so many people were so immersed in the song that they couldn't get out for a long time. Boo was so envious of the people who were there and got to listen to haiku live. I've heard that Lin Yi is especially stable live, and his singing skills hang on to beat Su Yao. Must hang on. Look what Su Yao sang without Lin Yi. Grab the shot. Can we get the rights to Above the Moon and Most Dazzling National Wind back? I want to hear Lin Yi sing. Brothers, join me in smashing Fire Phoenix Entertainment's Weibo. Help Lin Yi get his copyright back. Are you guys Lin Yi's dogs? People didn't even say they wanted their copyrights back, and you guys just went and bit people yourselves. One Su Yao fan was so pissed off that he started screaming. Just now, internal news came out from the Iron Fans group that Fire Phoenix Entertainment had been flushed, and Su Yao seemed to have been held accountable by the higher-ups. Fans were so heartbroken that they vowed to rip the netizens a new one. Eaters are not a bad fighter. Hitting the keyboard back. He is a dog himself before he can see that others are also a dog. We just don't like Fire Phoenix. So what? Your master is not allowed to say anything even though he robbed someone else? Su Yao's fans were furiously pounding on their keyboards as the two sides argued. It's much calmer offline than online. Moncler Outlet Store looking at the onlookers who were impressed by Sea and Sky. He asked Lin Yi in a low voice, are these all your fans? Out of breath I don't think so. Lin Yi didn't think he was that charismatic. Black powder is more like it. What? Moncler Outlet Store wide-eyed. Then his voice got even lower and he nervously scanned the crowd. So many. Are your black fans? At least half? Lin Yi guessed. He has an extremely bad reputation on the internet and gets a bunch of flack during the day. Grandpa Zhang suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's hand. His expression very serious. Shall we? Listen to me. Now hurry up. He saw that there were still people gathering over, and if the black powder was growing, it might not go away. Before Lin Yi could say anything, Moncler Outlet Store he suddenly gave him an unreadable wink, then held his waist and screamed in pain. Ow, my back. Twisted. Lin Yi understood instantly. Zi Yen. Quickly accompany me to take the grandpa to the hospital. Tang Zian was shocked by the sudden turn of events and came over to assist with her hands in a frenzy. Nervous. Senpai, I've heard that it's best not to move when you hurt a bone. Why don't we call an ambulance? Call a ambulance. Mr. Zhang glared at her. Dancing to the hospital. How humiliating it is to spread the word. Tang Zian, you can't even stand up straight. And you still care about that? The onlookers were also of the same mind as Tang Zian. Some wanted to persuade, but looking at the Moncler outlet store's stubborn demeanor, they decided that it was better not to make a fool of themselves. Everyone moved to the sides to make way for the trio, fearing that they would delay Moncler outlet store their condition. When he walked to the side of the road, away from the crowd, Moncler outlet store, he instantly stood up straight and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Okay, I'll leave you guys in a hurry. Da, Moncler, you well? Tang Zian was shocked, like she had seen a medical miracle. I'm fine, Moncler outlet store laughing. He said, isn't this afraid that you will be surrounded by black fans? Tang Zian's small mouth opened into an O shape, feeling that she was shown up by Moncler outlet online, the tawdry operation. Moncler outlet store, turn away and hide deep. He was hesitating to turn off the live stream, when he suddenly saw that the big man was back, and his eyes glazed over. Break it up, they're gone. Moncler outlet store waving at the onlookers. He smiled widely. The onlookers and the live streaming netizens were in a daze. Didn't you say you twisted your back? Dare I say it's a false alarm? I can't believe I was tricked by a grandpa. Aha, give me back Lin Yi and Tang Zian. I still need to listen to the song. Your grandpa deserves to be your grandpa. This operation. I'm convinced. He received Tang Zian's explanatory text message, cried and laughed as he turned off the live broadcast and quickly headed to the meeting place. This is where Lin Yi lives, and the rent is cheap and cost-effective. Lin Yi has been living here since graduation, and he didn't think of changing it when he made money later. Instead, it was Su Yao who moved to a bigger and newer neighborhood. My house is a bit of a mess. Don't mind if you do. Lin Yi looked at Tang Zian helplessly. Came by car. He originally proposed to gather in the car, but Tang Zian knew he lived here and insisted on sitting on the door. It won't be too much. Tang Zian nodded, her heart curious about what Lin Yi's home would be like. There was no elevator in the old neighborhood, so Lin Yi took her to climb the stairs to the top and didn't stop until he reached the 6th floor. 2. He was about to get his key and open the door when his eyes were drawn to the woman crouching in front of his house. The woman's eyes snapped open at the sight of him, and she stood up and jumped into his arms. Chapter 17, Living with the Twins. Hey, who are you? Tang Zian was quick on her feet and grabbed between the two before the woman pounced on Lin Yi. The woman didn't break and pounced on Tang Zian. Tang Zian was a little unsteady and leaned back into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi, what's going on here? He held Tang Zian and said with concern, is everything alright? It's okay. Tang Zian shook her head and frowned at the woman who was pouncing on her. Who are you? Why are you trying to sneak up on the Hokage? This person was not wearing a mask, and his face was very unfamiliar. Ruling out the possibility that it was Su Yao, the woman stood straight calmly, not seeming to feel awkward at all, her gaze skimming over Tang Zian and looking at Lin Yi, who was a head taller than Tang Zian. Hi, my name is CC. I'm a female singer who specializes in the square dance style. I know you've had your heart broken by Su Yao, but please believe that I will never betray you. I'd like to team up with you and kill back in showbiz together. After watching today's broadcast, there is no longer any doubt that Lin Yi has talent. CC had inquired about Lin Yi's address and came here specifically to squat, just to hug Lin Yi's thighs. If she can become Lin Yi's new partner and sing songs written by Lin Yi, the future is promising. The more CC thought about it, the more excited she became, her eyes glowing as she looked at Lin Yi. Besides singing, I can do laundry and cook and warm the bed. You don't have to worry about anything, just write songs. Lin Yi, warm what up? Tang Zian was startled by CC's scale. She was afraid that Lin Yi would be compelled. She hurriedly said, I can also do laundry and cook and warm the bed. I don't need you. C frowned. Aren't you teamed up with your sister? Why are you stealing from me? I can have my foot in both boats. Tang Zian's words caused both CC and Lin Yi to fall silent. Before things got any more confusing, Lin Yi hurriedly rejected CC. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your offer. So please go back. Hurry up. Tang Zian voiced her urging. CC wasn't discouraged and threw a wink at Lin Yi before she left. If you change your mind, you can send a tweet with my name on it and I'll come find you when I see it. Don't even think about it. I'll uninstall Senior's Twitter later. Tang Zian said nonchalantly. Seeing CC's smile twist a little, Tang Zian was in a good mood. Just kidding. It's so hard for Senior to leave that pit of Su Yao's and be able to fly free. How can you get stuck with a woman with such a bad heart? When she couldn't see CC's figure anymore, Tang Zian turned her head and smiled at Lin Yi. Senior, I was only joking when I said I uninstalled you from Twitter. Don't mind me. She felt as if that statement crossed the line a bit. She wasn't Senpai's agent, so what did she care what Senpai tweeted? It's okay. Lin Yi didn't take this matter to heart and used his key to unlock the door. Slow down. Tang Ziyan suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's hand. Looking alert, I'll go in first to see if there are any more miscreants inside. How can? Lin Yi cried and laughed. The door is locked. Only I have the key. Are you sure? Neither is the landlord? Tang Ziyan knew that usually when renting an apartment, the landlord would have a spare key. The landlord is there, but I don't think he'd want to team up with me. Would he? The landlord is like to wear slippers and white undershirt Moncler outlet. Lin Yi thought about the other side and their own team to kill back to the showbiz scene. Hot eyes. Fear not. Fear not. What if he's been bribed by someone who's up to no good? Then go in first and check out. Lin Yi didn't believe Tang Ziyan's words half-heartedly, but watching her cautiously poke her head into the door and then dodge and rush into the house resembled a suspenseful movie scene. He was inexplicably nervous too, as if there was real danger inside. After a while there was no movement coming from inside. Lin Yi asked in a low voice, "How's the situation?" "Nice," Tang Ziyan replied. "Senior's home is very neat and tidy, and there are no smelly socks on the floor." "Lin Yi? Who asked you that?" He walked into the house with a black face and saw Tang Ziyan standing on the balcony, reaching out and pointing outside with an agitated face. "Wow, you can see the square where we sang from here." "Yeah." Lin Yi poured 2 cups of water and gave one to Tang Ziyan. Just when Tang Ziyan was drinking water, there was suddenly a knock on the door. No good. Tang Ziyan was so shocked that she choked on her saliva, and busily wiped it away, whispering, "There might be enemies outside." She was so focused on investigating the inside of the house that she forgot that this place wasn't safe in the first place. "It was my carelessness that put us in a situation where we were on the back foot." Tang Ziyan protected Lin Yi behind her and said as she moved towards the door, "Later on, I'll go out and die with them. You take the opportunity to escape." Lin Yi, is it that bad? He felt that Tang Ziyan was not only suitable to be a singer, but also suitable to go into acting. That said, the twin duo in their previous life did have a lot of work in the movie and TV industry. In the middle of their thoughts, Lin Yi and Tang Ziyan had already walked to the door. There was no cat's eye on the door, so Tang Ziyan didn't know if the person outside was tall or strong. Just to be on the safe side, she decided to hang up the security chain and open a crack in the door to take a first look. "What are you sneaking around for? Outside." He Dance was speechless when he saw Tang Ziyan peeking through the open doorway. "Sister Dance, it's you." Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Tang Ziyan spoke louder and hurriedly removed the security chain, allowing He Dance to enter the house. He Dance gave the two a suspicious look. "You guys aren't doing anything bad behind my back, are you?" With that said, she didn't move to sniff. There was no strange odor. Another peek at the trash can. No strange bags. Fortunately, the girl was stupid, but not so impulsive. "What bad thing? We're good people." Tang Ziyan told He Dance about CC, learning that Lin Yi had been thrown into the arms of an unfamiliar woman. He Dance's expression was subtle. "There's really everything in this circle." He Dance sighed with emotion and said to Lin Yi, "I advise you to change your place of residence. If CC knows you live here, the others can surely find out as well, and there's no guarantee of harassment." That's right. Tang Ziyan very much agree. Our neighborhood guards are particularly strict. In and out of the building need to be a separate card kind of brush. Not the owners simply cannot go upstairs. This is very safe. The place where Lin Yi lived now had no doorman at all. Anyone could come. Lin Yi also didn't like being disturbed by strangers and simply asked Tang Ziyan, "What's the name of your neighborhood? I'll see if there are any empty rooms for rent. I've never moved before because it wasn't necessary, but now that things have changed, it's better to get a new place." Tang Ziyan's eyes lit up when she saw that Lin Yi was interested in the neighborhood she lived in. "There must be an empty room for rent. If not, you can stay at my place." He Dance's eyebrows jumped as he listened. "Don't forget that your family has a sister." Thinking of Tang Zishuan, Tang Ziyan's little face collapsed. Even though she's talking the talk now, her sister is the boss in the house. I don't think sister would want to live with senior Lin Yi, would she? After all, when there are only 2 girls, you can just let loose. It feels like there would be all kinds of inconveniences if there were more than one man. Lin Yi also didn't want to go over and disturb the sisters, and when he saw Tang Ziyan's head droop, he smiled and comforted her. "The neighborhood is so big, there's bound to be an empty room. We could be neighbors. It's good to be a neighbor." He Dance suddenly revealed a particularly kind smile to Lin Yi and said, "Lin Yi, in fact, in that neighborhood, there are a dozen or so houses that belong to our company. If you are willing to sign up with our company, we can arrange for you to stay for free. What do you think?" Chapter 18 3 songs in a row. "I don't think so." Before Lin Yi could say anything, Tang Ziyan frowned and clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking at He Dance with a condemning expression. "Sister Dance, people are signing up for some kind of $1 million package and $10 million marketing. How can you get rid of your seniors with a set of houses? And the house was only free for Lin Yi to live in. Not for him. The equivalent of trying to sign Lin Yi with a package of accommodation? This is showbiz. It's not hiring waiters. How can you be so stingy? The more Tang Zian thought about it, the more dissatisfied she became, and gabbled. Sister Dance. You can't kill Senior just because he's familiar with us. Ho Dance. She didn't say the signing benefit was just one free stay. Seeing that Tang Zian couldn't wait to help Lin Yi speak, he Dance ground his teeth in acid and asked, "Whose side are you on anyway?" "I'm a singer, and Senior is a singer, so of course I'm on the singer's side." Tang Zian was righteous and very unapologetic. He Dance as an agent and more often than not is on the company's side. Tang Zian wasn't that familiar with He Dance at first, and only became her own person after spending a lot of time together. He Dance couldn't refute it. Glaring at Tang Zian and looking at Lin Yi, "The company will definitely give you more than just accommodation. Building an album and organizing concerts will be arranged. And unlike Fire Phoenix Entertainment, the copyright of the work created by the singer belongs entirely to the singer. I heard Zian say that when you were at Soaring in the past, you not only had to write songs, but you were also responsible for external contacts. I can take care of all these chores for you properly, and you can spend all your time in your profession." It had to be said that He Dance's words made Lin Yi very moved. Those days of running commercial shows during the day and writing and practicing songs at night are still a little tiring to think about. Agencies are definitely much more specialized in planning and running singers than he is. Besides, the entertainment industry is heavily hugged and quality resources are divided up internally. He wants a piece of the action, and signing up with the right company is rare. He Dance had a good personality and was dedicated to his artists, so Lin Yi nodded after a little consideration. "I can sign." "Great." He Dance, who seemed quite calm before, jumped up in excitement at this moment. She was sure that after tonight's live broadcast, there would be many companies interested in Lin Yi, and she was close to the water, directly taking down Lin Yi. Think of the stifled and depressed looks on the faces of your peers. Cool. Go, 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 go. Good. Lin Yi simply packed up his things and pushed his suitcase to leave this small house. Tang Zixuan did not participate in tonight's square dance. She wanted to go, but He Dance said that the twins appearing together would easily attract fans and would steal the attention that belonged to Lin Yi. She had no choice but to stay home. The singles 4 to Sky, Next Stop Diva and No Tears in Moscow have been produced. Tang Zixuan didn't know how many times she had listened to it over and over again. Looking at the dark cell phone screen, a little anxious. How long has the live broadcast been off? And why isn't Tang Zian back yet? Did the three of them go to dinner to celebrate? Without her? Very good. Tang Zixuan smiled icily and walked to the living room to rummage through Tang Zian's private stash of snacks and start eating. "Sis, I'm back." At this moment, the door was opened from outside, and Tang Zian ran in with a smile, just in time to bump into Tang Zixuan, who was stealing her snacks. Tang Zixuan froze in place, her face darkening with some embarrassment. Tang Zian froze for 2 seconds, and taking advantage of this gap, Tang Zixuan hurriedly wiped her hands and covered her ears with wet wipes, ready to ward off her sister's wailing. Unexpectedly, Tang Zian didn't make a fuss, but smiled helplessly. "Why are you snacking again? Eat less. It's not good for your health." Tang Zixuan? Has her sister been spiritually penetrated? Sorry to interrupt. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but still walked in from outside. He Dance had gone to get the keys to his new home and told him to wait on Tang Zian's side first. "I really didn't expect that the flower of the High Sierra, Tang Zixuan, to like snacks?" When Tang Zixuan saw Lin Yi, she instantly understood why her sister was so abnormal. She smiled coldly and ruthlessly broke down her sister's lie. "This is Ziyan's snack. It's Tang Zian who loves snacks, not her." Tang Zian was shocked when she heard this. "Geez, how could you steal my snacks? Isn't it enough to eat your own? You really need to quit for a while." "Sis," Tang Zian spoke in a serious manner, as if she was the steady older sister and Tang Zixuan was a smelly younger sister who was crazy about snacks. Tang Zixuan, harder fists. After educating Tang Zixuan, Tang Zian went back to entertaining Lin Yi like a grandparent. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. Senior, have a seat." Lin Yi sat down on the sofa in a subtle mood. "Just came here to pass the time. Didn't expect to bump into Tang Zixuan's unknown secret. He won't be silenced, will he?" Tang Zixuan's mood was very complicated when she saw that Lin Yi seemed to be afraid to look at himself. She noticed Lin Yi's suitcase and was a bit puzzled. "Senior, you're going away?" "No." Once again, Tang Zian told her about CC. Tang Zixuan frowned, concerned. "Then what are you going to do now? Have you found a place to stay?" Tang Zixuan looked back at the empty room in her house and thought briefly. "Found it," Lin Yi said. "Sister Dance has gone to get the key and is staying next door to you." Tang Zixuan sighed in relief. and was also glad that she hadn't said the words of invitation out loud, otherwise how embarrassing. While waiting for he dance, Tang Xian ordered a Heidileo takeout set meal, intending to eat hot pot to celebrate Lin Yi moving in signing. The takeout delivery was fast, arriving around the same time as he dance. Lin Yi moved his luggage next door and realized that the place was so clean that he didn't need to clean it at all, so he just moved in with his bag. Seniors, come on, we're getting ready to release the song. Thinking out of the box, Tang Xian was ready to upload the new song she had recorded to the music platform. Then eating fondue while waiting for feedback is more comfortable than sitting and waiting dry. Lin Yi walked over to the computer. There were 3 songs in total, just enough for everyone to click the mouse to release them. The ceremony was full of ceremony. After the release, the trio took out their cell phones and went on Twitter to share the news. Singer Lin Yi, I've shared See White Sky. Click the link to hear it for free. Girls Tang Zixuan, I shared Next Stop Diva. Click on the link to listen for free. Girls Tang Xian, I shared There Are No Tears in Moscow, Next Stop Diva Mandarin version. Click the link to listen for free. On the internet, countless netizens were still discussing Lin Yi's live broadcast. Seeing Lin Yi tweeting, everyone got excited. Sea to Sky recorded version. It's been a long time coming. Punchy. Finally there's no more murmur of cheering from the audience. I'm going to listen to it on a single loop to suck. There's no need for a single song cycle, right? Next Diva is good too. Why is there a song in Moscow without tears? Next Station Diva is good, yes, but why did they change it to Mandarin? So speechless. Speechless +1. Can girls get some new songs? Don't catch a song to grips. It's a big loss of goodwill. Yeah, isn't Tang Zixuan a talented girl? Now she can only make a living by changing Lin Yi's songs? While netizens are excited about Sea to Sky and Next Stop Diva, there are some discordant voices in the comments section. In this world, it's very rare for a remixed filler to surpass the original, and most of them are bad songs written by crap singers, pure and simple rubbing it in to ruin the original song. Next Station Diva is so good that third-rate singers wouldn't even dare to make a move, but as a result, their own group is actually striking hard? Confused. Chapter 19, Diva's Appointment. Twin fans clicked on There Are No Tears in Moscow. Disappointment is disappointment, but you still have to support your idol's new song. If it sucks, then listen to it once and pull back and pretend nothing happened. If it didn't suck so much, it wouldn't be impossible to comment and encourage it. Winter parting, late at night in Moscow. A column of troops, on full alert in the streets. No one here notices who's in love with whom, because suffering doesn't allow people to break down. Tang Xian's vocals were as good as ever and the fans' eyes lit up. That's a level that's way beyond expectations. There are no tears in Moscow. It's snowing heavily. You're so cold and haggard. Being single, I had thought that I could go through life without talking to anyone. By the time we got to the chorus, many fans couldn't help but sing along because of their familiarity with Next Stop Diva. The song was quickly listened to and everyone ran to the comments section to leave their comments. Maybe it's because the expectations weren't high and I was surprisingly a little wowed? +1 upstairs. That's not quite the next One Stop Diva, but it's a great word. I like it. I've bookmarked the ones that don't speak Cantonese and plan to sing them in karaoke tomorrow. I feel like the song is not referring to love alone, but the emotional power of love under the war years, knowing that there will be hurt and separation, and still loving with no regrets. Too touched. Sister Zixuan is awesome. Didn't ruin the next diva. Family members don't blow at first. The lyricist is not Sister Zixuan, nor Sister Xian. It's Lin Yi. The twins fans saw the comment and their collective eyes widened as they rushed to delete the rainbow fart in their hands. What did you say? The lyrics are by Lin Yi? Lin Yi again? People have preconceived notions and when they see a song posted by Tang Xian, they default to the Mandarin version being the twins' remix. Press didn't even look closely at the songwriter in front of the lyrics. Now, everyone has pulled up the lyrics and seen the first line that reads, Lyricist Lin Yi, twins fans. I said how the lyrics fit so well, so Lin Yi wrote them himself. That's too much. Lin Yi, it's not enough to write a Cantonese version. You want to release a Mandarin version? Go the way of the proselytizer and leave the proselytizer in the lurch. Kind of disappointing and kind of cool. Are our sisters on a soft diet? Lin Yi, I'm going to tell the world that I've contracted all the twins' new songs. Please don't. Lin Yi will spoil the child like this. Writing 5, 6, 7 or 8 songs will be enough. Let Zixuan write 2 songs herself too. Tang Zixuan, who was shabu-shabuing the hot pot, saw this comment and had a very complicated mood. Letting Lin Yi write 5, 6, 7, 8 songs for them, and she only wrote 1 or 2. Is it too much to think of her? Tang Zixuan chewed hard on the fatty beef slices and decided to close the door tonight and write a new song. On the bib, the discussion of There Are No Tears in Moscow is growing. It's even more discussed than Sea to Sky and Next Stop Diva. After all, those 2 songs have been discussed for a few rounds, and No Tears for Moscow is brand new. I thought it would be another crappy Cantonese to Mandarin song, but I didn't realize it was quite okay. Lyricist Lin Yi. Look at the gold content. What's wrong with Lin Yi? Changing his own songs, creative inspiration overflowing, right? Now that we've released 3 songs, when is Freedom to Fly going to be scheduled? My mom is waiting to take it to a square dance. The next diva learned it in a few days, but Moscow learned it in minutes without tears. It smells so good. I'm the class recreation member, and tomorrow I'm going to sing this song and wow everyone. Good lord. I was out shopping and heard someone selling this song on the street. That's awesome speed. I hadn't heard Next Diva before. I think No Tears in Moscow is more to my liking. Nice. In places Lin Yi doesn't know. On the streets, in KTVs, in bars, and in some cabs, both play Moscow Without Tears. The fondue lasted 2 hours, and 2 hours later, No Tears in Moscow surpassed tens of millions of plays. This achievement far exceeded He Dance's expectations. Although she thought fans would like No Tears in Moscow from the start, she didn't expect the song to catch on so quickly. Now, short video platforms are already full of bloggers doing covers. See the Sky and The Next Diva are better, have better word of mouth, yet haven't reached the level of sweeping short videos. It's normal. Tang Zian laughed and said, Haikao Tiankong and Next Station Diva need to be leveled up. Okay, how embarrassing is a bad cover? Moscow is not the same without tears, and anyone can sing. The cover bloggers, in a sort of if I can't sing Next Diva, can I sing Moscow? Fashion, are scrambling to produce a second output. He Dance thought it made sense and was even happier. Not bad. The Next Diva earns word of mouth. There are No Tears in Moscow earns popularity. Popularity and word of mouth are both plentiful. She raised her unfinished wine and toasted Lin Yi. Thank you so much. It's all you're doing. It was Zi Yan and Zi Xian who sang well. If someone else sang, they might not have this effect. Lin Yi engaged in a wave of commercial interplay. Tang Zian giggled and hugged He Dance and said, Sister Mai, if you really want to thank Senior, you can give him an extra 10% of the signing tomorrow. He danced and rolled his eyes. The company isn't run by me, so what's the point of me saying I'll give an extra 10%? However, I'll go and help Lin Yi fight for it. Ordinary artists and brokers signing is usually 50-50. For example, Tang Zian and Tang Zishuan is into the company before the debut, at the beginning can only take 50%. After the latter's fame, the welfare benefits have increased accordingly, and now they can already take 70%. Although Lin Yi is a newcomer signing a contract for the first time, with his fame and strength, it is not a big problem for him to get a contract of the same level as the twins. He Dance intends to be bold and talk to the boss in person tomorrow to see if he can apply for a 280. After all, the higher the income of the artists under her, the higher her salary will go. A treasure boy like Lin Yi, I'm sure the boss will understand his value. The next day, Lin Yi followed He Dance to Tianhua Entertainment, and Tang Ziyan followed to join in the fun. As for Tang Zishuan, I heard that she wrote a new song all night and didn't sleep until morning. You guys wait here, I'll be right there. Placing Tang Ziyan and Lin Yi in her office, He Dance stepped on her high heels and left. My seems a little nervous? Lin Yi noticed that He Dance had been tensing her face and didn't look relaxed enough. Of course, Tang Ziyan explained. You should know who our boss is, right? Zhang Tianho. Super invincible big name. Even colder than my sister. I've met her a few times, and every time I was too scared to speak. The owner of Tianhua Entertainment, whose full name was Zhang Tianyun, was also a singer and a recognized music diva. Because of a falling out with his agency, he simply opened his own after he became famous, and the atmosphere of the company is much more comfortable than other companies. Lin Yi had only met Zhang Tianho online, and hadn't come into contact with her in reality. After all, he was just a small singer who hadn't been on the scene for long, and it wasn't a ditch that separated him from the diva, it was the sea. After a while, He Dance came back. She didn't have the signing contract in her hand, and her face was a little complicated. Lin Yi, the boss wants to interview you. Ha, Tang Ziyan was so nervous. It's over. My stomach is starting to hurt. Lin Yi cried and laughed. What are you hurting for? It's with me, not with you. He got up from his chair and followed He Dance to another office. I'll meet you at the door. The boss says he wants to talk to you alone. Lin Yi nodded and knocked on the door before walking in. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows stood a woman in a cheongsam, very slim, with an open design along the thighs, which made her look even more elegant. Zhang Tianyun turned around, his gaze landing on Lin Yi. This look back is beautifully moving. Lin Yi, have you ever been in love? Zhang Tianyun asked. Chapter 20, Writing Songs for Diva. How could Lin Yi not expect that the first thing Zhang Tianyun said to him would be such a question? Is the diva so nosy? Or does the company have some kind of rule about the artist's relationship history? No, Lin Yi said truthfully. Pity. Zhang Tianyun sighed, looking surprisingly disappointed. Lin Yi didn't get the logic of that. Don't you usually say sorry when you've been in love? Why should he be criticized for not being in a relationship? Is it possible that the diva appreciates the flirtatious type more? Lin Yi's expression was somewhat subtle, suspecting that he knew too much. Don't get me wrong. I'm not thinking about your personal life. Zhang Tianyan stepped on her high heels and walked over to Lin Yi. Tada tada. Her voice crisp and elegant. With the addition of high heels, she was only slightly shorter than Lin Yi, and her aura was very powerful. I called you here because I want you to help me write a love song. If it pleases me, the company will only take 10% of the proceeds for signing you, and you can take 90%. 19 open. That's some diva welfare treatment now. Lin Yi was a bit surprised, and at the same time, he understood why the chapter Heavenly Empress would ask him a question like that. Creating a work of art takes experience and realization. It's not necessarily true that single dogs can't write love songs. It's just that the odds are that they aren't as profound as those who've fallen out of love. A good love song can make you cry and empathize. Poorly written love songs, however, just make it sound sickly. I can try, Lin Yi said. Although he had little experience in love, he was in a small library of Chinese songs, so it wasn't hard to get a love song out. You only have 3 days. Zhang Tianyun knows this is a bit of a pushover, but she's going to be on the latest episode of Singer recording in 3 days. The singer has a rigorous schedule, with a new theme for each installment, and the singer must sing a song that fits the theme. It also can't be an old song that you've made famous, only new unreleased songs or covers. Zhang Tianyun would have liked to cover the song, but she lost her last competition and finished at the bottom of the list. Only last place can be declared for songs. The ones she wanted to cover were picked up by other singers and couldn't be repeated. Zhang Tianyun did not want to condemn himself. The past few days have been writing songs, looking for someone to write songs, but unfortunately the results are not as good as expected. It so happened that at this time, Lin Yi crashed into her, and she intended to give Lin Yi a chance, as well as give herself one more piece of hope. Don't worry, even if you don't write a love song that satisfies me, the company will sign you on a 37 split. Zhang Tianyun still admired Lin Yi, and she loved both See White Sky and Next Stop Diva. 37% was also a very good split ratio, but Lin Yi preferred to get 19%. Who's too rich for money? Lin Yi nodded to Zhang Tianyun and said, I know all the requirements. I'll go back and write the song first. Contact you when it's done. Go on. Zhang Tianyun eyed Lin Yi as he walked out the door and couldn't help but begin to anticipate in his heart. Hopefully Lin Yi wouldn't let her down. Outside the office, Tang Zian didn't know when she came here, and when she saw Lin Yi come out, she immediately jumped over, but her voice was very small, for fear of disturbing the people inside. How about it? Was the boss particularly high-strung? Did you get frozen? Tang Zian said, and pinched Lin Yi's arm. He blared at Tang Zian breathlessly. Can you focus on the point? Yeah. After he dance reminded her, Tang Zian hurriedly asked, how did the negotiations go? Did the signing go well? Not signed yet. Lin Yi told the two about Zhang Tianyun asking him to help write a song. He dances not surprised at all. Said, the singer competition system is cruel. 2 periods of elimination of a person. The boss ranked in the bottom of the last period. This time if you have to be eliminated from the game. And the singer is now just over halfway through its schedule. If the famous chapter diva couldn't even make it to the finals, she'd be laughed out of town. We didn't even have to wait for the elimination. There was quite a bit of online buzz about the chapter diva after the results of the last installment came out. Said she was full of money making after she started her company and was all brass tacks. Long gone is that singer with a quest. What do those black people know? Tang Zian said angrily. The program requires singers not to sing their own songs, but other singers are allowed to sing the boss's songs, and the boss is losing money. Of all people, the boss has the most and best work, and this tournament was already rigged against her. Even though she was too goose-stepping to speak when she saw Zhang Tianho, she was also Tianho's little fan. When she saw Blackie saying that Zhang Tianyun smells like copper, she even opened a small number to dislike her. Come on, who in the company doesn't know that diva is too full of songs to care about running the company? There was this one time when we were having our annual meeting, and the boss suddenly got inspired for a new song and left everyone to run away. Tang Zian shared with Lin Yi in a low voice. Lin Yi was a bit brain-dead as to how the so elegant Zhang Tianyun ran away. Senior, all the way to the door of her house. Tang Zian suddenly pulled on Lin Yi's hand with a very solemn expression. You must write love songs. You don't want Sister Diva to be scolded by little Blackie, do you? Lin Yi also nodded solemnly. Definitely, if you're really uninspired. Tang Zian lowered her head, a little shy. I can pretend to be your girlfriend and have a relationship with you. In fact, the idea had popped up in the company, but for fear of being spat on by He Dance, she had held it back until now. After saying that, Tang Zian's heart hung in the air, nervous and expectant, and a little apprehensive. No need. Lin Yi smiled at Tang Zian. I can do it myself. In fact, he had already thought of several songs that would fit Zhang Tianyun. Tang Zian felt her little heart go cold, as if she had been doused with a basin of cold water. Then you're awesome, she said, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Okay. Lin Yi humbly scratched his head. I went to write a song. When Lin Yi entered the house, Tang Zian stood in the corridor with her arms crossed and gave a fierce hum to Lin Yi's room door. 2 days later, Zhang Tianyun looked at the song sent by the creative team and his face did not hide his disappointment. No, it's still not good enough. She was the quintessential gifted player, with a voice that sounded like it had been kissed by the heavens, and was so amazingly talented right out of the gate that she took home that year's Golden Melody Award. Unfortunately, God's gifts seem to be limited, and after experiencing glory, she is now starting to go downhill. It's not that the singing is worse, it's just that there are no songs that please her. For example, now that the creative team has sent this one, she doesn't even have the desire to open her voice. I wonder how Lin Yi's writing is going. Zhang Tianyun flipped through her friend list, wanting to chat privately with Lin Yi to ask about his progress, but suddenly realized that she didn't have Lin Yi's friends at all. I should have known to add a friend that day. A flash of chagrin appeared on the heavenly Empress' cool face. She did have a close friend in He Dance. Lin Yi could contact her through He Dance. Should we ask He Dance Lin Yi's contact information? Forget it. Zhang Tianyun shook her head. It didn't quite fit her style. Dodo. At that moment, her cell phone alerted with a new message that it was He Dance looking for her. Boss, these are 2 love songs written by Lin Yi. See if they're okay. There are 2 files in the dialog box. 2 songs? Zhang Tianyun frowned. What does Lin Yi mean? Quality is not enough to make up for quantity? Zhang Tianyun opened the first file with some disappointment. The title of the song was Because of Love. Zhang Tianyun had mixed feelings. It was a first for her to have him write a love song with a title that was so blunt. The lyrics are labeled with a male part and a female part. And it's surprisingly a love song for 2. Lin Yi wouldn't want to sing with her. Would he? Zhang Tianyun frowned deeply and began to read the lyrics to the sketch. Here's a CD from the past. Listen to the love we had then. Because love doesn't grieve easily. So everything is what happiness looks like. The more he looked, the more Zhang Tianyun's brows relaxed and his eyes brightened. That's a very good song. She loved it. In an instant, Zhang Tianyun thought about what kind of feelings and techniques he should use to sing. Because of her satisfaction with Because of Love, she couldn't wait to open the second file. The song is called Red Bean, with no male or female parts labeled, and is a single vocal piece. Only then did Zhang Tianyun understand Lin Yi's thoughtfulness. I guess Lin Yi was also worried that he would mind a double love song, so he specially wrote an extra single one. To his shame, Lin Yi had really guessed. At first, when she saw the duo love song, her first thought was that Lin Yi had a bad heart and didn't write songs properly, only thinking of singing with the diva. Realizing that she had misunderstood Lin Yi, Zhang Tianyun's face was a little parched. He's so serious about writing a song for you and you doubt his character. What a person! Zhang Tianyun condemned himself and savored red beans. To her amazement, the quality of Red Bean is on par with Because of Love. Even from her personal point of view, she felt that Red Beans was better. Did he really write this song in 2 days? So talented? Zhang Tianyun couldn't help himself and typed a reply to He Dance. Push Lin Yi's WeChat to me. Right away. She is now looking forward to singing Because of Love with Lin Yi and to singing Red Bean. These 2 songs, she doesn't make a choice. She wants both. Chapter 21, Suyao's phone call. Lin Yi was waiting for He Dance's reply. Seeing Zhang Tianyun's friend request, he raised an eyebrow and clicked through. Diva took the initiative to add him as a friend. Seems to be quite happy with those 2 songs. Go wait for me at the office and sign you up. As soon as he added his friends, Zhang Tianyun sent this sentence. Lin Yi liked this kind of cool person. Unlike some bosses, obviously you finished the work, but also pretend to damage you 2 sentences. He grabbed his cell phone and headed out, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tang Zian and Tang Zishuan standing in his doorway. Tang Zian raised her hand and seemed to be preparing to knock on the door. Senior? Tang Zian's eyes lit up with some excitement. How's it going? Did the new song pass? I heard Sister Dance say that the boss added you as a friend. It must have passed, right? Aha. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. She called out for me to go to the company now to sign. Great. Tang Zian was so excited that she hugged Tang Zishuan and jumped straight up. I knew Senpai would be able to do it. The corner of Tang Zishuan's mouth twitched. Too lazy to spit. Who just walked around the living room like a clueless person? Senpai, go now. Don't make the boss wait. Tang Zian urged and even ran to help Lin Yi press the elevator. As soon as Lin Yi left, the sisters couldn't wait to take out their cell phones and open Lin Yi's new song file. They had held back from watching it before. If it's particularly good, they want Zhang Tianyun to be the first to see it. If it's not good enough, it's a black history of the seniors. And that's even worse. Otherwise, won't you embarrass your senior? Now, knowing that the diva was pleased with the new song, Both men concentrated on it. Skywarn Entertainment. When Lin Yi arrived at the company, Zhang Tianyun hadn't come yet, but he Dance had arrived instead. Lin Yi, your 2 new songs are wonderfully written. Although she couldn't read the sheet music very well, the lyrics of both songs were very meaningful. Hanging No Tears in Moscow is easy. What surprised he Dance the most was that the 2 lyrics, as well as the arrangement, were completed in the past 2 days, and her previously proud little talent Tang Zixuan, closed for so many days. Half a song has not been written yet. How the hell did Lin Yi's brain grow? My, what's wrong? Seeing he Dance staring straight at his head, Lin Yi felt his hairline go cold. It's okay. He Dance sighed in her heart. Maybe this was the difference between a talented woman and a genius. The good news is that both are her people. Beautifully. Tada! The familiar sound of heels hitting the ground reached both of them. Lin Yi turned his head to look, and the slender Cheongsam figure once again came into view. It's just that last time it was a blue Cheongsam and this time it's white and looks more plain. Boss! The 2 shouted together. Zhang Tianyun nodded and passed by Lin Yi, leaving behind a long scent. Come in. She walked into the office and let He Dance and Lin Yi finish the signing first. He Dance had always thought that letting Lin Yi write songs was a test after she proposed a 20/80th split. It is only today that I realized that what the diva has promised is not a 2/80 split, but a 1/9 split. That's too rich. Looking at Lin Yi's signing contract, she was a little envious. He Dance, go buy Lin Yi a few sets of better looking clothes. I'm going to sing with him for the recording of Singer the day after tomorrow. He Dance nodded in shock. Just signed a contract and the boss is going to personally bring Lin Yi on the show? The treatment, the cards, who else? Lin Yi also didn't expect Zhang Tianyun to pick himself. Although Because of Love was written by himself, he didn't make such demands as having to sing along with him. You didn't think I'd find someone else to sing, did you? Zhang Tianyun could see Lin Yi's thoughts and hummed lightly. If Lin Yi wasn't a singer and would only be composing lyrics and music, then it was her freedom to choose who to sing along with. But Lin Yi himself was a singer, or a singer with a very good singing voice. He writes a song as good as Because of Love and he's going to take that song and sing it to another man? Is that still a person? I was the one who misunderstood you. Lin Yi was a bit embarrassed. He thought that diva didn't look down on a small singer like himself. Zhang Tianyun didn't show any anger and said, we'll sing Because of Love together for this week's recording, and I'm going to save Red Bean for the finals. Is that okay? Nope. Lin Yi shook his head. These 2 songs are both prepared by him for Zhang Tianyun. Other singers can't sing that flavor. She can sing whenever she wants. Zhang Tianyun looked satisfied and walked over to Lin Yi. Now go to the practice room with me and practice your song. It's going to be recorded the day after tomorrow and I don't want to make a mistake then. Lin Yi didn't have a problem with it. Although he was familiar with the song Because of Love, it was always good to be cautious. Right. Zhang Tianyun's voice was as soft as a whisper. I'm very strict. When the time comes, you're not allowed to stop until I say so. Good. Lin Yi felt his ears being scratched and tickled. While Lin Yi and Zhang Tianyun practiced their songs, Su Yao also welcomed her new partner, Ji Jin, a rather famous ethnic minority singer with a clean-cut look and bold singing style, has a good amount of fans. Jin's voice is very much in the style of soaring, and together, you will definitely bring about a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. Gu Qing's attitude towards Ji Jin was very good, and not the kind of casual attitude towards Ma Yu, which made Su Yao feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. She forced a smile. I'll get along with Jin. Me too. I've always liked Sister Su Yao. Gil Jin also flashes his signature smile. He smiles with 2 tiny dimples, and his girlfriend fans will wail at the sight of him, saying Gil Jin is cute and simple. But somehow, Su Yao didn't like this person too much. She always felt that Ji Jin had a gloomy mind and was far less easy to pin down than Ma Yu. Jin, you go ahead and get busy. Go Cheng sent Ji Jin away and left Su Yao alone. Ever since the lie was revealed, Su Yao disliked being alone with Gu Qing. At this moment, Gu Qing looked at her with that skeptical gaze again. Su Yao, I went to the address you sent to find Lin Yi, and no one lives there at all. It's a suspicion that she gave a false address. Su Yao's heart was slightly cold. With an innocent face, maybe Lin Yi moved away. You could have called. Gu Qing saw that Su Yao was frank and open, without a hint of weakness, so he guessed that he hadn't lied. I'll fight it. Just get out. She impatiently dismissed Su Yao as well and dialed Lin Yi's number again. The number you have dialed is in progress. Except for the first time I got through. That's the tone no matter when I call afterward. Gu Qing suspected that it was after she had declared herself that Lin Yi had pulled the plug on her. It's all Su Yao's fault. She gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for Su Yao's hoodwinking, the relationship between Fire Phoenix Entertainment and Lin Yi wouldn't be so bad. In the practice room, Zhang Tianyun had just called a halt, so Lin Yi was able to rest for a while and sat down on a chair to drink some water. I can't believe it. You're pretty durable. Zhang Tianyun's face showed appreciation. Lin Yi almost sprayed out a mouthful of water, half drinking and half choking as he swallowed it down. Also, okay, Zhang Tianyun raised an eyebrow and took the time to reply to the cell phone message. Lin Yi also picked up his cell phone and was about to look at the unread messages when an incoming call alert suddenly popped up. It was an unfamiliar number, and he tapped answer out of habit. People used to call and contact him all the time about performance partnerships. Lin Yi, this is Su Yao. Su Yao's voice with a sobbing tone came out from the cell phone. Lin Yi frowned. Su Yao? He had long since blacked out Su Yao's number, and he didn't expect Su Yao to call with a new number. I'd like to ask you, can you disregard your past grudges? Sign up for Fire Phoenix, and continue to team up with me? Su Yao was afraid that Lin Yi would be talked to by Fire Phoenix and specially called to discuss Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't hear this. When she heard the word Su Yao, Zhang Tianyun grabbed Lin Yi's cell phone. Hearing Su Yao crying and wanting to poach herself, Zhang Tianyun smiled coldly and said back, you deserve it too. Chapter 22, Recording the Singer. Zhang Tianyun's imperial voice was full of disdain. Su Yao froze for a while before asking, who are you? You don't deserve to know. Zhang Tianyun finished, hung up and pulled the black, all in one go. She handed her cell phone back to Lin Yi and politely asked, mind if I pull the plug on her? Don't mind. Lin Yi shook his head. Even if Zhang Tianyun didn't pull the plug, he would still pull the plug. Seeing that Lin Yi wasn't pining for Su Yao, Zhang Tianyun was satisfied in her heart. A good horse can't be forgiven. Even if she begs you on her knees, you can't forgive her, or she'll only hurt you more. Lin Yi is a talented singer and she wants Lin Yi's focus to be on songwriting. Someone like Su Yao would only affect the speed of his songwriting. Lin Yi didn't expect the titular Heavenly Empress to say so much to him, and after freezing, he nodded his head. I understand. Looking at his honest face, Zhang Tianyun sort of knew why Lin Yi was pitched like this by Su Yao. She couldn't resist another reminder. Now that you've signed on as an agent and the job is being arranged for you by the Ho Dance, you can take fewer strange phone calls. Well, keep practicing your song. This time, without waiting for Lin Yi to nod, Zhang Tianyun turned on the sound equipment. Outside the Fire Phoenix Entertainment office building, Su Yao sat in her car, looking at the cell phone screen with a somber expression. The woman beside Lin Yi didn't know who she was, but she dared to be mean to her like that. Lin Yi hadn't even used this tone of voice to speak to her. What pissed her off the most was that after hanging up and trying to call back, the phone said the person was out of service. I guess it's been pulled. Who did it? That woman? Or Lin Yi? No matter who it was, Su Yao felt very upset. She opened her Twitter feed, ready to see the rainbow farts of her fans to take the edge off. As a result, as soon as she went on Twitter, she saw Ji Jin's fans scolding her in the comments section. Who are you to partner with Jin? Go die 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 die. Jin is a good boy. Can you not come and get involved? Get lost. Our Jin is so innocent. What kind of a hole this has to be? The uncle downstairs asked me to ask you, do you make keys? How many? In the past, Su Yao's fans would have reported or brushed down the cursing comments, but after Lin Yi went live, her fan base had greatly decreased, and she simply couldn't compete with Ji Jin's brainwashed fans. Su Yao looked at those vicious comments and her heart was clogged. She takes a screenshot and sends it to Yo ****** soon to restrain his fans. Okay, sister Su Yao. Ji Jin quickly sent out a microblog, saying that she treats Su Yao as her sister and is now a family, and hopes that fans will leave Su Yao alone. As a result, Su Yao was scolded even worse. What kind of mesmerizing soup did you actually pour into Jin? Jin spoke in your favor like this? The thought of Jin being cajoled by her makes me furious. I'll kill Su Yao Jin baby you wake up You treat people as family. They treat you as a backstabber Su Yao wanted to vomit from watching it. If you didn't know any better, you'd think Jigin was a 5-year-old. What's the point of pretending when you're actually an almost 30-year-old man? Jijin presumably saw the comment and sent a message to Su Yao. Sister Su Yao, the fans don't listen to me I'm sorry, it's all my fault. This technique was a bit familiar. Su Yao was so angry that her face turned white, and she chatted privately with Gu Cheng, hoping that she would take care of it. Gu Cheng, what do you care? It's not like it's a big deal. When you and Jin perform a few times later and develop a rapport, Jin's fans will naturally accept you. By then, all those who are cursing you now may be converted into your fans. Isn't that what Lin Yi did? Also, Jin is writing a new song, so don't bother him with this crap. The more Su Yao looked at her heart, the colder it became. Jurching treated her much less favorably. Although Ma Yu was kicked out, she seems to have become the new Ma Yu. Time slipped by and it was the day of the recording of Singer. In order to ensure the fairness of the program, the Singer draws 1,000 viewers to watch the competition live and vote in each episode. The Singer is the hottest music show out there, and it's a huge hit with viewers. Most of the spectators who lined up to get in were beaming with joy and excitement at their good fortune. Only a small part of it was diffused with worry. They are none other than the fans of the diva Zhang Tianyun. I don't know which song my sister is planning to sing today. I'm so panicked. Last time they were at the bottom of the rankings. This time they're going to be eliminated if they're at the bottom again. No it won't. No it won't. My sister is awesome at singing love songs. Today will be a comeback. It's the cow that's losing money. The good love songs are all my sister's own, and she can't sing them. I heard that a lot of singers chose my sister's songs for this installment, so don't piss me off. I'd really be depressed if another singer sang my sister's song and won over her. Compared to the worried fans, Jang Tianyun is in great shape. She was backstage watching the makeup artist help Lin Yi with his styling. Good, that's much more refreshing. Lin Yi's hair was trimmed a bit, revealing his forehead and durable features. With a very clean aura, the suit he danced had picked out fit perfectly, making Lin Yi's figure look even taller and more upright. Jang Tianyun looked more and more satisfied, and said good again. Lin Yi looked at Jang Tianyun from the mirror. Today's diva was still in a cheongsam, only it had been changed to red. Very dazzling and eye-catching. The makeup artist, rarely complimented by a diva, smiled and joked. You guys look like you're going to get a license. The air in the entire dressing room seemed to go quiet at those words. The makeup artist's hands shook in fear. She was so crazy to dare to joke about the diva. You should know that since her debut, the diva has not had any half-hearted scandals. Yes, that's the effect to have. Jang Tianyun smiled and reminded the makeup artist who had a face of living hell. The eyebrows are drawn crooked. Help him correct it. Yes. The makeup artist busily nodded and helped Lin Yi redraw his eyebrows. The other singers didn't move to look at Jang Tianyun and Lin Yi, and they all shook their heads with some disappointment. When Lin Yi first arrived, they were all surprised and didn't understand how Lin Yi could be here. Then she heard from Jang Tianyun that Lin Yi had signed with Tianhua and was going to sing with her today. The singers were amazed. Although Lin Yi had been on fire recently, in terms of fame he was nowhere near Jang Tianho. Jang Tianyun's move was clearly not to rub Lin Yi's nose in the heat, but rather to elevate Lin Yi. Lin Yi signed with Tianhua and is considered Jang Tianyun's man, so Jang Tianyun would rather be eliminated from the tournament than give Lin Yi cards? It seems that netizens were right. Jang Tianyun has become a businessman, not the pure singer. Brother Lee, do you also think Tianyun will lose? Li Wu, who was ranked number 1 in the last installment, left the dressing room early, and the other singer who came out with him wanted to hear his thoughts. Li Yu nodded without hesitation. Definitely lose. Although Lin Yi is a bit talented, he specializes in inspirational songs, not lyrical songs. I don't think he can sing love songs well. I heard that Skyrime submitted a new song, and that's even less reliable. It's only been a few days since the last recording, so a new song written in such a short period of time can be anything good? As for him, because he was ranked number 1 in the last edition, he was given priority in choosing songs. In this installment, he will sing Jang Tianyun's hottest love song, reigning at number 1. Chapter 23, This Issue's Hotness. Steady. According to the rules, the ranking of the previous issue determines the order of appearance in this issue. Li Wu would be the first to take the stage, while Jang Tianyun would be the last. The rules can be very unfriendly to singers at the bottom of the rankings. As we all know, audiences are often at their most emotional when they first enter. It's easy to give votes as long as the singing isn't too bad, and the later it gets, the easier it is to become aesthetically fatigued. And unless it's particularly explosive, giving tickets is stingy. There was a protest earlier that the end singer should be given some perks and prioritized to appear in the next issue, and then it was laughed at all over the internet. This is a chapter diva fan, right? Blaming the rules when your own master can't? It's not like the last countdown was 100% eliminated, unless this one is also a countdown. No way. Diva fans are so faithless. I'm sorry, our singer is so cruel and never sympathizes with the weak. The diva can't come if she can't. If the show changes the rules for diva, I'll pull the plug in a minute. The program has not made any moves. They have set up brutal elimination rules in order to ensure that singers are eliminated from each round and replaced with fresh blood. While the diva's loss was a surprise, it also brought a huge amount of heat to the show. The program is happy to see it and won't interfere at all. They even hoped that Jang Tianyun would really be eliminated to give the outside world a small shock. At the same time, everyone will be more convinced that the singer is really a good show that is fair and impartial. Even the diva dares to eliminate. Who else? Not only that, but waiting until later in the resurrection match, when the diva returns, is another hot spot to attract viewers. Today, seeing Jang Tianyun bring Lin Yi to the competition, many staff members have only one thought in mind: this issue is hot and steady. Welcome to the recording of the singer. I'm the host. Wah! The host wearing black-rimmed glasses gave a smile to the audience and after a brief introduction of the rules, he reported the last ranking. First place, Li Yu. The moment the name was spoken, the big screen gave an image of Li Wu in the lounge. The scene erupted into applause. Second place, Huang Shanying. Huang Shanying was resting her eyes in the restroom. The applause from the audience was smaller, as if she was afraid of disturbing her. Third place, For each name read out, a picture of the corresponding singer is displayed on the screen. Soon, it was time for the last one. 7th place, Jang Tianyun. Jang Tianyun's meandering face appeared on the big screen. The scene erupted into a huge applause that rivaled the first place, and the diva's national popularity was evident. But the higher the expectations, the stricter the demands on behalf of the audience will be. Especially since today was a love song special. That was Jang Tianyun's area of expertise. If Jang Tianyun performs poorly, the votes will definitely not be high. On the screen, Jang Tianyun smiled and waved. Just when the audience thought the diva was greeting herself, a man walks up to the diva and graciously waves hello to the camera. The man's face was recognized by everyone. It was none other than Lin Yi, who had been on the hot searches for the past few days. I'll go. Why is Lin Yi here? Is he a staff member of the program? Or is he a new singer ready to fill in? Good lord, the chapter diva's ranking is so dangerous that she's allowed to meet with the replacement singer? Isn't this messing with the diva's mind? The program group is not human. Where did you mess with your mind? I see that Jang Tianho is in pretty good shape, and she's even smiling. Do you know how to force a smile? We're recording a program. Can we just throw our faces around and curse? Because of Lin Yi's appearance, the live audience's anticipation for this installment of the tournament was even higher. Without further ado, next, please welcome our first place winner, Lin Yi, to the stage. A word from Hua pulls the audience's attention back to the stage. The big screen had long since gone dark, and as Lin Yi made his entrance, the spotlight slowly focused on him. The familiar intro of countless people rang out, and it was none other than Jang Tianyun's masterpiece, I Will Do It For You. At one time, this song was a hit all over the country, and even made it to the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Li Wu was very confident in this song. Although the singer competes with the overall quality of singers, song selection is also very important. If the song selection is too cold, the audience might not buy it even if you sing your ass off. And hits, naturally, come with their own favorites, so as long as they don't flop, the votes won't be bad. Therefore, since the first installment, Li Wu has been picking hits for high rankings and then picking hits again in a positive cycle. In terms of vocals, he may not be as good as Jang Tianyun, but in terms of rule comprehension, Jang Tianyun and Lin Yi combined couldn't compare to him. I will forget my name for you, even if it's just for one more second, to stay in your arms. It's no shame to lose the world. Li Yu's low voice line was very different from Jang Tianyun's lazy style, so he made some adaptations, singing the poignancy of a love sacrifice into the tenderness of a firm choice. The female audience at the venue were impressed by Li Wu and frantically pressed the buttons of the voting machines. In the lounge, singers can watch the stage from monitors on the wall. Looking on, Jang Tianyun suddenly asked Lin Yi, do you think I sing better or he does? You, Lin Yi said almost without thinking. Li Yu is not good at love songs per se, and sings them far less flavorfully than Jang Tianyun. And I Do It For You was written by Jang Tianyun herself, and would have fit her own voice and style incredibly well. Not to mention Li Wu. Even if another heavenly king came, he wouldn't be able to sing better than Jang Tianyun. You're so. Jang Tianyun was once again surprised by Lin Yi's straightforwardness. This is the show's lounge. There are cameras. If it was anyone else, they would have said something like each has its own merits. Unlike Lin Yi, who was so simple and crude, so honest and discerning. She loves it. On the stage, Li Wu had finished singing I Do It For You. The voting channel closes in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. According to the rules, the host will not announce the votes for the time being, but will wait for the second singer to finish singing before announcing them together. Next, please welcome singer Huang Shanying to the stage. She's going to bring us the song, The Promise. The Pact is also a hit for Jang Tianyun. Diva fans at the venue had very mixed emotions. While being proud that their favorite song was chosen, the diva is in a bleak situation with no song to choose from. Remember the hotel's door number from that day. Remember the smile and the look of departure. The whole city that day, so light, along the road together for half a mile. The song, the tune was the same as The Promise that Lin Yi remembered, but the lyrics had changed slightly and it wasn't a Cantonese song. He listened to all of Jang Tianyun's songs while writing them for him. I have to say, Samantha Wong sang very well. If Jang Tianyun asked that question again, Lin Yi was afraid that this time he would say that each had its own flavor. But Jang Tianyun didn't ask, instead looking at Huang Shanying appreciatively. Sam sang so beautifully, she smiled, looking like she was on good terms with Samantha Wong. The song was soon over. After the moderator counts down 3, 2, 1 inch, the voting channel is closed. Li Yu, who had sung earlier, came on stage again and stood with Huang Shanying. Next, we will announce the votes for both singers. The hearts of all the spectators lifted. They have this symptom every time they have to announce the votes. Nervous, expectant, fists slightly hard, bang. A A sound effect was heard and two sets of votes appeared on the big screen, 879 and 884, respectively. It was all highly voted and the score was quite a scorcher. The show was so unproductive that the two sets of votes didn't show the names and viewers didn't know who was 879 and who was 884. Even Li Yi himself didn't expect that the votes between himself and Huang Shanying would be so close. Just who is number one at the moment? The host, Wah, smiled mysteriously and said, Jia Jia Bao Herbal Tea, domestic herbal tea leader, deservedly the first. Lin, hearing Wah inserting an advertisement at the drop of a hat, everyone mentally compares a middle finger. Chapter 24 Because of Love. Wah read the commercials quickly, and the audience's dissatisfaction didn't last long. Next, look at the big screen. In order not to get hit, Wah took a quick step back. At the same time, with a sound effect, two more names appeared on the screen. Huang Shanying, 879. Li Yi, 884. When the results came out, Li Yi was delighted in his heart, with a few moments of surprise on his face, as if he couldn't believe that he would win. Congratulations to Li Yi for temporarily winning first place. The audience in favor of Li Yi cheered and applauded, while those in favor of Huang Shanying shook their heads and sighed. Huang Shanying is really a million years old. She actually sings pretty well. It's just that the remix is too small and doesn't pull away from the original. That's right, in terms of adaptation, it's still Mr. Li who's better. Oh, don't get too greasy with Li Wu's I do it for you, okay? It's not as good as The Promise. As Li Yi and Huang Shanying politely shook hands and left the stage together, some of the audience whispered, if they didn't have their cell phones on them, they'd want to go on the bib and anonymously troll 100 times right now. Backstage, Huang Shanying got off the stage and didn't go back to her restroom first, but found Zhang Tianyun. Zhang Tianyun had been waiting for her at the door for a long time, and as soon as they met, they gave Huang Shanying a big hug. 879 Hey, great, didn't sing well, I'm ashamed of you. Nonsense, Zhang Tianyun glared at her. If you talk nonsense again, I'll kick you out. I knew you blamed me for not singing. Huang Shanying looked hurt. Zhang Tianyun was dumbfounded for a moment and turned around to signal Lin Yi to say a few words for himself. Lin Yi was at a loss, and Zhang Tianyun hated him and glanced at him again. Lin Yi was even more bewildered. What's going on with you two? What's with the eye rolling? Huang Shanying looked at the two with a surprised expression. She didn't think that Zhang Tianyun was just bringing Lin Yi to raise the curry, but she also didn't know about Lin Yi writing a new song for Zhang Tianyun. Seeing the two making eye contact so often, I couldn't help but think the opposite. Simpler. With a straight face, Zhang Tianyun walked over to the couch and sat down. Huang Shanying looked innocent. Where am I not innocent? I just want to ask, are you devastated at the singer and are you going to change your style and go on a square dance campaign with Lin Yi? The corner of Zhang Tianyun's mouth twitched and his face darkened for a time. The lounge was quite lively with the addition of Huang Shanying. Lin Yi watched the monitor, occasionally listening to Diva and Huang Shanying discuss the performance of the other singers. Inexplicably, I had the illusion that I was watching the singer live. By the time the sixth singer took the stage, the lounge grew quiet. It's not that Lao Lu sings so well. It's just that Zhang Tianyun is in 7th place and it's almost time for them. Huang Shanying was even more nervous than Zhang Tianyun, holding Zhang Tianyun's hand tightly as she said to Lin Yi, I've heard that you're great at saving the day, so if Tianyun steals the shot, you must help her stabilize it. Zhang Tianyun was speechless. You think I'm Suyao? Lin Yi wanted to laugh a little and agreed. The boss definitely won't grab the auction. Zhang Tianyun stood up in satisfaction and headed to the stage with Lin Yi. At this point, the sixth singer had finished singing. He played normally, nothing spectacular, but he didn't roll over either. Votes announced, 721. It's the lowest number of votes so far, and it's the same number of votes that Zhang Tianyun got in the last installment. The rule is that the votes for both installments are added up and the singer with the lowest number of votes is eliminated. That means as long as the chapter diva has more votes than Mr. Six did last term, she won't be eliminated. The sixth-ranked singer is called Rokudong, a somewhat older artist who is affectionately called Mr. Rock by the audience. At this point, fans can't help but start counting their votes. What was Mr. Six's vote count last period? 734? Yeah, I remember 734 too. As long as the diva has 735 she wins. 735 is not hard. There is hope. Isn't it hard? Diva was only 721 last issue. Many fans were forced into silence. Stage. Wah reads the commercial and somewhat eagerly announces to everyone the news that he was beyond shocked to hear when he first heard it. Next, we have singer Zhang Tianyun. He deliberately paused for a second. And singer Lin Yi. Bring us the song Because of Love. The news was so outrageous that the audience was still a little slowed down until both men were on stage. Chapter Diva. Wants to sing with Lin Yi? Chapter Diva. is going to sing a love song with that Lin Yi who specializes in square dance style? What kind of odd combination is that? It's over. This one's over. Has the chapter diva lost her mind? Are they going to sing a love song or square dance? Be bold. Maybe sing a love song while square dancing? The audience was thunderstruck as they brainstormed the image. If they weren't at the taping, they really wanted to yell, RNM, money back. Lin Yi and Jung Tianyun didn't realize how devastated the audience was. They wore ear returns and had only the purest sound of music in their ears. The intro ended and Lin Yi looked at Jung Tianyun and began to sing. Here's a CD from the past. Listen to the love we had then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I'm still in love with you. Lin Yi has changed his previous style, and it's not the same as when he was on Sea and Sky or Freedom to Fly. He was gentle, like he was about to tell his love story. The gossipy audience immediately perked up their ears, forgot about any square dancing, and couldn't help but listen attentively. Can't sing like that again. I'm red-faced and hiding when I hear it, though I will often forget. I still love you. Jung Tianyun's ethereal voice was even more different from Lin Yi's, like a lark suddenly flying out of the forest, grabbing everyone's eyes and hearts, because love doesn't grieve easily, so everything is in the mold of happiness. For love simply grows, still ready to go crazy for you. In the chorus, Jung Tianyun and Lin Yi sang in unison, matching each other in a way that was incredibly moving. Many hearts were hot, eyes were sore, and they wondered what they were reminded of. Because of love, how can there be vicissitudes? So we still look young. For love. In that place, there are still people wandering around, people coming and going. Lin Yi and Jung Tianyun's voices intertwined like those two hearts that were close together for love. Some audience members inexplicably shed tears. For some reason, they felt sad from the bottom of their hearts when it was clear that both of them sounded so warm. Maybe it's because the one who would hide red-faced and go crazy for them has been lost to them. In the lounge, Huang Shenning covered her mouth and her eyes filled with tears as well. Instead of thinking of her first love, she thought of her husband. After years of marriage, they, like the song says, sometimes forget that there is still love between the two of them. Just get along like family and don't blush at the drop of a hat. But her man hasn't made her sad or upset either, and occasionally, still does some really stupid and crazy things. Yeah, that's their love, and probably most people's. And how can one not be moved when such commonplace sentiments are sung today? If Huang Shenning had a voting machine, she would hate to press 100 times. Jang Tianyun, good job, you're still the one and only chapter diva. In the other lounge, Li Yu listened to Because of Love and his face turned from red to white. How could Lin Yi and Jung Tianyun sing so well? How did the lyrics for the new song get so good? Can he still keep his first place? Chapter 25, full vote? Here's a CD from the past. Listen to the love we had then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I'm still in love with you. The song comes to an end with the same words as the first verse, but the feelings and style made a difference. And everyone knew that Lin Yi and Jung Tianyun were done telling their story. The two men's voices died away and there was silence. Even Hua was so caught up in the flashbacks that he forgot to host the big game. The director of the scene quickly reminded him of this, and only then did Hua break away from the song and walked quickly onto the stage. Voting lanes will be closing soon, so don't forget to vote. He smiled as a reminder and then started counting down the 3 seconds. There were really some viewers who forgot to vote, and only when they heard Hua's words did they wake up as if from a dream, and hurriedly pressed the voting machine. Li Yu was a little upset in his heart. If Hua hadn't reminded this, maybe some viewers would have been too late to vote? This gives him a better chance of retaining first place. The voting channel has been closed. Now, all singers please come to the stage. Huang Shenning hastily wiped her tears, lest she lose her temper in front of the camera, completely forgetting that there are actually cameras in the lounge. Walking down the aisle to the stage, she kept an eye on the other singers, several of whom still had a bit of a trance on their faces, as if they'd been caught off guard by Because of Love. Before the match, they were all very unfavorable towards Jung Tianyun and Lin Yi. How could I have known that the two would be so amazing? Huang Shenning was secretly happy in her heart. You diva is still you diva. Even if you counted down last issue, you can still turn the tables on this one. Audience, as we waited for the singer to come on stage, we couldn't help but whisper about it. The Queen of Chapters is stable, isn't she? It can surpass 735, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll eat upside down if I don't go over 735. A cranky old man couldn't help himself. He was crying at the sound of it. How could it only be 735? Be bold. I think 835 is all proper. You guys still don't have enough balls. I'll blind guess 935. Because of Love is not the first I'm going to make a scene. Definitely number one in the field. No contest. Although people didn't cheer or clap after hearing the song, it was because they were so into it. They hated to press the voting machine when Hua reminded them. It's such a touching love song, and it seems to be a new original song, so it's only fair that it doesn't take first place. Some even have a vague feeling in the back of their minds that it will be a full vote. The proof is that when they wanted to cry, they didn't have the heart to do so and peeked around, only to be all sniffling. Stage. The other 6 singers stood to the left of Zhang Tianyun and Lin Yi in order of their current ranking. Li Yu came first and was the furthest away from Zhang Tianyun. Mr. Rokudong was at the bottom of the row and closest to Zhang Tianyun. He smiled with a little wrinkle at the corner of his eye and looked very friendly. That was beautifully sung. He whispered to Zhang Tianyun and Lin Yi. Zhang Tianyun smiled, a little hard in his heart. If she advances, Rokudo will be eliminated. However, this is just a program, and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet or work together in the future. So the mind is at peace again with this thought. Next, we'll be announcing the votes for the final singer, as well as the sum of the votes from both rounds of the competition. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and everyone was glued to the big screen. Zhang Tianyun had long been accustomed to such occasions, but was inexplicably a little nervous at the moment. She had a feeling her vote would be good, but didn't know exactly how high. She looked sideways at Lin Yi, wanting to see if the newcomer was sweating from fear. The results surprised her. Lin Yi looked very calm and didn't seem to be worried at all. Is this guy really the first time he's been on a show like this? It's too good to be true. Zhang Tianyun suspected that Lin Yi was pretending, but she had no proof. On the big screen, Zhang Tianyun and Lin Yi's names were located in the center, and underneath were 3 numbers that kept flashing, somewhat like a slot machine. 4. The third number is fixed, and Zhang Tianyun thinks the omen is good. From her experience watching the singer, the smaller the number in the back, the bigger the number in the front. 8. The second number was also fixed, and Li Yu's heart instantly clenched. Will it be 884? That vote is as good as his, but not unacceptable. It can't be a 984, can it? The singer has never had such a high vote count since it started. 984. 984. In the audience, there were already people who couldn't help but voice out their prayers. The prayers grew louder and louder and finally turned into slogans as countless people chanted, 984. 984. The scrolling numbers slowly stopped, getting slower and slower, and everyone saw the number 8 fall in the center. At that moment, Lin Yi's hand was violently grabbed. It was Zhang Tianyun, who was looking at that 8 incredulously. Then, just like a real slot machine, the number 8 rolled under and became the number 9. The 3 numbers, 984, no longer changing, were steadily fixed on the big screen. Congratulations to Zhang Tianyun and Lin Yi, who received 984 votes. Was excited voice rang in the crowd's ears, and the next second it was covered by the crowd's fierce cheers. Wow! The scene erupted into violent, deafening applause. 984, a full 100 votes more than Li Yu, only 16 votes short of a full ballot, breaking the record for votes since the start of the singer. Even Zhang Tianho, who had experienced great storms, was so excited at this moment that she couldn't help herself and hugged Lin Yi tightly. She almost thought because of love only took 884, not realizing it was a false alarm. The softness in his arms caused Lin Yi to freeze for a second, and he also placed his hand on Zhang Tianyun's back. Huang Shaniying ran over and reached out to hug the two of them together, excitedly saying, "Great! You guys are really great! Congratulations!" Other singers also came over to say goodbye. Li Yu was depressed to death in his heart, but he still did a good job on the surface. He secretly calculated that although Zhang Tianyun had taken an unprecedented 984 votes, the votes in the 2 installments combined did not surpass him. He was the first in this round, not Zhang Tianyun. The total votes for each singer were quickly put up on the big screen. First place Li Yu, 1759. Second place Shaniying Huang, 1726. Third place Chapter Tianyun, 1705. Zhang Tianyun. The audience shouted with excitement. Last issue was down to first. This issue bucked the trend to be first and third overall. Anyone else? Li Wu listened to the crowd's chants and suddenly wasn't happy at all. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? He's also number 1 on the field. And even more so, he's number 1 overall in this round. Call his name instead. The total score came out and Rokudong needed to take a break from the stage. The singers hugged him and then left the stage for Rokudong to say goodbye to the audience. The other singers headed to the lounge. I didn't expect Tianyun to take 984 votes. That's too ruthless. Someone said. It's okay. Li Wu swept a glance at the other party. I think the song has more potential than that. If we change a more powerful male singer, we might be able to fill the vote. He even brainstormed an image of himself singing because of love and getting a full house. How great would it be if this song was an old Zhang Tianyun song? This way Zhang Tianyun can't sing and has to watch him sing. That male singer you said was more powerful than Lin Yi. It wouldn't be yourself, would it? When Zhang Tianyun heard Li Yu's words, he nonchalantly walked forward and raised his eyebrows in question. Li Yu didn't care that she heard. In his opinion, Lin Yi was just a newcomer that Zhang Tianyun wanted to promote, so what's wrong with stepping on him twice? He didn't dare to dislike Zhang Tianyun, but stepping on a newcomer like Lin Yi wasn't an option? I'm telling the truth. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was shouted away by the program's crew and couldn't be humiliated in front of him. He was worried that he had no place to vent the fire in his body. The other singers saw that the vibe was off and tried to come up and talk some sense into it. Zhang Tianyun suddenly laughed lightly and looked at Lin Yi disdainfully. The truth is that you can only cover my old songs, while Lin Yi can write because of love for me to sing. This strength, it really isn't very good. What? The other singer's eyes widened in surprise. Because of love. It was actually written by Lin Yi? Li Yu, who was high-minded and proud a second ago, was now blushing into a pig's liver color and could not say a single word. At this moment, Lin Yi was brought before the director by the staff. Mr. Lin Yi. The director had a very warm attitude and shook Lin Yi's hand with a smile. You sang because of love so well, the program is lucky to have you. The director is welcome. Lin Yi smiled politely. I called you here to ask if we can have more of this blessing? Now that Mr. Six is gone, we're short of a singer. Zhang Tianyun had just anticipated this outcome and mentioned it to Lin Yi, who was not surprised. He smiled calmly at the director. Yeah, you talked to my agent. Chapter 26, Who is Lin Yi? He's number 1. Lin Yi signs with Tianhua Entertainment. After the recording of the singer, Tianhua Entertainment officials exposed the news. Not much attention was paid to it, but Zhang Tianyun personally retweeted the tweet and said several words of blessing. The last time Zhang Tianyun introduced the company's newcomers in such a grand manner was in. Sorry for the misremembering, it wasn't even last time. The diva has always simply retweeted the company's tweets, and will not take the initiative to say a word more at all. Therefore, Lin Yi's situation was very special. Diva fans were surprised. Although Lin Yi did have some talent and a good character, what kind of person was Zhang Tianyun? That's a diva, a god in the hearts of her fans, the flower of the high country. In terms of talent and character, doesn't the diva hang with Lin Yi? What's the point of taking it so seriously? And everyone knows that today is the day of the recording of the singer. It's for this reason that they've been swiping the diva's Twitter feed frequently to see if she'll reveal anything about the match. As a result, all that was waiting was for the diva to welcome Lin Yi into the Tianhua family? What does this mean? Did the game advance or was it eliminated tonight? It's not going to be eliminated, is it? So you're planning to train a new singer? Don't! I can't accept this result. I think my sister should have advanced, otherwise she would be in the mood to post this? I was there and I testify that my sister advanced and came in first. Don't make it up upstairs. I don't believe it. Fans who tweeted. He's telling the truth. He's in a restaurant outside the studio eating crawfish. Come on, don't make it up. I don't believe it even though the crayfish is very detailed. I'll believe you if you're going to say you'll take third. Who doesn't know that Li Yu and Huang Shanying chose both of sisters' hits? Whose song can sister sing to beat these two? I'd do it for you and the pact. And my sister can't sing it. So angry. If my sister could sing her own song, it would be absolutely tool. Is it possible that the sister is singing a new song? The shivering crawfish fan took the time to reply. The fans diving around the room didn't want to troll him, but they couldn't help themselves when they saw this. A new song at number 1? It's getting outrageous, huh? Where's the new song? Did your sister write it on the spot? While I'm a true fan of my sister, I don't think she can suddenly write a new song that's muslin all over the place. Even true fans have to admit that the chapter diva is getting less and less inspired to create, and the bottleneck has been going on for a long time. There's no shame in that. At least they debuted with amazing talent and quickly established themselves in the music industry. Chapter diva now has the achievements that many singers can't get even if they work hard for their whole life. Older fans are very Buddhist and have lamented. Forget it, elimination is elimination, as long as my sister is happy. Anyway, there's enough pension insurance already. It's time to have some fun with men. Upstairs you? I can accept my sister's elimination, but with Lin Yi? Can't accept it. Lin Yi doesn't deserve his sister. Shivering crawfish fans are too lazy to comment. He was now especially looking forward to what these people would look like when they saw Lin Yi and Zhang Tianho singing. Su Yao's expression was very complicated. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to sign with Tianhua Entertainment. Although it wasn't as old as Fire Phoenix Entertainment, it had the backing of Heavenly Empress, the resources were good, and the company structure was simple, and I heard that the atmosphere was particularly good. Su Yao especially wanted a simple atmosphere right now. Ji Jin was shady every day, more teared up than she was, and could often turn her stomach. Gu Cheng was ignoring her, which made it very difficult for Su Yao, who liked to be noticed. She couldn't help but think once again of the time when the group hadn't disbanded, when Lin Yi had been so caring and looked after her. If the group hadn't disbanded and she had signed with Lin Yi to Tianhua, what would it be like now? Are you worthy? Suddenly, a condescending, disdainful voice rang in her head. She instantly thought of the phone call that had caused her so much unhappiness, and her face hardened. Come to think of it, that voice, it seems to be a bit like Chapter Diva, the person who was with Lin Yi that day. Would it be Zhang Tianho? Looking at the microblog, Zhang Tianho said to Lin Yi, the future is promising. The future is bright. Su Yao's heart emotion surged. Quickly, she suppressed her many emotions and smiled coldly. The internet is saying that Zhang Tianda was eliminated by the singer. So how many more times can a diva like this be brilliant in the music industry? 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. When she got to that position, she would definitely return the embarrassment that the chapter diva had given her. Suddenly, Gu Qing's phone call came in. Su Yao reluctantly picked it up. Sister Gu, I received news that the latest replacement for the singer is Lin Yi. The company has arranged for you and Jin to kick off the next installment. Don't let the company down. Su Yao froze. I really didn't expect that Lin Yi had just signed with Tianhua and gained such good resources for singer. Zhang Tianho really thought highly of Lin Yi. Is this because he was eliminated and specifically asked the show to plead for a backdoor? A smile floated up at the corner of Su Yao's mouth. Since the Heavenly Empress had opened the door, she would close this door. The format of the singer works in their favor. Lin Yi couldn't perform his previous songs, and as for new songs, definitely no more either. In Su Yao's opinion, only singers who started to go downhill would rush to sign with a company for better development. Without the old and new songs, Lin Yi was definitely no match for her and Jijin in terms of cover singing alone. Since the relationship had broken down, she didn't mind continuing to step on Lin Yi to get to the top. A special volume of taped programs from this world, almost the third day after the recording, will be online platform. Will not happen are the finals of the audience, but the audience is still watching the PK game embarrassing situation. Because of the strong sense of participation, viewers are particularly sticky to the singer, and will be the first to watch it every time. 7:30 p.m. Lin Yi sat on the couch in the twins' house and was pulled along by the two to watch the program. The video playback format is a bit like TV in that you can't skip straight to the end the first time you play it, but you can just fast forward and rewind after you've seen it once. Tang Xian liked the hustle and bustle, and specially turned on the pop-ups. It's finally starting. Hurry up. It's a shame we can't just skip to the end. I'd love to know exactly how much my sister is ranked. Don't panic. The singer never splits into two disgusting installments. It's always there to be seen. If my sister gets eliminated, I'll go crazy in front of the director. Here comes the live audience. Spoiler alert, Chapter Diva number 1. Diva fans, stop pretending, okay? The number 1 is obviously our brother Yu. Wu singing I Do It For You. That's not going to be the whole 900 votes? Tang Xian couldn't help but grunt several times as she watched the pop-ups blowing Li Yu. Li Wu has a load of 900 votes. The only 900 votes in the house were 4 because of Love by Senior and Boss. As he did during the recording, Li Wu took the lead and sang Zhang Tianyun's song I Do It For You. Greasy. Tang Xian looked disgusted. The first wave of pinches erupted on the pop-up screen. From those who felt as greasy as Tang Xian, to those who felt the adaptation was more flavorful. What's that smell? The smell of lard? What lard? It's obviously gutter oil. Diva lethargic style was changed into what kind of? Bite words are not clear. The appearance of pouring deep feelings. Self-touching, right? Love songs aren't acted. They're sung. Look out. The program also cut in the diva asking Lin Yi who sings well. Seeing Lin Yi decisively choose Zhang Tianyun, the diva's fans were beyond satisfied. Not bad. Not a problem with the ears. Oh duh. Who doesn't know that Lin Yi is diva's man? The boss asked him if he dares to say someone else is good? Definitely licking the boss. I didn't expect Lin Yi to be so realistic. Alas. Lin Yi, a newcomer. What right does he have to criticize brother Yu? Who the hell does he think he is? Even though Lin Yi hadn't commented at all, Li Yu fans had already held a grudge against him. The chapter diva asked that, but anyone with some emotional intelligence knows that business blows each other up. You're the only one who's straight, aren't you? Li Wu is a veteran singer who's been in the business for more than 10 years. How dare you not give him any face? When Huang Shanying finished singing Promise and the voting results came out that Li Yu was better, the fans began to fight back. Blow it, keep blowing it. Huang Shanying is so similar in style to the diva, and she's still not a million years old. With all due respect, even if the diva herself sang, she wouldn't necessarily be able to beat my brother Yao. Yu is number 1, always number 1. Those who say Lin Yi's ears are fine, does that mean the 884 viewers on the scene have problems with their ears? Lin Yi, kneel down. Although Li Yu was only the temporary number 1, the fans dared to say anything and were arrogant as hell, especially when the latter singers have lower votes one by one and are looking to replicate their ranking from the last issue. No one is threatening Li Yu's position at all. The fans were even more arrogant, directly popping up the screen. Li Yu first. Li Yu first. Countless symbols formed disdainful expressions, despising fans of other singers. Turn off the pop-ups, they're all clowns. Tang Zixuan was a bit annoyed by what she saw. Don't. Tang Zian rarely listened to her sister's words. I want to see these clowns get punched in the face. Tang Zixuan didn't say anything. She just started to look forward to Lin Yi and Zhang Tianyun making their appearance. Before the two took the stage, the show once again released footage from the lounge. What does Huang Shanying's words mean? Why did you ask Lin Yi to save the day? Don't tell me Lin Yi is going to sing with his sister. I'm super. This isn't the way to hold up a newcomer. Lin Yi can sing love songs? Just bring him. Zhang Tianho, you disappoint me too much. A chorus of everything will only hurt you. Am I the only one who finds this funny? Diva dissed Su Yao Hei. It's pretty funny. The diva herself is a joke, smiley face. Fans were angry and disappointed, and some even smashed their headphones. The song that Zhang Tianho sang in order to praise Lin Yi is not to be listened to. The next second, Lin Yi's deep and warm song came out of the stereo, and the dude who smashed the headphones instantly froze. Soon, Zhang Tianyun's voice also rang out, as charming as it was at first sight. For a second or two, there were far fewer pop-ups. Immediately afterward, a flood of pop-ups hit. Ah! Super God! Listen well, listen well, listen well, listen well, I've lost my tongue. Listen well. My mom asked me why I was on my knees listening to the song, and I told her I smashed the headphones on impulse and got on my knees and begged the headphones to hold up. Without further ado, I'm going after my ex-girlfriend right now. Wish me luck. I've decided to propose now. Triple X. I love you. On the pop-ups, countless people had feelings and started confessing to their beloved ones. Tang Zian was also moved to tears, her eyes misting over as she looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi drew a piece of paper and handed it to her, and Tang Zian waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need it. When she had managed to calm down emotionally, the host loudly announced the number of votes Because of Love had received. 984. Ah! Tang Zian is excited again, and the diva fans who have been holding back the whole episode are also excited with pop-up screens. Previously, Li Yu fans said, Lin Yi, a newcomer, what right does he have to criticize Brother Yu? Who does he count as? At the moment, the pop-ups were littered with only one sentence. Who the hell is Lin Yi? He's number 1. Chapter 27, Suyao goaded. Is this pavilion non-kickable? The phrase, Lin Yi counts as an old man, scurried up to the hot search. It's even hotter than Zhang Tianyun's reverse wind flip. Diva fans cut together pop-ups of Li Wu fans sight unseen, snippets of Because of Love being sung, and a ticket announcement session. A few short minutes into the video, it's a cool as hell facepalm episode. Many netizens didn't go to watch the singer first time, and they were all excited to see the hot video. A large wave of lezzies quickly arrived on the scene. Front row photo. I saw the pop-up that made Lin Yi kneel. Ha ha ha. I wonder if that dude's face hurts now. It's all swollen, right? Pure passerby. Honestly can't figure out where Li Wu fans get their sense of superiority. What is the gold content of the love song Diva? My whole family loves to listen to it. What's wrong with Lin Yi saying the diva sings better? And those who spit on Lin Yi for licking the boss, saying that the boss singing well is licking? Then you guys have to lick your tongues bald at work, right? Cool. Lin Yi and Diva are awesome. Because of Love is so good. Couples and singles alike were all impressed by Because of Love. Lin Yi and Zhang Tianyun's singing voices, one high and warm, the other ethereal and moving, their voices intertwined with incomparably rich layers. It has both a youthful sentiment and a sense of age. Anyone who believes in love and yearns for it will be impressed by this song. This song is so superb. It's the best love song in my mind. While Diva's I Do It For You and The Pact are also great, I prefer Because of Love. Is this a new song written by the diva? It's awesome. No. Don't spread rumors and don't believe them. This is a new song written by Lin Yi. Unlike the live recording, the edited version of the singer is labeled with the song titles and a bunch of songwriters. Diva's fans had long noticed that the lyrics and compositions were all written by Lin Yi, and when they saw that some people thought Zhang Tianyun had written it, they hastened to dispel the rumors. They didn't want to steal Lin Yi's credit. What if Lin Yi breaks his heart and stops writing songs for the diva? Netizens who never cared about the small print introductions under the song titles were all shocked when they saw the pop-ups. Lin Yi wrote this? Are you sure? As far as I know, isn't Lin Yi a single dog? To be able to write such a good love song? This is more like a rumor. Okay, diva fans calmly send pop-ups. If you don't believe me, pull back and see for yourself. Under the title of the song there is written lyrics and composed by Lin Yi. Who says single dogs can't write good love songs? Our sister Diva is also a single dog. Netflix thinks it makes some sense. With Chapter Diva as an example in front of him, it seems like there is nothing special for Lin Yi to be able to write a love song before it is strange. If I remember correctly, Lin Yi has written 5 new songs since Soaring disbanded? Is it human? And disbanded less than a month ago. And the styles are all different. Is it really human? Netizens have never seen such a singer who can write and sing. The point is that writing and singing is also particularly good. Every single one of them is super loved. No wonder Diva is so attached to Lin Yi and personally tweeted to welcome him to Tianhua. If I had an employee this competitive, I'd spoil him too. At first when I saw Diva bring Lin Yi on the show, I thought she was giving Lin Yi a backdoor, but I didn't realize that Lin Yi relied on his strength. Too curly. It's a good thing Lin Yi and I aren't peers, otherwise the pressure would be too much. I wonder if the other singers will have a morning meeting and the leader will say look at other people's Lin Yi, then look at you XXX. Ha 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 ha. Having morning meetings is so funny. I can't help but think of someone in this situation. I thought of that too. Suya. So good Lin Yi she does not cherish. She cried to death. An upscale apartment downtown. The latest installment of The Singer was playing on the understatedly luxurious oversized TV, and Lin Yi and Zhang Tianyun were singing Because of Love together. A bottle of red wine and a tall wineglass sat on the coffee table in front of the TV, along with a large plate of fresh fruit. The apartment owner had planned to have a good time while drinking wine and eating fruit and watching TV programs, but at the moment, she was listening to Because of Love, but she felt dizzy and panicked in her heart. It wasn't because she was drunk or impressed by the song, simply because she was Su Yao, the Su Yao who was going to launch a kick against Lin Yi in the next installment. Originally, she had turned on The Singer to see how much of a flop Zhang Tianyun would lose, trying to scoff and enjoy it. As a result, not only did Zhang Tianyun not lose, she also got 984 votes with Lin Yi, the highest number of votes since The Singer began. It made her instantly uncomfortable, and her whole body felt like it was suffocating, and she was a little out of breath. With Lin Yi doing so well, will her and Yashazane's next kickoff really go well? The new song, Because of Love, was written by Lin Yi again. How many other new songs does he have? What if Lin Yi continues to sing new songs in the next installment? Can she and Ji Jinjin compete? Su Yao had never been so flustered. The blunders and tirades encountered earlier came and went very quickly. But this kicker is different. If you know you can't win, but you still do it, what's the difference between that and a lingering death? Su Yao could now imagine how hard the netizens would mock her and Jijin when they went to kickboxing and lost. She wanted to step on Lin Yi to get to the top, but suddenly realized that she was the stepping stone. Or you're just upstaging yourself to be one. In this instant, Su Yao hated Lin Yi and also hated Guqing. If Guqing hadn't arranged for her to kick the bucket, how would she have ended up in such a situation? Do we have to kick this place? Su Yao's heart produced a withdrawal, picking up her cell phone, ready to talk to Guqing. As if there was a heart-to-heart, Guqing's phone call suddenly came in as well. Sister Gu. Su Yao one mouth only to realize how dry her throat was. She hastily drank a mouthful of red wine, and because she was in too much of a hurry and almost choked, her throat was on fire and even more uncomfortable. See The Singer? Guqing's voice sounded calm, and Su Yao hummed. Looked, I really didn't expect that Lin Yi would even write love songs, Guqing said, half admiringly and half cynically. If Su Yao hadn't lied to her, the song would have been theirs. Did you call specifically to give me a hard time? Su Yao's face was ugly. She knew that Guqing had a problem with her, but she really wasn't in the mood to listen to Guqing's yin and yang right now. Of course not. Guqing suddenly laughed and said, Are you a wimp? Don't want to kick the bucket? Su Yao didn't expect Guqing to be so perceptive. Her face became even more ugly. Su Yao, you are at least my artist. I won't push you into the fire pit. Don't worry. The company arranged for you guys to kick ass, so you must be aiming to win. Guqing's tone was firm and confident, and Su Yao's tightly locked brows loosened slightly. You mean, we're not going to challenge Lin Yi anymore and challenge someone else? The rules of The Singer don't state that the kickoff has to challenge a new singer, but that all 7 can do so. It's just that newcomers are generally better to pinch and everyone just picks the soft ones. But apparently, the newcomer is not soft at all this time. Su Yao raised her eyes and looked at the TV screen. The penultimate in this period only had more than 700 votes, and her strength and popularity was about the same as 6 East. Kicking off a challenge to this person was much less difficult than Lin Yi. Su Yao, can you have some backbone? Guqing's voice was a bit cold. Of course we're going to challenge Lin Yi. Only by winning him will you be able to wipe the slate clean. No one on the internet will ever think you're blind again. Got it? Su Yao clenched her fists and clenched her teeth. She understood the logic, but could she do it? Zen is very competitive and has just written out a new song that is perfect for you guys to sing together. Guqing's words caused Su Yao's eyes to light up slightly, and immediately afterward, Guqing spoke out another piece of insider information. The company spun off a relationship, and the theme of the next installment of Singer will be ethnic, which fits with the new song that True has written. Although Lin Yi also knows ethnic style, his new songs are in different styles, and now that he is signed to Zhang Tianyun's Tianhua, he is probably preparing to go the love song route. It's a very good time to sing the national style, and it's very good for us. Su Yao's panicked heartbeat gradually smoothed out, and that sense of suffocation finally disappeared. Guqing is right. There are definitely considerations for singers to sign with an agency. She, for example, knew that she was not capable of creating anything, so she paid no attention to Fire Phoenix's copyright system, thus getting a hefty signing fee. Tianhua's greatest strength is love song diva Zhang Tianyun. Lin Yi signed with Tianhua, and his development path is likely to be Prince of Love Songs or something like that. Would someone who is ready to focus on love songs have a stock of new ethnic-inspired songs on hand? Definitely not. As long as Lin Yi didn't pull out a new song, then she wasn't a wimp at all. Hanging up the phone, Suyao opened the file that Jijin had sent. I come from the grassland. The melody is catchy and the lyrics are majestic. Not at all like what that little skinny chicken Yashazane could have written. But Suyao was confident in the song. She replies to Yashazane, "Kick off, we will win." Yashazane returned a cute smiley face. Defeating Lin Yi in the area he specializes in must be fun. Chapter 28 Embarrassed Zhang Tianyun. Because of Zhang Tianyun's headwind turnaround, the airplay of the latest installment of Singer exploded. It was the most played episode of The Singer this season. It even has the potential to surpass the airplay of last season's finale. Keep in mind that the finale has always been a 1-2 punch in terms of airplay in a competition show like this. And this episode, not the finals, not the semi-finals, not even the kickoff, just the regular competition. The heat just about surpassed the last final. This season of The Singer is going to bomb, the director said excitedly. He knew very well that the high heat of this issue was not only due to Zhang Tianyun, but Lin Yi's role was not to be underestimated. Because of Love was written by Lin Yi, and without Lin Yi, there would be no Zhang Tianyun's headwinds. There's also the hot search phrase. Lin Yi counts as nobody, taking the show out of the ring hard, which is what made this issue so great. And he, with his fiery eyes, promptly invited Lin Yi to join the program, giving the kicker slot to Su Yao again. Just thinking about it, I can guess how much the heat will blow up in the next installment. He even hoped that Su Yao would win, and intentionally sold Fire Phoenix a favor by choosing the theme as ethnic style. If Lin Yi lost, he could enter the resurrection match then. With a little maneuvering, he was able to fish out Lin Yi. When the time comes, we'll put Lin Yi and Su Yao up against each other in the finals. Whoever the winner is in the end, there's no need to worry about the heat this season. The more the director thought about it, the more excited he became, and his harumphs almost flowed down his face. He wiped the corners of his mouth and explained the theme of the next installment. The next theme is ethnic? That's great. That's your specialty. When Tang Ziyan heard about this, she was so happy that she took a big bite of ice cream. Tang Zishuan sighed in her heart when she saw that she was now not hiding anything. It seems that men are still not as important as snacks. Senior, you can sing the most dazzling national wind. It'll surely kill the audience. Tang Ziyan proposed. He danced. Who was sitting on the couch, rolled his eyes. I've been told that I can't sing old songs, only new songs or covers. It's just a cover. Tang Ziyan said. Isn't the copyright of this song with Fire Phoenix? And Su Yao and Ma Yu even re-recorded it. Where does it count as Senior's old song? It's not Mayak. It's Yo ****** soon. Tang Zishuan corrected. After Jijin became Su Yao's new partner, she and Su Yao re-recorded old songs from the past, and there were quite a few positive reviews. However, Tang Ziyan thought that those were Jijin's water army and were not enough to fear. Oh, I think that's what it's called again. Not important. Tang Ziyan looks like she doesn't care about Jijin. But in fact she was furious when she saw Jijin's fans pulling and stepping on Lin Yi, and opened a small number to spray 300 rounds with Jijin's fans, vowing to make the other party admit that it was Lin Yi who sang better. Yashazane's fans, of course, didn't comply and the two exchanged another 300 rounds of insults. In the end, both of their accounts were banned from Scarf. Tang Zishuan was still a bit speechless when she thought about it. She held her forehead and said, there are quite a lot of excellent songs in the ethnic style. Senior's vocals are so good. A cover song would be fine. He danced nodded, his gaze looking towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what do you think? I want ice cream too. Lin Yi said coldly. He danced and Tang Zishuan both froze. And Tang Ziyan didn't expect Lin Yi to keep an eye on his ice cream, rounding up to mean paying attention to her. Swish, face violently red. She short-circuited her brain and handed over her ice cream, stuttering, LOL, here you go. Lin Yi, it's not necessary. Tang Zishuan couldn't look at it anymore, and with a black face, she took a well-packaged ice cream and gave it to Lin Yi. Thanks. Lin Yi reached out and took it, tearing open the package and eating it. Tang Ziyan had withdrawn her hand and was eating furiously in big gulps, trying to hide her embarrassment or freeze herself to death. He danced was speechless for a moment as he looked at the two eaters. Forget it, wait until they finish eating. After a while, ding dong, someone rang the doorbell. He danced stood up and went to open the door, saw that outside was the graceful Zhang Tianyun wearing cheongsam, so shocked that he was busy swallowing the ice cream in his mouth. Boss, Zhang Tianyun nodded slightly. Is Lin Yi there? There's something to find him. In. He danced was busy sidling up to let Zhang Tianyun into the house, and as soon as Zhang Tianyun came in, she saw Tang Ziyan, Tang Zixian, and Lin Yi sitting on the sofa gathering to eat ice cream. Her expression became a little subtle. Is it that hot today? Why are they all eating ice? In fact, he dance also do not understand. She just wait for the two to finish eating a few more ice. How did she not hold? Yesterday's calisthenics were wasted again. Seeing that Zhang Tianyan seemed to be looking at the ice cream as well, he dance understood and asked, "Boss, do you want one? It's delicious." No, Zhang Tianyan lightly refused, handing Lin Yi a document in his hand. Here are 3 new songs in the ethnic style. See if you like any of them. You can use them for the next installment of The Singer. She didn't care what Lin Yi was doing and went straight to business. Upon hearing that there was a new song, Lin Yi and the twins were interested, and the 3 of them quickly finished their ice cream and split the paper to look at it seriously. The 3 songs are I Have a Promise with the Grassland, My Beloved Hometown and Pale Land. The ethnicity is quite ethnic, and the lyrics and compositions are of a certain level, but not to the extent that it makes their eyes light up, especially after reading more songs written by Lin Yi. Tang Ziyan's taste had improved and she directly wrote her disappointment on her face. He dance's eyebrows jumped as he wondered what Zhang Tianyan was thinking. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the boss thought it was satisfactory? Surely not. Zhang Tianyan seemed to have anticipated this outcome, picking up the documents on the table, tearing them up without mercy and throwing them indifferently into the trash can. Tang Ziyan shivered, always feeling that the heavenly empress had a heavy murderous aura. Excuse me, Zhang Tianyan looked at Lin Yi, his aura slightly weaker. The company doesn't have any songwriters who specialize in ethnic styles, so it looks like you'll have to cover other people's songs. Lin Yi had helped her write 2 such excellent new songs, and she wanted to return the favor. But the time is urgent. The company has no professional talents. Temporary can only come up with this rags. This made Zhang Tianyan feel a little embarrassed about his face. Previously, when Lin Yi had given her 2 songs, she had wondered if Lin Yi was trying to make do with quality not being enough for quantity. As a result, both of their songs are superb. Instead, she's now taken 3 average songs. That's where quality really isn't enough to make up for quantity. The more Zhang Tianyun thought about it, the more dry she became, and said to Lin Yi, "Don't worry, the company's arranger team is quite good, and we have an advantage in adapting it. What song would you like to sing? What's the idea? I can have them all changed out." She had heard that the kickoff guests arranged by the program group were Su Yao and Jijin, and those 2 were guaranteed to challenge Lin Yi. This battle, she had to help Lin Yi win. No need. When Lin Yi saw Zhang Tianyun was so attentive, he was quite satisfied with this new boss in his heart. He laughed and said, "I have a new song in the ethnic genre that's just right for it." Ha! Tang Ziyan's eyes widened in surprise. "Senior, why didn't you say earlier if you had a new song? You guys didn't ask either." Lin Yi scratched his head. Zhang Tianyun looked at Lin Yi, her red lips pursing lightly. "I should have known she wouldn't have brought out those 3 songs. Disgraceful." Chapter 29, Kickoff Match. Normally, when she heard that Lin Yi had a new song, Tang Ziyan would definitely be the first to listen to it. But today, she went against the grain and covered her ears and screamed, "Don't give me a listen or tell me what it's called. I'm going to be a casual viewer and not get dramatized." Lin Yi looked at her helplessly. Okay, even without the praise of his friends and family, he was confident in his songs. "And don't tell me," Zhang Tianyun laughed. "That way my reaction in the lounge will be more realistic. Maybe I'll cry at your singing like Shannon did." She thought of the image of Huang Shanying tearing up listening to Because of Love, and somewhat expected herself to be moved like that. Shouldn't cry. Lin Yi thought about the song he intended to sing, a brainwashing godly song. If you can cry listening to this song, how developed are your tear ducts? Tang Zishuan had been eager to admire Lin Yi's new work, but seeing as her sister and the diva weren't listening, she hesitated, pursed her lips, and didn't say anything. Ugh. Instead, he dance-sighed and said to Tang Ziyan, "I was going to take you to the scene this issue, but since you want to be an ordinary viewer, forget it." Oi oi. Tang Ziyan hurriedly grabbed Himo's hand with an agitated expression. "Take me to me. Don't force me to kneel down and beg." "Just kidding. Who wants to spend time at home with the TV when you can be there as a spectator?" She was afraid that he dance wouldn't agree, and she even shook he dance's arm, like a child pampering herself. But her strength was obviously not of the same magnitude as that of a small child, and he dance was shaken to the point of dizziness and was quite speechless. Stop. He dance stopped Tang Ziyan's movements and warned, "Don't do that next time, or else I won't even take you to play in the future." "Meaning you're taking her to play live this time?" "My is the best." Tang Ziyan was so happy that she gave he dance a big hug, and he dance looked helpless and indulgent. Tang Zishuan looked at the two with mixed emotions. The diva's boss is still here. Is it really okay for her to let herself go like this? "Don't mind me." Zhang Tianyan noticed Tang Zishuan's line of sight and smiled faintly. "This is your home, not a company, as long as you're happy." Hearing the heavenly empress say this, Tang Ziyan became embarrassed instead and hid behind He danced like a child who had made a mistake. Ho dance. Good for you. Pushing her as a showbag. Ha! He danced secretly gave Lin Yi a wink, as if hoping that he would say something to divert the diva's attention. Lin Yi inexplicably had the illusion that He dance was a grandmother. Tang Ziyan was a bear child. Zhang Tianyun was a tiger mom. And he himself was a loving old father. He got up from the couch and said to Zhang Tianyun, "Boss, I'm going to go practice my song. Do you want to join me?" Could be. Zhang Tianyun had already chosen her next installment. She stood up, stepped on her high heels and left with Lin Yi. When the sound of ta-ta-ta-ta disappeared, Tang Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed, sinking her butt into the soft sofa. It's okay if the boss doesn't speak, but when he does, he feels so intimidating. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Tang Zishuan glanced at her. If the man is regular, there's no need to worry about being disliked by the diva. Fine, you called the boss a ghost. How dare you? Tang Ziyan was in a state of shock, and she started to be a drama queen again. Tang Zishuan's brows twitched as she slowly and methodically rolled up her sleeves. I still dare to whip you. Don't. Tang Ziyan hurriedly interrupted the spellcasting and changed the topic. Sister dance. If we go as spectators, can we vote too? Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Of course you can't, Ho Dance said. You count as a guest viewer and don't have a voting machine. It's okay. I don't want to jeopardize the fairness of the show. Tang Ziyan sighed in relief. Although she couldn't vote, she believed that the senior could win with strength. He Dance looked at the upright Tang Ziyan with a very complicated mood. She was well informed and naturally knew that Su Yao and Jijin were the kickoff guests arranged by the program. As for the theme ethnic style, although there is no evidence, but she vaguely feel that it is also the program team deliberately designed. Su Yao and Jijin specialize in ethnic styles and should have come prepared. And although Lin Yi was also good at it, he could only cover songs, and if he didn't have any new songs, his performance wouldn't necessarily shine brighter than Su Yao Jijin's. Lin Yi signed with Tianhua, and in some people's eyes, they may think that Lin Yi is going to go the love song route. That's why Fire Phoenix dared to arrange for Su Yao to kick the bucket. Did they conclude that Lin Yi couldn't come up with a new ethnic-inspired song? Luckily, Lin Yi fought for his life and hit his hand as well. This time, I'm afraid some people will be disappointed again. He Dance touched Tang Ziyan's simple head, looking forward to the kickoff match with great anticipation. In the past few days, in addition to practicing the songs, Lin Yi was also grinding backing tracks with the company's music team. His new song, this time, has a great arrangement, with chords that punctuate it. The music team stayed up 2 big nights to finally polish the backing track to perfection. Lin Yi felt even more high as he practiced the song listening to the accompaniment. That song is absolutely amazing. How did Lin Yi think of this? It's too divine. I'm full of, right now. Shoo, the boss is still here. Don't you want to die? A young guy was so scared that he covered his colleague's mouth. Before Zhang Tianyun had said that it was fine for them to listen to Lin Yi's songs, but they absolutely couldn't reveal it to her knowledge. Just now, a coworker almost had to sing that brainwashing chorus, and the diva is right behind them, overseeing them as they tweak the backing tracks of their cover songs. Zhang Tianyun heard the two of them and became more and more curious in her heart as to what Lin Yi's new song was. Everyone involved in arranging the songs looked at Lin Yi with incomparable fervor afterward, and even rearranging the songs with her didn't feel like it smelled good anymore. Bear with me. Zhang Tianyun took a light breath and reminded herself mentally. There's a kickoff coming up, so we'll find out tomorrow. Day 2. Lin Yi and Zhang Tianyun arrived at the recording site by plane. He Dance took the twins to the audience and the two headed backstage on their own. Pretty much the same steps of the process as last time. Make up first, then go to the lounge. The difference is that this time, instead of a personal lounge, it's a public lounge. Singers usually shoot some footage here. Earlier, after Lin Yi signed the contract with the program, he filmed the scene where the 6 old singers welcomed the new singers. At the moment, the assistant director, skillfully guest hosting, looked at the 7 singers sitting on the couch. Today is the kickoff, and in addition to the 7 of you here, there will be a group of singers coming to the venue to challenge one of you. Challenge rules: before the official singing, the kicker will choose an opponent, and the chosen opponent will sing at the end of the set. The kicker singers sing in the penultimate position. The other singers will be drawn by lot to determine the order in which they will sing. All 7 singers knew the rules and didn't react too much. Liu glanced at Lin Yi and said coldly, "The director said a group of singers instead of a singer. Could it be that the ones here today are a duo?" Zhang Tianyun glanced at Liu. It seemed that other than Lin Yi, the newbie, all the other old saucers seemed to know who the program had arranged. He didn't want to affect Lin Yi's mood of practicing the song and hadn't said anything. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi with a gloating expression and instantly understood in seconds. He looked at the director with a puzzled expression. Could it be the one who sings and likes to steal shots? Is it appropriate for her to come and kick ass? The director choked and couldn't get the complimentary introductory words on his teleprompter card out of his mouth. Suyao snaps. Is the truth if it's that car crash level at the concert, it's really a bit inappropriate for her to come and kick ass. Chapter 30, Jijin is disliked. The original process was for the director to loudly introduce Suyao and Jijin, and then the two of them walked in to make a dominating entrance. But now, the entire lounge was silent. The assistant director was so embarrassed that his fingers clenched the teleprompter card, and Zhang Tianyun looked at him with a curious expression, as if she was looking forward to how he would answer Lin Yi's question. The other singers were a bit surprised, not expecting Lin Yi to target Suyao so bluntly. Previously, when Lin Yi had been scolded like that by the rhythm of public opinion brought by Suyao, they had thought that Lin Yi had no temper at all. Now it seemed that it wasn't that Lin Yi had no temper, he was just too lazy to bother with Suyao. People couldn't help but think that when Lin Yi responded live, he didn't say any nonsense, but instead used fly free to prove himself. Now that Suyao was pestering her again and again, I was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get any good results. Instantly, the singers were looking forward to today's competition as well. Suyao and Jijin were definitely prepared. How would Lin Yi react? Director, don't freeze. Zhang Tianyun saw that the assistant director did not say anything, guessing that there was nothing to enjoy, and could not help but cue the process. The assistant director then woke up as if from a dream and picked a random word from his teleprompter card. Please welcome the new generation of powerful singers, Suyao and Jijin. Bang! The lounge door was pushed open from the outside, and Suyao and Jijin walked in from the outside, both of them styled and quite imposing. As soon as Suyao appeared, her gaze instantly landed on Lin Yi. Before he could take a closer look, a voice as clear and transparent as a lake rang out. It's really the one who sings and can snatch a picture. Zhang Tianyun looked at Suyao with a smile on her face, as if the barbed words were not hers. Suyao's face suddenly changed, and she remembered the phrase "you are also worthy?" Across the phone, anger rose in her heart. It's a recording program now, and Zhang Tianyun is so disrespectful to her. Jijin smiled at Zhang Tianyun and said, "Don't worry, Sister Tianho, with me here, Yao Yao won't grab another shot." Zhang Tianyun put away the fake smile on his face and looked at Jijin indifferently. What's with the shouting, sister? Do we know each other well? Besides, we seem to be about the same age, aren't we? We're 30. What's the point of acting cute? Zhang Tianyun's two words directly made Jijin lose his smile as well. Not only did she not give Suyao face, she didn't even put Jijin in her eyes. It was the first time the assistant director had seen Zhang Tianho being so aggressive, and he was a bit shaky, wondering if he should put this up in post-editing. Suyao's mood was a bit subtle. Although she doesn't like Zhang Tianyun, she dislikes Jijin just as much, especially the fact that Jijin is acting cute. Now that Zhang Tianyun pointed it out in front of everyone, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart. Strange to say, when Lin Yi was with Suyao, he could never read her mind. Now that he had become a rival, he instead felt that Suyao's mind was clear at a glance. Looks like Suyao and her new partner aren't getting along? Knowing that Suyao was having a bad time, he was suddenly a little happy yet. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, it was my offense. Jijin's face changed many times, but he still apologized to Zhang Tianyun. Teacher Zhang's title sounded a lot smoother, and Zhang Tianyun hummed, sort of letting him off the hook. The assistant director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued to push the program forward. The kickoff singer has prepared a challenge in advance, and now, the two of you can deliver it. Suyao and Jijin had envisioned the image of handing over a challenge many times. They would look down on Lin Yi, putting pressure on him with the aura of certain victory. Now, Lin Yi turned the tables and took the initiative to extend his hand towards the two. It's for me, isn't it? Yes. The plan was completely disrupted, and instead of panicking, Lin Yi acted like a brave warrior, simply fearless of the challenge. Suyao handed the challenge over, her heart vaguely uneasy. Lin Yi was so confident. Did he really have the backbone? Or was he just pretending? Panic. Seeing Suyao's shaken look, Jijin calmly said to Suyao while the singers went to draw lots for sequencing. You should know how good my new song is. It's a sure win today. Suyao felt a surge of strength as the melody of I Come From the Grassland rang in her head and nodded to Jijin. Although she doesn't see Yashazane, the song is really excellent. No matter whose song Lin Yi covered, he was bound to lose. The draw is complete. Zhang Tianyun was lucky and drew the first one to sing. Sing early and call it a day. Zhang Tianyun smiled at Lin Yi. Remember to call me. I'm going. Lin Yi nodded and fussed with the glow sticks on the couch. Huang Shenying was inexplicably a bit despondent. In the past, before Tianyun went on stage, she was the one who was asked to call, but now it was Lin Yi. Sisters are really no match for men. Ugh. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Lin Yi was unsure and comforted. Sister Sean, it's not bad to be on third. You're lucky to be in the top 3. Huang Shaniying glanced at Lin Yi and didn't say anything. Inside the studio, the audience has been waiting for a long time. The show has kept it under wraps and has not revealed to the public who the kicker is so far. The guide's lounge screen just now also only showed Lin Yi receiving the challenge and didn't reveal Jijin and Su Yao. I heard the kickoff guest is Su Yao. Hey, really? She's worthy? It's true that Su Yao's strength isn't too good, but didn't she hook up with Jijin? Jijin is still okay. I don't think Yoshi can really do it. Lin Yi was number 1 last period. Speaking of which, not drawing me in the last installment saddened me for a long time, but it turns out I was drawn in this kickoff. Ga. Lin Yi is a new singer. Being challenged is the nail in the coffin. There's no suspense at all. Now I just want to know if the kickoff guest is Su Yao or not. If so, that's exciting. Why isn't the kicker the first one on? Hurry. Today's kickoff match had an even more explosive atmosphere than the last installment. Who wouldn't like to see PKs? The host, was also excited and made a loud announcement after getting instructions from the director. Next, please welcome the first singer, Zhang Tianyun. Wow! The audience erupted into cheers and screams. They've been listening to Because of Love for the past few days and are getting on top of Zhang Tianyun. Today, Zhang Tianyun is still in a cheongsam. The green background is embroidered with complicated patterns, but it doesn't look cumbersome. It only makes people feel noble and gorgeous. She almost always wears cheongsam in her appearance on Singer, but the audience does not feel aesthetic fatigue at all. Diva cheongsam earthly beauty. They love to see. Zhang Tianyun's cover of 6 East Song Stallion, the theme song of a movie, brought back countless images as soon as the audience heard it, and the sense of immersion was overflowing. Mr. 6 is so unlucky. If he's still around for this issue, with his mastery of ethnic wins, he'll at least take the top 3. Someone in the audience sighed. Tang Zian heard it and nodded her head with great approval. Although viewers were missing Rockdone, they didn't forget to vote for Zhang Tianyun. The diva's vocals are top-notch, and the ethnic style is mastered extremely well, with the song being adapted in a meaningful way. Bang! 872. After the song, Zhang Tianyun's votes were announced directly on the big screen, without any suspense like in the previous game. Everyone knew that the real suspense was reserved for the kicking guest and Lin Yi. Chapter 31, Singers are furious. Zhang Tianyun was quite satisfied with her results. She gave the audience a small heart with her finger as a sign of appreciation before turning and leaving the stage. Another wave of screams from the audience. Hostwa thinks that if Zhang Tianyun sings and then canvasses like this, maybe some viewers will be mesmerized by the beauty and the votes will rush up to 900. However, no singer has ever canvassed on the singer. There is no hard and fast rule from the program, just a tacit feeling that between singers, it's still a matter of strength. Even Li Wu, who was the last person Zhang Tianyun could see, hadn't pulled any votes. Li Yu had average luck today and drew the 5th on stage. The second singer was the penultimate from the previous installment, and he played well too, with solid vocals and a rewrite with a bit of ingenuity that captured the audience's ears. 859. The votes are in, and it's a good one. Thank you all. The singer walks off the stage happily. Today's ranking is related to the order of song selection and singing in the next installment. He should be able to rank in the front and will have an advantage in the next installment. The third singer was Samantha Wong, who played steadily but was, as usual, less than stellar in her rewrites. The audience felt that the skills were there but not enough new ideas, and the final vote count was only 796. Is the first artist under 800 votes today. Back in the common room, Zhang Tianyun comforted her a few times so that she wouldn't feel bad. It's fine. Huang Shaniying seems to be in a good frame of mind. Smiling, anyway, I'm not the one being challenged. No pressure. If the kicker challenges her, that's what should be anxious. Li looked at Su Yao and Jijin and deliberately asked, will you guys regret not choosing Mr. Huang? Of course not. Yo ***** soon smiled and showed his tiger teeth. Since I'm here, I'll challenge the most powerful one. When he said that, his intention was to raise curry for himself, trying to say that he was not a punk who specialized in picking out soft targets to pinch. Even if Huang Shaniying only has 700 plus votes, they will still insist on challenging the number 1 in the last issue. But as soon as those words came out, the faces of the other singers became very subtle, challenging the most powerful one, which meant that Lin Yi was the most powerful. Ha! Li Wu laughed and instantly lost his good looks at yo ***** soon. Not a dare, not a dare. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, the first place in the last period was due to Mr. Zhang's light. I definitely can't do it on my own. Zhang Qianyan sighed softly and deliberately looked at Jijin. So I'm not the greatest in your mind. So sad. Yo ***** soon was in a cold sweat. He was just in the habit of building himself up. not realizing that one sentence offended everyone. Su Yao closed her eyes with a headache, and in her heart, she disliked Ji for being such a piggybacker. When they challenged Lin Yi, they were originally picking up a soft target to pinch. Although this persimmon is not as soft as it was when it took first place in the last issue, it is still far from being recognized as the best. It's okay to lie to your fans, but don't treat everyone like a cutie. If this was released, yo soon would have been trolled like crazy by the netizens. Thinking of this, Su Yao not only didn't worry about being implicated, but instead was in a happy mood. What's it to her that Cat really has a low emotional quotient? As long as Yashazane and her sing that song well and get high boats to kick Lin Yi out, that would be enough. The race continues. I don't know if I was disgusted by Yashazane or not, but the singers who came on later were more desperate than one another, showing their skills and high notes. The audience was driven by their emotions and pressed the voting machine furiously. 863, 869, 855. The fourth, fifth and sixth singers are all pretty good. The hosts were stunned, and even the audience themselves were surprised. It's too awesome today. So far, surprisingly, only Shannon is over 700 votes. Really? I thought Shannon was getting boring back there, but I didn't realize it was getting better. Li Wu sang so hard, I almost thought he was the one who got kicked off. Could it be that the kickoff guest is too good and they're helping Lin Yi build momentum? They sing so well, the kickoff guest must be under pressure, right? I reckon. Looks like the kickoff guests aren't Su Yao and Jijin, or else what's the point of putting up such a fight? It's about to debut. I'm so looking forward to it. The audience began to guess who the kickoff guest was again. One by one, they guessed higher and higher, and thought of all the divas and queens. The host, Hwa, stands on the stage and makes a loud announcement. Please welcome the kickoff guests, singer Su Yao and singer Jijin, who will bring us the song I'm From the Grassland. Ha! The audience was in an uproar. It's really Su Yao and Yashazane? How come it's the two of them? I thought it was Lu Tianwang. I thought it was my sister. Bad review. Which could be the heavenly kings and queens. That level of picking on Lin Yi as a newcomer and bullying him? Isn't it embarrassing to tell the world? The audience tasted. Also if it is a heavenly king and queen level, the kickoff match will definitely challenge Zheng Tianyun. That's what makes it an even match. Originally, they were quite looking forward to Su Yao, thinking that Su Yao and Lin Yi PK must be exciting. But after experiencing a couple of older singers trying their hardest live, it always feels a bit underwhelming now. This is a stage for singers to burn their passion, not a place to tear up for show. If Su Yao and Jijin didn't have much strength and came here just to rub Lin Yi's nose in the heat, they would have cursed the two down. Unconsciously, the audience was incredibly harsh on Su Yao and Jijin. The intro plays. It was Yo soon who spoke first. On that vast steppe, the horses gallop and the wind whistles. The herdsmen sang songs, carrying on the wisdom of our ancestors. The stars twinkle and the moon is bright. His rap paragraph was long, and it took more than a minute before Su Yao's turn. The pattern isn't as complimentary as Su Yao and Lin Yi, where the male singer isn't a supporting character, but another protagonist. By the time we get to the chorus, it's not all Su Yao's stage, as Yashazane sings with a thick voice, inserting himself into the mix in a way that's impossible to ignore. Su Yao's voice was as vast as a grassland, and she was secretly competing, trying to suppress Jijin's voice under her voice, where Yo soon didn't know what she was thinking. The mutual lack of humility swept through the audience's ears like a storm. That's a bit of fun to sing. Tang Zishuan in the front row said indifferently. I guess they also know that their personalities don't match, so they simply discard the traditional chorus and change it to something like a competition, which is kind of cool to listen to. No boasting, no boasting. Tang Zian was so anxious that she went to cover her sister's mouth. We're here to call the seniors. No talking for outsiders. Tang Zishuan glanced at her faintly, and Tang Zian hurriedly put her hand down for fear of being hit. The singing is fresh, but the seniors are great too. So what's the panic? Tang Zian was busy nodding her head. That's right. Senpai is the best. When Su Yao and Jijin finished singing and the host announced that the voting channel was about to close, Jijin suddenly said a rap. I'm new here, so please take care of all the handsome men and women. Ow ow ow. Audience members who think they're handsome and beautiful hoot and holler. The hosts froze. Gigi was the first person to canvass on the singer. How's he doing? The voting channel is closed. Please take a break from the stage and wait for Mr. Lin to announce the votes together after he sings. His tone became a little colder, nowhere near as warm as it had been in the beginning. Su Yao and Jijin didn't care and left the stage together. As soon as the two left, Hwa became agitated again and announced loudly, next, please welcome the last singer of the day, Lin Yi, to bring us the song Lady of Extravagant Fragrance. Chapter 32 Madam Extravagant Fragrance. Finally, Tang Zian was so excited that she almost screamed. Waited so long for this moment. Tang Zishuan gazed earnestly at the stage. and although she didn't say anything, there were a few moments of fervor floating in the bottom of her eyes. Who isn't already a fan of Lin Yi? In the lounge, Zhang Tianyun felt that the name Mrs. Extravagant Fragrance seemed to have been seen somewhere, and he took out his cell phone and searched for it. Surprisingly, a historical figure? She was a little surprised, not realizing that Lin Yi would use real people to write songs. Looking at the life and achievements of Lady Extravagant, she had a slight worry that if the song was not well written, she was afraid that it would be wildly cursed by future generations. That's when the ethnic-flavored intro kicked in. A subtle chord flows out, like a spring, over the mountains. Zhang Tianyun's heart was instantly stabilized. The intro is so elegant, and with a strong local flavor, that it's clear from the first listen that the creators had their hearts in the right place. Cliff to cliff above the fall river, mustard flowers bloom in the sea of waning grass. Who hangs the moon in the sky? Shitoku wants to say something that flows into the sea. Lin Yi began to sing. His voice was inexplicably sexy, with a bit of seduction, and in just a few lines, everyone seemed to fall into a beautiful scene. There is a river and mountains in this view, as well as a sea of flowers and the moon. A woman stood on the ground looking up as the moonlight poured down like the Milky Way. The mere thought of it was so beautiful it made the heart flutter. Over the high mountains, over the endless sea. If anticipation remains, it's always spring until the flowers bloom. Please stay gently and let the dream roll away this dust. Fragrance floats beyond the book compartment, playing beautiful celestial music. Lin Yi's voice steeply rose in tone, changing from the previous gentle and sexy to bold and wild. The listener gets to see more of the picture, and everyone finds the song as beautiful as a painting. Everyone perked up when they heard the last line and couldn't wait for the next part of the chorus. But the song stopped abruptly. It's not the climactic chorus that segues into the beautifully crafted chords at the beginning. The pace wasn't what everyone thought it would be, and everyone felt their stomachs hanging and their hearts tickling. Not until the third night is past the dawn of day. Mrs. Lavish returns from the moon. She paints daylight on her heart. Shine a light on a dark night. The sexy bass is followed by a chord that the audience finds beautiful while feeling a rush of energy weighing on their hearts. Over the high mountains, over the endless sea. If anticipation remains, it's always spring until the flowers bloom. The ascending tone has reappeared. The audience was excited and apprehensive, and although they enjoyed the segments, they always felt like they were missing the mark. If that's the chorus, then they're not very happy about it. Fragrance floats beyond the book compartment, playing beautiful celestial music. This time, there are no articulated chords after heavenly. Lin Yi opened his arms and let out a chant, the voice as devout as a believer. Like countless people singing the praises of Lady Extravaganza's great deeds, the audience watched him with rapt attention. Everyone saw Lin Yi suddenly put the microphone to his mouth and sing loudly. The Umunhum Mountains are connected to the mountains beyond. Moonlight spills over Rattlesnake Beach. Is there anyone who can tell me? But the heavens are calling to you. A mountain over a river. 1,000 hills are never lonely. You came through the years to be fabled, and 100 miles of azaleas do not fade. The audience was so hot that their arms were covered in goosebumps. That's the real chorus. The most exciting part for the audience was that the chorus was repeated twice straight through, doubling the pain. All those previous padding, all those suppressed emotions, were released at this moment. Click, click, click. Everyone was furiously pressing the voting machines in their hands, and Tang Xian was so excited that she was pounding her thighs with her little fists. It's so good, so good. This song is awesome. She knew the Hokage wouldn't let her down. Tang Zishuan's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at the man on the stage and felt him shine. In the lounge, Samantha Wong is also going crazy for the song. It's so good. She held a glow stick in her hand and frantically called out for Lin Yi. Zhang Tianyun was also very hot in her heart, and if this wasn't a public restroom, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to help herself. Good. Well sung. The other singers were screaming too, and even Li Wu broke into applause. Although he wasn't happy with Lin Yi, he was even more unhappy with Jijin. Su Yao and Jijin sat in the corner, their faces incomparably ugly. They didn't expect Lin Yi to sing a new song, or such an outstanding new song. Su Yao couldn't help but give Zhang Tianyun a cynical look. This woman was really willing to give up, in order to promote Lin Yi. She even let Lin Yi sing such an excellent new song. In her mind, the song was written by Tianhua's team, and she hadn't even thought that it would be original to Lin Yi. Zhang Tianyun ignored Su Yao's unkind gaze, her eyes looking at the screen, enjoying Lin Yi's rap. If the heavens can hold you, if the earth can hold you, may you reside right here in this cloudy landscape. Compared to the other songs, Lin Yi's rap was short, simply soothing the rhythm of everyone's excitement. Soon, the haunting chorus plays again. The Umunhum Mountains are connected to the mountains beyond. Moonlight spills over Rattlesnake Beach. Is there anyone who can tell me? But the heavens are calling to you. This time, a number of audience members couldn't help but sing along. Even the host, Wah, secretly turned off his mic so he wouldn't be caught singing along. At the end of the song, Lin Yi once again opened his arms and let out a devotional chant. The song is over. Lin Yi, I don't know who shouted out loud, and the entire audience erupted in cheers. Lin Yi, number one. It was a scene that Hwa had only seen before in the finals. He hurriedly walked onto the stage, opened the microphone and said, "The voting channel is about to close. Next, we will announce the votes for the kickoff guest at the same time. Please welcome singers Suyao and Yashizane back to the stage." When Suyao and Jijin returned, their faces were far from as good as when they left. At the time, they thought they were winning, but reality slapped them hard. Suyao now only wished that there were hundreds of Yashizane's brainwashed fans in the audience, so that she might even win. But is it possible? Please look at the big screen. As Hwa's words fell, the names of two songs appeared on the big screen at the same time. I'm from the Grasslands and Madame Pusan. Under the song title is the familiar slot machine square. As in the last installment, the first thing announced was the last place votes for both songs. I'm from the Prairies? 5. Mrs. Extravaganza? 4. Suyao was so nervous that she pinched Jijin's arm. If the first two numbers are the same, then they win. The square spins and the second number is announced. I'm from the Prairies? 55. Mrs. Extravaganza? 64. Suyao's hand dropped feebly. By the looks of it, they should have lost. Fortunately, it was only by 9 votes, and we were great. When it came down to it, Jijin could only pretend to be generous and comfort Suyao with a smile, intending to rely on his poise to gain himself some fans after the program aired. Click. The first number is announced. I'm from the Prairies, 855. Mrs. Luxury, 964. Yashijin's smile cracked. Chapter 33, the host laughs. Hwa clearly heard Jijin comforting Suyao and laughed out loud when he saw the voting result. He swore that he was really professional in his hosting skills and generally never laughed. This time it really wasn't held back. 855 and 964. Only 9 votes apart? Hwa almost laughed again if it wasn't for the director's warning voice coming through the headphones. Seeing that Jijin's face was blacker than the bottom of a pot, Hwa's eye coughed lightly and raised Lin Yi's arm to announce loudly, "Congratulations to Lady of Extravagant Fragrance for gaining 964 votes. Lin Yi has successfully defended the ring and won the first place in this game." Wow! Cheers and applause erupted from the audience, and Tang Xian was so excited that she slapped her hand red. "I'm sorry to hear that." Hwa's eye looked at Jijin and Suyao and declared mercilessly, "The two of you didn't kick ass." Suyao and Jijin's faces changed, just as complicated as their emotions. "Is there anything else you two would like to say?" Hwa kindly passed the microphone over, intending to give the two another chance to perform. Jijin and Suyao's mood was like eating. What else can one say at a time like this? Nothing more than to admit that one's skills are not as good as one's competitors, and to build on them the next time one has the chance. Yo asterisk soon isn't as generous as he makes himself out to be. He could pretend on his own, but being made to say such things was worse than killing him. Seeing that Jijin refused to open her mouth, Suyao was upset and took over the microphone, saying, "Lady Extravagant sang very well, and we enjoyed it as well. Although we lost, we are already lucky to be on the stage of the singer. We learned a lot today and will come back better prepared when we have the opportunity in the future. Thank you all." Suyao fell and bowed, which gained a lot of favor from the audience. "Ha, what a costume." Tang Zixuan looked at her helplessly. "You're at least a singer. Can you be steady? Just say it." Tang Zian sat on the chair obediently. "I'm just an ordinary Lin Yi fanatic fan right now," Tang Zixuan said indifferently. "When the program airs, let sister dance by a few hot searches. There's got to be people to help you curse." Tang Zian's eyes widened and her small mouth hidden under the mask opened into an O shape. "Sister is so mean." Love. After getting off the stage, Jijin and Suyao Public Lounge didn't even return, and directly left in the nanny car. Lin Yi, on the other hand, went back to the common room and was warmly welcomed by Huang Shanying as soon as he entered. "Mount Yumunhum is connected to the mountains beyond," Huang Shanying sang loudly, then looked at Lin Yi with an expectant expression. Lin Yi was silent for 2 seconds and returned. "Moonlight spilling over Rattlesnake Beach?" Huang Shanying nodded vigorously and then sang, "Can anyone tell me? But the heavens are calling to you dash." Lin Yi, got 2, up top 1. "Lin Yi, this chorus of yours is so brainwashing. It's brilliant. The chords in the front are awesome too. I wonder which master arranged it." One by one, the singers who didn't really talk to Lin Yi before came over to talk to him. The assistant director never expected that the appearance of Suyao and Jijin had eased the relationship between the singers. "You know, before today, there were several small groups among several singers." Zhang Tianyun looked at the singers with a wry smile, suspecting that the guys were trying to poach themselves. "Don't inquire. You can't hire a master arranger." "Who?" The singers were more curious. "An arranger of this caliber shouldn't think twice about signing a sellout contract. right? Zhang Tianyun walked to Lin Yi's side and gently put her hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, her tone domineering. This song was written and composed by Lin Yi, and he took my team to grind it out. All of them are my people yet. The singer's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what Zhang Tianyun said. Did Lin Yi write Madame Extravagant Fragrance himself? He even arranged the music himself? They had always thought that this song was created by Tianhua specifically for Lin Yi as a way to show how much the company valued him. As a result, you say, Lin Yi is self-reliant again and has nothing to do with Tianhua? Several singers were envious to the teeth. How did Tianhua get so lucky to sign such a treasure newcomer as Lin Yi? What level of stupidity is that Su Yao? Surprisingly willing to break up with Lin Yi. Nanny's car. Guqing's face turned green when he heard that Su Yao and Jijin had failed in their kicks. She took on a big favor from the show to help the two out. Tonight, Su Yao and Jijin are taping a program while she's accompanying people to drink and return gifts. It was hard to get to the site after the socializing was over, and I wanted to hear some good news to ease the hardness in my stomach. You guys lost by over 100 votes? Guqing's face was grim as he looked at the two with a gaze full of anger and disappointment. Su Yao was also in a bad mood, and didn't bother to act pitiful in front of her. Her tone was sharp. Lin Yi's song was created by Tianhua with great effort. The arrangement alone isn't on the same level. How can we compare? Guqing laughed coldly. You mean, you blame our Fire Phoenix for not giving you all the resources? I didn't say that. Su Yao sneered at Jijin. The company gave me such a great partner. What could I possibly want? She really wanted to know if Guqing would still give Yashizane a good face when the show aired. At this moment, Guqing still didn't know exactly what had happened, and was very dissatisfied with the shifty Su Yao. Yashizane would have been great. If it wasn't for him, you guys would have gotten 855 votes? She glared at Su Yao and pacified Yashizane again. It's the company's blunder. I didn't expect Lin Yi's votes to be so high. 855 also has the top 3. You guys are still honored despite your defeat. Hearing this, Yo soon pursed his lips, his fingers clasping the fabric on his pants leg. Guqing's heart thumped, feeling that something was wrong with the situation. What's going on? Is there no top 3 for 855? Yo Soon's eyes reddened a little, not daring to hide it, and her tone was sad. Sister Gu, I don't know what's going on. Those singers are all like chicken blood. We were only second to last in 855. Although the votes of the Liu guys who came on stage behind them were only a little bit more than them, but more is more. In terms of ranking, they are the bottom 2. Guqing couldn't believe his ears. She even suspected she was drunk. Otherwise how could she have heard something so outrageous? 855 votes. After being in a good fight for second and third in previous installments, this one is second to last? The news made her stomach feel even worse and her head hurt like it was going to split. Guqing took a deep breath, rubbed his temples and said, let's go back first. We'll talk tomorrow. Although she didn't know how to teach these two losers a lesson, one thing was clear to her. You definitely can't buy a hot search this time, or you'll be looked at as a joke by the entire internet. Day 2. Guqing woke up in the hotel and had felt almost recovered, but when he looked at his cell phone, he felt a headache. Scarf hot push, singer kickoff. Su Yao and Lin Yi's fatal duel. Exciting kickoff. The official announcement of the singer is an early broadcast tonight at 8 p.m. Guqing huffed backward, barely fainting. That's no break for her at all. Chapter 34, Public Execution. Scarfing. A marketing number broke the news that Su Yao and Jijin were the kickoff guests and quickly scurried onto the hot search. The comments section was clear of water armies, all saying that Su Yao and Jijin kicked ass and would win. And then there was the one who said he was a live audience member, putting up a picture of a poll that had been plopped into a wrap, saying that the two had a whopping 855 votes. Tool all the way around. Guqing looked at the comments and was so angry that his temples hurt. These people looked like Su Yao and Jijin brainwashed fans at first glance, but it was clear to her that these people were waterbenders bought by the opposite family to crank up the heat. The more momentum you build now, the more backlash you'll get when the kicker results come out. The more netizens who believe that Su Yao and Jijin would win, the more bullets that would be used to attack the two when the time came. What panicked Jurching the most was that some of the silly sweet fans bought into it and celebrated by going down and blogging about it themselves. Will these fans be able to top that when the results come in? Will they be disappointed in Su Yao and Jijin? Become a part of the mockery of the two as well? Normally, this kind of operation was a tactic that Guqing was proud of. Now that it was being used on her, she realized just how disgusting it really was. Enduring the headache, Guqing took out his cell phone and contacted the public relations department. Su Yao smacked that the company's resources were not all given to her, but since this little came to the company, the public relations given to her has not stopped. Su Yao and Jijin kicked and won against Lin Yi? Really? More and more people are joining the conversation. Of course it's true. The live audience said 855 votes. With pictures, 855 is indeed quite impressive. but it shouldn't be able to take first place, should it? It's not like you have to be first to win. The votes are higher than Lin Yi's even if the kicker succeeds. Didn't Lin Yi have over 900 votes, and 855 could win? Lin Yi was over 900 last period, not 900 this period. Last issue was dipped in the light of the diva. He definitely didn't sing this high on his own. And this issue is ethnic. That's Yashazane's best style. Lin Yi's most dazzling national wind is also awesome. Someone couldn't help but retort, cow is cow. But don't forget that singer can only cover or new songs. Lin Yi can't sing the most dazzling national wind. That's done. Does Lin Yi have any other new songs? There should be, even if he can't write it himself. Could it be that the entire Tianhua can't write it? With all due respect, Tianhua specializes in love songs, and ethnic style is still up to me. Jin, Zen, I'm not targeting anyone. I just think everyone here is a hot mess. I've heard that the new song from True is super hot. I'm bursting at the seams. Jijin fans all thought that the hot search was bought by Fire Phoenix and had swelled up, not taking other singers into consideration at all. Fans of the other singers were furious, but didn't rush down to debate. The show hadn't aired yet, and they didn't dare do anything rash, lest they end up as clowns. However, a group of the singer's fans tacitly hoped that Lin Yi wouldn't lose. Lin Yi's fans weren't so arrogant, and Lin Yi himself was very low-key, never causing any trouble. Much better than topic figures like Su Yao and Jijin. The time quickly came to 8 p.m. Lin Yi was still watching TV at the twins' house. Su Yao, on the other hand, is different from last time, as she and Jijin are called to the company by Guqing to watch the program together in the conference room. More than just the three, there was a team from the PR department around the round table, intent on watching and working on PR to try to eliminate any negative online influence. Su Yao sat on the chair, feeling like she wanted to die. What's the difference between watching a kick-ass failure with others and a public execution? But no matter how much she resisted, Guqing had given a death order that she had to stay in the conference room tonight. Su Yao suspected that Guqing was deliberately disgusting herself. She glanced sideways at Yo Soon, whose face was even darker, and was barely in a better mood. Thankfully, the most conspicuous fool of the night wasn't her. Is it the one who sings and likes to steal the show? Is it appropriate for her to come and kick ass? The show began with a clip of Lin Yi questioning the fireworks. The PR team thought to themselves, if Su Yao and Jijin won, they could also cut a small video of punching Lin Yi in the face like they did in the last installment, and it would definitely come out of the ring. Unfortunately, if Su Yao and Jijin had won, where would they be here at this moment? Hearing the assistant director introduce the two as powerhouse singers, the PR team somehow felt it was a taunt. To better prepare for the coming cyberstorm, they watched the show with pop-ups on. Netizens didn't spit out the words powerhouse singer, but instead launched into a mass mockery when Jijin called out to the diva's sister. It's not red either, but it loves to rub. Finally, someone spit in the face. Yo Soon's in his 30s. What's the point of pretending? You're only 30. Our brother is obviously only 29. Laughing to death. 29 is still not an old man. What are you pretending? Can't say that their brother was a teenager until he died. Can a man's 30 be the same as a woman's 30? A man is 30. Zhang Tianyun is an old woman that no one wants. People like her can't even get married in our village. Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. People's divas don't look down on your village's dirt old man either. Okay. Jijin 30 and Zhang Tianyun 30 are indeed different. She's already a diva. And Jijin is still the smelly brother who goes around recognizing his sister. The PR team looked breathless. Are all Yo Soon fans wrapped in cerebellum? There's no shame in admitting that Cat really isn't as good as the chapter diva. It's really kind of brain dead to take that village thing and wash it away. Everyone rushed to their hands and reported all the stupid comments made by Yashazane fans to stir up confrontation. It wasn't until Zhang Tianyun finished her song that the fan comments were pretty much reported. Zhang Tianyun garnered 872 votes, the second singer 859, and the third plummeted to just 796. Guqing stared at the screen with a deadpan, still unwilling to believe that 855 votes could only get the penultimate. Obviously, according to the current trend, the number of votes in the back will only get smaller and smaller, and even if it's slightly higher, it won't be more than 850 before it's right. The singer aired a day early with very little post-editing. The conversation between Gil Jin and Li Wu was not cut either and was released straight away. Will you guys regret not picking Mr. Huan? Of course not. Since I'm here, I'll challenge the best one. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that just because Jijin said this, the latter singers who came on the stage were more desperate than one another, and all of them got excellent scores of 850 or more. The PR team looked dumbfounded. What's wrong with Kijin? Do you have to make things difficult for yourself if you don't have difficulties? Guqing was so angry that his heart rhythms were irregular. and he backhanded Yo asterisk 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 soon in the face. The crisp slapping sound scared Suyao's heart to a halt, but the PR team was expressionless, as if they had long been accustomed to it. Didn't you say you didn't know why the singer was acting like a chicken? How dare you lie to me too? In the heat of anger, Gu Qing's face was twisted like a madman. Yo asterisk 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 soon lowered his head, his face sunk in the shadows, unable to read his emotions. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Seeing Jijin being taught a lesson, Suyao should have felt pain, but all she had in her heart was intense fear. Previously, she had always felt that signing Fire Phoenix and teasing Gu Qing were all her own skills. Until now, it seems like she's pushed herself into a big fire pit. She didn't dare to think how the woman would deal with her if she caused any more trouble for Gu Qing. Looking at Lin Yi on the screen, who began to sing Madame Extravagant Fragrance, Suyao suddenly regretted it immensely. If she hadn't disbanded with Lin Yi in the first place and signed with Tianhua Entertainment together, now this song, Lady of Extravagance, isn't it just her? Chapter 35, If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. The netizens who listened to Lady of Extravagant Fragrance once were all amazed by the song. The pop-ups were all over the place. All compliments. It's too good to be true. Lin Yi is super god. Like listening to fairy music, the ear is temporarily clear. Honestly, when I heard Suyao and Jijin singing, I was worried about Lin Yi for a second. It was great. You can always trust Lin Yi. Did you all notice? This song was written and composed by Lin Yi. It's another new song by Lin Yi himself. Good lord. How many more surprises does Lin Yi have that I don't know about? Gu Qing saw these pop-ups and sneered at Suyao. Didn't you say that Lin Yi's new song was created by Tianhua's best efforts? And you're still blaming us, Fire Phoenix, for not having anyone to write a good song for you? As a result, Lin Yi's new song is written by himself, and he doesn't need the company to give resources at all. Suyao was still immersed in regret, and when she heard Gu Qing's words, the image of her fantasizing about singing Madame Extravagant Fragrance with Lin Yi shattered into a phantom. Her heart throbbed violently and she said, as if reassuring herself, maybe Team Tianhua wrote it for Lin Yi and just put up Lin Yi's name. You think Lin Yi is as useless as you? Gu Qing's words were like a slap in Suyao's face. She wanted to dislike her, but the thought of Yoshimoto actually getting slapped forced her to keep her mouth shut. Gu Qing was satisfied with Suyao's attitude. What qualification did a waste of time who couldn't do anything have to throw her a look? Amidst the countless praises from netizens, the votes for Madame Extravaganza are in. 964. A glorious achievement. The netizens were all laughing, not happy for Lin Yi, but amused by Jijin's words. It's okay, it's only 9 votes short of a dog's head. 964 minus 855 is equal to 9. So Cat really is a gym teacher. Yashizane surprisingly felt that Madame Extravagant Fragrance only had 864 votes. That's not good aesthetics. And he thinks he's awesome. Yoshi is really pulling crotch. I can't believe he had the nerve to pull crotch after he sang. I don't think anyone has ever pulled crotch on the singer, right? Nope. I saw was seemingly speechless. How dare he? Wa laughed when he saw the vote totals. Ha ha ha. Wa, I'm a professional. Unless I can't help it. Gijin saw the pop-ups and, annoyed, looked to the PR team. Can't they all be reported? Just say they're drawing war. There are so many. How can you report them? The PR team rolled their eyes. Besides, people on the internet are just telling the truth. How does that start a war? Even if you click to report it, it probably won't work. Send out a circular. Put the focus on Suyao's failed testimonial. Use the water military control comment to praise her, and try to circle some road fans. Understood. The PR team nodded to Gu Qing and began to operate. Suyao's heart snickered. It seems that with Jijin, a stupid idiot, Gu Qing has finally realized that it's still her that's more valuable. Suyao, go to the graduation ceremony in a few days by yourself. Perhaps there was nothing wrong with Suyao's failed testimonial. Gu Qing's tone of voice was much gentler. This graduation ceremony, which was from Suyao's alma mater, had sent out invitations long before Suyao signed with Fire Phoenix and started her concert. I hope Suyao will go back to her alma mater and sing a song as an outstanding graduate to the students graduating this year. A few days ago, Gu Qing was talking about letting Jijin go with her when the time comes, and the two of them sang in chorus to circle some student fans. Now that Yashizane is being mocked by the netizens, it's obviously not the right time to show his face. Suyao looked at the suppressed Jijin and smiled from the bottom of her heart. Okay, Sister Gu. The twins' residence, Mount Yumunham, is connected to the mountains beyond. Moonlight spills over Rattlesnake Beach. Can anyone tell me? But the heavens are calling to you. Tang Zian took the remote control and sang in the living room. He danced a helpless face. Fortunately here are used in the soundproof material. Otherwise really afraid of the neighbors complained. Wait, the neighbor seems to be Lin Yi, also one of our own. That's okay. She relaxed and continued to swipe her scarf, keeping an eye on the internet. Before the show aired, she gave Suyao and Jijin a big gift. Now, it was time for her to take back her gift. Ha ha ha, didn't they say Su Yao and Jijin won the kickoff? A difference of 109 counts as a win. Ha, tie. Who says it's 109 votes short? It's 9 votes short, dog's head. I didn't realize that Yashizane was really 855 votes, but unfortunately this collective liver explosion. 855 is only the second last. Yashizane cried to death. He has the nerve to cry? If it wasn't for his mouth, the other singers wouldn't have exploded their livers. Strength illustrates what it means to die or not to die. Who would have thought that the only person who had a lower vote than Jijin was Mr. Huang? And he said he had no regrets, haha. Now I'm afraid he's regretting his gut. Where are the Yashizane fans? Keep dancing. Didn't they say everyone here except Yashizane is a hot chick? Penultimate good enough to blow the best ethnic style. Lou. Netizens have been putting up screenshots of the line. I'm not targeting anyone. I just think everyone here is a hot chick, and making a big mockery of it. Although Yashizane's fans were intent on controlling the comments, their numbers were simply not on the same level as the fans of a bunch of singers. Add to that the fact that the local people are off the stage and they can only lie flat and be mocked like clowns. He Dance was quite pleased with this, but it wasn't enough, and contacted the company team to add more fuel to the fire. Jijin fans had the audacity to pull a stomp on Chapter Diva, and the score must be settled on Jijin. The topic, 30-year-old brother Yashizane, quickly rushed to the top of the hit list. It's full of illustrations of Yashizane acting cute and recognizing her sister. Usually netizens may not care, but a brain to see so many 30-year-old men cute pictures. Instantly guilty of nausea. Many men in their 30s have had successful careers and taken on family responsibilities. And Jijin? Playing a game on the show and losing and looking aggrieved. Asking the freshly graduated hostess to console him. Fans were there to be heartbroken and boastful. And it looked pretty magical. Is this sure it's not 9 years old? Don't embarrass us men. Okay, can't these fans follow something good? Are they so in love with mothering old men? Honestly, before the kickoff aired, I thought Yashizane had just debuted. He's really not that far off from just starting out with this level of singing. You guys know, Ajin recognizes his sister because he's an only child, and he envies the sibling relationships in other families. And since he was a child, he's always wished to have a sister to love. A fan jumped out with the intention of clearing his name, only to be sprayed even more by the netizens. Asterisk 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 this dog thing has a deep heart even since childhood. He wished he had an unjust kind of sister as a foodie devil. Envious of other people's sibling love? Why don't you envy sibling love? I heard this abacus in KTV. Luckily it's an only son. If there was a real sister, wouldn't that sister be sucked to death by bloodsucking? The number of people who are upset with Jijin is growing. He Dance was in a good mood when he noticed that Jijin's fans were missing by a few 100,000. These fans who ran away can be quality fans with brains, and it's not easy for Yo asterisk 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 soon to absorb them back. At that moment, He Dance saw Lin Yi rejecting several strange calls, secretly sighing that the harassing calls nowadays were quite persistent. Suddenly, her cell phone rang, also an unknown caller. Ho Dance picks up in seconds. Hello, I'm Tianhua's agent. He Dance. Hello, I'm looking for Lin Yi. The voice on the other side sounded slightly older. I'm the vice principal of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, and I would like to invite Lin Yi to participate in this graduation ceremony. The show Ho Dance is familiar. The twins were in it last year. At that time, He Dance without saying a word quickly agreed. Students become famous after returning to their alma mater. Singing is desirable. There are hundreds of benefits but no harm. But this time, He Dance didn't immediately agree, but asked, will Su Yao go? By the time the graduation ceremony was live on the entire internet, she highly doubted the school would use the two as a topic to generate heat. Will, the vice principal frankly admitted. Su Yao's classmates were also very successful, and it was a blessing to the graduates that she came back to sing. Oh, He Dance didn't bother to listen to his nonsense and said directly, there's Su Yao but no Lin Yi, there's Lin Yi but no Su Yao. You can reconsider. Principal, Lin Yi was so hot right now, she didn't want to be rubbed the wrong way by a cat or dog like Su Yao. Chapter 36, Canceling Su Yao's Guest Qualification. What? You're canceling Su Yao's guest qualification? Jerching received a call from the school and screamed out in shock. Su Yao was thinking about which song to sing at the graduation ceremony would be more popular when she heard Guqing's words and froze. She was still trying to figure out the details when Guqing had angrily hung up the phone. What do you mean Su Yao has too much negative news now to have a bad influence? Out of the blue, she was so angry that she slammed her cell phone down on the table with a loud thud. When Su Yao was on fire, we didn't think his music school wasn't good enough. Guqing's curses were sharper than the sound of a smashed cell phone. The Shanghai Conservatory of Music is not one of the top institutions, and is nowhere near as famous as the Imperial Conservatory of Music. There weren't many star singers produced in the school, and Su Yao's fame was already considered a big name. At that time, As soon as the news came out that Su Yao had signed with Fire Phoenix and was going to have a concert, people from Shanghai C immediately called and invited Su Yao to attend the graduation ceremony. Guqing thought it was a good opportunity to circle the wagons and agreed readily. Never in a million years did she expect to be stood up now, without us to hold up the fort. I'll see who he can invite this year. Guqing was annoyed to the extreme, even forgetting that Lin Yi was also a graduate of Shanghai High. Su Yao's eyes flickered, suspecting that the school had invited Lin Yi. If that's the case, that's all the more reason to hire her. The singers are using them as a gimmick. There's no reason for the school to waste this heat for nothing. Did Lin Yi ask for this? Would he be so cruel? Thinking of this, Su Yao was very unwilling in her heart and wanted very much to find Lin Yi to ask him about it. Twin home. He Dance quickly received a reply from the vice principal and smiled with satisfaction. Well, in that case, I'll see you at graduation. Tang Zian looked at He Dance with an excited face, and when she hung up the phone, she said excitedly, the school actually kicked Su Yao? Great! It's not like school is a cutie pie. Who's more important between Lin Yi and Su Yao they surely understand. If it wasn't for her confidence in Lin Yi and her bottom line, He Dance wouldn't have been so overbearing in her words. My is awesome. Here's to you. Lin Yi toasted He Dance with some admiration. If the vice principal had talked to him directly, he probably wouldn't have considered anything and just agreed. After all, for most people, it's a recognition, an honor, to be asked back as a guest by their alma mater. He Dance took a sip of the juice Lin Yi handed him and said with a smile, when the time comes, just sing whatever you want, have fun, no pressure. Senior, do you want to sing Next Stop Diva then? I feel that this song is quite inspirational, very suitable for graduates, Tang Zian said, half proposing and half petulant. Tang Zishuan gently glanced at her. Do you have some misconception about inspirational? I think Sea and Sky is better. Yes oh. Tang Zian nodded approvingly. Sea and Sky is great too. Senior singing this is sure to blow up. Ahem. As a layman, He Dance would like to say, I think people might want to hear Lady of Luxury more. This song is the real King Bomb. It's so uptempo alright. Good for Mrs. Extravaganza. I like Mrs. Extravaganza too. Tang Zian was so excited that she began to sing Wumeng Mountain connecting mountains beyond mountains again. Lin Yi. He felt like there was nothing he didn't like about the elementary school girl. Lin Yi hadn't figured out which song he would sing then. Whether he would sing what he had already sung or give the graduates a little surprise. Tang Zishuan grabbed her sister's gibbering mouth with her hand, more concerned about another matter. Senior, the theme of the next installment of Singer is a duet. Who are you going to sing with? Tang Zian raised her hand in excitement. There was no telling what she was saying, but her body language clearly conveyed the meaning. It should be hoping that Lin Yi would choose her. Lin Yi doesn't have many singer friends, and has previously worked with Tang Zian on Freedom to Fly, and they work well together. Singing with Tang Zian is indeed a great choice. However, he did not look at Tang Zian, and his gaze went to He Dance. I had wanted to invite Sister Dance. Ha! He Dance's calm demeanor instantly became flustered, hastily waving his hand in rejection. I can't. Don't you look for me. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi was amused by He Dance's nervousness and said, I'm just kidding. He Dance was silent for 2 seconds, took a deep breath, and gave Lin Yi a hard punch. Who is it bad to learn from? What are you learning from Tang Zian? Irritated, He Dance pinched Tang Zian's face and took it out on her. It's all your fault. Lin Yi was originally very honest. Now he's been taught bad by you. How could I? Tang Zian was so aggrieved that she refused to take the blame. Tang Zishuan nodded fervently and said, I testify that it's the result of Ziyan's words and teachings. In the entire family, it was Tang Zian who had the most skin, and she had nothing to do with Lin Yi daring to joke about He Mao Dai. Tang Zian couldn't believe that her sister was saying the same thing. She looked down and huffed twice. Just when Lin Yi thought that the child was going to be angry and cry, Tang Zian crossed her arms and laughed up at the sky. Okay, I admit it. Senpai was taught by me. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi was dumbstruck. How can someone take the blame and justify it? Looking at the way she owed a beating, if not for Lin Yi being there, He Dance would have had to teach her a lesson. She lazily ignored Tang Zian, who had a face as thick as a city wall, and looked at Lin Yi, saying bitterly, the theme of the double chorus is so that you can have professional singers to support you, so don't come in blind. I've heard of other singers hiring either bigwigs or traffic. If you don't see Ziyan and want to hire someone else, just say so and I'll go and negotiate for you. Unfortunately, the diva boss is also one of the singers and old singers can't team up with each other. Otherwise the two would definitely blow up the scene if they worked together one more time. Tang Zian anxiously shook Lin Yi's arm, aggravated to no end. Senior, you don't mind me, do you? No. Lin Yi looked at her helplessly. I had planned to look for you. Don't worry. Zun de fake doo-doo? Tang Zian was addicted to being cute, and hearing Lin Yi got goosebumps. He nodded and said, really? I even have a song in mind that would be perfect for us to open with. Think about it. Tang Zixuan tasted the 3 words. Her beautiful eyes slightly opened. You're not going to sing a new song again, are you? Lin Yi didn't deny it and took out a pen and paper to write the song on the spot. Chapter 37, Graduation Ceremony. A few days later, Shanghai Conservatory of Music. The soon-to-be graduates had smiles on their faces and were carefree as they played around the campus taking pictures. A look of complete ignorance of how cruel society can be. Maybe some people know, but they don't care right now. Full of anticipation for today's big graduation ceremony. This is the time of year when well-known singers return to their alma mater to sing. This year's famous singer was announced last night. Lin Yi. The students who liked him were so excited that they couldn't sleep. And in the middle of the night, I don't know who sang the line Wuming Mountain is connected to the mountains beyond the mountains, and the result was that the dormitory next door replied with moonlight sprinkled down the ringing water beach. And then after that the situation got a little out of control. Students who couldn't sleep ran out into the hallway and sang everything from Lady of Luxury to Sea and Sky. It's even got a little buzz on it. Conservatory graduate goes crazy in the middle of the night. Netizens thought something was wrong. Clicked on it to realize that this crazy refers to the high song. Listening to it, Netflix didn't succeed in going out and brainwashing the loop. The students were pretty much calm at this point and left messages. Sleep, sleep, sleep. We have graduation tomorrow. So looking forward to seeing Lin Yi. It must be great to hear him sing live. I'm ready to take whatever he sings. Good night family. We'll continue the high tomorrow. Just listen to the top of the net. You tricked us into coming in here. And you went to bed, didn't you? The netizens were furious, with a few moments of envy and jealousy in them. It was also so cool that these graduates could hear Lin Yi sing live. I also want to hear Lin Yi live. Dude, I see UIP in the area too. I'm going to blend in and listen tomorrow. Together no? Don't even think about it buddy. Security is tight. It's not like no fans have tried to mix it up before and been pulled out. If it was that easy to get in, would it be your turn? The other schools would have been packed with students already, wouldn't they? Netizens who wanted to blend in and listen to the scene calmed down, their little hearts pulling out of their chests. Lin Yi was really on fire now. In the past, when Soaring was not yet disbanded, he once passed by a scene where the fans were all uncles and aunts. He hesitated, not bothering to move over. Who would have thought that that would turn out to be the closest he would ever get to Lin Yi? People don't party, although you can't go to the scene to listen to it, but there is a live broadcast in the conservatory, so we'll watch it together then. You don't say. Watching the live broadcast may be more enjoyable than the back row students, too far back to see people at all. The live broadcast can be seen very clearly. That statement is just as self-congratulatory. Do you listen to concerts to see people clearly? Mostly figure that vibe. But the netizens did not point out that they have said that they will be together when the time comes. Noon. The Conservatory of Music opened the official live broadcasting room, and the squatting netizens flocked in at the first opportunity, and the number of people online broke 100,000 in less than 5 minutes. This popularity is something that used to happen when guests opened the show. The vice principal in charge of organizing this graduation ceremony was smiling from ear to ear. Good, good, good. Inviting Lin Yi is really the right thing to do. At first, when he heard he dance's request, the vice principal was actually not too happy. It was an honor to sing at his alma mater, and he had extended an invitation to Lin Yi, who should have cooperated. Being a man could not forget his roots. If Lin Yi refused, and the school told this to the internet, it would more or less have an impact on Lin Yi's reputation. But he didn't reject it outright and just said that there was Su Yao without Lin Yi. That makes it hard for the vice principal. While he did want to hype up the two to add heat to the broadcast, it was something that couldn't be said outright. If the internet finds out, it will be the school that gets the blame. He has a strong attitude and doesn't want to communicate at all, so the vice principal has no choice but to kick Su Yao out. Lin Yi and Su Yao, he could still tell who was more popular. Now, watch as the number of people on the air breaks the 150,000 mark and runs higher. The vice principal had no temper at all, and couldn't wait to offer Lin Yi up, and invite him to any future events, and still worry about the data not looking good? His biggest regret right now is that he didn't delay his graduation by a day. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony for the Tudor Conservatory of Music, which will also be broadcast live on the entire network. The vice principal felt that the current popularity of the live broadcast, PK Imperial College of Music is also not a wimp. Principal, Lin Yi is here. When the vice principal heard the news, he got up from his chair and walked out of his office to get it. He'd sent someone to wait in front of the school, and was kind of regretting not going there himself at this point. Good thing it's not too late. The moment he saw Lin Yi, he immediately went up and gave a hug with a very warm attitude. It's been a long time. I knew you would succeed. Lin Yi was a bit confused. Have they met before, please? Knowing that the vice principal was making things up, Lin Yi didn't break it down and politely replied, It's all because you taught me well. The boy, as humble as ever. The vice principal smiled and patted Lin Yi's shoulder, deliberately speaking to He dance, appearing as if he was close to Lin Yi. He danced with a professional smile on his face and didn't say anything. With Tang Xian around, could she not know who Lin Yi was close to? Clearly aware that He dance wasn't easy to fool, the vice principal didn't pull too many punches and said to Lin Yi, I know you're busy, let's go straight to the auditorium, and after attending the graduation ceremony, I'll be the host and treat you to the staff cafeteria. The corners of He dance's mouth twitched slightly. This is the school. On other occasions, which partner would be ashamed to say that they invited to eat in the cafeteria? Lin Yi had heard Tang Xian say in advance that he would go to the staff cafeteria after the song, and at the moment, his heart was not fluctuating. He followed the vice principal to the school auditorium. The graduation ceremony had already begun, and by the time Lin Yi walked to the auditorium, the school leaders had already finished awarding all the graduation certificates. Cameras framed the young men and women in their bachelor's uniforms. After that, teachers' representatives and this year's outstanding graduates took the stage one by one. These are all live in their entirety. Why is the process so long? I want to see Lin Yi. Hurry up. Just got here. Didn't miss much, did you? If I'd known that Lin Yi would make his appearance last, I wouldn't have squatted. Good thing I had the foresight. Ha ha ha. I'm a current student. There shouldn't be anyone else after the senior sister's speech. Looking forward to senior Lin Yi. Upstairs. You said the same thing 5 minutes ago. There's one thing that balances me out. Knowing that non-graduates can't be in the auditorium and have to watch the broadcast with us. Not only can't you go into the auditorium, you can't even spectate outside the auditorium. Don't piss me off. I know that senior Lin Yi is there, but I can't go and ask for an autograph. Woo crying. The more our students think about it, the sadder they get. Posting crying emoji swipes on their pop-ups. The onlookers were incredibly balanced and even wanted to laugh a little. Next, please welcome our outstanding graduate, Lin Yi, to the stage to deliver his speech. Chapter 38 Powerful New Song. Wow. The entire auditorium crowd stirred. Before the atmosphere did not dare to breathe, for fear of destroying the solemn atmosphere of the graduates excited, and applauded and screamed. Others fished out glow sticks hidden in advance from under their bachelor suits. I'm super professional. I saw the front row of school leaders stunned. School leaders should have known they should have been security checked. No. I have a feeling that the school leader's expression is not simple. Maybe he's regretting why he didn't prepare. It's really possible. Lin Yi has a lot of aunt and uncle fans. The school leader's generation is reasonable. As for what the school leaders really think, no one knows. Lin Yi stood on the podium with quite a lot of emotions in his heart. A million feelings. When he graduated, he was one of the following. Blending in with the crowd without any highlights, and hardly anyone expected him to be where he is today. Lin Yi has a rather Buddhist personality, and at that time, he did not think about what would happen in the future. It's been a bit of a long time and he's been through a bit of a lot, so it's good to see that he's doing okay so far. He looked at the green faces underneath that looked up to him and said, I'm not very eloquent and I don't know what to say. It's better to just sing. I'm okay with singing. Ha ha ha. Students and teachers alike were amused by him. Yes, it has to be. You're so good at singing. Everyone was curious about which song Lin Yi would sing. Lady Extravaganza or Haikao Tianha? Be bold. I'll bet one of two songs. Come on, sing them all. A poll even popped up on the broadcast asking netizens which song they thought Lin Yi would sing. On the left is Madame Lavish and on the right is Sea to Sky. Netizens didn't realize there was any interaction, and have been clicking furiously. Lady of Luxury had 51% of the vote, slightly more than Sea to Sky. Lin Yi didn't know this and smiled at the graduates. I'd like to send you all a new song that I hope will give you strength. Ah, there were people on stage who were shocked, amazed, and in disbelief. Lin Yi is going to sing a new song? Instead of Sea and Sky or Madame Extravagant? Isn't he afraid of the cold? Or is this a request from the school director? The school invited Lin Yi here. It wouldn't be for Lin Yi to sing one of those positive red songs, would it? I'm choking. Asterisk. Waiting all this time to hear Madame Extravaganza. Teasing me? If I'd said I'd sing a new song, I wouldn't have come. Slipping away. I'm afraid of being thunderstruck by positive energy. A good number of users said they were going to slip, but the vice-chancellor kept an eye on the number of people online, and there was no significant decrease. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, immensely looking forward to Lin Yi stunning the entire audience. He read the lyrics to the new song, and they were especially good. I just don't know what melody Lin Yi is planning to sing. I heard that the tune was just rushed out today. I don't think it's going to roll over, is it? The prelude played as the graduates looked on with apprehension and anticipation. Unlike the elegant melody of Lady of Luxury, this song has a light, upbeat intro. The music sounded like a breeze from the sea, brushing against everyone's soul. The apprehension in the hearts of the graduates instantly disappeared as they gripped the glow sticks tightly in their hands and gazed at Lin Yi on the stage. Lin Yi slightly lowered his head, his voice carrying a few vicissitudes. Bitter sand, the feeling of blowing pain in the face, like a father's scolding, a mother's weeping, forever hard to forget. When I was young, I liked to be alone at the beach. Roll up your pants and step barefoot in the sand. Compared to Lady of Luxury, the lyrics of this song are incredibly simple and straightforward, although less hazy in romantic mood, but the picture is still full of sense. Everyone seemed to see a teenager walking along the beach, the wind lifting the sand from the ground and hitting the teenager in the face. It feels a little sad for some reason. Always fantasizing that there's another world at the end of the ocean. Always thought brave sailors were real men. Always looking like a weak coward. When those lines came out, everyone was even more upset. The young man's figure grew thin as he looked out over the endless ocean and thought about the future, watching the sailors on the shore with longing. Come to think of it, isn't that what they are? Sitting in the auditorium, they also fantasized that they would make it in the music industry after graduation. Lin Yi on the stage was like that sailor, the person they most wanted to be at the moment. Everyone's mood suddenly heaved. They suddenly realized the huge gap between themselves and Lin Yi, and had no idea what the future would be like. Always heard sailors say when they were being bullied dash. Lin Yi's singing voice turned and became high and passionate. He said this pain is nothing in the storm. Dry your tears, don't be afraid, at least we have a dream. He said the pain was nothing in the storm. Dry your tears, don't ask why. The emo graduate was like suddenly slapped in the face and the whole thing sobered up. They seemed to see the resolute eyes of the young man in the song, and thought of all that Lin Yi had gone through. He and Su Yao set up the soaring combination, which caught fire in the streets and polluted countless uncles and aunts. How glorious was the soaring future supposed to be? But suddenly, the group disbands and Lin Yi is betrayed and vilified by his former friend. Deep in such a huge storm, what did Lin Yi do? He didn't give up and conquered them all with his talent and character circle. Lin Yi had survived that kind of blow, so what did they have to be afraid of? No matter what the future holds, could they be worse off than Lin Yi? Even if they do encounter difficulties, will they just admit defeat? No, they won't. They would be like Lin Yi. Never say die, never give up. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood Lin Yi's good intentions. This song is not only for them today, but for them in the future. Whenever they encountered difficulties in the future, as long as they listened to this song, they would remember today and Lin Yi's encouragement and blessings. Well, I don't know who choked back a sob and was moved to tears. Lin Yi is still singing. When you grow up, work for your ideals. Gradually neglected to hear from my mother and father and my hometown. Nowadays, my life is like a play. Saying things they don't mean and wearing a mask of hypocrisy. Always lying to yourself about insignificant accomplishments. There's always an inexplicable pang of emptiness. It always takes a little alcohol to anesthetize you to sleep. No one is posting pop-ups on the live feed, in places that Lin Yi didn't know. One after another, people were red-eyed and tearful. Isn't this sung by none other than them, the mediocre beatniks? Even every lyric is exactly like their life situation. How long has it been since you talked to mom and dad? How long has it been since you've been truly happy? Day by the company's leadership grips, but also laugh to hold the leadership stink feet. Every day, I'm so busy that I can't keep my feet on the ground, but I still feel empty inside. Staying up late and losing sleep every night, wondering when the misery will end. Tears blurred the eyes of many, but did not clog their ears. Lin Yi's singing voice came into their ears, bringing them great comfort. It was as if in a half-sleep I heard the sailor say again. He said this pain is nothing in the storm. Dry your tears, don't be afraid, at least we have a dream. He said the pain was nothing in the storm. Dry your tears and don't ask why. Chapter 39, The Sailor. The netizens wiped the tears from their faces and looked at Lin Yi in the live broadcast. Their hearts were incomparably moved. In their opinion, Lin Yi's song was not only sung to this class of graduates, but also to them, the social animals who had graduated long ago. Thank you, Lin Yi. After so many years of working, it's really kind of numbing, and now I feel like I can do it again. I chose a hard and tiring job for my ideals and have been thinking about changing careers, but now I've decided to stick to my roots. I'm not a college student. I'm just a delivery boy. I'm very thankful to Lin Yi for this song. Although delivery is not my dream, making money to give my wife and children a better life is my dream. I will continue to work hard. Go upstairs, bro. I'm a dropshipper with the same dream as you. I'm a high school student and I feel so much pressure. After listening to this song, I believe I can get through it and get into a good college. Go for it. My dad has cancer and has been in chemo and is in pain and suffering. He listened to this song with me and said he's going to hang in there. Woohoo! The number of people posting pop-ups is starting to get bigger. Everyone shared their pain and tears on it, as well as their determination that they would continue to work hard at life. The number of people online unknowingly exceeded 800,000 in rows at a rate visible to the naked eye. Lin Yi saw a few teachers in the front row wiping their eyes, and he sighed with emotion in his heart. But his singing voice was not affected in the slightest. Still so steady. See can find no proof of life. Urban tarmac is too hard to tread on. Proud and ignorant modern man knows no value. That ocean and heaven and earth that have been spoiled by civilization. Hearing this, the netizens were overwhelmed. Is this connoting a drainage event in some country? So brave. They're so likable. The only way to find myself is to get away from the crowd. Breathe freely in the salty air. The sound of whistles and the laughter of sailors came back to my ears. Always in the deepest recesses of the heart, the sailor is heard to say dash. This time, without waiting for Lin Yi to start singing, the graduates and teachers underneath couldn't help themselves and sang collectively. He said this pain is nothing in the storm. Dry your tears. Don't be afraid. At least we have a dream. He said the pain was nothing in the storm. Dry your tears and don't ask why. Lin Yi cried and laughed a little as he continued to sing along with the chorus. He said, "What's this pain in the storm?" The latter lyrics were again grabbed by students and teachers. Everyone was incredibly excited and sang with fervor. The atmosphere in the auditorium was like a concert. Many of the netizens watching the live stream were singing along, while some others couldn't help but laugh. Look at Lin Yi's speechless expression. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi, who exactly is the outstanding graduate? Didn't you say I was invited to sing? I don't think we can blame everyone, but Lin Yi's songs are too easy on the head. Indeed. Even though it's the first time I've heard it, it's a song I already know. So many people listen to this song before they have Umanhomi Mountain connected to the mountains beyond in their heads. Now the sailor's voice is unceasing. The accompaniment slows down and finally fades out completely in the middle of everyone's chorus. Lin Yi looked at the people underneath who were all heartfelt and speechless for a moment, and raised his hand to give everyone a round of applause. Ha 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 ha. The netizens watching the live stream were completely laughing. First time I've ever seen a guest applaud the audience. Lin Yi, you guys are awesome. Lin Yi, my native language is speechless. Lin Yi is so funny. He's killing me with laughter. It starts with talent, gets stuck in character, and stays true to humor, dog's head. Because of Lin Yi's applause, the atmosphere in the auditorium became relaxed. The graduates and teachers smiled and applauded for Lin Yi, the huge applause instantly drowning him out. Senior Lin Yi is great. Thank you Senior Lin Yi for the song. We'll always remember this song. Everyone shouted at Lin Yi, expressing their admiration and gratitude. Someone else asked what the name of the song was. Guess what? Lin Yi purposely sold a lie. There's a prize for guessing correctly. What prize? What prize? Could it be another song? Everyone's eyes snapped open. Lin Yi didn't reveal it, only saying that he'd let everyone guess the song title first. The live room was swept by two words. All over the place was, Sailor. Someone else let loose with a scathing. I'll stand upside down in myself if this song isn't called Sailor. The students and teachers thought so as well, shouting at Lin Yi. Sailor. The most important part of the song is what the sailor says, and it's hard to call it anything other than Sailor for heaven's sake. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Lin Yi smiled at the crowd. This song will be called Sailor. Ow 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 ow. The students cheered and shouted one more song. The reward isn't this, Lin Yi said. Ah. Everyone was disappointed, especially those who came running to Madame Extravaganza and Sea to Sky. Lin Yi looked gentle as he continued. I'm going to choose a few students to shoot the music video for Sailor with me. What do you think of this reward? The students stood up all of a sudden, their expressions incomparably wild and excited. Pick me, pick me, pick me. I've done music videos. I have experience. Senior, pick me. I haven't shot yet. Please give me a chance. Senior, look here. I'm. At the thought of being able to shoot the Sailor music video with Lin Yi, everyone instantly forgot about Madame Extravagant Fragrance and Sea and Sky and just hoped that they were the lucky ones. The conservatory students who could only watch the live broadcast were all envious. Shooting a music video with Senior Lin Yi, or such an excellent song as Sailor. They also want to do it. Unfortunately, they were not this year's graduates and could not enter the auditorium. I hate that I didn't study earlier. I hate not being born a year earlier. That said, I'm quite close to my guide. So I wonder if I can ask my guide to contact the seniors through the back door. Don't be ridiculous upstairs. If the guide could get a spot, he'd be on it himself. Would he give it to you? The student who posted the pop-up felt very solid, because she had just realized that her guide had actually stood up, was looking at Lin Yi with a longing face. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, Lin Yi reached out and clicked on a few people. Tall, short, fat, thin, boys and girls, all of them. I didn't think I'd get picked. I'll make sure to shoot well. Thank you Senior Lin Yi. The not so great looking few students were beyond grateful. Netizens also appreciated Lin Yi even more. In this era where most people judged people by their appearance, Lin Yi did not do so, but instead distributed the opportunity to more people. It moved them a bit. Lin Yi looked at the students who hadn't been selected by himself and said with a smile, "Cheer up everyone. You can look for me to work with you when you have the chance in the future. I'm sure there will be that day." If Lin Yi hadn't chosen someone for the music video, this statement would have only been heard by everyone. Like a sound program, the big-name mentors choose people when each said, "I will help you write songs, I will take you to the concert." In fact, it is just words. In the end, will not be honored. But Lin Yi was different. He's really going to give everyone a chance. The graduates felt their hearts ignited with enthusiasm for the future. Senior Lin Yi will definitely work hard. There's a chance to work together. I'll become better than Su Yao. Senior, wait for me. Everyone thought to themselves, even someone like Su Yao can work with Senior Lin Yi, why can't they? They didn't believe that they would be worse than Su Yao. Lin Yi nodded to everyone, very much recognizing, "I believe in you all. You'll definitely be better than Su Yao." The vice principal was laughing in the background. If all the graduates of this class were more successful than Su Yao, their school would have to go to heaven. Looking at the number of people online in the live broadcast room, it unexpectedly broke through 1,200,000, higher than any previous graduation live at the Tutor Conservatory. Chapter 40 Invitation from the Imperial Capital Music Academy. Imperial Capital Music Academy. Dean Luo, who was in charge of organizing the graduation ceremony, was scratching his bald head and looked anxious. How is Lin Yi's song so good? He was half appreciative, half helpless. The Imperial College of Music is the top music school in the country, with many famous alumni, such as the diva Zhang Tianyun, the heavenly king Zhang Shu, and so on. It can be said that most of those who shout out their names in the music industry are from the Imperial College of Music. Since the live streaming of the graduation ceremony, the Tutor Conservatory of Music has also been at the height of its popularity, until this year. Looking at the number of people online in the Shanghai Music Live Room as high as 1,200,000, Dean Luo was really hard to take. The highest they've ever broadcast live at the academy was just barely over 1 million, and that was when Zhang Tianyun sang. The graduate hired this year is moderately popular, with about the same amount of followers as that 30 big boy Yashizane after only 1 year of debut. Dean Luo would have been satisfied, but after watching Lin Yi's live broadcast, he realized what it meant that people had to die and goods had to be thrown away. Compared to Lin Yi's Sailor, the song that his outstanding graduate was prepared to sing was really nothing. Alas, Dean Luo sighed heavily. Was he going to lose to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music this year? How humiliating that would be. What he was most worried about was what would happen if those children with musical talent were compelled by Lin Yi to volunteer for the college entrance exams in Shanghai. The top position of the Tutor Conservatory of Music is in danger of being lost. No, we can't lose tomorrow. Dean Luo quickly made up his mind to contact Zhang Tianyun's mentor and asked him to invite Zhang Tianyun to the graduation ceremony. Lao Luo, how long has Tianyun graduated? Is it appropriate to invite her this year? The enchantress was a little speechless when she got the call. I know you are under pressure, but Tianyun's status, isn't it a bit excessive to invite her? Aren't you afraid that people will say you're bullying the small with the big? Who said I was going to bully my way to the top? Dean Luo's tone was serious. You asked Tianyun to bring Lin Yi as well, so that the two of them can sing a chorus of Because of Love to open the show and liven things up. What? The enchantress was completely stunned. Not only are you inviting Zhang Tianyun, but also Lin Yi? You are really shameless, are you? The enchantress was disgusted. People in Shanghai have only produced a character like Lin Yi for so many years, and it's not easy to get a good look. But you want to dig them up to be a guest at the Imperial Conservatory of Music? The word will get out and you'll be scorned. Dean Luo was scolded by his old friend, but he didn't get angry, and said helplessly, being spurned is a momentary thing, but if we lose this live broadcast, the Shanghai side won't be able to guarantee that they will take it out and publicize it every year, and we'll be nailed to the pillar of shame completely. The Tutor Conservatory has always been number one in every way, and this is a very lose-lose situation. Enshu sighed after hearing this and said, Alright, I won't talk about you, but if you want to invite Tianyun yourself, I can't pull this face. He knew that once he opened his mouth, Zhang Tianyun would definitely bring Lin Yi. Lin Yi had written such a good song for Zhang Tianyun, and he didn't want to force the two children with the teacher-student relationship. Hearing his old friend hang up, Dean Luo scared and reluctantly contacted Zhang Tianyun. He didn't have much of a personal relationship with Zhang Tianyun, and his face wasn't as big as his old friend's. There must be something to be paid for inviting Zhang Tianho to do something that doesn't get around too well. Pity, was expecting to get a free ride. Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Lin Yi didn't sing a second song and quickly left the podium. The vice principal took Lin Yi and he danced to the cafeteria, and all along the way there were students screaming at Lin Yi, but didn't dare to get close enough to say hello for fear of being ferociously attacked by the principal. Everyone could only watch Lin Yi enter the cafeteria and despise the school's stinginess in their hearts. What kind of person has the nerve to invite the great senior Lin Yi to eat in the cafeteria? The food in the staff cafeteria smelled a lot better than the student cafeteria, and as Lin Yi sat down, he was still a little hungry. Lin Yi was focused on eating, while the vice principal was talking non-stop to Dance, complimenting Lin Yi's talent and youthfulness from many angles. Dance was so happy to hear that he took a few more sips of his wine. You know, last year when the twins came, the leaders didn't talk so much, a meal that was enjoyed by all. After finishing his meal, the vice principal smiled and said to Lin Yi, I won't waste your time. Cheers to the next installment of Singer. Our whole family is watching. Lin Yi nodded, and as he walked out of the cafeteria he was called out by the vice principal again. Wait. The vice principal trotted over to Lin Yi and lowered his voice to ask, what song are you going to sing in the next installment of Singer? A cover or an original? Have you decided on a chorus mate? Male or female? Do I recognize them? Lin Yi, you like to gossip too? Never mind. You might as well not tell me and keep me in suspense. The vice principal waved his hand and stepped back, afraid that Lin Yi would dramatize with himself. Lin Yi had a helpless look on his face, and Dance couldn't help it. When the vice principal left, Dance asked Lin Yi if he wanted to go for a walk in the grove. You're asking me out to the grove? Lin Yi's expression was subtle. The school's grove is a mecca for couples, and there are often all sorts of rumors. Nonsense. Dance glanced at him. Go by yourself, eat so much, take a walk to lose weight. Lin Yi looked down at his body. It wasn't fat. Don't look, just go if you're told to. Dance pushed Lin Yi towards the grove, and when she saw Lin Yi looking at her with a puzzled expression, she also felt a bit embarrassed and casually explained, I've hidden something in the grove. Go see if you can find it. Oh, Lin Yi no longer resisted and stepped into the grove. Somewhat curious as to what surprise Dance had prepared for himself, he looked left and right and didn't see anything special and finally stopped at a lake. When he hadn't graduated yet, he used to sit here and write songs. Suddenly, there was blackness. He felt like his eyes were being blindfolded with a hand. In that instant, he understood and suddenly knew what Dance was hiding. So skinny, it's definitely Tang Xian without a doubt. Xian? He twisted his head back. Those hands loosened, and Lin Yi saw a familiar face. This face wasn't as agile and lovely as Tang Xian's, and although it looked pathetic, Lin Yi didn't look half as good. Why are you here? He took a step to the side, distancing himself from the woman who had betrayed him. Su Yao looked at the calm lake and said, we used to write songs here. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Lin Yi mockingly hooked the corners of his mouth. I remember I was writing a song and you pestered me to add the byline. What? You want to come back to me now that no one's writing songs for you? Su Yao's face blanched, and she was a little embarrassed in her heart. The thought did cross her mind, but she also knew that was impossible. This delusion was spoken out by Lin Yi, making her find it hard to accept. Obviously she should have been the one having a better time after the group broke up. Thinking about the real purpose of her coming over today, Su Yao calmed down and asked as calmly as possible, did you ask the school to disqualify me from being an honor graduate? Yeah. Although it was requested by Dance, Lin Yi didn't mind being misunderstood by Su Yao. He looked at Su Yao, his tone cold. I don't want to see you again. Understand. Su Yao's body swayed and she almost didn't stand still. Lin Yi, who used to be obedient to her, seems to have really been lost to her. Senpai. At this moment, Tang Xian suddenly emerged from behind Su Yao, holding Lin Yi's hand and running outside. Go, 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 Sister Dance has something to find you. The Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music wants to invite you to attend the graduation ceremony tomorrow. Lin Yi looked surprised, not knowing if the news was true or not. He suspected that Tang Xian had been hiding in the woods for a while, and now jumped out most likely to help him stay away from Su Yao. Su Yao looked at the two men's backs. Her heart became even more painful and unwilling. She's not even qualified to attend our school's graduation ceremony. Lin Yi, however, was invited by the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music. Chapter 41, a chance to go to the Spring Festival Gala. Outside the grove, Dance smiled helplessly when he saw Tang Xian running out panting and pulling Lin Yi. There's no need to be in such a hurry. It's not like the invitation won't run. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. It looks like that news the elementary school girl said is true. There's a big bad wolf behind. Back there. Tang Xian gasped and told Dance about Su Yao secretly looking for Lin Yi. Dance frowned and looked at Lin Yi. It seems that in the future, we can't let Little Red Riding Hood go out alone. Lin Yi, this Little Red Riding Hood couldn't mean him, could it? Tang Xian nodded her head in agreement, looking at Dance with eyes full of anticipation. Enough about her. What's with the invitation from the Imperial Conservatory of Music? It's not like the senior graduated from there, but he's popular. Dance smiled. The one invited over there is the diva boss, but it specifically pointed out that he wants the boss to sing because of love with Lin Yi. Whoa! Tang Xian looked excited. This was just a way of inviting senior Lin Yi. It must be because the song Senior sang today was so awesome that it caused a sense of crisis in the Imperial College of Music. Although Tang Xian wasn't there, she watched the live broadcast on her cell phone. When the sailor comes on, even she cries at the sound of it. But she was most touched by Lin Yi's surprise to send the graduates. It was a chance to shoot the sailor music video together. In that moment, Tang Xian hated that she was there, also a member of the fresh graduates. She quickly calmed down though. Shooting a music video with her senior was nothing. She would soon be able to sing on Singer with Lin Yi. Doesn't it smell better than a music video? The more Tang Xian thought about it, the happier she became, and without realizing it, she walked to the small forest, where she first met Lin Yi. At that time, Lin Yi always sat by the lake to write songs, wearing a white shirt and looking super handsome with his serious concentration. Several times she wanted to go up and say hello, but there was always a Su Yao by Lin Yi's side. Today, she thought, Su Yao had finally disappeared, and she wanted to realize the dream of greeting Lin Yi in the grove. So she contacted He Dance and fooled the senior into going into the grove. Originally, everything was in the plan, but it turned out that Su Yao's ghost was not still there. Humph. Tang Xian's thoughts jumped to this point, and she hummed with some irritation. Lin Yi and He Dance didn't understand her brain circuits, and their second faces were puzzled. What's wrong? It's fine, it's fine. Tang Xian waved her hand, not wanting to affect the mood of the two, and brought the conversation back to a happy direction. The graduation ceremony of the Imperial Conservatory of Music is tomorrow. Don't we have to go to the Imperial City right away? There's a restaurant over there that's delicious. I'll treat Senior to it then. Every day I just think about food. He Dance glanced at her and said, aside from that news, I have good news to say. What? Tang Xian blinked. Could it be that the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music invited my sister and I as well? You're overthinking it. He Dance huffed and looked at Lin Yi. The Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music has a fixed quota for the Spring Festival Gala every year, and the boss has helped you get the chance to go to the Spring Festival Gala this year. Tang Xian shrieked out in shock and hastily covered her mouth after realizing that she had reacted too much. I can't really blame her for being startled this time. That's the Spring Festival, the highest stage in the country, and those who make it to the Spring Festival Gala can be heavyweights. Not only had she and her sister never been on it, they didn't even quite dare to think about it. Lin Yi was also surprised. The Imperial Conservatory of Music was willing to give a Spring Festival spot in order to invite him to attend the graduation ceremony? It was just too much for him. Ahem. Seeing the two so excited, He Dance in turn embarrassed, said, it should not be a single stage. It is estimated to be a double or multiple people kind of. That's pretty awesome too. Tang Xian's cheeks flushed with excitement as she looked at Lin Yi like a little fangirl. If she goes home for New Year's Eve this year, she must point to the screen and tell the whole family that this is her senior on TV. Sister Dance, thank the boss for me, Lin Yi said with some gratitude. Thank yourself. He Dance smiled at Lin Yi. Let's go to the airport first. The Imperial Conservatory of Music booked first class for us. Yeah. Tang Xian was so happy that she pulled Lin Yi to the parking lot. What are you happy about? He Dance couldn't help but splash cold water. If you want to go along, pay your own way. Self-funded is self-funded, and I'm happy to be self-funded. Tang Xian spat out her tongue. It wasn't like she hadn't traveled first class before. She just liked the way the Imperial College of Music valued Lin Yi. No need for you to pay out of pocket. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll treat you, Lin Yi said. Tang Xian was even happier, taking out her cell phone and saying, then I'll call my sister to join me. He Dance? Does this mean you're going to leave your sister home alone if Lin Yi doesn't treat her? That's not the way to save money, is it? Later that night, tutor conservatory graduate goes crazy, scurries into the hot seat. Netizens are happy to see this phrase. Why are you mad again? Wasn't it just yesterday? Maybe it's the aftermath of Sailor. I've been looping it all day today. It's so good. Me too. I used to be Netflixing clouds in the middle of the night. Now I've been completely cured by the Sailor. There's no way to listen to the Sailor without going crazy. And when I put on Hear the Sailor Speak, my next door neighbor suddenly yelled out, what's this pain in the storm, and startled me. It's also playing at the barbecue stand downstairs from me. And the chorus part is a group sing-along. Absolutely. Netizens discuss the hotness of Sailor and react to it as an afterthought. That's not true. The one who went crazy yesterday seems to be a graduate of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. It's not the Tutor Conservatory. Guys, don't brag yet. We seem to be on the wrong channel. It wouldn't be good to be mistaken for a sailor. They really love the sailors and don't want to be thought of as intentionally KY. The Imperial College of Music is a top music school, and its graduates must have gone crazy because the school invited some big-name singer to attend the graduation ceremony. As a result, they're talking about Lin Yi and mentioning the sailor. Isn't this a proper mess? They didn't want to give Lin Yi a black eye. Delete it. I'm going to be embarrassed. Don't do anything yet. Brothers, you look closely. There's a surprise. The netizen who was about to delete the post stopped his hand in confusion and took a closer look at why the graduate of the Imperial Conservatory of Music was mad. Only the official scarf announced, "Tomorrow, our outstanding graduate Zheng Tianyun will attend the graduation ceremony, bringing along his good friend Lin Yi to send his blessings to this year's graduates." Netflix watched and was dumbfounded. My plants are grassy. The Imperial Capital Music Academy even invited Zheng Tianho and Lin Yi? No wonder the students went crazy. It's me, I'd go crazy too. The Imperial Conservatory of Music is not generous. People, Lin Yi is an outstanding graduate of Shanghai. He gave invited over. Is it appropriate? Whatever. It's not something we should think about. All I want to know now is what Lin Yi and Zheng Tianho will sing. I'm betting on it because of love song. Be bold. I'm betting on Madame Extravagant. I want to hear the diva sing Mount Yumunham. Imperial College of Music is shameless. Senior Lin Yi is clearly ours. Doesn't the Tudor Conservatory have any outstanding graduates of its own? No way, no way. The Imperial College of Music is going to be cold. How many years has the diva graduated? Still rely on the diva to support the scene. TSK. Mixed in with the excitement of the netizens was the anger and contempt of the students of Shanghai. Tudor students responded calmly. Lin Yi was your man before he graduated. Now that he's signed to diva's company, he's diva's man. Round it up to our man. Is there a problem with us inviting Lin Yi? We have a lot of outstanding graduates, so we can hire several. Why did you guys just hire one? Is it because Su Yao sucks? I don't know if we're cool or not, but Shanghai seems to have been pretty cool before we had Lin Yi. The vice principal of Shanghai was furious at the sight of these shady comments. It's not easy for their school to have a good time, but it turns out that the Imperial College of Music hired someone away overnight? Well, so much for having fun, right? The vice principal gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone to contact the busy principal. He's got a killer app he's not using. Wait for tomorrow. I'd like to see who's laughing last. Chapter 42, Singing Because of Love Again. The following day at noon, the gymnasium of the Tudor Conservatory was crowded. That's right, unlike HUHS, the Imperial College of Music didn't hold its graduation ceremony in an auditorium. Instead, it was decided on an ad hoc basis to hold it in the gym. Not only the current graduating class, but other underclassmen can also attend and watch the ceremony live. When the school announced this news early in the morning, all those students who usually like to stay in bed went crazy, running around the dormitory building with their legs spread out and yelling. The host saw how energized everyone was, and one by one they threw themselves into the gym to volunteer and set up the scene. I was a little upset, but the counselor said that volunteers could sit in the front row, and there was a reception for Zheng Tianho and Lin Yi, as well as a chance to get autographs. Everyone was suddenly scrambling to get to work. With the concerted efforts of the bloodthirsty lads, the gym was set up to look like a concert venue before noon. The graduation ceremony officially begins at 1 p.m. The students ate lunch and were the first to arrive at the gym. There was a bit of a line because it was so crowded. By now, the stadium was full, and there was a rush of excitement as everyone looked at the stage right in the middle. Rounding up, this is Diva and Lin Yi coming to our school for a concert. This row is handsome. Damn it, the seats are not even according to grades but first come first served. It pisses me off. Speak as if you are a school bully. People's National Prize School Bully has specific seats. Super front row VIP. The Spitting Brothers silently shut up. While he wasn't at the bottom of the list, he wasn't exactly at the top either. Sitting in the back is so pitiful that, truthfully, it's not as clear as the live room. I'm going to watch the live feed then and listen to the songs live. Beautifully. The students in the back row took out their cell phones and entered the live broadcast room in advance, and found that the number of people online had broken 300,000. If I remember correctly, there was only 150,000 at the beginning in Shanghai? Win. The counselor in charge of managing the live room looked ecstatic. That's 300,000. It'll definitely break 1 million when the Diva and Lin Yi make their debut later. If you ask me, there's really no need to invite Lin Yi to come. Zhang Tian will be able to win hemp later, right? A counselor muttered in a low voice. Lin Yi isn't from our school after all. Inviting him, an outsider, to participate in the graduation ceremony, how hard it is to tell. It's not hard to hear when you invite a chapter diva? Another counselor shook his head and said, if we invite Zheng Tianho alone, isn't it obvious that we have no one in this class and are afraid of Shanghai Sea? Adding Lin Yi can be different. So many netizens don't care about this layer. They just want to hear Lin Yi sing. So isn't this attention distracted? Makes sense. That counselor's eyes lit up. The netizens' attention was now on what Lin Yi and the diva would sing, and the Shanghai side had tried to bring up the tempo to discredit the Imperial College of Music a few times, but had been unsuccessful. Is it just me being simple, or is Dean being considerate? But, the counselor looked at the instruments playing on either side of the stage and stifled another sigh. Invite Lin Yi to sing? Wouldn't it be fine to just play the accompaniment? What's the need for the teachers to play live? Isn't that giving Lin Yi too much face? That's what you don't understand. The other counselor patted his shoulder and said, "This isn't for Lin Yi, it's for our school." Playing live is an opportunity to perform and take advantage of this broadcast to showcase the school's team of teachers. Won't those students or parents look at it and become more interested in our school? Once again, the simple guide was amazed by the dean's arrangement. Yeah, the main purpose of live streaming graduation is to publicize the school. What better way to get the word out than to play it live? When netizens see the level of the faculty team, they will surely be conquered by the Tutor Conservatory of Music. Those young schoolchildren, too, would have listed the Tutor Conservatory of Music as their dream. Such a good idea. Hohai didn't even think of it. Ha ha ha. The guide couldn't help but laugh out loud, despising the Shanghai Music Academy in his heart. At this point, the vice principal of Hohai was chagrined as he watched the playing of the instruments on the live broadcast. Why didn't he think of such a good opportunity to perform? Even if you don't let the faculty team go on, you can still let the best graduates go on, which will show the school's teaching ability and make a future for the students. Maybe one of the companies watched the broadcast and came running to sign someone? I'm still too traditional in my thinking. The vice principal sighed and his eyes fell on the number of people online in the live stream. It's already $400,000. With this stance, I'm afraid that Zhang Tianyun and Lin Yi will break $1 million as soon as they make their debut. Based on his experience yesterday, by the time the two started singing, doubling it would be easy. A little more on the back end. And this isn't going to go to 3 million? Yes. The vice principal laughed instead of being angry. And if anyone else had been there, they would have thought he was acid crazy. But he calmly made himself a pot of tea, skillfully and unhurriedly. When that news comes out, all these people will have to come running to Shanghai. Ha ha ha. Imperial College of Music. Lin Yi's few people were first received by the dean for a meal before rushing to the school. Dance was very satisfied with the dean's arrangement. It's not a cafeteria, and it's not working before eating. This person can serve. By the time they got to the gym, the teachers in charge of the performance were on stage and ready to go. I won't keep you long. You can leave as soon as you've sung, Dean Luo said with a kind smile. The singer is recording tomorrow night and he heard from Zhang Tianyun that Lin Yi is too busy to practice his songs in preparation for Shanghai's graduation ceremony. I was supposed to step up my song practice today, but I was invited by the Imperial College of Music. Dean Luo was very overjoyed, so he received them with all his heart. As for whether or not what Zhang Tianyun said was believable, he didn't doubt it at all. In his opinion, a song as good as Sailor must have been written by Lin Yi only after staying up day and night. Let's go. Sing and call it a day and go home. Zhang Tianyun smiled at Lin Yi, her fiery red lip color complementing the red cheongsam dazzlingly. Lin Yi smiled back and walked onto the stage with Zhang Tianyun. He was wearing a black tuxedo today, and the students screamed en masse when they saw it. Ah, Lin Yi is so handsome. Diva is so beautiful. This look. Dreaming of the singer. I knew they'd sing because of love. Who says cheongsams and gowns can't sing, Madam Extravagant? I beg to differ. Is it just me who thinks these two are great kinks? It looks really good together. Class, I'm actually knocking on. This isn't a graduation ceremony. It's a wedding for two people. CP fans only dared to post this on the air for fear of being beaten. The highly professional teachers played their instruments gracefully and received a slew of favorable comments from the netizens. I hear there's a national team in there. This is at such a high level. The song arrangement was already good, but now it's even better. The grade is not at all comparable to the outgoing kind. I hate that I wasn't there. Aha! Upstairs you can enroll in the Imperial College of Music. If you cannot, you can train your children. Parents of graduates can also listen to the scene. This pop-up was quickly covered with cheering excited emojis, because Lin Yi began to sing, his low voice hitting everyone straight in the heart like a seductive charm. Here's a CD from the past. Listen to the love we had then. Dean Luo enjoyed the song while looking at the number of people online in the livestream. 1 million, 1,100,000, 1,200,000. It's only just begun to sing and the number of people online is growing like crazy. By the time we get to the first chorus section, it's strong enough to break the 1.5 million mark. By the second chorus, it went straight through 2 million. Great. Dean Luo was thrilled. Although Lin Yi's Sailor was a hit, spread everywhere across the internet, that was the result of fermentation. During the live broadcast, the highest number of people online in Shanghai did not break 1.5 million, and they're now at over 2 million. The livestream has only just begun and should hopefully hit 3 million before it ends. With results like that, the Tutor Conservatory's #1 spot was secure for this year, and for the next several years. Explosion! Lin Yi's new song Sailor was selected for middle school music textbook, just moments after Lin Yi and Zhang Tianyun finished their song and left the stage. This hot message suddenly popped up on Dean Luo's cell phone. Chapter 43, Sailor selected for music textbook. I'm super Sailor has been selected as a music textbook. Families look at the hot search. Lin Yi is awesome. Sailor worthy. Really inspiring. It's been a long time since I graduated, and I didn't realize that music textbooks could now include such great songs. I'm envious. In the live broadcast room, netizens who saw the news sent out pop-ups, afraid that others would not know. Soon, Dean Luo saw the number of people online fall 2 million. 1. 9 million. 1. 8 million. It's amazing that it dropped 1. 5 million in just 1 minute, and it continues to plummet. Don't go away. Come back. Dean Luo cried out feebly. Those netizens who had rushed to Lin Yi were probably all running to Weibo to see what was going on. Nope. He suddenly thought of another possibility, and with a trembling hand, he opened the live stream of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. When no one is live in the live room, it is possible to play back the previous live broadcast. As soon as Dean Luo came in, the live streaming room automatically began to play Sailor sung by Lin Yi. He didn't turn on his voice to savor it, and the only thing in his eyes were the overwhelming pop-ups and the number of people online in the live stream. The Sailor is on the textbook. Awesome. My kids are in elementary school and it's great that they can learn Sailor later in middle school. I love this song. My brother is going into middle school next year and he loves the song Sailor too. Bubbly group photo. Lin Yi is awesome. I can't believe I'm fanning a singer who can be in a textbook. Cool. My parents really like Lin Yi's songs and were overjoyed to hear the news. The number of people online in the live room is growing exponentially. 500,000. 800,000. 1 million. This speed was even faster than when Lin Yi and Zhang Tianyun sang together. Feeling hard and panicky inside, Dean Luo closed his eyes and took several breaths. When it had slowed down almost enough, he opened his eyes and saw that the number of people online had become 1.5 million. Hiss. He huffed backward, clutching at his chest. Dean, are you okay? After Lin Yi and Zhang Tianyun finished singing, they were ready to greet the dean and leave. But they didn't expect the dean to look like he was having a heart attack, and they were so scared that they rushed forward to assist him. It's okay. Not wanting to lose his cool in front of his juniors, the dean forced himself together and said with a smile, "Because of Love" was sung beautifully. The two men were relieved to see that Dean was standing straight and really didn't look like he was about to collapse. Dean, you're watching the live stream. How's the popularity? Zhang Tianyun noticed Dean Luo's cell phone and looked closer to see that there were more than 2 million people online. Congratulations to Dean for reaching his heart's desire. She remembers no more than 1.5 million in Hukai. A solid win for the Tutor Conservatory. Dean Luo turned off his cell phone, his heart dripping with hard feelings. What did he accomplish? Wish to be counter-robbed of popularity by Hukai? If he didn't know that Zhang Tianyun was unknown, he would have suspected that this person was deliberately stabbing himself. Okay, you guys go back to practicing your songs. If we lose the competition tomorrow, I'll be guilty as hell. Dean Luo dismissed the two men, afraid that if he said any more he would be unable to keep his emotions in check. Lin Yi didn't realize that Dean was still thinking about their singer competition and said after leaving the gym, Dean is still weirdly nice. Yeah, it's just a little hard to smile. Zhang Tianyun thought of Dean Luo's expression. It didn't even look like he had won the Hohai College. Could it be that he wasn't satisfied with the 2 million popularity? She frowned and muttered, how greedy. He stood outside the gym waiting for the two, and when he saw the people coming out, he rushed over to them. Boss, Lin Yi, good news. She excitedly handed over her phone and on the page was the very same hit that Sailor had been selected for a music textbook. Lin Yi's new song has been chosen to be in the textbook. Even the brilliantly accomplished chapter diva's eyes lit up in surprise when she heard the news. Selected for a music textbook, an honor even she had not had before. After reading the news sent out by the Ministry of Education, Zhang Tianyun looked at Lin Yi admiringly. Not bad, you're a real gem. Lin Yi had grown up so much. It was the first time he was called baby. Although it didn't mean that, it still felt strange. He scratched his head and said, it was my luck. Only yesterday he sang Sailor, and today it was chosen to be included in the music textbook. And if it wasn't for he dance saying it, his first reaction would definitely be to doubt the authenticity of the news. It's not luck, it's strength. He smiled and told the two what she had just learned. When he first saw the hot push, he was also excited, along with a strong sense of puzzlement. Lin Yi only sang Sailor yesterday. How could it be chosen by the Ministry of Education to be included in the textbook so soon? And it's still a middle school textbook. Keep in mind that middle school is a 9-year compulsory education category, and the songs in the textbook are meant for middle schoolers nationwide. It is certainly prudent to be careful when compiling textbooks. Not only should the song be good, but the singer's identity, background and private character must surely be examined as well, and not a single mistake should be made. This would take 10 days and a half months at the very least to examine, and the Sailor has only been released for 1 day. It's almost impossible to say that no one is operating behind the scenes. So he asked around, and only then did he realize that it was the vice principal of Hohai who had moved. It so happened that this year, President Hohai was one of the people who compiled the music textbooks, and in order to fight with the Imperial Conservatory of Music, he personally vouched for Lin Yi by submitting Sailor into the review list, which was finally unanimously approved. So, the two schools fought, and we took the sweet spot instead? Zhang Tianyun couldn't help himself a little. I thought I had earned my chance to get the chance to be on the Spring Festival Gala, but I didn't realize that Hukai had elevated the Sailor to this status just to take the heat. Lin Yi has made a lot of money, and Lin Yi was her person. One honor for all. Zhang Tianyun was overjoyed and looked at Lin Yi with satisfaction. Not bad for someone I personally signed. Lin Yi also looked at her, his heart marveling at the situation. Thanks for the appreciation, boss, he said with a smile. If Zhang Tianyun hadn't met him, he might not have written because of love, might not have been on the singer, and might not have been invited by Shanghai C. Even if Shanghai invites them, odds are they won't be invited by the Imperial College of Music. Then the Sailor may not be what it is. Karma, really, is a marvelous thing. Let's go. Go back first. I'm buying a big dinner tonight. Zhang Tianyun stepped on her high heels and smiled willfully. Inside the gym, the graduation ceremony of the Imperial Conservatory of Music hadn't ended yet, and Dean Luo sat in his chair with an even harder smile. Because of the impact of the hot search, the number of people online in the live stream of the Shanghai Music Academy had exceeded 5 million, and the Tudor Conservatory of Music now has only a few more than 500,000 people on the air. The contrast, it's just tragic, especially when he heard that HUH was pissed off because they hired Lin Yi, so they submitted the Sailor. Tears of remorse streamed down Dean Luo's face as he was overcome with grief. He repented. If they didn't invite Lin Yi, they'd lose a few 100,000 popularity at most. Now that's a whole 10 times worse. Dean Luo looked at the popularity of the live broadcast and gave up thinking. Other netizens were still happy and cheering for Lin Yi. I heard that Lin Yi has already left the school, as if he's rushing back to practice his songs. Tomorrow night is the singer, so looking forward to it. I've been drawn to be able to go there. Ha ha ha. Give me your ID upstairs and don't make me beg. I wonder if Lin Yi will sing Sailor tomorrow. Sailor is so anticlimactic. Lin Yi will win if he sings it. Number 1. There's no way. The singer states that it has to be a new, unreleased song, and Sailor falls under the category of being published by the internet and not allowed to sing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't the singer afford to play? This doesn't even work. Or Lin Yi is too heavenly. Send a fire a fire. You like Li Yu. He used to sing a song is not hot at all. He changed to say it is a new song. The singer to sing. Ha ha ha. Li Wu, are you polite? I heard that Li Wu's double chorus guest is actress Yang Bauer. Is that true? Dean Luo's dead eyes lit up again when he saw these pop-ups discussing the singer's guests. He sat up straight in a hurry and made a call to the student who was serving on the singer. Isn't that just deflecting heat? Who wouldn't? Chapter 44, Targeted? The singer's double chorus lineup revealed. The new topic parachuted into the hot search, attracting the attention of countless netizens. The popularity of the live broadcast of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music quickly decreased, and everyone ran to the neck to watch. The vice principal of Hohai couldn't help but curse when he learned of this situation. Luo Wensher is sick. There's no way to grab the heat back and he'd rather give it to Scarf than me? Luo Wensher, the great name of Dean Luo of the Imperial Conservatory of Music. The vice-chancellor knows that the producer of the singer is his student, and that the hot search is definitely his doing. After all, in the style of the singer, there's no publicity before the recording. It's too early. It's only appropriate to promote it when it's recorded and ready to go on air. What's the point of whetting everyone's appetite now? It's not like everyone can go to the venue and be a spectator. What's the difference between this hot search and buying it for nothing when you can't convert the heat in time? The vice principal was so angry that he couldn't wait to fight Dean Luo. He was going to hit 6 million. Now, the live streaming numbers have dropped down to 4 million. The vice-chancellor took a breath, intending to see a reprieve from the popularity of the Imperial Conservatory of Music. It's okay, even if it drops to 1 million. It's still higher than the Imperial College of Music. He remembers that the Tudor Conservatory seems to have only $500,000 left. Beautifully. However, as soon as he entered the live broadcast room, the vice principal was dumbfounded, dead, and the smile on his face froze, only to see that instead of 500,000 people online, the Tudor Conservatory has over 1 million. How come? He couldn't fathom what the singer's lineup reveal had to do with the Tudor Conservatory of Music. It can't be that people know Luo Wensher is the driving force behind this and have come to thank him specifically, can it? The vice-chancellor rushed to open Twitter to see what was going on. The singer reveals lineup. Lin Yi chorus guest, singer Tang Xian. Li Wu chorus guest, actress Paul Young. Huang Shenying chorus guest, actor Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin is Huang Shenying's husband, and the two together is kind of a big deal, but it's not exactly a sensation. It could even be argued that this pair is the least surprising, as netizens have already guessed. Keep looking down. The other singers have even more mediocre guests and have nothing to do with the Tudor Conservatory of Music. Chapter Tianyun's chorus guest, singer Zhang Shu. Seeing the last line, the vice principal's pupils shrank. Zhang Shu, that's no ordinary singer, but one of the kings of the music industry. He was also a graduate of the Imperial Conservatory of Music and belonged to the same facade sign as Zhang Tianyun. However, Zhang Shu is more senior and is now rarely in business. Unlike Zhang Tianyun, who is still frequently active on stage. The netizens all exploded when they saw this news. My brother is actually going to be a singer? Ah! This lineup is horrible. Heavenly kings and heavenly queens. Ah! Seconds. Absolutely seconds. Zhang Tianho is too ruthless. This is not giving other singers a chance to live. I heard that the graduation ceremony of the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music has also invited Zhang Shu today. Families rush. When the vice principal saw the comment, he finally realized why the Tudor Conservatory's live room was dead in the water. Turns out it was all directed at Zhang Shu. Don't spread rumors and don't believe them. Zhang Shu didn't go to the Imperial Conservatory of Music at all. He couldn't resist typing a comment, but no one even believed it. Someone else told him not to say anything if he couldn't talk. The vice principal was so angry that his head was bald. And he didn't think about the fact that the Imperial Conservatory of Music had already been mocked by other institutions for even inviting the chapter diva. If there was another Zhang Shu, even if we won today, it would become black history. But fans don't think so. People just think that, if the diva has been invited, another diva is not out of the question. Squat. Must squat on the air. The vice principal just watched as the popularity of the Imperial College of Music's live broadcast room skyrocketed. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. It's already surpassed the highest number of people in the Hukai Music livestream. The vice principal clenched his fists in anger and mentally cursed the beast. Lin Yi didn't realize what was going on online until after he got off the plane. By this time, the graduation ceremony of the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music had already ended, and the highest popularity of the live broadcast nearly broke through 10 million. Although Zhang Shu didn't show up in the end, Dean Luo had gotten a kick out of it. As for the vice-chancellor, he sent Lin Yi a text message telling him to cheer up and beat Zhang Shu on Singer. He was optimistic about Lin Yi. Lin Yi politely returned a "I will cheer." As to whether or not it can beat the Heavenly King, difficulty. That was a Heavenly King. It was terrifying on its own, let alone teaming up with Zhang Tianyun. As netizens say, this is a total disregard for other singers. Senpai, are you and your boss getting along okay? In the airport, Tang Zian deliberately pulled Lin Yi to walk at the end and carefully inquired. Lin Yi almost choked on his saliva and coughed. What feelings? Employee love? Friendship? Tang Zian didn't look like she was thinking wrongly, but it was Lin Yi himself who misunderstood. He straightened his mask and said, "It's okay. What's wrong? Are you sure it's okay?" Tang Zian's exposed eyes were filled with worry. The boss's chorus guest is Heavenly King Zhang He. She wants to destroy us and doesn't want you to take first place. Put. Lin Yi was happy and said, even if the boss doesn't invite the Heavenly King, we can't guarantee that we'll be number one. He didn't feel like he was being targeted. It wasn't like he and Zhang Tianyun were the only ones in this match. Besides, even if they are targeted, that's nothing. Friendship is friendship. Competition is competition. Who doesn't want to come in first? Besides, how is it not a privilege to be targeted by a diva? Lin Yi has always been thoughtful and comforted Tang Zian. Don't put pressure on yourself. This is only the first round of the regular season. It doesn't matter how many rankings you have. We still have to look at the next game. Also, Tang Zian relaxed, clenched her fists and said, we'll fight for first and second this time, and then take first place next time. Give the boss a little shock. Lin Yi looked at her with a subtle expression. He'd like to ask if this girl was okay with her boss for targeting him so much. In order not to drag Lin Yi down, after eating the big meal, Tang Zian immediately dragged Lin Yi to practice his songs. She also asked Tang Zishuan to guide her on the spot, and if she heard anything that wasn't perfect, feel free to scold her. Never be polite. He danced with great regret. It was a pity that her level wasn't professional enough, or else she would have wanted to curse as well. Zhang Tianyun practiced her songs alone, but she didn't have to grind like Tang Zian and Lin Yi. She and Zhang Shu had worked together before, and this time she chose an old familiar song that she could handle even if she sang it straight. In Tang Zian's expectant and nervous mood, time crept up to the day of the recording. The outside of the studio building was several times busier than it had ever been. Fans of Yang Baoer and Zhang Shu held up their support signs and came specially to cheer for their idols. Lin Yi's several people's nanny car quietly drove into the parking lot without being noticed by anyone. When they got out of the car and rode the elevator, a few people saw that there happened to be another group in the elevator. One of them was Li Yu, and the other two, one wearing a mask, had excellent figures and temperaments. There's another one in plus-size women's clothes, a well-known agent. He was about to ask if he wanted to wait for the next trip, but the big star took off her mask and greeted Lin Yi with a smile. What a coincidence. Mr. Lin Yi, I really like your songs. Chapter 45, Lin Yi sings and dances. Happy worship. In the common room, Tang Ziyan whispered to Lin Yi while Yang Bauer hadn't finished her makeup. Senpai, you can't let go just because the actress is smiling at you. Lin Yi looked helpless. Am I that kind of person? I'm afraid you're under her spell. Tang Ziyan wrinkled her little face in worry. Don't worry about it. Lin Yi repeatedly guaranteed that he would play normally and would not be influenced by anyone. Besides, the singer competition is everyone piking together. It's not 1v1. How is he letting go? Did you intentionally take the lowest vote in the house for the actress? Unless he's out of his mind. At this moment, Yang Bauer, who had finished her makeup, walked into the lounge, and with a smile on her face, she seemed to be ready to approach Lin Yi. Alarm bells went off in Tang Ziyan's heart as she pulled Lin Yi up. We sit with the boss. Before Lin Yi could react, the person had already been pushed to sit next to Zhang Tianyun. Tang Ziyan sat on the other side of him with a tightly guarded look. In the studio, Hua is introducing today's guests to the audience when the big screen gives a picture of the lounge. Zhang Shu, who should have gotten the most attention, sat in a corner of the sofa, looking very low-key. On the contrary, Lin Yi was envied by Zhang Tianho and Tang Ziyan on his left and right respectively. If I could sit with Diva and Ziyan's sister, I'd die of happiness. A royal girl on one side and a cute girl on the other. I'm jealous. I was quite envious of Li Wu. I could sing with Bauer. Now, am I the only one who thinks Lin Yi is an old sex maniac? Look at Li Yu and Bauer. How far apart in the middle? That's gentlemanly distance. Lin Yi is almost as close as Ziyan's sister to sticking it to her. Don't be sour. Wouldn't you post it in your place? Also, Lin Yi was caught in the middle. Wasn't he? Why does it feel like Ziyan's sister made the first move? When Tang Zishuan, who was sitting in the invited audience seat, heard this, her brows frowned lightly. In front of so many people, the stupid sister doesn't know how to restrain herself. It's stupid. It's a good thing not many people follow singer gossip. People are more curious about today's song list. I wonder what Lin Yi and Ziyan's sister will sing. Flying Free? Free Flight was published a long time ago, and it's definitely not for singing. They both know Cantonese songs. Will they be Cantonese songs? So much anticipation. Lin Yi seems to be opening for the first time, right? Originally the opening was the most enjoyable. No pressure. But today's second game is the Heavenly Kings and Queens. Hey, I hope Lin Yi plays normally and doesn't roll over. It's been a long time since I've had this much excitement right off the bat. I'm looking forward to it. Stage. Hua introduced the guests and skillfully read a large portion of the commercial before smiling. The first round of the regular season of this edition of The Singer officially begins. Please welcome our first group of singers, Lin Yi and Tang Ziyan, to bring us Happy Worship. Happy Worship, another song that people haven't heard the name of at all. Is it a new song? Another new song? Just how many new songs does Lin Yi have? Awesome! For that spirit of innovation, that's my first vote. Before Lin Yi even started singing, many people had already pressed their voting machines. Tang Ziyan ran onto the stage in a tight top and baggy overalls with a big smile on her face. Everybody, good evening everyone. The audience was taken aback by the staging. Why did it feel like Tang Ziyan wasn't here to record a program, but to perform a concert? Although surprised, this feeling was not annoying to everyone, but rather a bit of a surprise. The previous singers were all very calm. How grounded Ziyan's sister is. Love it. Well, after freezing for a second, the crowd cheered in cooperation. Lin Yi ran up right in the middle of this huge cheer, his dress equally casual, similar to the youngsters playing skateboarding on the street. It's nothing like the seriousness of singing Sailor and Because of Love. He took the microphone and counted 3 in his right hand. 1, 2, 3, go. The song was unbelievably happy as his body danced lightly and simply to the rhythm of the music. Follow me if you've forgotten your name. Now let us worship to joy. Those who have laid down their burdens, please follow me. Spread the word to build a happy age dash. The audience's ears twitched and their faces filled with surprise. This song is so high. What made everyone's eyes light up the most was that Lin Yi was singing and dancing at the same time. Although the dance steps are very simple and can be learned by any individual, this is the first time it has ever been seen on the stage of The Singer. The point is that the dance element of the song isn't claptrap. It fits with the song. It's like the song should be sung and danced to or it doesn't sound right. The audience had so much fun watching and listening that they couldn't help but shake their legs and couldn't wait to get up and twirl as well. To which age does joy belong? 70, 80, 90 or Generation Y? After the first verse it was Lin Yi's comfort zone to show off a big rap. The audience had a blast listening to it. Lin Yi sang rap spitting clearly. Even without reading the lyrics he could tell what he was saying. Unlike some singers, it's like containing phlegm. It's pretentious and not refreshing to listen to. Forget you exist. What to expect? Happy you invited it must come. Instead of yearning for care, might as well be wonderful together. Joy is contagious. Please be generous. Come on. Rap was followed by Tang Xian's infectious vocals as she swayed from side to side along with Lin Yi, holding her left hand up in the air and calling for everyone to be happy together. The female voice came in at just the right time and grabbed everyone's ears hard. Those who are in love and those who are out of love, please come with me. Dance while worshipping to joy. Come with me. Happy or unhappy. Beautiful and sacred time doesn't wait. Lin Yi followed closely behind, singing and moving his body in a more happy and relaxed manner. There was a real rush in the audience, an urge to rush up and run and jump with Lin Yi. Downstage, Hwa stood in a visual blind spot, hands together, twisting along with Lin Yi. This Lin Yi guy is such a talent. Every song is so catchy. Can't top it at all. In the lounge, Huang Shanying pulled her husband Zhou Jin to dance with her, and had to sing along when she got to the chorus. Forget you exist. What to expect? Happy you invited it must come. Instead of longing for care, we should be wonderful together. Joy is contagious. Please be generous. Come on. The audience, some of whom couldn't help themselves, secretly stood up and swayed. They are positioned in the corner and think they won't affect others even if they stand up. The others took one look, and instead of recoiling as they had in the theater, they looked delighted and immediately followed suit. And just like that, more and more people stood up. When Tang Zixuan heard the commotion and looked back, the audience in the back had all stood up. Chapter 46, Heavenly King surprisingly lost. Now, this rush hour, there's less time but don't burn out. Let today be today, because we don't have a lot of time to go crazy together until tomorrow. Lin Yi raps on stage and the audience nods and shakes along at the bottom. Seeing the audience all rise to their feet, Yang Bauer couldn't help but let out a small gasp. Mr. Lin Yi is so powerful. Well, Li Yu responded in a salty manner. He was going to say we can do it too, but he was afraid that the audience would make a little video of his face and spread it around. Better shut up. He must have gotten a lot of votes. Yang Bauer held her face and looked at Lin Yi like a little fangirl. Did he write the song himself? Too? Zhang Shu, who hadn't said anything, curiously looked at Zhang Tianyun. Yeah. Zhang Tianyun raised his eyebrows, his expression filled with pride. It's a blessing to be his boss. Zhang Shu lamented with slight envy. Zhang Tianyun curled his lips, looking in a good mood. Don't even think about hitting on him. He's mine now. It won't. Zhang Shu looked at Lin Yi, who was at full energy on stage, and said, I'm afraid of being robbed of my job by him. Hearing this, the other singers and guests were very surprised. The Heavenly King was afraid of being robbed of his job by Lin Yi? He's so optimistic about Lin Yi? Those who are in love and those who are out of love, please come with me. Dance while worshipping to joy. Come with me. Happy or unhappy. Beautiful and sacred time does not wait. Da de la da la de day. Toward the end of the song, Lin Yi even made a few mischievous de la sounds, and some of the audience members were poked by the design and pressed the voting machine. Hwa returns to the stage and smiles. The voting lanes are closing in 3, 2, 1. The sound effect of locking tickets rang out on the floor. The votes will be announced directly after this round of singing, without having to wait for the next group to come together. The audience knew the rules and were all glued to the big screen to find out how many votes were cast. Why don't we all sit down first? Hwa reminded. The audience then reacted to the fact that the song had been over for a while and they hadn't even sat down yet. Everyone hurriedly sat back in their chairs, and Tang Xian couldn't hold back her laughter. You guys are so cute too, she said. Ah! Many of the male audience members screamed. Xian's sister said they're cute. Hey! The reserved female audience members gave the Han Yu guys a contemptuous look. Xian's sister clearly said they were cute. Okay, please look at the big screen. Hwa came out of nowhere to control the scene and diverted everyone's attention with a comment. Everyone had their eyes on the big screen, and Tang Xian was so nervous that she grabbed the microphone with both hands. 954. With a thud, 3 huge numbers appeared on the screen. Oh my god, Tang Xian screamed in surprise, reaching out to hug Lin Yi and jumping in place. Over 900 votes. They actually got over 900 votes. She's hundreds of times more excited now than she was when she was watching TV, because this was the score she got with Lin Yi. Senior, we're awesome, Tang Xian said happily. Lin Yi had been relatively calm before, but now that he was infected by her, he couldn't help but laugh as well. The audience at the bottom had been cheering for the two's high votes, but now that they're looking at the two hugging and laughing, they inexplicably feel a little better knocking. Is there some kind of hidden relationship between these two? Was eyes also flicked over the two several times, gossiping. But this is the singer show, not any other variety show, so we'll just have to call it quits. Congratulations to both of you on your 954 votes. Please go to the restroom and take a short break. Thank you, Tang Xian suddenly said to Hua Zai, and waved at the audience. Thank you everyone. Ow 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 ow. The crowd raised their hands and cheered and screamed for her. and Hwa was viciously infected. Too bad he's not an audience member, or the voting machines would be clicking for you. Lin Yi admired Tang Xian for her ability to shine no matter what stage she was on. Tonight, with this song, he and Tang Xian played 1 + 1 is greater than 2 together. The two left the stage and met Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Shu on their way back to the lounge. In the face of the heavenly kings and queens, Tang Xian immediately put away her playful face and looked like a quiet, well-behaved baby. Zhang Tianyun was amused by the speed with which she changed her face and hooked his lips. Nice singing. Only when Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Shu went on stage did Tang Xian grab Lin Yi's arm and said excitedly, Elder, the boss complimented me. Sister Diva complimented me. Yes. Lin Yi was helplessly swayed around by her tugging. Hurry back to the restroom. I want to call Sister Diva. The two returned to the lounge and Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Shu had already started singing. The song the two cover is called Past Dust and it's a very flavorful old song. Zhang Shu's voice brings us back to the past, and Zhang Tianyun's ethereal vocals are faintly sentimental and reminiscent. The style on stage is very different from Cult of Joy, but instead of feeling out of place, the audience was taken in by the song as soon as they heard it. Even Lin Yi got quite a bit of goosebumps. The heavenly king and queen's feats were truly extraordinary. Huang Shanying almost cried again at the sound and leaned on Zhou Jin's shoulder for comfort. After the song, the audience on stage seemed to be immersed in the song for a long time. The voting channel closes in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Lock ticket. Hwa didn't announce the vote count immediately, but had a brief chat with Zhang Shu. This is the director's arrangement. After all, Zhang Shu is a heavenly king. It is not easy to go on the program once. Must glean more shots. Mr. Zhang, this seems to be the first time you've been on the show in the past few years. How do you feel? Pretty good. The newcomers are so good now. It feels like I'm going to get slapped on the beach. Zhang Shu's tone was relaxed, and the audience underneath laughed at the sound. Hwa deliberately asked, does the newcomer mean Mr. Lin Yi? Sure. Zhang Shu did not hide his admiration for Lin Yi, saying, I especially like his Sea White Sky, and I hope I can sing it sometime. Ask him why he didn't pick the song Sea to Sky today. The director's words reached Hwa's ears. Hwa frowned. This question is also too unemotional. Sea and Sky is Lin Yi's hit song. Zhang Shu and Zhang Tianyun teaming up is already unbeatable. If he sang Wide Sea, Wide Sky again, wouldn't this be a proper targeting of Lin Yi? Even if Zhang Shu wanted to choose, Zhang Tianyun was afraid that he would not agree. Before the love song theme, Li Wu was scolded by fans for several rounds when he chose Zhang Tianyun's famous song. But the two families are not on good terms, so the cursing is done. Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Shu's friendship can be quite good, and Hwa suspects that the director is just trying to mess things up. He didn't want to offend the heavenly kings and queens with a single sentence and pretended not to hear and smiled. Well, I see some of the audience can't wait, so let's hurry up and announce the votes. Zhang Shu and Zhang Tianyun had no comments and looked up at the big screen. Bang! A sound effect is heard and 3 numbers appear on the big screen. 939. The whole room was in an uproar. The heavenly kings and heavenly queens teamed up and unexpectedly lost to Lin Yi and Tang Xian. Chapter 47. Heavenly kings kneel down to worship their master. In the public lounge, after Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Shu came back, the atmosphere obviously became a bit subtle. People don't know what to say. Kudos, 939 votes, an excellent result indeed, but not as high as Lin Yi and Tang Xian. That's a little awkward. Even Tang Xian herself was a bit rattled. Although she had been hoping to win and take first place before she went on stage, she subconsciously also felt that it was almost impossible to win over the heavenly kings and divas teaming up. And it turns out that reality actually did it? Happiness came too suddenly. Tang Xian, in addition to happy and strong apprehension, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe, only dare to be careful to secretly measure Zhang Tianyun. Want to see how the boss mood? What for? Zhang Tianyun noticed her gaze and was happy. You guys don't think I can't afford to lose, do you? No, of course not. Tang Xian hurriedly shook her head, but she didn't dare to say that. Zhang Shu was also a bit helpless. The first time I've seen me not happy to celebrate after winning. What's wrong? Is it humiliating to win me? No. Tang Xian shook her little head again. Lin Yi had felt that Zhang Shu was quite an easygoing person before, and now his intuition seemed to be right. Zhang Tianyun smiled and said, since Heavenly King Zhang wants to celebrate, then I'll treat you to dinner after recording the program to celebrate together. Yes. Other singers and guests chimed in. The diva is treating us to dinner, so we have to go and rub it in. Zhang Shu was speechless. How come I want to celebrate? What am I celebrating? Being patted to death on the beach by Lin Yi? I thought you liked being a salty fish. This isn't just right. Zhang Shu was even more helpless. He just returned to his family and stopped actively engaging in his career, and now he's being called salty. Is that reasonable? Everyone couldn't help but watch the King of Heaven being defeated. But soon, they couldn't stop laughing, because young blood started singing. Li Wu was ranked third last time out and is up third in this round. After Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Shu came back, Li Yu and Yang Baoer went on stage. Before that it had been Li Wu singing and playing well and respectably. Until now in the chorus, when Yang Baoer opened her voice, the singers frowned unanimously. Seeing this, the assistant director couldn't help but get into trouble and asked, "What do you all think of this song?" Well, Zhang Shu's face was suffocated like constipation for a long time before he said, "It's quite good. There is still a lot of room for improvement." The singers almost laughed out loud. There's really enough room for improvement when a song is this bad. I didn't realize that the King of Heaven had a knack for being shady. Bang! The final vote is in. 935. Surprisingly, it's almost as good as Heavenly Kings and Divas teaming up. The general director was overjoyed, not at all surprised, and full of thoughts about how much the program's discussion would explode after this episode aired. It's a shame Hua didn't listen to him and ask that screwed up question of Jiangsu's, otherwise the discussion point could be another one. The chief director smacked his lips at the thought of his orders being ignored by a host. Huang Shanying was ranked at the bottom of the list with less than 800 votes in the last issue, and sang in the last group in this issue. She and her husband, Zhou Jin, chose an old-fashioned love song, and the two of them wore ancient costumes and sang with a bit of acting, like a sadistic drama. The audience was impressed and ended up with 917 votes. This issue is ranked 4th. Several other groups of singers didn't make it to 900 votes, but did well, all above 880. The helpers are still very useful. After recording the program, Zhang Tianyun treats the singers to dinner and all of them go. No one fails to give face. The audience went back to their homes. Some were more social bulls and bounced right up and down the street, unable to stop humming under their breath. Follow me if you've forgotten your name. Now let us worship to joy. Those who have laid down their burdens, please follow me. Spread the word to build a happy age. Many of the sociopathic audience members were giddy with excitement, but were still too embarrassed to sing and dance along, and couldn't wait to take a cab home and party alone. At the end of each program recording, there will be people on the internet to break the rankings, and there are also marketing numbers that pick this time to spread fake news to attract traffic. However, the show's hardcore fans have long practiced their fiery eyes, and the marketing numbers that draw war to rub off on them can be recognized in minutes. But something is not right tonight. Why are they all saying that Lin Yi's first chapter is second to Tianyun? This is not scientific. Didn't Zhang Tianho hire the Heavenly King? This can still be second? A diva and a diva can still flip a car? I don't believe it. False news. Absolutely false news. The problem is that the pop-up numbers they follow have been tested for absolute fidelity over multiple periods. If they don't believe that, who should they believe? It's impossible to believe those marketing numbers that say Li Wu and Youngblood are the number one, right? Li Wu and Paul Young first shift rip. What the hell is going on in this issue? I heard that Lin Yi sang a new song again. It seems to be so powerful that the audience was standing and listening. I read someone say the audience was on their knees to hear it. It was horrible. I was there. I'll testify. It was really a kneeling audience. Hua was on his knees. It was so scary. The internet said anything, and finally rumored to be Zhang Shu kneeling down to worship Lin Yi as a teacher. Netizens called outrageous. While it's not believable that the King of Heaven is worshipping his teacher, the anticipation for this episode has been through the roof. They have been running to comment under the official Singer microblogging site, begging for an early update on this installment. Unperturbed, but not without indication, the singer released a clip of one of Zhang Shu's critiques. Not sure which song he was reviewing, but the comment was that it was pretty good, with lots of room for improvement. Unknown netizens think the wrong way in minutes. Is this about Lin Yi? It feels like Heavenly King has a bad face, as if he's not happy with the song. So exciting, so exciting. Send more. Want to see Lin Yi and the Heavenly King fight, and then the Heavenly King knelt down and begged Lin Yi not to die? Ha ha ha. Zhang Shu fans upstairs, right? Haven't you heard that Lin Yi is first and Zhang Shu is second? Don't pretend. You believe what you hear on the internet? Naive. Already, fans have begun to look at each other with disdain and are at each other's throats in the comments section. The program was taped on the third day. In the evening, everyone turned on their video players on time, and the singer was right there on the front page, at the touch of a button. Each episode is subtitled and will briefly summarize what to watch in the episode. The netizens all glared at the title of this issue. Lin Yi sings and dances to the delight of the audience. The Heavenly Kings are afraid of being robbed of their rice bowls, and Yang Baoer is transformed into a little fangirl. Holy, Lin Yi can still sing and dance? What kind of singing and dancing? The genie tame kind? Blacks take it easy. They all said hi to the whole show. Can't read Chinese? When did the singer start the title party? The King of Heaven is afraid of being robbed of his job? Don't make me laugh. Zhang Shu fans all felt that the most their idol could do was to change his expression, and then the show's team maliciously interpreted it to say that he was afraid. Yang Baoer's fans were also very upset. Their Bauer was an actress with nearly 100 million fans. How could she be Lin Yi's little fangirl? Who the hell does Lin Yi think he is? It's more like Zhang Shu's little fangirl. I'm sorry, but our Lin Yi is an outstanding graduate from Shanghai, and his new song Sailor even made it to the textbook. Yang Bauer makes bad movies every day. Do you have anything to show for it? Shut up if you don't. You're still aggrieved by Lin Yi? Don't get involved with flow actresses. The pop-up section was hilarious from the start, and it didn't die down a bit until Hwa said the title of the song, Happy Worship, another song they hadn't heard at all. Everyone was glued to the screen, unable to miss a single frame or second. Chapter 48 Yang Bauer's Request. Everybody, good evening everyone. Tang Ziyan ran onto the stage in full vigor, instantly brightening up the eyes of countless viewers. Most of the singer's guests are veteran artists who have been on the road for years, and never fail to come on stage, sing, and get off the stage calmly. At best and most, emotions will flow while singing, but those emotions are also basically devotion and love for the song, which is completely different from Tang Ziyan's self-energized feeling. Longtime fans who have been following the singer since it started were hit with this rare cuteness. If they had a voting machine, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist pressing it at this point. Shallow. A pop-up began to brush. Don't crave people's bodies, focus on the song. The rest of the audience felt like they were being watched and, with a pang of weakness, put their minds back on the song. Lin Yi went on stage and officially started singing. It's such a great way to open the show with a light up-tempo melody and those lively dance steps. The first 1 minute was all about Lin Yi's words, with rap taking up most of it, and the audience was listening to it. There were also so many pop-ups that were very dissonant. Why is Tang Ziyan here? Why don't you sing? It's not a vase, is it? Just this? The theme is a chorus, and one singer and one backup dancer is okay? Poor evaluation. If that's what it takes to get to number one, I'll never watch the singer again. Just as the pop-ups were messing with things, Tang Ziyan's extremely penetrating singing voice rang out. Forget that you exist. What is there to look forward to? Happy you invited it must come. These lines are unbelievably stunning and can be described as a no-brainer. The gibberish pop-ups disappeared instantly, and the person who posted them felt a little swollen in the face. Good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear. Who said that Ziyan's sister is a vase? You call this a vase? These lines are so great. Sister Ziyan's voice is so bright and clear. Love it. Lin Yi's rap is great too. Great sense of rhythm. Love Lin Yi's raps. So clear. No need to read the lyrics at all. +1. Hate that one word inaudible pretending to be cool. I just think low. Does Chinese burn your mouth? The audience was seen to be impressed by the two and all stood up to sway together. Netizens watching the video at home were even more carefree, singing and dancing along with Lin Yi's moves. After the song, countless people couldn't get enough of it and couldn't wait to hear it again. But thinking that the second group to come on was the divas, everyone held back and decided to keep watching and watch it before the single song cycle. Seeing that Lin Yi and Tang Ziyan had gotten 954 votes, the pop-up reactions were completely different from the beginning. How come it's only 954? I think the whole room is on their feet. That's right, it's obvious that they all stood up, but so many people didn't vote. Bad review. This song is so high, I'm not even surprised it's 970. I'll take all 980. Before listening to Happy Worship, many people questioned the rumors of Lin Yi's first, and now they're starting to sound off on Lin Yi, thinking that Happy Cult is underachieving. Lin Yi's fans saw such a reversal and their hearts were filled with pride and honor. Look at that. That's the idol they're fanning. Speak from strength. Specializing in all kinds of disobedience. Even Youngblood fans are okay with the show's subtitle. This song is really perfect to open the show. Tang Ziyan and Lin Yi are full of energy and high. Who can watch it and not like it? Zhang Shu fans also shut their mouths for the time being and silently waited for Zhang Shu to go on stage. They thought that Heavenly King is afraid of being robbed of his job was a malicious interpretation by the program team, but they didn't realize that it was Zhang Shu himself who said it. This is awkward. When Lin Yi sang and danced to Happy Worship, everyone was watching and listening intently, and there were much fewer pop-ups. While Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Shu sang Past Dust, the discussion was unabated. My brother still sings so well. Love it. He and Chapter Diva have sung this song before, and I feel like they sing it better now. It's good to hear, but I'm honestly a little disappointed. It's a style they specialize in and it didn't stand out to me. That's how I feel too. If the divas sing and dance too, I can't imagine how explosive it would be. Seeing that Once Upon a Time only received 939 votes, netizens surprisingly found it normal and acceptable. At first, when they saw the news on the internet, they were outraged and suspected that there was some kind of shady dealings with the singer. After all, if there was no blackmail, how could Lin Yi and Tang Ziyan defeat the Heavenly King and the Heavenly Queen? But after watching the show, I realized that Ex Machina really isn't as amazing as Cult of Happiness. Just because Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Shu have been famous for a long time, viewers will be more demanding of the two. It is very easy to be disliked by the audience if there is no self-breakthrough, but when you get to the level of a diva, it's not easy to break through. I kind of know why Zhang Shu is afraid of being robbed of his job by Lin Yi. He's already so good that he probably doesn't have much room for improvement, but Lin Yi still has it. This youngster with a promising future is the most intimidating. Say, remember the clip released by the singer? Jang Suk commented on who had room for improvement? I don't know. The segment hasn't aired yet. Netizens are curious. In that clip, Zhang Shu's face was very bitter and seemed to be having a hard time, but he lost to Lin Yi, looking very friendly and calm, clearly not against Lin Yi. And who exactly is being judged? Romance requires language. The heartbeat needs a soundtrack. At that moment, Youngblood's singing voice came into everyone's ears. The audience's expressions froze, suddenly understanding something. Sure enough, the next second, Zhang Shu said the words under the director's question. It's pretty good. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Ha ha ha. The pop-up screen was instantly swiped by netizens, all laughing. At this moment, in Yang Bauer's private mansion, she was also watching the singer, and the expression on her face ranged from embarrassment to aggravation and a bit of anger. No wonder that clip on Weibo she had never seen before. Dare Zhang Shuin and Yang was her. She didn't hold back and pulled out her cell phone to call her agent. You ask Lin Yi to write a song for me. Something that suits me especially well and that I can sing beautifully. Understand? Chapter 49 1 million for one song. At the twins' house, He Dance quickly received a call from Yang Bauer's manager. When Tang Zian learned of Yang Bauer's request, she burst out laughing on the spot. She should have hired a million tuners instead of senior Lin Yi, right? As we all know, a tuner is a very powerful profession that can help you fix a singer into a heavenly voice, no matter how bad he or she sings. Tang Zian felt that Yang Bauer's brain circuit was a bit odd. You can't sing well enough to think it's the song that doesn't suit you? She's probably only good at singing gag songs at that level, but isn't it a big deal to have the senior write gag songs? The more Tang Zian thought about it, the more she felt that Yang Bauer was trying to waste Lin Yi's time and couldn't help but conspire. Maybe it's a plot by Li Wu to get you to write songs for Youngblood so that you won't have time to write new songs suitable for the show. Okay, you cut the crap. Seeing her little mouth blathering, He Dance couldn't help but interrupt and say to Lin Yi, I think you might want to consider it. Yang Bauer is offering $1 million. Hearing this number, Tang Zian's eyes widened in surprise. $1 million? It's not a small amount. Does Youngblood really want to get ahead? Lin Yi also took a sip of water to suppress his shock. While his participation in The Singer was quite lucrative, he couldn't be indifferent to $1 million just yet. I think the job is doable. Lin Yi took out a pen and paper and wrote on the spot. It's cutie pie to have money and not earn it. It's not like there aren't any songs that fit Youngblood. That's a start on writing? He Dance didn't expect Lin Yi to be so swift. Sure enough, money is the first productive force. Tang Zian clenched her fists and cheered from the side, saying, yes, that's it. Write whatever you want. Write blindly. Don't waste a single brain cell. Tang Zishuan pursed her lips, not knowing if she should advise Lin Yi to be more serious. She was a person with high demands on herself, and although Yang Bauer couldn't sing, she definitely wanted to be treated professionally since she had paid someone to write a song, instead of being casually dismissed. Seeing that Lin Yi had finished writing the lyrics and score in just a few minutes and had no intention of revising them, he directly took pictures and sent them to He Dance for him to send them over for delivery. A drop of cold sweat broke out on He Dance's forehead and hesitated. Lin Yi, isn't this a bit too casual? It's $1 million job at least, but they won't pay if they're not satisfied. Sister Dance, don't worry. Lin Yi cried and laughed, saying, this one can work. She definitely sounds good singing it. My, you have to have faith in Senpai. Tang Zian patted her chest in assurance. Senpai is so good. It's not a matter of minutes to write a mouthful of songs. In the realm of professional singers, there are songwriting routines for spitball songs, and writing one is as easy as assembly line production. Seeing that Lin Yi insisted on handing over this song, He Dance had no choice but to resign himself to his fate and sent the file to Yang Bauer's agent. That fast? Agent Youngblood frowned, suspecting that he had been summarily dismissed. Although she also felt that Yang Bauer's request was unreasonable, she couldn't stand being casually dismissed. You can refuse to write if you don't want to, not insult people like that. In fact, Lin Yi admired Bauer so much that he was inspired to write when he was recording The Singer, and that's why he wrote it so fast. Fearing that the other party would have an opinion, He Dance casually snubbed a few words. The agent's face looked slightly better. It's not necessarily true, but it's good to hear. Taking a closer look at the document, it was still handwritten by Lin Yi. The font was correct with no traces of alteration, and it looked very pleasing to the eye. Seems pretty intentional? I just don't know how the songs are. The manager couldn't read the score, but the lyrics alone were fine. She called a familiar music producer to make a demo sample of the song so she could tell if it was worth $1 million or not. The producer followed her request for a special amateur vocalist, and with the mixing and arranging, it was quickly delivered. During this time, the agent arrives at Youngblood's residence, ready to listen with her. By the way, discuss the follow-up job announcement. Lin Yi wrote the song this quickly? Yang Bauer had just finished applying the mask, and her fair and delicate face was filled with surprise. The agent nodded and said with a smile, I heard that Lin Yi likes you a lot. You're like his muse, so the writing is flying. Yang Bauer was even more surprised and inexplicably felt a little hot in the face. He really said that? That's what his agent said. Yang Bauer lightened up quite a bit. The agent's words had the most moisture and couldn't be taken seriously. She sat down on the soft couch in her silk pajamas and said, listen to the demos. I'll see how it goes. The agent left the audio file open and the phone on the coffee table. The intro plays, featuring guzheng and piano, colliding in a stirring rhythm. Yang Bauer and the agent were instantly hooked, staring at the darkened cell phone screen as if they could hear better that way. Take you in my hands and burn incense with devotion. Cut a piece of candlelight to light the warp. I have spent my whole life to feed you. Just expect you to stop streaming. The amateur singers weren't great, but still sang beautifully. Yang Bauer listened to the melody, savored the lyrics, and felt herself deeply moved. This song is too good to be true, and she's confident she can sing the song well. Sister Jenny, this is the song I wanted. I love it so much. Manager Yang Jin also looked at her excitedly and said, I think this song is perfect for you. You'll definitely be on fire when you sing it. She really didn't expect that the song Lin Yi had written in such a short period of time was really customized for Yang Bauer. It seemed that she had misunderstood Lin Yi. What he danced said should be true. It's still our Bauer who has charisma. I see that you're not Lin Yi's little fangirl, but Lin Yi's goddess. A blush surfaced on Yang Bauer's white face. She hadn't taken he dance's words seriously, but Lin Yi's songs were so well written. Could she really be a muse? Well, just call the money. Give it $1.5 million. I think the song is worth it. Good. The agent didn't hesitate and called the money directly to he dance's side. Lin Yi is so talented. If he writes a few more songs for Bauer, it's not a dream for Bauer to make an album. Twin Home. He Dance has just finished watching this episode of Singer and is ready to leave. She was surprised to receive the arrival text and sat back on the couch in a bit of disbelief. They actually gave $1.5 million, and Yang Bauer was very happy with the song. My God, $1.5 million. Tang Ziyan couldn't help but exclaim in shock, while Tang Zishuan grabbed the manuscript on the table and read it. She hadn't looked before, afraid she'd accidentally talk too much and ruin it for everyone, but can't help it now. Yang Bauer and her manager were no cuties either. If Lin Yi's song wasn't particularly good, how could they take the initiative to raise the money? Tang Ziyan hadn't looked at the song that Lin Yi had casually written either, and now came over her head to look at it with her sister. The two men read the lyrics and the sheet music while one sang in his mind and the other couldn't help but sing along. He Dance's eyes widened when he heard Tang Ziyan sing. That's a great song. Tang Ziyan sang professionally, and it was indeed countless times better than that version in Lin Yi's memory. Took the song all the way to advanced. After Tang Ziyan finished singing once, she somewhat angrily puffed up her face and glared at Lin Yi. Senior, why did you write such a good song for Yang Bauer? It's a waste. It's not that good. Lin Yi said, I'll just write whatever I want. The lyrics are pretty average. Tang Zishuan pursed her lips, her mood incomparably complex. She had thought that Lin Yi had written a bad song to get rid of Yang Bauer, but she hadn't realized that writing casually was at such an excellent level. It's her who misunderstood Lin Yi. I'm afraid this guy can't write really bad songs at all. Suddenly, he Dance's cell phone vibrated and received a call. She thought it was Youngblood and answered without thinking. Hello, is this Lin Yi's agent? Instead, a man's voice came out of the cell phone, and after getting an affirmative reply from he Dance, he said, I'm Hujia, the host of Happy House, and I'd like to buy the exclusive rights to Happy Worship as the theme song for our program. Chapter 50 Invitation from National Variety Art. House of Happiness was a national variety show that had been on fire for many years. The ones that make it onto the show are basically big names and are highly sought after by fans. Host Hijia has an even more unusual position in the circle. It can be said that as long as one is favored by him, it is only a matter of time before one becomes a top tier. Normally, stars big and small begged to work with the Happy House, wanting to show their faces more in front of Hijia and get on good terms. This was the first time He Dance knew that Hijia would also take the initiative to call to seek cooperation. He Dance couldn't help but straighten his waist, his tone calm. Good mister, there's no problem with exclusive authorization. I wonder what price the program group is willing to pay. $1 million, possibly because he had just received Yang Bauer's $1.5 million. He Dance was surprisingly unperturbed by this offer. In her opinion, Cult of Joy is so much better than Love Offering that $1 million is not enough. $1 million a year? He Dance asked. Happy Home is one of the most lucrative variety shows in the industry, so how can the theme song be priced shabbily? Hajia was silent for a moment, He originally thought of $1 million to sign for 3 or 5 years, but did not expect the other party to ask for $1 million a year. That price isn't too far off from the royalties of some of the top-tier singers. However, even though Lin Yi wasn't a first tier yet, Happy Cult was really worth the price, or else Jiao wouldn't have personally called to talk. Cult of Joy and House of Joy are a 200% fit, and this song had to be taken. How about $1 million for 2 years? Also invite Lin Yi to appear on Happy House twice, at a time you set. You don't get paid to be on Happy Home, but you get a lot of exposure for being on it, and a lot of celebrities rush to be on it. The lesser stars who aren't good enough to get a guest spot have to be sponsored for tens or millions of dollars. Having Lin Yi on twice was calculated to be cost-effective, but Dance wasn't satisfied and said with a smile, Happy Worship is a duo work between Lin Yi and Ziyan. It's not appropriate to invite Lin Yi alone, right? How about adding one? Could be. Hajia agreed readily. He watched singer Tang Ziyan had a strong sense of variety. Lin Yi was more shy, and the two interacted more. Dance added, Ziyan and her sister have been inseparable. Why don't the two of them come together and sign right away if they can? Hoja, is this a reunion on the show? Could be. He gritted his teeth and hung up the phone to email the electronic version of the contract to Dance. Tang Ziyan didn't think she could be on Happy Home and was so excited that she spread her legs and ran around the living room cheering. Great! I'm a big star who can be on Happy House too. Why don't you thank Lin Yi? It's all thanks to him. Dance reminded. Tang Ziyan immediately ran to Lin Yi, squatted down, and reached out to circle Lin Yi's legs. It's so cool. Is this what it feels like to hold a big leg? Senpai's thighs are so thick. I love it. Lin Yi looked down and was so embarrassed by the sight under Tang Ziyan's loose home clothes that he averted his eyes. He coughed lightly and said, before you guys took me to the concert, now I'm taking you to the show. How nice to take each other flying. Tang Zishuan dragged her big-hearted sister up and sighed inwardly. This girl was letting herself go so much at home, and she didn't know if she would cause trouble for Lin Yi on the program. Dance printed out the contract and handed it to Lin Yi for his signature, and made an appointment with Jia to go on the show. It's right before the singer finale, so a boost of heat then would definitely help the finale. Good. Lin Yi nodded, having no problem with this work arrangement. Day 2. The singer, as always, aired the encore clip. The main focus is what the theme of the next installment will be and what the singers plan to sing. This time, the theme set was inspirational, and Zhang Tianyun picked Sailor in seconds. Whoa. Diva chose Lin Yi's song. Exciting. Is this because you're resentful because you lost the last installment and you're planning to wipe the slate clean? Have you graduated from elementary school upstairs? Don't use idioms if you don't know how. What do you mean by harboring resentment? Zhang Tianho and Lin Yi have a good relationship, okay? It's not like Lin Yi can sing his own song. So what's wrong with Zhang Tianho picking it? Also, losing to Lin Yi isn't a disgrace at all. People's heavenly kings and queens are convinced alright. Ha. You really believe the stars acting like they have a good relationship, don't you? Zhang Tianho was Lin Yi's boss. And how could a boss feel good about losing to his employees all the time? There are so many inspirational songs. Who can't be chosen but Lin Yi? I suspect that Zhang Tianho is deliberately targeting Lin Yi. Netizens were already looking forward to Zhang Tianyun and Lin Yi being at each other's throats as they watched the fun unfold. What's all this? Tang Ziyan was very speechless when she saw the arguments on the internet. The senior and the boss are on good terms. And even, Sailor was the one Lin Yi persuaded Zhang Tianyun to pick. It looks like a second choice on the show, but there is actually a discussion in reality. As soon as the theme came out at that time, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Yi, obviously thinking of the Sailor. Lin Yi picks the songs in order first, Zhang Tianyun second, Li Yu third. He couldn't sing it himself, and if Zhang Tianyun didn't choose it, it would definitely be chosen by Li Yu. Lin Yi doesn't want to cheapen Li Yu and persuades Zhang Tianyun to take it, hence the scene on the program. At this very moment, Lin Yi was in the practice room, grinding the inspirational new song he had prepared with his arranger team. Zhang Tianyun didn't participate and stood outside the door with his hands clasped. Beauty Diva was still in a cheongsam, only her color was not as light as usual, her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and she seemed to be annoyed by something. All the other employees walked around this way, not daring to take half a step closer at all. When someone came out of the practice room, Zhang Tianyun's sharp gaze swept over, frightening the person. Come here, Zhang Tianyun spoke coldly. Despite having worked with the chapter diva for many years, the man gulped in fear. He walked up to Zhang Tianyun and spoke stiffly. Boss, what's wrong? How about Lin Yi's new song? Zhang Tianyun didn't want to sing Sailor and always felt that even if she won, she would still be winning. Lin Yi persuades her to pick a song by packing his bags and saying he has a better new song. Zhang Tianyun is very skeptical. Good songs aren't cabbage. Where do you get all the good songs? Not to mention it's still better than Sailor. and Zhang Tianyun suspects that Lin Yi is trying to be brave. But she didn't want Lin Yi to know that she didn't trust him for fear of hurting Lin Yi's pride. That's why they're squatting people at the door and picking a lucky employee at random to ask around. The employees instantly came to life after hearing Zhang Tianyun's words. Lin Yi's new song is superb. It's better than Sailor. Really? Really? The employee nodded heavily and said kindly, "Boss, you'd better go and practice your song. Otherwise you'll be abused by Lin Yi." Zhang Tianyun was silent for a few seconds, not knowing whether to feel relieved or not. Good news. Lin Yi didn't lie. Bad news. Her first is hanging by a thread. Zhang Tianyun turned her head and walked into her practice room, pulling out her cell phone and sending a message to Lin Yi. "Don't try too hard. Men last. If we get drained now, what can we do later?" Chapter 51, a song more inspirational than Sailor. For the past few days, Zhang Tianyun was burying her head in practicing the song. The style of the song Sailor doesn't fit her that well, and it's still not easy to sing it well. She put in even more effort to sing this song than Because of Love. However, she wasn't the only one who practiced her songs hard. Lin Yi was also very hardworking. Sometimes, Zhang Tianyun was a bit scared of this guy. Extremely gifted and talented, and still not floating at all, but making serious progress on his feet. This character is so rare. Luckily she was a diva and not a heavenly king, or else she would also have to worry that she was being robbed of her job by Lin Yi. As powerful as Lin Yi was, he couldn't possibly come to the female vocalist track to compete with her. Could he? Zhang Tianyun, Zhang Tianyun, you are really old. The chapter diva smiled to herself. Think about when she first started out. When was she ever afraid? She put away these emotions that were affecting her state and continued practicing her song. The day the program was taped, Lin Yi's few people breezed into the studio and were surprised to meet He Jia in the dressing room. The famous host, He Jia, was not tall and had a cordial and friendly attitude towards people, but no one dared to underestimate him. Even the diva Zhang Tianyun had to call out Mr. He to him. "Tianyun is here. Long time no see." He just smiled at Zhang Tianyun before shifting his gaze to Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin Yi, long time no see. Mr. He is flattered." Lin Yi politely shook He Jia's hand and uttered that classic line. "I grew up watching your show." He Jia's smile remained unchanged, but in his heart, he felt stabbed in the heart. Why does everyone love to say that? He didn't want to be reminded of how old he was every time. Looking at Lin Yi's vibrant face, He Jia moved his gaze away and looked at Li Yu. "Nice. This guy looks older than him. Balance in your heart. Mr. Ho." Li Yu thought He Jia had something to command and eagerly approached him. He Jia looked calm and said, "You seem to be stuck in powder. Usually remember to moisturize more." Li Yu's smile faltered, a little embarrassed. "Thank you, Mr. He. I'll take care of it." Zhang Tianyun hooked her lips in a happy mood and said, "Mr. He, I haven't asked you how you're free to visit us today." Hoja didn't hide the fact that he was a substitute host. "Wah had some personal business to take care of, and I've always wanted to hear you guys sing live, so I volunteered to come." It wasn't uncommon for substitute hosts to do this, and everyone nodded in understanding without asking any more questions. "Then you're in luck today. Our Lin Yi has prepared a particularly good new song," Zhang Tianyun said with a smile. Oh, He Jia looked curious. Although he knew what track Lin Yi was planning to sing, he didn't know how good that song was yet. Even the chapter diva said yes, instantly piquing his curiosity. "I'll see what happens then." He Jia smiled at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with anticipation. The front of the studio. The audience was already all in, staring blearily at the stage, which was not yet lit up. There was some discussion about today's song list. Known chapter diva sings Sailor. Li Yu sings Never Back Down. Question, what does Lin Yi sing? The singer is too doggy. When the extra shift was added, everyone else's songs were announced. Just Lin Yi's wasn't. Appetizing. Ha, good thing I could be there. Ga ga ga. Anyway, no matter what Lin Yi sings, I don't think he'll be number one this installment. That's for sure. There's no better inspirational song than Sailor in the music industry right now. Is there? Diva definitely wins. But I thought Sailor was more for a man to sing? Can the chapter diva do it? Are you kidding me? That's the chapter diva. Even if the style is different, surely she can still sing well. The number of people who thought Zhang Tianyun would take first place today was very high. The Sailor has hit the streets and there are countless people who love this song. As long as it doesn't roll over, the voting audience will certainly not be small. Bang! The stage lights up instantly when it's time to record. Hoja walks onto the stage and greets the audience with a smile. Tough to be here on The Singer. I'm the host of the show, He Jia. Good evening everyone. Ah! The audience erupted into screams and cheers. Not many people knew about the news of the substitute host, and viewers were pleasantly surprised. After all, everyone grew up watching his show. Thank you all for supporting me. Next I want to share a secret with you all, and that is Lin Yi's favorite thing. The audience immediately perked up their ears. all interested in the secret. Although people are familiar with Lin Yi's songs, they don't know much about the man himself, especially this kind of living. Now that someone has broken the news, everyone's gossipy hearts are starting to stir. Lin Yi's favorite thing is Jiobeo herbal tea, domestic herbal tea leader. Ordinary people drink it to reduce fire. Singers drink it to moisturize their voices. He super loves it. The big screen happened to give a picture of Lin Yi drinking herbal tea. He tilted his head slightly, the knots of his throat rolling up and down, looking like he was in a commercial. Anyone with eyes can tell that this is definitely a posing bandwagon. The entire audience hooted, very unhappy with the revelation. That's it? This was not something that Lin Yi liked. It was clearly a task for the Golden Father. How is Mr. He the same as Hwa? Advertising at the drop of a hat. Poor evaluation. I don't think it's as good as Hwa. Hwa's speed of speech is a masterpiece. In the audience, a man wearing a mask raised the corners of his mouth slightly. If the surrounding audience is a bit more sharp-eyed, they will recognize that this masked man is the Family Matters of Hwa Chai. He sat in the general audience, holding a voting machine in his hand like the rest of the audience. However, that is not the reason for his absence from this recording. In the last episode, he didn't follow the director's orders and asked awkward questions to Jang Suk. The director gave him a special vacation to rest and relax at home. It's actually a deliberate suppression. Hwa has a grudge in his heart and casually applies for the live audience of Singer when he is drinking mulled wine, not expecting to be selected. So, he's sitting here now with the same voting rights as the general audience. Hwa was in a better mood when he heard someone say that his speech was a masterpiece. He looked over to the stage and honestly had a poor view. Nothing like when he was the host. He was in a good frame of mind, though, and decided to have a good time and contribute by voting for his favorite singers. As for the disgusting director, this account he will settle sooner or later. Who doesn't have something to hide in this circle? This second round of the regular season of The Singer officially begins. On stage, Hoja announced with anticipation, "Please welcome the first singer, Lin Yi, who will bring us the song Stars Lighting the Lights." Chapter 52, The Stars Light the Lights. Every time Lin Yi sang a song that everyone hadn't heard before, the audience held their breath in anticipation of what to expect this time around. Stage. Lin Yi walked up slowly, his aura very different from when he sang Happy Worship. This time he appeared much more composed and dignified, as if he was holding back some big move. The restored intro plays, a little muffled, like it's coming from far away. The lights behind the stage look like a setting sun, slowly going down from above. The accompaniment style suddenly lightens up as it falls to its lowest point. The audience was also taken on a roller coaster ride, with the accompaniment bringing them up and down. The arrangement is amazing too. Huang Shanying made a sound of amazement. Lin Yi hadn't even started singing yet, and her heart was completely hooked on the song. Did Lin Yi write this too? Li Yu didn't hold back from asking. Chapter Skyrime nodded, feeling that the lighter parts were somewhat similar to Sailor. The audience noticed this as well, and the lyrics to Sailor popped into their heads. But it's not right. The lyrics to the Sailor don't match that tune. The intro was a full minute long, and while the audience was scratching their heads in anxiety, Lin Yi finally opened the song. A sky that looks up is a sky for men. Once a teenager who dreamed under a sky full of stars. I don't know how high the sky is. I don't know how far the sea is, but vowed to take you far away, to the cape of the sea and the sky. The lyrics are just as accessible as Sailor and instantly sang into the hearts of the audience who had the same experience. Irresponsible vows. Young and foolish I am. It takes being lost in the darkness to realize your vulnerability. Look at your eyes red with tears and think of the home away from home. Stars in the sky, please light a beacon of hope for me. Lin Yi tilted his head and prayed like the teenager in the song. At that moment, the subtle lights on the stage twinkled like a million stars, as if guided. The young man was no longer at a loss, and his song was full of power. The stars light up my door. Let the lost children find the way they came. The stars are lighting my way. Warm a child's heart with a little light. The audience didn't know how many goosebumps they were getting. This song is a lot like Sailor but a little different. It's more romantic, more emotionally focused, and the chorus erupts with a blast straight to the heavens that's so cool it makes your head spin. The interlude after the lyrics is so beautiful that it makes you want to cry a little. A piece of heaven now is a dirty piece of heaven. The stars are in the sky of civilization, never to be seen again. The sky is not really high, and the sea is not really far away. The heart is actually higher than the sky and farther than the sea. Learn to lie and chase fame and fortune for me. It's only when you get lost in reality that you realize your vulnerability. Hearing this, some audience members could not control the tears that fell. If anything, the front is romantically beautiful, beautiful to the point of striking. Then this paragraph is the reality that goes against the romance. They are saddened by the reality, and even more saddened by the reality they have succumbed to. Watching you leave with tears in your eyes, thinking of the uncertain future. Stars far away, please light a beacon of hope for me. Lin Yi once again looked at the sky and prayed. and the audience also looked at the twinkling stars on the stage, their gazes incomparably reverent. The stars light up my door, let the lost children find the way they came. The stars are lighting my way, warm a child's heart with a little light. For some reason, everyone felt empowered inside. It's as if the starlight really illuminates their prospects and really warms their hearts. This time the song ended with an accompanying melody as wonderful as a wind chime collision. Snap! Suddenly, the wind chimes dissipated and the rhythm became tight, very different from before. Lin Yi gripped the microphone tightly and his song rocked the crowd. Years later a downpour woke me from my slumber. Suddenly all the neon in the city stopped flashing. A fuzzy starlight peeked out of the sky. It is your eyes that still wait for me in the distance dash. Stars lighting my door. Let the lost child find the way he came. Countless audience members sang along in their hearts. They couldn't spare their voices, not wanting to ruin the beauty of the song. Hua was overwhelmed with emotion and frantically pressed the voting machine in his hand. The host Jia was so excited that she clenched her fists, and in this moment she actually had the feeling that she was powdering her nose at Lin Yi. The song was so good, he was lucky to hear it live in the first place. In the lounge, Zhang Tianyun was excited and helpless. It always seems like she's going to lose again today. The stars are lighting my way. Warm a child's heart with a little light dash. Lin Yi's power-filled singing voice echoed in the studio. The lights on the stage twinkled like stars and didn't stop until he finished singing. Hoja returns to the stage and gently reminds, the voting lanes will be closing soon. There are always some audience members who are so mesmerized that they don't wake up from their dreams until this moment and rush to press the voting machine. After Hoja counted down, a red light lit up on the screen, meaning that the tickets had been locked. It's the second round of the regular season and last place is at risk of elimination. According to the rules, Lin Yi's votes would not be announced for the time being, but would be announced together after the next singer finished singing. Next, please welcome singer Zhang Tianyun to the stage. Bring us the song, Sailor. The scene erupted into violent cheers. Stars Light Up and Sailor are similar in style, and again, they're both songs by Lin Yi. I wonder what the chapter diva will sing. Will it be better than Lin Yi's singing? Everyone was curious, and with all eyes on her, Zhang Tianyun walked onto the stage. It was only then that the audience realized that the diva was not wearing a cheongsam today, but a white sari. She also didn't wear heels, but instead walked around the stage in her dance shoes, casual as if she were frolicking by the beach. Bitter sand, the feeling of blowing pain in the face, like a father's scolding, a mother's cry, forever hard to forget. Zhang Tianyun's singing voice was very different from Lin Yi's. She was not as sentimental about the vicissitudes of life as Lin Yi, but retained her own ethereal characteristics. The audience's eyes lit up, not realizing that Sailor could be changed. He said the wind, the rain, and the midst of it, this pain, is nothing. Dry your tears, don't be afraid, at least we have dreams. However, the effect of the etherealness is that the chorus part is not strong enough, not powerful enough. Audiences who were already incredibly familiar with Sailor still had a bit of a hard time accepting it when they heard a completely different chorus than they remembered. They wanted to hiss loudly, to let their voices out like Lin Yi. Suddenly, the accompaniment and lighting style changed abruptly. Zhang Tianyun's gaze became sharp, sweeping the front row audience's legs. The arrangement has a rock element to it, and by the time Zhang Tianyun opens his mouth again, the power explodes. He said this pain is nothing in the storm. Dry your tears, don't be afraid, at least we have dreams. The tempo of the song was a complete change of pace, and Zhang Tianyun himself sang with abandon on stage like he was inspired by the words of a sailor. The contrast between the before and after gave the audience a huge surprise and frantically pressed the voting machines in their hands. Chapter 53, another record breaker. After Zhang Tianyun finished singing, the live response was very good. There was a lot of clapping and cheering. In the lounge, Huang Shanying also said excitedly, Tianyun's adaptation is too good. It has its own style while retaining the essence of the original song. In her place, she certainly wouldn't have thought of such a brilliant adaptation. In her opinion, Zhang Tianyun's cover is definitely the perfect female version of Sailor. There won't be another female singer who can sing better than Zhang Tianyun. Huang Shanying stared at the big screen in anticipation of Zhang Tianyun and Lin Yi's results. These two are simply divine and the votes must be horrible. The audience was also glued to the stage, and Hua's heart was beating extremely fast, feeling more nervous now than when he hosted the program. Look at the big screen. As Haja's words fell, the results of the two songs were immediately displayed on the big screen. Sailor, 957. Starlight, 985. My God. Huang Shanying stood up in shock. The Mariner 957 vote is awesome, and the stars pointing to the light is even scarier. 985. It's one vote higher than the previous song because of Love, sung by Zhang Tianyun and Lin Yi. This means that Starlight became the most voted for song ever on the singer, breaking the record for Because of Love. It also meant that Lin Yi, by himself, already had the strength to defeat himself and the diva's joint efforts. It had only been a short while, and Lin Yi had already made such great progress that it was impossible not to be surprised. Wow! The audience, blinded by the number of votes, was shocked for a few seconds before erupting in thunderous applause. Lin Yi! Lin Yi! Someone chanted Lin Yi's name as he broke the previous record set out with Diva. This is just too strong. Jang Tianyun! Jang Tianyun! Others shouted out the diva's name for her excellent adaptation, and her performance of Sailor received more votes than the diva's chorus in the previous installment. For Jang Tianyun, this is also an improvement that should be encouraged. Hajia was amused by the audience's chants and said, "You guys are pretty good at serving water." The audience paused for a second and began to focus on chanting Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was the number one in their hearts, and the applause had to be in place. Maybe Lin Yi will be inspired to come up with an even more bombastic new song for the next installment? Lin Yi! Lin Yi! The crowd chants grew louder and louder, quite literally breaking through the ceiling. Zhang Tianyun lightly glanced at Hijia, as if blaming him for talking too much. If it wasn't for Hajia's comment that everyone was serving water, at least someone would have called her by her first name. Embarrassed, Hajia said, "Please go back to the restroom and rest first. Our third singer can't wait to go on stage." Li Yi waited at the bottom of the stage and his face darkened when he heard this. Who's looking forward to going on stage? The Sailor and Stars in the Sky were so bombastic that the audience's tastes were plucked to infinite heights. He doesn't even have to roll over. Just sing less than stellar and the audience looks disappointed. Li Yu had already envisioned his tragic end. A few minutes later, Li Wu finished his song and his votes were announced on the big screen. 834. That's over 100 votes less than the Mariners. It's a good thing that his vote count was high enough in the last episode that his total is still substantial and he's not at risk of elimination. Nonetheless, he walked off the stage with a scowl on his face. Huang Shanying debuted fourth, thanks to Li Yu cooling down the audience, and gave a respectable performance amidst the not-so-high expectations. Got the 876 vote. The next few votes did not exceed Huang Shanying's, all below 850. When the last singer has finished, all the singers return to the stage and together they announce the total number of votes from the 2 rounds. Lin Yi's last installment, Worship of Happiness, had 954 votes, and this installment, Stars in the Sky, had 985 votes, totaling 939 votes for first place. Zhang Tianyun's last installment, Past Dust, had 939 votes, and this installment, Sailor, has 957 votes, totaling 896 votes for second place. Huang Shanying lost to Li Yu in the last issue, but had a great result this time, totaling 1,793 votes. Ranked third, Li Wu totaled 769 votes for fourth place. The last place singer had less than 700 votes and was unfortunately eliminated. It's okay. The singer had an excellent mindset and smiled and said, "The next installment is the resurrection, and I'm still in. Ha ha ha." The audience all laughed. That's right, the next installment is the resurrection round, where all previously eliminated singers get to appear on PK again for a spot in the semifinals. Wait, someone reacted with an urgent slap to the thigh. The next resurrection match, won't we not see Lin Yi then? How can I live without Lin Yi? An audience member covered his head in sadness. Human grief and joy are not connected. After Lin Yi got off the stage, he was a little happy to learn that the next installment was a resurrection match. Wouldn't that be a vacation? Good lord. The assistant director was furious when he saw his reaction. Lin Yi could take a vacation, but they couldn't. This has to be cut into the program for the audience to bash together. Outside the TV building, Hua followed the crowd out of the arena in an orderly fashion as he operated his cell phone, sending the blackmail he had on hand about the general director to one competitor after another. The Singer is a great show, and there are plenty of people who covet the general director position and can't wait for the current general director to step down. He was sure the guys wouldn't waste the good stuff. When bullied, sailors are always heard to say dash. The stars light up my door. Suddenly, someone in his ear sang Sailor and Stars and Lights, so much so that Hua almost fell in place. How else can you string it like that? On the web, singing these two songs in tandem and posting short videos is also very popular. Although, because the show hasn't aired yet and there are some copyright issues involved, these types of videos are quickly removed. Still, the video for Sailor Lights the Lamp was seen by quite a few people. What's this? Didn't the sailor say, "This pain in the storm is nothing"? How did it turn into a starburst? What's outrageous is that it seems to go together. I heard it's a new song sung by Lin Yi's singer this period. It's so bombastic. Who are you kidding? It's not like Lin Yi can sing about sailors. It's more or less like you're saying it's chapter diva adapted and sang. Is it possible that the upstairs IQ is catching? That the star lighting part is what the new song is about? I don't believe it. Not until you sing me the original version. Laugh it up. You're cheating on the song here, aren't you? The The discussion under the video was lively, but soon it was impossible to reply, and upon refreshing, the video was taken down. Those skeptical netizens are somewhat convinced. If Sailor Lights Up doesn't involve the latest installment of The Singer, it's just homemade by netizens, then why would the platform need to take the video down? However, it is still uncertain whether the Light the Lamp part is Lin Yi's new song or Zhang Tianyun's remix of Sailor. Countless people are looking forward to the latest installment of The Singer. Subtitle, Lin Yi breaks another record. Diva's divine adaptation of Sailor. The first netizens who opened the video were a bit speechless. With that title, it's not at all clear who's actually stronger. Hurry, hurry, I want to hear Lin Yi sing. I heard that Lin Yi broke the highest record of The Singer. Is that true? The previous highest record was Because of Love. Right, sung by Lin Yi and Zhang Tianho. This he alone can break? I think it should be Lin Yi who breaks the single singer record. Because of Love is a duet and doesn't count as a track. People didn't think Lin Yi was capable of breaking the chorus record on his own. That is, until the superb intro to Stars in the Sky comes on. Clunk. In a mansion, the man who had been reading his script until he almost fell asleep awoke from his doze and rolled off the couch. His wife was startled and reached out to help. Is everything okay? It's okay. The man rose from the ground, his eyes glowing as he stared at Lin Yi on the screen. This melody, it's so perfect for the scene I shot earlier. Chapter 54 Spokesperson for Home Depot Herbal Tea. A piece of the sky that looks up is a piece of a man's sky. Teenagers who once dreamed under a sky full of stars. The stars light up my door. For lost children, finding their way here. As the man listened to Lin Yi sing, countless images of his own shooting flashed through his mind. It's so appropriate. It just keeps getting more and more appropriate. He'll die of regret if that song isn't in the movie. Cell phone. Where's my cell phone? I need to contact the director right away. The man anxiously searched the couch and was a little surprised when her wife handed him her cell phone. She thought the guy only knew how to act and didn't have much musicality. I didn't expect to be mesmerized by Lin Yi as well. Calm down. The song is here again. It won't run. Instead, the man, anxious to give the song a name, dialed the director's number. The other side picks up in seconds. Yo, big movie star. How come you're free to find me? You should watch The Singer and listen to Lin Yi singing Stars Light Up. It's so perfect for that movie we had earlier. You mean the one that's being released in theaters this 4th of July? Aha. The director was a little confused. Now that the National Day is not months away, the vetting process for the movie has gone through. At this point you're telling me there are songs that fit that movie. Are you trying to change it? What a pain in the ass. Big movie star. You do realize that film has been vetted, right? Of course the Shadow Emperor knew that, but he remained adamant. You heard me. Go listen to it. It's too bad the song isn't in there. It would be a loss for our movie. Hearing him speak so seriously, the director also straightened up. Okay, I'll go listen to it then. This movie star is a theater nerd, and I don't usually see him get so worked up about anything. Since he takes it so seriously, there must be something redeeming about it. The director hung up the phone momentarily, put on his wireless headphones, and turned on The Singer. You can't just pull the progress bar to the end. But there's nothing wrong with skipping ads. The director parachuted in to hear the stunning intro to Stars in the Sky as Lin Yi took the stage. Instantly, some movie images came to his mind as well. A sky that looks up is a sky for men. Once a teenager who dreamed under a sky full of stars. I don't know how high the sky is. I don't know how far the sea is, but vowed to take you far away, to the cape of the sea and the sky. The stars light up my door. For lost children, finding their way here. While listening, the director felt like he was watching that movie. It was a movie based on true events, focusing on diplomats going to a compound to assist in evacuation. After the operation is successful, it is learned that a group of compatriots are trapped in the war zone, but instead of giving up, the diplomats are determined to go to the aid of their compatriots. It's a melodrama. Before hearing the song Stars Light Up, the director never thought there would be a song so suitable for the main theme. The song is incredibly romantic. The kind of romantic that does whatever it takes for its ideals. Exactly the same as the main theme of his movie. So to speak, this song has to be put in the movie. The director called back the movie star's phone and sounded incredibly excited. It really fits so well. The movie star smiled smugly. I told you, you have to trust my taste. This song is definitely a soulful interlude when you put it in there. The director has figured out which part to insert it in, and it definitely adds to the movie several times over. Then contact Lin Yi quickly and ask him for an interview. My wife is a fan and wants to take a picture with him. No problem. The director hung up the phone and excitedly went looking for Lin Yi's agent contact information. At this time, there was another person who was also looking for He Dance's contact information. He is the product manager of Homebrew Herbal Tea, and he just received a huge piece of good news, and his mouth can't close right now. After this episode of The Singer aired, because of the clip of Lin Yi tilting his head and drinking herbal tea, Their online flagship store surprisingly sold out all of their inventory. Order forms are being sent in offline as well, saying that the supermarkets are all out of stock. Countless people have been picturing the Home Depot herbal tea online, drinking while watching the singer. With a twist, Lin Yi's same model is really good. Lin Yi drank herbal tea. I also drank herbal tea, rounding up me and Lin Yi. He. Upstairs is so obscene. I'd like to ask if this herbal tea really moisturizes your voice when you drink it? More than moisturizing my voice, I can also have Lin Yi's singing skills. I just showed off my singing voice in class, and the class flower was attracted to me. Really? Post a video upstairs to check your strength. Homebrew herbal teas have always been more traditional in style and wouldn't be taken as any kind of trendy item at all. Never thought that after being sipped by Lin Yi, the fans would scramble to buy it, and even sunbathe it on the internet. It's like how cool it is to drink Home Depot herbal tea. Seeing the web feedback, the product manager almost cried. They've been trying to tap into the youth market, so they dropped a lot of money on the title of the singer program, but the results weren't particularly good. In this issue, Lin Yi just casually cooperated with the bandwagon, but he didn't expect the effect to be amazing. How good would it be if this started a deep cooperation with Lin Yi and asked him to be the spokesperson? The more the product manager thought about it, the more excited he became, and it was hard to find He Dance's contact information, so he hurriedly dialed out. He Dance's watching a program with the twins in the living room. Receiving the call, she walks to the balcony and is a bit surprised to learn that Jia Jiabao Herbal Tea wants to hire Lin Yi as a spokesperson. He Dance. Jia Jiabao Herbal Tea is one of the national herbal teas. It's not a luxury brand, but the endorsement value is very high. Endorsing Jia Jiabao Herbal Tea means that the image can appear in major supermarkets, which is very helpful to increase the national degree. Like those national milk, all the people invited are either heavenly kings and movie stars or Olympic athletes. It's so surprising that Lin Yi can endorse Jia Jiabao Herbal Tea. However, excitement is excitement, but you have to be calm when talking about business so that you can maximize your benefits. The product manager frowned when he heard He Dance offer an endorsement fee of $8 million. This price was the price of a first-tier star, but in his opinion, Lin Yi was still a bit out of reach. You also know that our Lin Yi is the favorite to win the championship, and the pressure of the competition is so intense that he's been writing songs all night for the past few days. Homebrew Herbal Tea wants to make a big spread of publicity before the finals, and is so anxious that they want to do a commercial shoot tomorrow. He Dance said deliberately. At this juncture, Lin Yi actually has no time to shoot commercials, but we recognize the strength of the Home Depot brand and are willing to take the time to cooperate. Think about it, if Lin Yi wins the championship, how worthwhile this investment is. If only Homebrew Herbal Tea had completed its rollout before the finals. Night of Champions Lin Yi takes the title. How much will those fans who support Lin Yi buy? The more the product manager thought about it, the more he was impressed and agreed. Okay, 8 million then. He Dance smiled brightly. Then we'll see you on set tomorrow. She hung up the phone and prepared to go back to the living room to tell Lin Yi the good news. That's when the cell phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar local number, and He Dance paused and tapped answer. When he learned that the other party was a big director who worked with a movie star and wanted to buy the right to use Starry Night, He Dance was surprised and delighted. Lin Yi is also too good. That sucks more money than the twins combined. Chapter 55. Lin Yi drifted away. Yang Bauer released a new song. Inside a quiet coffee shop, Lin Yi and He Dance sat side by side, opposite Zhang Yi, a hot movie star in recent years, and Mr. Rao, the director. He Dance didn't expect the movie star to come in person and was very flattered. I was even more surprised to hear the director say that the song Starry Night was recommended by the movie star. You watched the singer too? My wife loves it. Zhang Yi looked back at the car parked outside the coffee shop and said, she's in the car. When we're done talking, can we ask Lin Yi to take a picture? Sure. Lin Yi also looked toward his car and said, I have a friend who is also in the car, and she also wants to take a picture with you. Your wife. Ha? Zhang Yi suddenly revealed a gossipy expression. He Dance almost spewed out a mouthful of water and shook his head. No, it's another artist from my company who is also a singer. Zhang Yi nodded and asked no more questions. Director Rao was not interested in such things and took out the contract he had drawn up last night. The royalties are $2 million, and when the movie comes out, please help forward it. No problem. He Dance carefully read the terms of the contract and handed it over to Lin Yi for his signature. If Director Rao still needs a theme song in the future, he can contact us. Our Lin Yi is very talented. He dances to sell it. Definitely. Director Rao smiled, sizing up Lin Yi, who was signing seriously, and said, it's a pity that the movie's already finished, or else I'd really like to ask Lin Yi to make a cameo. It's a pity that such a handsome face doesn't make it to the big screen. Handsome indeed. Even Zhang Yi nodded. Much more handsome than that fresh meat that the capitalist stuffed in. Director Rao knew he had a problem with the people the management stuffed and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. These days, what kind of movie doesn't have capital involvement? Zhang Yi will have to get used to it sooner or later. After signing the contract, the two sides didn't waste time with idle chatter and called in the family members from the car. Ms. Qian, the movie star's wife, is a CCTV host with a steady temperament, but smiled brightly when she posed for a photo with Lin Yi. One could tell that she really liked Lin Yi. I'm looking out for you. Good luck with the championship. Thank you. Lin Yi smiled politely. Then he was pulled over by Tang Xian, who was not at all stable. Senior, let's take a picture with the movie star together. She had seen Zhang Yi's works with Lin Yi and knew that Lin Yi also appreciated Zhang Yi. Come on, shoot together. Zhang Yi was generous and smiled as he took a picture with the two. After taking the picture, he also said to Lin Yi, next time you have a chance to sing karaoke together. Ms. Qian slapped him breathlessly. Singing karaoke with a professional singer. You don't want to be embarrassed. Ha ha ha. The big movie star smiled and left, looking out of character. Lin Yi's few people didn't linger in the coffee shop and quickly rushed to the next venue, the studio. The commercial for Home Depot's herbal tea was scheduled to begin filming at noon. It was already a bit late when Lin Yi arrived, but the scene didn't get mad at him. Instead it looked at him worriedly. Lin Yi's face was puzzled, and he dance also inquired strangely. As it turns out, the singer just updated the editions, which announced the theme for the semifinals. Cantonese. The second-ranked Zhang Tianyun chose the song Next Stop Diva. Ranked third, Huang Shanying chose the song Sea and Sky. It wasn't announced what Lin Yi chose, but are there any other Cantonese songs better than these two? People can't imagine. One could only imagine how much pressure Lin Yi would face in the semifinals. When he thought that Lin Yi was under so much pressure and still had to find time to come to the commercial, the product manager lost his temper at all. Lin Yi is here. Get changed. Let's finish filming early and call it a day. It's not a good idea to delay you. Having spent $8 million on endorsements, he couldn't help but hope that Lin Yi would win the title. He had to hurry up and finish filming and let Lin Yi go home to write and practice his songs. There are two sets of ads. The first group is Lin Yi tilting his head back and drinking herbal tea, more handsome and lustful than on the show, and accurately geared towards the female market. The second group is an inspirational version of Lin Yi looking up at the stars, which is more general public and suitable for young and old. By the time the two sets of commercials were shot, it was already getting dark. The staff didn't have the heart to ask Lin Yi for a photo and an autograph. If they delayed Lin Yi's creation, then they would be guilty of a great offense. Go Lin Yi, I'm sure you can win the championship. Go for it. I'll buy herbal tea to support you. Come on, we'll win the championship. Amidst the blessings of the crowd, Lin Yi smiled and waved as he left in his car. Tang Xian swiped her scarf in the car for a long time. Seeing that Lin Yi had returned, he was busy sharing it with him. Lin Yi, don't think about taking a vacation. Next station Diva and Sea and Sky. Just tell me if you're panicking. I want to know what Lin Yi is doing. He's not really dashing around, is he? Don't die in the semifinals. That would be a shame. Don't panic. The top 4 in the semifinals will make it to the finals. Lin Yi isn't so bad that he can't even make it to the top 4, right? What if? I don't even know what song he's singing right now. It doesn't matter if we don't know. The question is, does Lin Yi himself know? If Lin Yi doesn't know what to sing, then it's over. The netizens were all in a hurry. They were all afraid that Lin Yi would flop in the semifinals. There was also an unscrupulous marketing number that broke the news that Lin Yi had gone abroad on vacation, drifted, waved, and didn't have the semifinals in mind at all. Because Lin Yi was happy for the vacation on the program. Many fans believed in it, and now they are all advising Lin Yi not to float. What's all this? Lin Yi was speechless. His understanding of a vacation is that doing nothing and traveling thousands of miles out of the country for fun is not a vacation. These fans really don't get him. At this time, Yang Bao's house. She saw the online opinion and frowned. Lin Yi is so powerful. How could he flip his car in the semifinals? She would rather believe that Li Yu would flip the car than Lin Yi. However, next station Diva and Sea and Sky are really powerful. I wonder how Lin Yi will respond. Both songs are excellent songs written by Lin Yi himself. Although Lin Yi came up with a better version of Stars in the Sky when faced with the sailor. But can he break through every time? Yang Bauer couldn't help but worry about him. When she thought of Lin Yi treating herself as a muse, her face heated up again. I wanted to send a message to care about Lin Yi, but I was afraid that it would be too abrupt. After thinking about it, Yang Bauer decided to release the recorded song to let Lin Yi know that she had been there. Maybe Lin Yi would be inspired to write after hearing the song he sang? This is the first time Youngblood has released a single, and she's very solemn about it. After the release, it was the first to buy a hot search. Lin Yi x Yang Bauer's new song, Love Offering. The netizens all stared in shock when they saw this heavenly hot search. Didn't you say Lin Yi was waving abroad? Writing a new song again? Lin Yi and Yang Bauer. What a marvelous combination. Think of Yang Bauer singing, Lin Yi, you blink if you are kidnapped. Love's Provision. That name is a bad song at first glance. I'd rather Lin Yi wave abroad. How much did Youngblood give? Anyway? Seeing the first cynical comments from netizens instead of listening to the song, Yang Bauer was so angry that her face turned green. Chapter 56, Love's Provision was sprayed. Lin Yi Jiang Lang's talent was gone. Although most people were mocking, there were some who opened Love's Provision. However, they didn't half expect this song, purely to hear how bad it really is and to facilitate accurate spraying. It's best to spray Youngblood with autism before any cats and dogs come out with hot ears. The graceful guzheng rang out, and the strict netizens were collectively stunned. Did you hear me right? The intro was surprisingly beautiful. Take you in my hands and burn incense with devotion. Cut a candle to light up the warp. Yang Bauer's vocals are still so mediocre, but with the lyrics, it's kind of nice. Don't ask for a swashbuckler, just a love affair. Love is wounded at the end, crying in despair. Actually, Youngblood has a nice, sweet-sounding tone on its own. Those netizens who wanted to nitpick heard the lyrics and were inexplicably a bit moved when they thought of Yang Bauer's beautiful face. Big stars want to fall in love with them, hey. Who can top that? I have spent my whole life to feed you. Just expect you to stop streaming. For the chorus, Youngblood sings with great dedication, with a bit of a sense of sacrifice of being willing to give it all for love. Someone got goosebumps and couldn't resist typing a comment. Good to hear. I didn't think it would sound so good. I'm getting chicken skin. Are you crazy upstairs? Is it possible that you're getting chicken skin from the nausea? Don't spray it yet if you haven't heard it. It's a really sincere song. I think it's great that Youngblood can sing like that. It's really kind of nice. I'm a non-fan. Just look at my avatar and you'll know that there's one thing about this song that's really good. A netizen who topped a dirt cheap ugly photo of Youngblood when she first started out said, Youngblood fans were ready to control the review and gather people in the fanbase. And then, when I finished assembling my staff, I found out that some people in the comments section were complimenting me on how good it was. Really? Although they are fans of Youngblood, it is a fact that Youngblood sings hard. Fans themselves aren't even going to listen to Love Offering for fear of being thundered by their idols. Seeing the growing number of positive reviews at this moment, the army of fans half-heartedly turned on Love Offering. The beautiful Kodo intro made everyone's eyes light up. When Youngblood opened her voice, the song was not abrupt and was equally beautiful. The climax is even sung with emotion and is very relatable. Ah, our Bauer is great. Love Provision is so good. I want it on a single loop. Lin Yi's song is also too well written, isn't it? Perfectly reflecting our Bauer's strengths. I suspect it's because Li Wu's rewrite was so bad that's why Bauer's performance on Singer was mediocre. If Bauer and Lin Yi had sung Happy Worship, it would have been a muslin. Definitely more than 954 votes. Begging Lin Yi to write more songs for Bauer. So good. Love it. Lin Yi is so talented. Thank you, Lin Yi. Fans are very understanding, knowing that without Lin Yi there would be no this song Love Offering. Praising Yang Bauer while not forgetting to wildly praise Lin Yi. To show their appreciation, many other fans ran to follow Lin Yi. Lin Yi's fan base instantly skyrocketed by millions. Lin Yi is the best singer-songwriter in my heart. Not only is she great at writing songs, she sings well herself, but she will also tailor her songs to suit other people's characteristics. So invincible. Alright, brainwashed fans don't blow it. Love Provision is just a bad song. What's the point of blowing it? Amidst the crowd of compliments, there were also many mocking voices. Guzheng accompaniment, I thought it was ancient style, but the lyrics turned out to be so corny. Is Lin Yi unable to write good words? Does this level of lyric filling dare to be a little worse? This filler is worse than No Tears in Moscow. What's the point of writing a song for an actress when it's almost the semifinals? Is it because you can't write a good song and you want to take advantage of your fame? Lin Yi wouldn't want to transform and specialize in helping celebrities write crappy songs, would he? Many fans simply can't get enough of Love Offering. The song's lyrics are shallow and Youngblood's vocals suck, while the melody is nice. This virtue only adds to the fans' dissatisfaction. They'll wonder, having written such a beautiful melody, couldn't they have tried harder, refined the words a bit more? In their opinion, Lin Yi was choosing to be crude in order to chow lousy money. No quest at all. How can someone like that write good songs, still have hopes of winning the Singer finale? They feel suspended. A marketing number was so distressed that it wrote a long article regretting that Lin Yi Jian Lang was exhausted. I've been following Lin Yi since he was in Soaring, humble and low-key, with great vocals. Then the group broke up when the concert song Sea and Sky completely overwhelmed me. He started Freedom to Fly and made a splash on the Singer. Because of Love, Madame Extravaganza, Stars in the Sky. One song is better than the other. But today, after hearing him write Love's Offering, I was disappointed. The song is pretentious and not at all comparable to previous work. The disappointment, however, was more sadness and regret. In fact, Lin Yi has written many fine and good songs. The quantity and quality of his work has surpassed that of many singers who have been on the scene for years. It's like he's squeezing his talent to bring us a great song, but he gets tired too. I knew the day would come when his inspiration would run out. I just didn't think it would come so soon. Don't yell at him, he's worked hard. I hope Lin Yi makes it to the finals. Tang Xian was furious after reading this long article. What does this person mean? Speaking as if Hokage can't make it. Love Provision is just a random song written by the senior. What the hell does he know? What made Tang Xian the most angry was that the netizens were brought up to speed by this marketing number. It's all there. I hope Lin Yi makes it to the finals. It was as if Lin Yi would lose in the semifinals and needed to rely on them to pray to God. Obscure. You know it's a marketing number that brings up the tempo. What's the point of bothering with them? He dance reversed into the garage and finally returned to the neighborhood where Lin Yi and Tang Xian lived. I'm not happy when they sing the praises of the seniors. Tang Xian hugged her hands and got out of the car, her mouth puffing. Lin Yi didn't care about all this. He had no Jiang Lang's talent. He knew it in his heart. As she rode the elevator up the stairs, Tang Xian pinched Lin Yi's shoulder and said, "Senior, next you prepare for the semifinals. I'll help you guard sister dance so she doesn't bother you." He danced and rolled his eyes. Is she interrupting? She was helping Lin Yi make money. Tang Xian's kind is the real disturbance. You write a good song. You don't have to be stressed if you can't write it. My sister and I's dead sex is pretty good. If you can't do it you can cover our song. It's definitely good. Tang Xian is still very confident in dead sex. That's their masterpiece. And it's been hot before. Lin Yi smiled as he felt the comfortable strength coming from his shoulders. You don't have to worry. I've already written the semi-final song. There's plenty of time. I'm going to think about the final song again. The finals are open-ended in terms of theme, and it's okay for him to prepare now. What? Tang Xian was startled and pinched Lin Yi's shoulder hard. Everyone else is still fretting about the semifinals and you're already preparing for the finals? Chapter 57, Semifinals. Zhang Tianyun heard that Lin Yi was confident about the semifinals and had even started preparing for the finals. The mood was subtle. Can this guy not be so arrogant? But, thinking about Lin Yi's performance along the way, it was pretty normal not to put the semifinals in his mind. With Lin Yi's current popularity, even if he didn't sing a new song, but just a cover, it was unlikely that he would fall out of the top 4. Getting to the final was almost a nail-biter. It's just the difference between going in with style and going in with a bang. Netizens thought the semifinals were difficult, not realizing that the real terror was the finals. The red bean that Lin Yi had written in the first place. She had hid it to this day and hadn't taken it out. It's just to save the singing for the finals. This was something Lin Yi also knew. Unlike Next Diva and Sea to Sky, Red Bean is a brand new song. It's still a song that fits her personal style incredibly well. Zhang Tianyun is confident that she can dominate the competition with Red Bean. If Lin Yi wanted to win her, he really did have to start preparing from now on. Realizing that Lin Yi might see himself as a formidable enemy, Zhang Tianyun raised the corner of her mouth in a happy mood and looked towards the practice room next door. Let it rip. I'm looking forward to it. Time flies when you are practicing a song. Soon it was the day of the semi-final taping. Lin Yi, Tianyun. As soon as Lin Yi arrived at the lounge, he saw Ludong approaching with a smile and a cordial greeting. People are happy when they are happy, and Rokuto is the lucky one who made it through the resurrection. Congratulations, Mr. 6. You can sing together again, Zhang Tianyun said with a smile. Yeah, unfortunately I don't know much Cantonese, so don't you guys laugh at me then. How? Zhang Tianyun consoled him. Li Wu isn't good at it either. If I'm going to laugh, I'm going to laugh at him. Li Yu closed his eyes and pretended not to hear Zhang Tianyun's words. He wasn't as stupid as 6th East, who knew he wasn't good at Cantonese and chose a pure Cantonese song. Although the theme of the semifinals is Cantonese, there is no hard and fast rule that it has to be a pure Cantonese song. Songs that include elements of Cantonese count. That way the choices would be wider and the game would be better. Li Yu was ranked poorly last time, and the excellent Cantonese song was not even his turn to choose. Plus, he's not very good at Cantonese himself, so he went the other way and chose the best of the songs that cover Cantonese elements. In today's race, he is confident of hitting the top 3. When the competition is over, his team will post a fluff piece online praising him for not only his singing but also his intelligence. Li Yu hadn't been this happy in a long time and didn't give a damn about Zhang Tianyun's tirade. In the studio, Hua is back on stage and refreshed. Read a big jingle in one breath. During this time, some were resurrected and others were completely cooled off. With his push, the program's general director has become famous and useless. If it wasn't for the fear of a riot in the audience, he would even want to read another extra-long commercial to express his excitement at the moment. Never mind. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. So let's get to the point. Hua announced loudly. The semifinals of Singer officially begins. Ow 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 ow. The scene resounded with wolf-like cheers from the crowd. God knows how long they've waited for this day. Finally I can listen to Lin Yi sing again. I still don't know what Lin Yi is going to sing even after I've come to the scene. Sinful. The man is so mysterious. I love it. I hope it's a surprise and not a shock. The internet is saying that Lin Yi can't make it. I'm panicking. You believe those? I've heard that Lin Yi's scene is especially stable. So since you're here, enjoy yourself. The audience heard the same thing. We'll find out right away if Lin Yi is good or not. Please welcome today's first singer, Lin Yi. It's the semi-finals, and the show has switched up its style by not having the hosts just give out song titles. The big screen gave a picture of the lounge. Lin Yi stood up from the couch and was striding towards the stage. It used to be that you waited for the singer to walk off stage, and then the host invited the singer up. Today, the show was generous enough to give the singers more opportunities to perform. After all, at the end of the semi-finals, only 4 singers will remain. Seeing Lin Yi walking towards him, the audience should have been excited. But Lin Yi's dress was just too strange. The scene resounded with a clamor. What's this? A yellow sequin suit? Seriously? And ripped jeans and gold chains. Mom, I'm scared. You can't build it like that even if you're handsome. While the singer's appearance doesn't matter, though look is hard to judge. Why is Lin Yi so trendy and rustic? What is he planning to sing? This style doesn't go with Cantonese either. You should be wearing toe kids. The shout of drag child was so loud that it amused the surrounding audience. Honestly, not only the audience was surprised, Hwa couldn't understand Lin Yi's look either. However, he couldn't understand Lin Yi's song title this time. The thought that the style of modeling and the style of the song should correspond instantly made sense. Hwa retreats to the dead center of the stage, giving the stage to Lin Yi. The moment Lin Yi stepped onto the stage, the title of the song, Coyote Disco, lit up on the big screen behind him. Wild what? What disco? 2 words apart I recognize, together they are something. What is this song? It's so abstract. The audience was dumbfounded. For a moment they didn't know if the song was original to Lin Yi or if it had existed for a long time just because it sucked so they hadn't heard it. That's a weird title for a bad song at first glance. It can't be true that the netizens have said that Lin Yi has exhausted his talents, right? The audience was apprehensive, terrified of being thundered to death by Lin Yi. Stage. Colorful lights flashed, illuminating the sequins on Lin Yi's body. He held the microphone in his right hand and his left hand on his chest, cupping a rose. Flowers in my heart, I want to take you home. In that late night bar. Who cares if it's true or not? Please rock and roll and forget about him. You're the most fascinating karma. You know that? Charming Cantonese reached everyone's ears. The lyrics are a bit cheesy and the melody is not elegant, but it's inexplicably a bit on the nose. It was the best of times. It was the favorite of times. Where's that big manhole cover in front of me? I'll take my foot in it. Such a dynamic beat had to be left on the doorstep to be cool. How can there be obstacles in the line of motion of my bungee? Lin Yi's rap had almost no rivals in singer. And the whole audience's eyes widened in surprise. So the song isn't pure Cantonese. Exciting. Li Yu was so angry that he almost fainted when he heard Lin Yi's tongue. This guy is so good in Cantonese. Why doesn't he sing in pure Cantonese? It's not stealing your own thunder. Big backs. BBs. 007 on the dance floor. Northeastern Primary Breaking Bad. DJ looks at me and I'm in a hurry. No matter how hot it gets, I can't take off my leather coat. The whole court must move in unison with me. Lin Yi suddenly pointed to the left with a rose. Come on, left, draw a dragon with me. The audience on the left was too busy shaking their legs to react. Draw a rainbow on your right. The audience was eager to participate, but not sure what to draw and anxious. Come on, left, paint the rainbow with me. On your right, draw another dragon. The audience looked left and right and couldn't figure out how to draw dragons and rainbows, and were angry and frustrated. Most of them had scoffed at the strange song at first, but now they were being tugged at by Lin Yi. The mind was full of drawing dragons on the left and rainbows on the right. Chapter 58, Lin Yi's Cartwheel. Flower in my heart, I want to take you home. In that late night bar. Who cares if it's true or not? Please rock and roll and forget about your favorite. You're the most fascinating karma. You know that? Lin Yi looked fondly at the audience on stage, as if these lines were sung to them. The female audience simply couldn't top it and showed their flamboyant faces. Although Lin Yi's dress was very rustic, he was handsome enough. Fun is fun. Don't joke about bouncing. A bottle of Big Green stick in your left hand and a thunder glove in your right. Don't contact me if it's okay. There's no signal here on Big Brother. In the lounge. Huang Shannying listened joyfully. Lin Yi's word made her think of the old days of bouncing around, full of nostalgia. At that time the ballroom was full of youngsters like the ones in Lin Yi's words, playing it cool with thunder gloves and hitting on her or something. A little leather skirt, big waves, a twist and a wiggle. She smelled so good. Couldn't help but lean in. I feel like Liang Chiu-wai, playing Infernal Affairs. Never thought she'd tell me to find a mirror to look in. Pust. Huang Shannying couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Yi sang this passage exactly as she had experienced it back then. However, the ones she turned down were killjoys. Who would turn down a handsome guy like Lin Yi? It's also too visionless. The song goes on, the dance goes on. Pretend you don't know anything. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. I'll smile at the sky. Pluck the front hard. Ha ha ha. Huang Shanying covered her stomach with laughter. His mind was filled with images of Lin Yi leaving awkwardly after being rejected. Lin Yi is so funny. This song is so funny. Huang Shanying fell on Zhang Tianyun's shoulder with a smile. Zhang Tianyun saw her react so violently, but he was a little apprehensive in his heart. With this song, Lin Yi goes for nostalgia. Songs like this are more audience picky. If the audience is generally older and lived through that bouncy era, it must have been vicarious. If the audience is generally younger and hasn't experienced those things at all, I'm afraid the response will be lukewarm. Come on, all of you. Bow your heads with me. Swim forward left and right. Cover your head and shake your crotch and elbow. Seems like something's bothering him. Audience. Many audience members were incredibly cooperative and actually put their hands up over their heads and shook them. Flowers in my heart. I want to take you home. In that late night bar. Who cares if it's true or not? Lin Yi once again confessed to the audience, but his eyes became much sharper and he held up his finger and shouted after the song. Ladies, gentlemen, all the party people, giving you the hottest dance music, giving you the hottest beats. Let's relax tonight. Handsome ladies and gentlemen of the house, let me see your hands. Ow 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 ow. The audience cooperated by raising their hands in the air as if they were really bouncing. Welcome to Coyote Disco. Lin Yi threw the rose in his hand and the audience underneath screamed to catch it, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Come, left, draw a dragon with me. On your right, draw a rainbow. Come on, left, paint the rainbow with me. On your right, draw a dragon. Without the roses, Lin Yi made simple motions with his fingers. The dragon is like a wavy line and the rainbow is a curve. The audience finally knew how dragons and rainbows should be drawn and all imitated them. Cross your chest with a love that won't end. Shake your head to the left and to the right. Two index fingers are like two scurrying monkeys. Point to the shining ball of light. After the song was finished, Lin Yi pointed his finger to the sky and stood on the stage like a human. Some people on stage whistled and others applauded him. Zhang Tianyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Judging by the reaction, Lin Yi shouldn't have flopped. Hua returns to the stage with flushed cheeks and the look of a man who has just finished bouncing. He was about the same age as Huang Shanying, and he was very much in tune with Lin Yi's singing of Coyote Disco. Voting lanes are about to close in 1, 2, 3, bang. The locking of the tickets sounded and the audience looked expectantly at the big screen. Hua smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Today's semi-final, the votes will only be announced after all the singers have sung, and only the top 4 votes will be announced then. Singers who are unable to make it to the finals will not have their results posted." Lin Yi left the stage for the time being, and the next person to take the stage was Zhang Tianyun. Instead of wearing a cheongsam today, she wore the gown she wore when she first won the Golden Melody Award. It was that award that established her as a diva. Ah! The audience clearly recognized the look and screamed more than a few times. A diva singing diva. That's too good to be true. Zhang Tianyun stood in the middle of the stage. Past experiences came to her heart, and all the emotions were transformed into songs. Stand in front of the Amaru. Take a closer look at my path. Next station. To the diva is of course best. After many years on the road, Zhang Tianyun's voice is still as pure as it was in the beginning, but her vocals don't carry any semblance of childishness, and she sounds like she's not even in the same league as the original. Aside from the audience, even Lin Yi was amazed by her. The vocals are really unbeatable. Even if I have to sing someday, who shall sing again? He shall not be there. It still seems as if, in vain. Not in love teach me how to sing. Listening to Zhang Tianyun sing this song is simply enjoyable. The idea of evaluating it is completely out of everyone's mind. Just listen and be done with it. It's over 3 minutes of song, but it's so fast that it seems like only an instant has passed. It's gone before you get a chance to listen to it. Encore! Encore! I don't know who yelled up and heard Zhang Tianyun laugh. This isn't a concert. Encore what? The audience all froze at the sight of the diva's stunning smile. Voting access will close soon. So many viewers, as if in a dream, rushed to vote and almost pressed sparks out of their voting machines. Bang! The vote lock sounds and Zhang Tianyun leaves the stage momentarily. Samantha Wong made her entrance. She sang Sea and Sky, which was also well received, but not at the same level as Zhang Tianyun. The cover is not as good as Lin Yi's original. The fourth to make an appearance was Li Yi. He performs the song The Road Ahead, and like Coyote Disco, only the chorus is in Cantonese. Li Yi rap is nowhere near as good as Lin Yi, and with Lin Yi's pearls in front of him, the audience's reaction to the song was average. Li Yi stepped down from the stage and then darkened his face, his heart overwhelmed with anxiety. If he doesn't even make it to the finals, hasn't he been working all year for nothing? 6 East sang last. He came in from the resurrection round and didn't have as much time to prepare for the semifinals as the other singers. Plus, not being good at Cantonese, I didn't play very well. By the time he finished, All the other singers had returned to the stage. Next, we will announce the results of the 4 singers who made it to the finals. The entire audience held their breath, having long been anticipating this moment. The singer looks nervous as Li Wu's hand hanging by his leg is clenched. 852. A set of numbers popped up on the big screen. Apparently a 4th place finish. Huang Shanying's heart raced, and the 2 singers who sang after Li Yu were breathing heavily. Both think the 852 ticket could be themselves. The 4th singer received 852 votes. He is Li Wu. A name appeared on the big screen, and Li Wu clenched his fists so tightly with excitement that he almost let out an oi. Congratulations to Mr. Li Yu. Hua smiled and his eyes went back to the big screen. Huang Shanying's heart beat faster, when Zhang Tianyun held her hand and whispered, "You're definitely in the top 3. As soon as the words left his mouth, a set of numbers popped up on the big screen again. 863. Samantha Wong. Congratulations to Ms. Huang Shanying, who received 863 votes and was 3rd in the semifinals. Hua announced loudly and a round of applause erupted from underneath. Huang Shanying was so excited that she hugged Zhang Tianyun. "I'm in the finals. I'm in the finals." Zhang Tianyun smiled and patted her, his eyes going to the big screen. 899. The 2nd place result jumped out and Zhang Tianyun's heart thumped. Surprised it's not on 900. Lin Yi. Gosh. Huang Shanying looked at Lin Yi's accomplishments and was surprised. The audience also looked incredulously at the big screen. This seems to be the first time Lin Yi hasn't gotten 900 votes? The first time he didn't take 1st place? Chapter 59, Coyote Disco reviewed by People's Daily. Lin Yi's semi-final crash. After the recording of the singer and before the show aired, the phrase hung in the hot seat. It remains high. The netizens were surprised. Lin Yi really flipped his car. "Ha, I've told you not to fool around with Yan Bauer. You just don't listen." Lin Yi is confused. "I heard that Lin Yi only had over 800 votes in the semifinals and didn't even make it to the finals." "Aha, I won't listen. Lin Yi fans are a bit crushed. Lin Yi had performed so well before, and they were expecting the Night of Champions to kill and win the title. And you're telling me you didn't even make the finals? Hold on sisters, the show hasn't aired yet. Don't believe it. There are big fans who come out to cheer and stabilize the army." The other fans heard the same thing and waited apprehensively for the show to air with a mindset that they couldn't shed a tear without seeing the coffin. Fire Phoenix Entertainment. Guchang looked at the hot search with a joyful face. She had insider knowledge of Lin Yi's true vote count and wasn't so sure that she believed the internet's bull ***** that Lin Yi hadn't even made it to the finals. But she was still happy. Instead of singing a purely Cantonese song, Lin Yi sang a rap that didn't quite fit the theme in the semifinals. Do you think that this is Lin Yi's own choice? Or is it Tianhua's arrangement? Guchang deliberately asked Su Yao. After the kickoff match, Su Yao didn't appear much in the public eye. Without the nourishment of fame and fans, she looked much more haggard. Although the makeup was still as exquisite, the unbeatable light in her eyes faded, and she faced Guchang with a bit of fear. Hearing Guchang's words, she was a bit surprised as she understood them. "Are you saying that Lin Yi's loss in the match wasn't because he wasn't able to, but that Tianhua deliberately arranged it?" Guchang nodded slightly and snorted. "Zhang Tianyun is a diva. She can tolerate Lin Yi winning all the time? If Lin Yi really wins the crown, where will she lose face as a diva?" Guchang thought that this semifinal was Tianhua deliberately suppressing Lin Yi, so as to pave the way for Zhang Tianyun to win the title in the finale. It's more natural that way. After all, if Lin Yi had been number 1 and lost in the finals, the smell of shady business would be too heavy. But now that Lin Yi had been suppressed first, everyone would only think that Lin Yi had exhausted his talent and had no chance of winning the title. Su Yao pursed her lips, somewhat questioning Guchang's deduction. Lin Yi is a member of Tianhua, and him winning the title will benefit Tianhua as well. Su Yao, don't be so stupid. Guchang glanced at her and said in a cold voice, "This is the entertainment industry that eats people without spitting out bones. Do you really think Tianhua is as good as the outside world says? Zhang Tianyun became his own boss for what? Really think it's about correcting the culture? Don't dream of it. She just wanted to use all her resources on herself, signing Lin Yi just to control him and make him work for her. If Lin Yi wins the title and has a position in the ring, will he still be so controllable? Suppressing Lin Yi is the smart thing to do." Su Yao was gradually convinced. Indeed, if she were Zhang Tianyun, she definitely wouldn't let Lin Yi achieve fame so quickly. The little benefit that Lin Yi's championship win brought, how could it be as fragrant as Zhang Tianyun's own championship win? Thinking that Tianhua was not a paradise, but was as rotten as Fire Phoenix, Su Yao's heart surged with hidden pleasure. She was having a bad time, and so was Lin Yi. "This is great. With your understanding of Lin Yi, after losing in the finals, will he hate Tianhua?" Guchang asked. "Definitely." Su Yao nodded decisively. She had only dissolved with Lin Yi before, and Lin Yi hated her for disappearing. Zhang Tianyun used Lin Yi like this. Lin Yi would definitely not forgive Zhang Tianyun. Very good. Guqing hooked her lips and said, when Lin Yi loses, he feels betrayed by the world. You take advantage of the situation. Apologize to Lin Yi properly. Coax him and try to get him to switch to Fire Phoenix. We'll pay for the breach of contract. Suyao didn't think that Guqing was still hitting on Lin Yi's idea, and she let out a cold laugh in her heart. It's a really good idea. Though, why would she not want to team up with Lin Yi again? During this period of time, Suyao had fantasized countless times about the image of herself and Lin Yi standing on the stage together, enjoying the countless audience in pursuit. Now, the opportunity has finally come. When Lin Yi lost and became disillusioned with Tianhua, and she begged nicely, Lin Yi would definitely remember her kindness. They had grown up together. Their friendship was extraordinary. Lin Yi would definitely forgive her. Why don't you arrange for me to go to the finals as a spectator, so I can be the first to comfort Lin Yi? Suyao said with a smile, her eyes full of ambition. The third day after the semifinals were taped, Youngblood's house. Looking at the comments on the internet that scolded her for bringing down Lin Yi and causing him to play out of his mind, Yang Bauer was furious. I'm Lin Yi's muse, even if it affects, it's a positive one. How could I be the cause of this? She was so angry that she pounded her pink fist on the shark doll in her lap. The agent cut a fruit plate and coaxed. Alright, calm down. Didn't you inquire with Liu and know that Lin Yi made it to the finals? It's in, but he's not number one. Yang Bauer felt a little bad when she thought of Lin Yi not taking first place. That's the one who won her. How can she lose to Zhang Tianyun? The broker was silent. How dare you compare yourself with the diva? Have you drifted or is the diva mute? It's on. Yang Bauer, who was in a disheveled state of mind a second ago, suddenly perked up, her eyes glowing as she looked at the big screen. A reminder that the singer was airing popped up on the ultra-narrow bezel TV, and Youngblood couldn't wait to click play. Across the country, countless netizens, like Yang Bauer, turned on the singer for the first time. They all wanted to know how Lin Yi had performed and whether he had made it to the finals or not. I'll go. What kind of look is this for Lin Yi? It's so earthy. Is this a case of not being able to write a good song? So you're styling the whole job? I don't think it's wrong for Lin Yi to lose. It's too hot. Have those who said it's hot to the eyes grown eyes? Although Lin Yi's clothes are boldly color coordinated, he's still very handsome. Okay? What's wrong with torn jeans? Lin Yi has such long legs. He's handsome without them. The pop-ups were hilarious as soon as Lin Yi appeared. Some people thought Lin Yi was grandstanding. Some people appreciate Lin Yi's boldness and spontaneity and should support it. Soon, Coyote Disco came on. All rap except for a bit of Cantonese in the chorus. Isn't the theme Cantonese? What the hell is this song? It's only right that this crappy song doesn't make the finals. Sucks you horse. Did you only learn these 2 words in 9 years of compulsory education? This is obviously a nostalgic song. And you call it rotten? They are all after 00, right? Do you guys know what a Big Brother BB machine is? If you don't know, shut up. I love this song so much. The hitchhiking part cracked me up, hahaha. Play the same song, dance the same dance, and pretend you don't know anything. I think it's an interesting song. The Cantonese theme just includes Cantonese, and if this song doesn't fit the theme, doesn't Lee Woo's? I don't think the song deserved to win anyway. It deserved to lose. Shut up upstairs, elementary school chicken. Your mom is calling you home for dinner. Coyote Disco has polarizing reviews. Likes and dislikes bicker incessantly. When the semi-final results came in and they saw that Coyote Disco had gotten 899 votes, the two groups argued even more. Why were over 100 elementary school kids invited to the site? They all have polio and can't vote, right? This is the quality of those who like Coyote Disco? No wonder the singer can't see you and won't let you come to the show. Have 899 votes and be happy. There are even fewer in the finals. Coyote Disco, pinched within the hot words of Coyote Disco, in a pandemonium. Likes and dislikes don't convince anyone. Suddenly, a tweet parachuted within the topic, startling everyone into stopping their typing. People's Daily, veterans version of Coyote Disco. Burning up. Chapter 60, Coyote Disco explodes all over the internet. The netizens rubbed their eyes and looked at the microblog, rubbed it again and looked at Twitter again. The maneuver was repeated many times before anyone dared to be sure. It's really the People's Daily. This account has as many as 150 million followers and an official certification. Definitely not a high fashion. This account, which usually posts all kinds of news, now posts Coyote Disco? It's the staff chasing the wrong number. Lin Yi's fans are bullish, daring to use their official number to promote their idol. This employee is screwed. Many people didn't believe the tweet was official. The hilarious netizens couldn't wait to open the video to see what kind of job the fans had gotten themselves into. What veteran version of Coyote Disco? Why is it blowing up? The video opens to a surprisingly large military training ground. A row of soldier boys stood straight, their eyes resolute. The Coyote Disco melody played. and the soldier on the far right stepped out and opened his mouth to sing. A gun in your hand, shining at your fingertips, on that training ground, the way to fight. Memories come flooding back to me, and I can't get them out of my head. Daily training in 100 different ways, not too cool. While singing, training images corresponding to the lyrics appear in the video. There were ambushes, rescuing comrades, etc. The netizens who wanted to see what was going on were silenced. Looking at the lineup, it doesn't seem like a fan cutting the wrong number to spam it. Little flat head, camouflage green, one order of business is so handsome. The company commander was satisfied, and nodded his head frequently. Use all your strength, no matter what obstacles you encounter. The whole court must move in unison with me. The lead singer, soldier, sings as he walks in step, and more images of the military appear in the video. In the next second, the soldier holding up his gun and aiming was even more handsome into the hearts of netizens. Come on, lefty, raise your gun with me, aim forward on your right, come to the left and follow me to the front. On your right the gun goes off. The soldiers trained in the dimly lit forest with their guns raised, their camouflage-coated faces full of determination to protect their country. Home in the heart, soon to leave it. There are too many youthful years on that wordless battlefield. Sweat grows with you, and the years leave their mark. Those running memories, ever forgotten. All kinds of physical training. No matter how windy or rainy it does not stop. Under the scorching sun sweat-soaked eyes. But everyone is gritting their teeth and insisting. Netizens watched and suddenly burst into tears. A hot blood welled up in his heart, and he was very moved by these soldiers. I was wrong. I thought it was just a fan messing around with the stars, but I didn't realize it was really burning. We are at home in our years because someone else is carrying our weight for us. This version is so well changed. I think it's better than the original. Playful is playful. Don't joke about the singing. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, where would the adapted version be? Is it so hard to admit that Coyote Disco is okay? Many netizens were originally very prejudiced against Coyote Disco, finding the song unorthodox in its Cantonese theme. Plus a lot of people are cursing and simply following the trend of being obnoxious and thinking it's pushy. But after watching the video posted by People's Daily, it's a great melody. After thinking about it, I decided to take a moment and listen to it again, without mindlessly hacking it first. On this listen, everyone realized that Lin Yi's rap skills were really good, and the original lyrics were really uptempo. Come on, lefty, draw a dragon with me, draw a rainbow on your right. People hummed and typed as they created a shift in attitude. That's a good song indeed. I think Lin Yi is quite the loser this time. If the theme wasn't Cantonese but rap, Lin Yi would definitely be number one. Agree with Upstairs. The song is good. It's a shame Lin Yi and Diva aren't in the same style. It's hard to evaluate who's strong and who's weak, but there's nothing wrong with hanging Li Yu. I'm looping the original and the veterans version over and over again now. Up top, say, who made this veterans edition? It's too up to date with current events. A query was raised. The singer just aired. So even if there was a second creation, it wouldn't be so soon, would it? If it wasn't for the awesome background of this version, everyone would have suspected that it was a deliberate hype by Lin Yi's company. A savvy netizen secretly broke the news. I heard it was someone from the military academy side who was chosen by the singer to be a live audience member. The leader said it's okay to go, but you have to hand in a report of your thoughts afterward. The guy listens to Coyote Disco on the head and writes a copy of the lyrics straight away. The leaders were so satisfied after watching it that they organized manpower to shoot a video and post it online. Holy, really? 666. It's okay to go, but you have to submit a report. Ha ha ha. The detail is so real. I believe it. At this point, public security, fire and traffic police are holding emergency meetings. It's not so much that there's a big deal going on somewhere as it is that I'm irritated by the veterans version of Coyote Disco on the internet. They're professional and hard-working as soldiers, and so are we. We have to publicize it too. All get your heads together and make a Coyote Disco of our own. No one is going to go to Singer Live after that if they can't figure it out. The singer is randomly selected, but there are indicators for all age groups from all walks of life in order to balance the quality of the audience. Avoid a situation where there is too much concentration in any one part of the audience resulting in a less than fair vote. There will be a number of places available in each of these departments. Some of them were there for the semi-finals, but since discipline was not as strict as in the military, they didn't have to turn in any reports, and there was no thought of a second creation. As soon as People's Daily posted the veterans version of Coyote Disco, these lucky people who had been there were instantly victimized. People listen to the songs and know how to create and promote themselves. What about you guys? The audience was very depressed by the leader who gave them a hard time. When they say they're going to the singer to relax and listen to the songs, it's amazing that someone is secretly rolling behind their backs. Can't stand it. It's just a second creation. Who wouldn't? Screw it. Big time. Our Coyote Disco must kill the veterans version. So, While netizens were discussing the semifinals of Singer and discussing Coyote Disco, all departments are organizing their staff to create urgent work. That night, before 12 o'clock, various versions of Coyote Disco sprang up. XX Public Security's version of Coyote Disco, High and High. XX Police, Traffic Police Uncle Dan version of the Coyote Disco, Painting Dragon is not standardized. Loved Ones 2 Lines of Tears. XX Firefighters version of Coyote Disco, Rap plus Magic Fire Extinguisher Dance. It's so cool and hot. The netizens were all stunned. Holy, all certified blue Vs. Well, there's a new Coyote Disco to listen to. Cool. Hey, is this poisoned by Coyote Disco? I'm calling the police. Lin Yi is toxic. What? The police uncle has been ruled by Lin Yi? It's okay then. Netflix looked over one by one and felt that one was more uptight than the other, especially the firefighting version. The fire extinguisher dance is truly magical. Everyone retweeted it, and the firefighting version rode the heat. The fire department saw this statistic and smiled broadly, with the feeling that they had won. That's when People's Daily updated 2 more tweets. People's Daily, the People's Navy's version of Coyote Disco. People's Daily, super hardcore. The People's Army's version of Coyote Disco. The fire department's smile faltered and the internet was dumbfounded. It's blowing up. Coyote Disco has really exploded with fire. Chapter 61 The most expensive music video ever. The netizens couldn't wait to open the latest 2 videos. As the title suggests, the People's Navy version focuses on good sounds. The lead singer's little brother sings well and has a nice voice, and the adapted lyrics are a little more lit than the veteran version. The video features not only naval training footage, but also warships, submarines and more. So handsome. Awesome. Navy blue soldier boys are so handsome. Oh. When is the state going to send me one? Shuffle upstairs and dream about everything. Don't stop after the Navy one. Speed through the Army version. It's even better. Seriously? I don't believe it. Many people subconsciously felt that with the appearance of warships and submarines in the Navy version, there must have been a ceiling in the second creation video. I didn't realize that as soon as I turned on the Army version of Coyote Disco, the first image that appeared turned out to be the logo of the People's Liberation Army. The sign is surrounded by a shimmering gold light that sets off the red 5-pointed star in the center. Just the sight of this image has energized the internet. When the logo is hidden, information about singing, filming, and post appears in the lower left corner of the video. It looks very professional. Before the song even started, countless exciting images had already flashed through the video. There were tanks and resource vehicles, fighter jets, huge numbers but neatly formed ranks of camouflaged soldiers. The road to the Army, even with all its hardships. I'm gonna bite the bullet and ride it out. No matter how many storms, fear no hardship, forget all retreats, with firm feet, righteousness. A few short lines of lyrics, together with the stoic and fearless faces of the Army. Once again, a surge of blood welled up in the hearts of netizens. It's the best of times to be a soldier in a new era. The world is changing fast. I'm here to strengthen the country and the Army. Such a dynamic beat. Camouflage barracks. I'm the most handsome. How can there be an obstacle above my path? Climbing training. Shooting training. When bullet casings popped out and almost popped into the faces of the netizens, everyone squealed with excitement. That's a great level of editing too. The whole court must move in unison with me. Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Draw a rainbow to your right. The lyrics of the chorus were not changed, but there was a line of valiant uniformed ladies dancing and almost mesmerizing the netizens. I can finally realize where all the handsome men and women have gone, so they've all been taken by the state. I feel the picture quality is a bit mushy. Asking for HD resources. Dude, are you serious? How can a video like this be in HD? Some netizens lived speechless. It's about the Army. It's good enough to give you a whole job. And you want HD? We're all the best of the best. Do not bow down in the face of adversity. The Chinese Army is just exceptionally good at fighting. The strongest in the earth. I'm the best. At the end of the video, Army's best is shouted out like a slogan. Netizens watched with fervor and swiped along. The strongest army on earth. The Army is the best. I think soldiers should still be serious. How can we trust them if they are playful? This statement stood out in a crowd of comments. It was instantly airbrushed by the netizens. Why can't soldiers just relax? You're the only one who can enjoy life, aren't you? It's not called a soldier if you don't have feelings. It's called a dead soldier. Understand? You don't trust these flesh and blood soldiers with that emotionless machine? Playing around is fun, but not bowing down on principle. People's leaders don't even think that's problematic for you to barge in. Do you deserve it? These videos were cut by other people's troops and posted by the People's Daily. If the top thought this was bad, it wouldn't have been sent out at all. Netizens are too lazy to care about online and continue to cycle through the various versions of Coyote Disco and Lin Yi's original version. Thanks to these second creation videos, the original is now exploding with heat. The number of people who like Coyote Disco is growing, and so is the number of bloggers, big and small, who are uploading videos of the remix. But none of those videos could hold the ARMY version down. Now the pressure is on Lin Yi. How can the music video for Coyote Disco be better than the ARMY version? The ARMY version is too hardcore to compare. The ARMY version of the editing is so professional. The material is so awesome. Even if you invest millions, you can't get it right. Lin Yi is so miserable. People's original version was just bouncing around for nostalgia, but now they actually have to compete with the ARMY for spectacle. Ha. Jung Tianyun was lying on his bed brushing his Weibo and couldn't help but smile when he saw this comment. After laughing, she sighed helplessly again. I don't know if Lin Yi's luck is good or bad, saying well, Coyote Disco on the singer had an average score of 899 votes and was mocked by the netizens. Say it isn't so good. As soon as the singer aired, Coyote Disco was fire out of the ring, and in just a few hours it was all over the internet. Now every platform is full of Coyote Disco videos. If only the order could be reversed. Jung Tianyun thought that if Lin Yi sang after Coyote Disco had flamed out of the ring, it would definitely be a high vote number one. The problem is that the singer states that you can only cover or sing new, unreleased songs. That's pretty much a no-brainer. Forget it, the semi-finals are over. There's no use dwelling on that. Jung Tianyun found Lin Yi from the chat list and sent a message over. Is the final song ready? I want to see it first. Previously, she had avoided Lin Yi every time she practiced her songs in order to get the best audience experience. She didn't care what Lin Yi wanted to sing. During the semi-finals, she thought Lin Yi would sing a song not unlike Sea and Sky. I didn't realize it was the bizarre Coyote Disco. It's not that it's a bad song. It's just that it's a bit more audience-driven and less suitable for competition. The next time was the finals, so to be on the safe side, Jung Tianyun felt that she still had to help Lin Yi keep an eye on things. Even if it's not a song on the level of Red Beans, it's got to be at least close. Otherwise what's the point even if she wins the final? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 20 minutes had passed and Lin Yi still hadn't replied. Jung Tianyun had mixed feelings. Not going to bed so early, are you? She looked at the time. It was past 12. Not really early, but tonight is the night of the Coyote Disco Bash, and the song is being talked about all over the internet. Lin Yi actually slept? If it was her song that was being used by the military as fodder, she would be absolutely thrilled and unable to sleep. Thinking about how happy he was for Coyote Disco to fire out of the ring when he swiped his Weibo, and then thinking about Lin Yi who was probably already huffing and puffing, Jung Tianyun closed his eyes a little annoyed. Who cares? Sleep. It was only when she woke up from her sleep the next day that she saw Lin Yi's reply. It was sent half an hour ago. I guess I just got up. Lin Yi sent a head-scratching emoticon and said, sorry, I slept in last night. I have the song for the finals ready. I'll send you the lyrics first. I'm going to record Happy Home with the twins today, so I'll sing it for you when I get back. On the photo were Lin Yi's handwritten lyrics, and the handwriting was as beautiful as ever. Jung Tianyun looked at the lyrics, and her hazel eyes gradually widened a bit, flashing with a stunningly bright light. This word is surprisingly better than Red Bean. Luckily Lin Yi went to bed early last night. Jung Tianyun bit her lip. If this guy hadn't slept and sent her the lyrics last night, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep all night. Chapter 62 Recording the National Variety Show. It was nearing noon. Lin Yi and the twins arrive at the Mango studio to meet up with the hosts of Happy Home. Apart from Hoja, the other four are also familiar figures in the circle. The hostesses are Nana and Star, and the male hosts Vinny and the C. Tang Zian was very self-conscious and smiled as she greeted the four people one by one. Ziyan's sister is so cute. A flurry of compliments from Na and Star instantly closed the distance between the two sides. Pooh and Dahai, on the other hand, were pestering Lin Yi. Do you see my left hand drawing a dragon and right hand drawing a rainbow as standard? San Redfa, I want to bring Ray back to karma again. How did I sing? Was it good? Lin Yi didn't realize that these people had also been brainwashed by Coyote Disco and scratched his head, saying, it's okay. You guys just don't give people a hard time. He walked over and looked at Lin Yi with an apologetic face. It was agreed that you would come to this installment and open the show singing and dancing to Happy Worship together. But your Coyote Disco is so hot that the director asked us to sing and dance Coyote Disco. Hajiao was also helpless, and he's hoping the cult of happiness fever stays around for a while. I didn't expect Lin Yi to be so counterintuitive. With Star's Light Up and Coyote Disco, it surpasses its former self in minutes. It's okay. Lin Yi had received He Dance's notice early in the morning and didn't mind about it. They're all his songs anyway, and it's the same for any of them. How nice to sing Coyote Disco. I'm skilled at drawing dragons. Tang Zian smiled and showed it off on the spot. Both arms flung wildly like dancing dragons. Awesome, awesome. Mina and Star applauded with great gusto. Seeing that Tang Zishuan hadn't said anything, Lin Yi leaned over and whispered, if you can't let go, stand behind me when the time comes. I'll be in the way and you can touch the fish. No need for. Tang Zixuan glanced at Lin Yi, not expecting him to care about this. While the three of them were putting on their makeup, Tang Zian inquired with Xiona about what games they would be playing today. Variety shows focus on leisure and entertainment, and the recording process is to play various games. That's the biggest thing about Variety. Zian Tang is a fan of House of Fun and knows the game program like the back of her hand. A sounding board? Forbidden words? You draw and I guess? Rain or shine? Balloon stomping? Sayana was silent for a moment, wondering if she had been guessed. Tang Zian turned her head to look at Lin Yi and her sister, confidently saying, "Don't worry guys, I know the rules of the game so well, I'll definitely take you to win." Right. She thought of something and looked at Na. There are 5 of you hosts and only 3 of us guests, so how are we going to team up then? Do you assign one to us? Can we designate? Tang Zian had an excited look on her face, and it looked as if she already had a candidate. You're really here to have fun, Ona huffed. In all her time as a host, it was the first time she had seen an entertainer with such a pure purpose. Actually, there's one more person for the guest of honor, but her plane was late and she's still on her way. Who is it? A singer too? Tang Zian had a curious look on her face. It can't be Su Yao. Tang Zixuan suddenly spoke out. Of course not. Vinny and Dahai denied it in a hurry. If it was Su Yao, then they were doing something too unkind. Who didn't know that Lin Yi and Su Yao had a grudge? Lin Yi gave them the exclusive license to Cult of Happiness and they deliberately invited Su Yao to create conflict? They don't need fans to scold them. They spit on themselves. House of Mirth isn't one of those rip-off variety shows. It's a variety show where guests have fun and fans have fun watching. It is because of maintaining this principle that it will remain red hot for a long time. That guest of honor has arrived. Star glanced at her cell phone and smiled. I'll get it. You'll see who it is later. Tang Zian blinked, becoming even more curious. It must be a big deal to be picked up by the host himself. It should be something we recognize, Tang Zixuan said. Lin Yi nodded. If they don't even know each other, there will be no understanding when they play the game and the show will be awkward. Who could it be? Lin Yi thought about the text message in the morning and a name popped into his head, Zheng Tianyun, but he found it unlikely. Although the diva is not too high and mighty in front of him, it doesn't feel like a personality that would play games with the 3 of them either. Lin Yi. A soft call interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts, and he looked up to see another acquaintance. Paul Young. She looked goddess-like in an old-fashioned gown and delicate makeup on her face. Sorry to be late. It was like she was saying it to Lin Yi, and it was like she was saying it to everyone. Tang Zian looked at Lin Yi and then at Yang Bauer, alarm bells ringing in her heart. Why do these two look like they know each other so well? The hosts also had a look on their faces as they ate it up. Are Bauer and Lin Yi close? I haven't heard. Could it be that the song Love Offering wasn't bought by Yang Bauer with her money, but was sent by Lin Yi for free? Excuse me, is today's theme old-fashioned? Tang Zixuan's clear, cold, yet polite voice rang out. He just looked at Yang Bauer's ancient-style long dress and knew that she might have misunderstood and explained. No, it's 90s retro. Oh, Tang Zixuan glanced at Yang Bauer and said with concern. This makeup took a long time to put on, didn't it? It's a shame it has to be removed. That's okay. Yang Bauer smiled faintly. Anyway, the people who should have been seen have been seen. The way she looked now, she should fit Lin Yi's expectations of a muse, right? Tang Zian pouted her lips, always feeling that Yang Bauer was dressed up to meet Lin Yi on purpose. Why else would she call people names specifically? From time to time, the hosts turned their measuring gazes towards Lin Yi, their hearts itching to do so. What exactly is the relationship between Lin Yi and Yang Bauer? Want to eat melon? Lin Yi closed his eyes and accepted the makeup artist's fiddling, but he didn't think much about it. Just think the actress is really what the internet says she is, trying to ravish people at all times. Finish your makeup. Putting on the vintage costumes prepared by the program, the recording officially began. The crowd had been waiting for this for a long time and were a little excited to hear the music play. However, the crowd was a little taken aback when it was realized that the intro was Coyote Disco and not Happy Worship. How is it not Pleasure Worship? Is Happy House brainwashed too? I've been on a brainwashing cycle all night. Leave me alone, oh. DNA moves and wants to get up and dance. Amidst the audience's murmurs, Hajia took the stage with 4 hosts singing and dancing. Flowers in my heart, I want to take you home. One sentence for each of the 5 hosts. Just when everyone was wondering what changes would be made to the rap section and who would take on the role of rapper, Lin Yi walked out from the back, wearing a leather jacket and pants with a rose on his chest, domineering and sexy. Aha! The entire crowd screamed, completely drowning out Lin Yi's rapping. They were all college students in the city who were randomly selected to appear on the show and had no idea what the guests would be until then. Seeing that it's the hottest singer Lin Yi right now, the surprise is bursting at the seams. The whole court must move in unison with me. Come, left, draw a dragon with me. The audience was just about to go along with it when they saw Tang Zian walk out from the left side of the stage, and there was another round of screams. On your right, draw a rainbow. This time, Tang Zixuan walked out from the right side of the stage and the audience screamed, Lin Yi, girls, looks like this installment is a singer special. Will there be a chapter diva? The audience looked at the stage with immense anticipation. Flowers in my heart, I want to take you home. During the chorus, Lin Yi removed the rose pinned to his chest and turned around to give it to someone. Yang Bauer stepped out of the shadows with a seductive smile. She expected the audience to scream louder, but there was no reaction from underneath. It's not that Youngblood wasn't hot enough. It's just that people thought it was a singer's special and fantasized about a chapter diva. It was all a bit disappointing to see that it was the frequent variety artist, Yang Bauer. Yang Bauer's smile faltered. Tang Zian took advantage of the fact that she wasn't paying attention and reached out to take the roses in her hand, handing them to Lin Yi and singing very naturally. You're the most charming Karma. You know that? The crowd erupted into deafening screams. All add up by Zian's sister. Chapter 63, who do you like more? Sister or younger sister? The part about Tang Zian grabbing the flowers wasn't in the flow at all, and everyone else was surprised by her. Even Hejia, who was used to seeing big scenes, messed up his rhythm for a bit. Luckily, the audience was so excited that they only had Tang Zian and Lin Yi in their eyes and no one noticed them. To Hejia's relief, Lin Yi reacted extremely quickly and very smoothly took the flowers and sang and danced. Worthy of being the man who brought Su Yao. Yang Bauer froze, but also quickly adjusted her emotions and joined the army of painting dragons and rainbows. In his heart, he secretly memorized Tang Zian. How dare you steal her thunder? This girl is afraid she doesn't know who is the queen of variety. After the opening dance, Hejia first introduced today's guests to everyone. This is Lin Yi's first time on a variety show. Is everyone welcome? Welcome dash. The audience yelled. I met them in my first time on variety. Beautiful. Girls is also on variety for the first time. I want to ask you all a question. Who do you like more? Love it all. The audience was very end-watered and never condescended to any of the pretty sisters. Tang Zian smiled and wrapped her arms around Tang Zixuan, saying, I'm not like you guys. I prefer my sister. What a coincidence. Tang Zixuan smiled at her. I prefer myself too. Ha! Tang Zian was dumbfounded. Shouldn't a sister say she prefers her sister at a time like this? Ha 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 ha. The audience erupted in laughter. What kind of plastic sisterhood is this? Humph. I'm not following you. Tang Zian huffed and walked over to Lin Yi, holding her arms in a tantrum-like manner. I've changed my mind. I've decided I like senpai. What if the senior prefers your sister too? Ona asked deliberately. Tang Zian was dumbfounded, as if she hadn't thought of this possibility at all. Frozen. Ha 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 ha. The audience laughed even louder. Sister Zian is so miserable. It's too much. Why are you all bullying Ziyan's sister? Ha ha ha. Ziyan's sister is not sad. They don't like you. I do. Lin Yi was amused by Tang Zian's exaggerated expression and comforted her. Don't worry. I like you. The hosts listened with raised eyebrows. Is this a variety effect or is it genuine? Tang Zixuan also had some drums in her heart. When the time comes for the show to air, I wonder what the audience will think. I wish I had known she said she liked the dead girl. Yang Bauer didn't want this topic to continue and said, Mr. I heard that Ziyan's sister is especially looking forward to playing the game. Let's hurry up and enter the game session. Yeah, games. Tang Zian was like a child, getting excited when she heard about the game. Lin Yi and Tang Zixuan both looked helpless. The viewers inexplicably had the illusion that Ziyan's sister was the daughter and Lin Yi and her sister were the mom and dad. The viewers who were just a little bit kvetching about this CP instantly calmed down. Considering that several of Lin Yi's guests were new, the games Hejia had prepared were very classic and not too difficult, lest you discourage new guests from playing. The first game is Lyrics Passerelle. Players can only use body language to express the lyrics of the song, starting with the first person and working backwards in order to deliver the message. The last person names the song based on the information. This is easy. Tang Zian has a strong desire to perform and rushes into the first cubicle to be the first to bat. There are 4 compartments on the stage, and there will be barrier door panels between each guest so that those in the back don't get a preview of the information in front of them. I'll be second baseman then. Tang Zixuan volunteered and stood behind her sister. You definitely know more songs than I do. How about you take care of the final answer? Yang Bauer asked Lin Yi. Good. Lin Yi nodded and walked into the last cubicle. There are noise-canceling headphones in each cubicle, which everyone but the first batter has to wear so that they don't know the answers ahead of time. When the 3 put on their headphones, Hejia held up a board to show Tang Zian the lyrics. He said in the storm, this pain is nothing. Dry your tears, do not be afraid. At least we still have a dream. Tang Zian sang straight out, smiling and giving an okay sign to Hejia. Cheer up. Hogarth put the board away. Tang Zian turned around. The door behind her opened, and Tang Zixuan quickly took off her headphones and waited for her sister to perform. Bah! Suddenly, Tang Zian spat at her sister. although it wasn't poo-pooed towards her face. Tang Zixuan's fist still hardened for a moment. Are those lyrics? Aha! Tang Zian nodded her head in a hurry, poo-pooed it again, and asked, what do I have here? Oh, a beating. Tang Zixuan said with a cold face, ha 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 ha. The audience erupted in laughter. Blah blah blah. Tang Zian stomped her foot anxiously. What am I doing? Blah blah blah. Tang Zixuan's face darkened even more, but she still maintained a trace of sanity. Spit? Tang Zian's eyes lit up and she hurriedly nodded her head, raising her own hand again to gesture in front of her sister. You want to hit me? No. What is it? Tang Zian frantically points her palm. Hands. Bah. Tang Zian spat and frantically nodded her palms. Tang Zixuan's eyebrows twitched. Spit. Hands. Sailors? Tang Zian was so excited that she jumped up and applauded wildly for her sister. The audience covered their stomachs with laughter. I thought I told her to compare the lyrics. How did she compare the answer? Ha ha ha. Sister Ziyan is too witty. Spitting and hand clapping kills me with laughter. Lin Yi was wearing headphones, completely unaware of what was happening in front of him, but he could see the reaction of the audience, each one laughing their asses off. What lyrics are so funny? Yang Bauer was also a bit curious. And soon, the isolation door in front of her opened and saw Tang Zixuan. Bah! As soon as Tang Zixuan saw her, she looked down and spat. Of course, she didn't really spit it out. It was just a gesture. Yang Bauer was dumbfounded. Are these lyrics or are they just a personal message? And lyrics like that? What am I doing? Tang Zixuan finished and spat again. Spit? Tang Zixuan nodded and held up her hand to show Yang Bauer. What is it? Hands? Hands? Tang Zixuan nodded, poo-pooed again, and pointed to her hand. Yang Bauer's brain felt like it had been struck by lightning, and she froze. Sailor? Tang Zixuan nodded and gave Yang Bauer a thumbs up. Yang Bauer had a very complicated mood. What happened to such a great song? When Lin Yi's isolation door opened, Yang Bauer was too embarrassed to face Lin Yi's expectant face. She thought about it and decided to think differently. Lin Yi saw her pointing at herself and said in a second, my song? Youngblood nodded vigorously and made a motion of turning the pages of a book to read. Book? Sailor? Lin Yi's mind turned extremely fast, instantly thinking of the song he had gotten on the textbook. That's right. Yang Bauer was so happy and excited that she hugged Lin Yi. Tang Zian couldn't believe that she had tampered with her moves and made up a new one. And it was even right. Just very angry. Congratulations to Lin Yi for answering correctly. The guest group gets 1 point. He just said with a smile. Ha ha ha.